Chapter 1. In a tranquil little town, by the vast expanse of rice fields, a typical adolescent boy gazes silently at the distant mountains, their outlines faintly visible against the horizon at this moment. The sun is high in the sky, casting a sweltering heat over the land. The streets are filled with people visibly returning to their homes. Even the children who were frolicking outside can be heard being called back by their parents. The boy's daze only accentuates his solitude suddenly. He rises and quietly heads in the direction of his home. Have you been all right these past few days? I noticed you haven't been attending school lately. Would you like to come work with me? A man in his 30s, carrying a load, walks along the street on his way home upon spotting Sun Yi. He sets down his burden and approaches him. He is a neighbor of Sun Yi's family. It's nothing. Uncle Lu, I've made up my mind to seek out my distant grandfather soon. I wish to learn martial arts from him. Throughout his journey home, several older passersby greet the boy, and despite his suppressed demeanor, he manages to force a strained smile in response. Uncle Lu has been one of the most supportive figures since the passing of Sun Yi's parents, always expressing concern for him whenever they meet. That sounds reasonable given your current situation. School seems hopeless. Learning martial arts could provide you with a legitimate path forward. Uncle Lu nods slowly, believing that possessing a skill could ensure a basic livelihood. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Sun Yi gradually makes his way home. It is only upon entering a rather aged house that the tension in his expression begins to ease, and he no longer appears so forlorn. Sun Yi tidies up a little and prepares himself a bowl of noodles for lunch, then lies quietly on his bed. This state of desolation has persisted for a week now. When he was 4 years old, Sun Yi was unsure whether he had awakened memories of a past life or had taken over the life of this boy who shared his name. Regardless, under the care of his parents in this life, he gradually accepted his identity. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it. This was merely an ordinary town. Even the nearby Dumpling Mountain held little significance. He thought he could simply lead an unremarkable life without much fuss. However, a month ago, an unforeseen tragedy struck Sun Yi's parents. Perished in a car accident. With the aid of neighbors and distant relatives, he arranged a funeral for them. In his previous life, as an ordinary person with modest means, he had not been able to honor his parents as they deserved. He did not marry until the age of 28, having gone on only a few dates, failing to fulfill his parents' wish for grandchildren. In this life, Sun Yi initially believed he would peacefully pass his days in the small town. He had even come to relish the simplicity and happiness of such a mundane existence. During his long wait, time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. During these 10 years, Sun Yi has relished a life of ordinary happiness while simultaneously awaiting the arrival of the fabled golden finger, unique to time travelers. However, despite conducting various private experiments, he found nothing resembling the legendary golden finger. Unexpectedly, before Sun Yi reached adulthood or encountered the golden finger, unforeseen events transpired. Throughout this decade, upon hearing tales of Baozi Mountain and Master Wu Tian, he realized he was in the world of Dragon Ball. Yet, as an ordinary inhabitant of Earth, what right did he have to pursue the footsteps of the Scions? Even without the golden finger, Sun Yi would not be disheartened if he were to acquire the body of a low-level Scion. If ordinary Earthlings could become powerful, why had countless generations of martial artists been constrained to combat powers in the mere hundreds? The reality is that in the Dragon Ball universe, bloodlines represent an insurmountable barrier. In the later stages, the stage is entirely dominated by Scions, leaving Earthlings with no even a chance to be mere bystanders. After all, who wouldn't yearn to experience the kind of world-shattering power? Yet, what merit did he possess to surpass all the predecessors in martial arts? Merely a familiarity with the plot? The possibility is exceedingly slim. In fact, given his current physical condition, neither the Turtle School nor the Crane School would accept Sun Yi. After his parents' passing, Sun Yi contemplated his future path. It was then that he recalled a phrase left by a man named Sun Wukong. With the assistance of neighbors and distant relatives, Sun Yi organized a funeral for his parents. At the funeral, a man named Sun Wufan, a cousin of Sun Yi's father, attended. Sun Yi's spirits had been low since the incident with his parents, so he initially paid little heed to the older gentleman. However, before departing, this elder left a message, offering Sun Yi help in times of trouble. Yet, after a week of despondency, Sun Yi began to reflect on his reality and contemplate the direction of his life. In the absence of opportunity, Sun Yi might have settled for a mundane existence, perhaps even finding happiness in simplicity. But upon glimpsing a glimmer of hope, Sun Yi felt an overwhelming urgency to seize that faint light, even if that light appeared tenuous. As someone from past life once expressed, I have never feared the darkness if I have not seen the light. Now, with no attachments left and no longer needing to live for others, Sun Yi resolved to live entirely for himself. Sun Yi possessed the thoughts of an adult. Inheriting the character traits of his previous life without a decisive determination, he could easily succumb to resignation. However, once he resolved himself, Sun Yi would exert every effort within his limits. Having made this determination, he would commence his journey tomorrow after finishing their meal. Sun Yi and his companion decided to tidy up and take a final glance at the quaint little town they had inhabited for a decade in the heart of the mountains. Sun Yi was vigorously striking a sandbag, sweat cascading down his resolute face, yet his physique revealed little in the way of muscle. Moments later, he transitioned into a horse stance, relentlessly delivering punches, his clothes thoroughly drenched with perspiration despite only a brief session of exertion lasting mere minutes. He found himself gasping for breath, yet he persevered. Xiao Yi, come, take a break. Exercise requires a balance of effort and rest to maintain a healthy body. After half an hour of vigorous activity, Sun Wufan called for Sun Yi to sit beside him. Sun Yi perched on a large stone, taking a transitional respite. Nearby, a curious child of about 3, sporting a tail, watched Sun Yi's training intently. It was Sun Wukong, the child adopted by Sun Wufan in the blink of an eye. 2 years had elapsed. Through 2 years of intense training, Sun Yi underwent a remarkable transformation day by day. He approached the limits of human capability, his muscles becoming increasingly pronounced as he grew. His appetite expanded, and his growth accelerated, yet even now, he merely matched the physical prowess of 5-year-old Wukong. A herd of wild horses, renowned for their speed, galloped frantically, pursued by 2 figures. A boy of around 10 and a diminutive child. Wukong had commenced his training at the age of 5 not far off, atop a towering tree. Sun Wufan observed the spectacle. Sun Yi and Wukong were being chased by the horses. Should they be caught, injury would inevitably follow, compelling them to concentrate on their training amidst the danger. Sun Yi, what's going on? You've let Wukong get ahead. Wukong, well done. Keep that lead. Sun Wufan paused, watching the agile figures leaping along the cliffside. On this occasion, he had led Sun Yi and Wukong in pilfering wine from monkeys, and they were now scaling the cliffs while being pursued by a troop of irate primates. Then came Wukong's desire for honey. The 2 of them retrieved a beehive, only to be immediately beset by a swarm of angry bees. In their panic, they dashed into a river, startling a crocodile, which then began to chase them as well. Eventually, they managed to escape, but both lay on the ground, gasping for breath like 2 exhausted dogs. Time and again, Sun Wufan had led the pair into precarious situations, fleeing from tigers and narrowly escaping through cunning tactics and the terrain. They had snatched honey from a bear, only to be pursued in a chaotic flight. They had brawled with a troop of monkeys over bananas, ultimately finding themselves overwhelmed, leading to a frenzied retreat. From their initial struggles, unable to prevail against any adversary, they evolved into adept players, able to contend even with dinosaurs. Yet, throughout it all, Sun Yi remained oblivious to any sense of defeat. As night fell, the profound sky shimmered with an ethereal light, calm and undisturbed like the placid depths of the ocean. Just that day, they had sold furs and a small dinosaur acquired from their hunts in the nearby town, exchanging them for essential provisions and some coin. Wukong, where are you going? Don't go outside. Sun Yi turned over in bed, groggily noticing Wukong heading towards the restroom. The night was shrouded in a hazy gloom, and the dense forest murmured with a low hum of insects. In the distance, a full moon ascended, casting its luminous glow like a beacon suspended in the vast sky. I need to use the restroom, Wukong mumbled, rubbing his eyes in a daze over the years of their companionship. Sun Yi had grown familiar with him. Having put away the capsule house, he built an additional room atop the existing structure and had moved in next to Wukong. Thus, he could vaguely hear the movement. What a round moon! Wukong exclaimed, gazing through the window at the celestial orb. However, as soon as he spoke, he became eerily still. Wukong? Sun Yi suddenly jolted, calling out, but Wukong did not respond, his face blank as he continued to stare at the full moon in the distance. What is happening? A flicker of doubt crossed Sun Yi's mind, and an ominous premonition began to brew within him. Sun Yi's heart trembled violently. He turned back, his expression hardening as he beheld the resplendent full moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight, like crystal, filtered through the leaves, mingling with the faint mist that had just begun to rise, rendering the night even more ethereal. Tonight is indeed the night of the full moon. This is bad. It's a full moon. Sun Yi gasped, his expression suddenly shifting, and he shouted, Master, come out quickly. Something terrible has happened. According to the original manga he had read in his past life, a science transformation into a great ape would amplify their power tenfold. However, only elite warriors could maintain their sanity during such a transformation. Thump! Thump! Wukong's heart raced, his blood seemingly boiling in an instant. his eyes bloodshot as his body began to tremble involuntarily that the scion tail is indeed the greatest variable. Sun Yi thought by the time Sun Wukong emerged, he was already sprouting brown fur, commencing his transformation. The great ape transformation could yield a tenfold increase in strength, yet it also harbored immense risks other than a select few elite warriors and royal scions. Ordinary low and mid-level warriors would lose their sanity upon transforming, becoming mere instruments of destruction. Devoid of reason, roar, boom, boom. A brilliant flash erupted nearby. The explosive energy wave illuminating the surroundings, the thunderous sound jolted him back to reality, revealing a colossal ape over 20 meters tall, roaring fiercely as it swung a massive tree wildly. It unleashed a burst of energy, and with a resounding boom, another energy wave detonated nearby. Indeed, he has lost his sanity. Sun Yi sighed at the scene before him. Faced with a terrifying foe boasting a combat power exceeding 100, Sun Yi felt utterly powerless against the overwhelming disparity in the distance. A brilliant light erupted, akin to a blazing sun violently crashing into the earth. The ground trembled violently, followed closely by the shockwave from the explosion. Trees in the forest bent under the force, and rocks were shattered into gravel. In that moment, the horrific scene resembled the onset of an apocalypse, as blurred vision rendered the distinction between sky and ground imperceptible. A tempest swept toward him, and Sun Yi pressed his hands against his forehead, his black hair tousled by the fierce winds. The colossal ape spotted him, unleashing a surge of energy from its mouth. Trouble, I've been targeted, Sun. Yes, expression darkened as he swiftly maneuvered his body. The searing heat scorching his face, he narrowly evaded the attack, barely skirting the edge of the energy blast. Boom! The energy wave collided with a mountain peak, producing a thunderous explosion. While debris from the blast scattered in all directions, the cacophony echoed as fragments of stone tumbled to the ground. Witnessing Sun Yi evade the onslaught, the giant ape erupted in fury, leaping in place while brandishing the immense tree in its grasp, then charged towards Sun Yi once more. Thud! A flicker of rage flashed in the ape's monstrous eyes as it slammed its foot down with tremendous force, causing the ground beneath to shatter, rocks exploding violently, and the earth to cave in, creating vast fissures around it. A chaotic pile of stones erupted, smaller fragments disintegrating into dust, forming a massive crater. Sun Yi, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the chest by the flying debris. Wow, Goku, brother, have I ever treated you poorly? Sun Yi cried out, aware that the disparity in power was tenfold, a chasm insurmountable by mere will alone. He could not evade many more attacks. His only recourse was to find a way to sever Goku's tail. Yet approaching him proved to be a formidable challenge in this life-and-death moment. Sun Yi instinctively called for help. Master, Goku's transformation is likely due to the full moon and his tail. You must sever his tail quickly. However, at that moment, Son Gohan had just emerged from the house, witnessing Sun Yi on the verge of being caught in the next strike. Just as the situation became dire, Sun Yi unlocked his latent potential, feeling an indescribable force surge within his mind suddenly. A rush of strength propelled him, allowing him to roll and crawl out of the giant ape's attack range. Excellent. At the critical moment, Son Gohan decisively grasped Goku's tail behind him. With a flash of white light, a segment of the brown tail fell to the ground. The enormous tree in Goku's hands halted just a meter above Sun Yi, who quickly dodged. The giant ape emitted a mournful cry as the tree fell from its grasp, its form gradually diminishing until it transformed back into Goku, the little one collapsing onto the ground. Dozing off peacefully. It's finally over. Sun Yi, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He felt that he had truly suffered an inexplicable misfortune. Today, how could such an incident occur on what began as a perfectly fine evening? In recent years, this had not happened, and he had even forgotten about the transformation that occurred during the full moon. Truly, this is utterly dreadful. Such an injury will take several weeks to heal, he lamented with a bitter smile, wincing at the pain radiating from his body. He suspected he might have fractured a bone, and internal injuries were imperceptible, yet any slight movement would tug at the wound on his chest were it not for his robust physique. Any other individual might not have survived the initial assault at this moment. They would likely have already departed this realm. Recalling the perilous moment just now, Sun Yi felt a tension in his nerves, realizing that his back was dampened with sweat. However, it was finally behind him, and he resolved to devote himself even more diligently to his cultivation in the future. Sun Yi felt an immediate sense of relief, akin to a suffocating individual suddenly inhaling fresh air. Nearby, Wukong, still drowsy, was startled awake by a chill, rubbing his eyes as he rose. only to be astonished by the devastation surrounding him, reminiscent of a battlefield, with debris strewn across the ground. All remnants of sleep vanished from Wukong as he noticed the wounds adorning Sun Ye's chest and rushed over in alarm. "Ah, how did I end up here? Brother Sun Ye, what happened to you? Who could have inflicted such injuries upon you?" "Cough, cough, fret not, I am fine." "Wukong, why don't you return to your room and get dressed?" Sun Ye said, feeling warmth in his heart at the sight of Wukong's worried expression, gently patting his arm. "All right," Wukong replied obediently, nodding, but then stumbled as he walked. "Huh, why can't I stand steady? Perhaps it is because your tail has been severed, leaving you unbalanced." Sun Ye replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, relishing the simplicity of the moment. "My tail has been cut off? Ah, it's gone. Where's my tail? My tail. What am I to do? My tail." Wukong frantically searched for his missing appendage, spinning in circles before suddenly coming to a halt. Oh well, if it's gone, it's gone. What a blissfully carefree child he was. And thus, Wukong stumbled back to his room to change clothes. "Xiao Yi, let us leave it at this for today. You and Wukong can share a room for the night. Return to sleep, and we will sort things out in the morning," Sun Wukong said, his face still reflecting a hint of fear from the earlier incident when Sun Yi had almost been lost. "Yes, master," Sun Yi responded, glancing towards the room he had previously occupied, which was now partially collapsed and utterly unrecognizable. He would have to make do with Wukong's room. Grateful that he understood the situation. Otherwise, he might have been too frightened to enter and confront Sun Wukong. In the morning, after assessing the state of the house, everything appeared to be relatively normal. However, Sun Yi noted that the bathroom in his room required several repairs. Soon, the three of them utilized a large tree that Wukong had uprooted, which Master Gohan dried using Qi to convert thermal energy. Sun Yi, with minor injuries, engaged in lighter tasks while Wukong cut the tree into planks. In no time, Master Gohan had repaired the house, resuming his training despite still bearing injuries. Thus, the day's primary focus was on controlled Qi exercises. Another year passed, and finally, on Sun Ye's 15th birthday, he officially broke through his physical limits and sensed the presence of Qi. "Master, I can feel the Qi," Sun Yi exclaimed, energy gathering in the palm of his hand, inexplicably emitting a glow as he excitedly showcased it to Sun Wukong, raising his hand high. "Wukong and I had endured countless trials against wolf packs, leopards, bears, tigers, sharks, bees, and various challenges posed by dinosaurs, transforming from individuals who could scarcely fend for themselves to those who could playfully toy with their adversaries." Reflecting on these past 2 years, it truly had been a remarkable journey. As Wukong observed Sun Ye's movements, he extended his hand, and before long, it too began to radiate with light. "Brother Sun Yi, I have mastered it." Sun Ye's lips twitched, and he remained silent, unable to articulate his thoughts for a long time, yet his inner turmoil intensified. The martial prowess of Sun Wukong is truly extraordinary. Sun Yi has devoted 2 arduous years to mastering this skill, while Sun Wukong has seemingly practiced over the years with the utmost ease, making it impossible for Sun Yi to catch up. Even the ability to sense energy was grasped by Sun Wukong after just a single observation. "Well, you are all good children. Starting tomorrow, your training will be more rigorous," Sun Gohan remarked with a smile, adding that today they could rest well. However, just as Sun Yi was finishing up, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Before he could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to fall backward. Once everything settled, Sun Yi discovered a white luminous screen in front of him, approximately the size of a mobile phone, yet astonishingly clear. "Xiao Yi, how are you? Are you all right?" However, it seemed that neither Sun Gohan nor Sun Wukong noticed the screen. They only observed Sun Ye's pale complexion and urged him to return to his room to rest. Sun Yi smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a bit tired. I'll head back to rest for a while." After exchanging greetings with the two, he stood up and departed. On his way home, Sun Yi couldn't help but quicken his pace, nearly breaking into a run by the time he reached his doorstep. At that moment, his heart was filled with urgency. It was imperative to be so. After all these years, if his calculations were correct, it had been 12 years. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. Bursting through the door, he swiftly shut it behind him and sat on the edge of his bed, eager to comprehend the nature of the shimmering screen. "Greetings, trial taker." A message materialized on the luminous surface. "What are you?" Sun Yi pondered silently, and then spoke softly. The light screen flickered for a moment. "I am the world transcender, and I collected your soul during your past life's car accident. facilitating a random traversal. Can I return then? Since random traversal employs the power of reincarnation to leap through realms, a trial seeker wishing to return must utilize this transcender to explore the surrounding worlds. Upon discovering the original world, a precise traversal through a spatial conduit is required. The energy needed is estimated to exceed 10 million degrees. How much energy do you have left now? How long will it take to find the way back? The remaining energy of the transcender is 40,000 degrees. Given the current rate of dimensional energy absorption, it is estimated to take 1 Earth month. The host's current physical strength does not support long-distance traversal functions. To traverse successfully, one must enhance their physical strength. To what extent must my physical strength be to support long-distance traversal? According to the standards of this world, the trial seeker's physical strength must attain the realm of the divine. Do I still have hope of returning? Upon hearing the system's response, Sun Yi ceased speaking, turned around, and smiled. As long as I strive diligently, it suffices. I shall not regret it when I grow old. Sun Yi extended his hand, a faint energy coalescing within his palm, inexplicably radiating a luminous glow. He had taken the first step, firmly positioned at the starting line. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. On this day, as Sun Yi was honing his energy manipulation, he spotted Wukong dashing towards him from afar. Arms raised high, clutching a fish that was several times larger than his own body, while exclaiming with joyous exuberance. With a resounding thud, the enormous fish landed on the ground, echoing a muffled sound. Brother Sun Yi, this is the fish I just caught. Today, I shall feast on grilled fish. Wukong approached, seizing Sun Yi's arm with enthusiasm, his voice bright yet his words lacking in tact. All right, I will comply, but you must heed your master's guidance henceforth. Furthermore, should you grow a tail in the future, remember to sever it. You must also dedicate yourself to your training, should you fail to meet your goals. I shall not prepare any delectable dishes for you. Upon hearing this, Wukong, alarmed at the prospect of not receiving tasty treats, immediately replied with a spirited, understood. Sun Yi smiled and skillfully eviscerated the large fish, removing its innards and scales. After cleansing it, he stuffed it with a prepared seasoning packet and secured it on the grill with wooden skewers. With a swift motion, a burst of energy surged from his fingertips, igniting the kindling. Before long, the delectable aroma of the fish began to waft through the air. A figure dashed into the nearby woods, taking refuge beneath a grand tree. The chirping of sparrows echoed as they fluttered about the stones at the base, where a person sat in meditation. Upon Wukong's arrival, the startled birds took flight in all directions. Grandpa, it's time for dinner. Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Master, it's time for dinner. Sun Yi, anticipating the fish to be nearly cooked, sprinkled his custom blend of spices over it, resulting in a mouth-watering roasted fish emerging from the grill. Wow, it smells amazing. Wukong swiftly returned, his eyes sparkling with delight. He paid no heed to the heat as he tore off a sizable piece of the roasted meat and devoured it eagerly. All right, I'm coming, Sun Wufan said as he entered the house to wash his hands, emerging shortly after with some steamed buns to offer to the two. Master, I wish to venture out and broaden my horizons, Sun Yi mused, estimating his current combat power to be around 30, thus deeming himself ready for his first journey. Over the past 2 years, Wukong had been growing, albeit his combat strength had not increased swiftly. From this year onward, Master Wufan had planned to intensify Wukong's training. Prior to this, he had merely been playing alongside Sun Yi. Wukong's combat power had just begun to blossom from a mere 10 points. And while he could not yet rival Sun Yi, it was anticipated that he would soon catch up within the year. Sun Yi intends to explore alternative cultivation methods in other realms, seeking to integrate their essence into his own training regimen. Master, at the beginning of this year, Wukong's tail grew back once more, only to be severed by you again. However, it would be prudent to explain the reason to Wukong, otherwise, he may grow his tail back again in a year or two. At that point, should his combat power surpass yours, and he transform into a giant ape, there would be no one capable of restraining him. We cannot possibly remain by his side for eternity. Ah, what? Am I to convey this to him? Wukong mumbled in response, seemingly preoccupied with his food and not fully comprehending Sun Yi's words. Sun Wufan wiped his mouth, set down the food in his hands, and remarked, Did you not just tell Goku? The reason is inconsequential. What matters is that once the tail reappears, it must be severed. Remember, once the tail emerges, it must be cut off. Goku, with a nonchalant expression, continued to devour his meal, finishing off half of the fish in no time. As for you, a stroll outside would do you good. Bear in mind that while your combat skills are formidable, there are always stronger individuals, and one must never underestimate anyone. Sun Wufan imparted this wisdom with earnestness. Yes, master, Sun Yi responded, his face serious yet unable to conceal the joy within, his expression quickly transforming into a smile. Influenced by his emotions, Sun Yi found himself consuming more than usual during this meal. After finishing, he tidied up and counted the capsules in his possession, one house, one car, and several empty boxes. Upon venturing out, he needed to devise a means to acquire some weapons and a few hovercrafts, as traversing through uncivilized worlds without proper roads necessitated reliable hover vehicles. He also intended to purchase a few houses as backups, seeking a larger spatial capsule to store food, essential medicines, and other necessities to avoid the dire situation of crossing into a desolate area without sustenance, which would compel a hasty return. With provisions in hand, he could afford to take time to familiarize himself with the world on the other side. 3 days later, on the bustling streets of West City, the largest city near Bun Mountain, Sun Yi quietly contemplated his future. His primary objective was to return home. However, this goal felt rather vague. Sun Yi was acutely aware that he was no prodigy and could not rapidly amplify his strength or hasten his energy accumulation. Thus, he would rely on time to gather energy. Yet, if he were to return home after thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years, what would be the purpose of such a return? Of course, these considerations could wait. What was paramount now was to strive for strength. If he could not return home normally, it simply meant he was not strong enough. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, he would be able to traverse time and return to his original point in time. As for whether he could achieve this goal, the odds were indeed slim. The most likely outcome was to perish along the way or fall victim to some adversary in another world. Nevertheless, as long as he continued to strive, even if he could not return, he would not harbor regrets in the final moments of life. All of this signified the necessity of focusing his efforts in a singular direction to enhance his power. In this world, strength could nearly procure anything one desired. Additionally, life should be lived comfortably. I shall not forsake everything to return home, opting instead for the life of an ascetic. Humans are sentient beings, and the distinction from animals lies in our capacity for independent thought. If one were to solely engage in arduous training, it would not be long before the desire to return home, fueled by the longing for strength, is overshadowed by the allure of enjoyment. Moreover, this world is equipped with advanced technology, which could assist Sun Yi in his quest for power at a swifter pace. In addition, Sun Yi yearns to fully embrace the benefits of this sophisticated technology, which necessitates one essential element: money. Previously, Sun Yi had accumulated a modest sum through hunting. However, it remains insufficient to procure capsules and weaponry. With a newfound determination to earn, he began contemplating avenues for quick financial gain. Robbing a bank? His moral principles would not permit such an act. Becoming an assassin? That is even less appealing. Working as a bodyguard? He would not trade his freedom for such a role, at least not until life becomes a pressing concern. Working a regular job? He might as well resign himself to death, for when does one ever amass enough through mere labor to afford anything of significance? What, then, should he pursue? Sun Ye's mind raced, recalling various money-making schemes from his past life. Yet, they seemed utterly irrelevant. Even employing the charm of a handsome man to entice Bulma would prove futile, as she is merely 11 or 12 years old, with 4 or 5 years to go before embarking on her adventures. After careful contemplation, Sun Yi concluded that his combat prowess, currently estimated at 30 to 40, would be insufficient to confront an army. However, he believed it ample for engaging in dealings with the underworld. He pondered over potential items of value for sale. The unintelligent dinosaurs residing in the mountains could be hunted for profit, while smaller dinosaurs might fetch a handsome price among the affluent as exotic pets. Though such endeavors could not be pursued endlessly, the amalgamation of his 2 lifetime soul energy bestowed upon him the recollection of melodies from his previous existence, which could potentially be monetized, albeit he lacked the necessary avenues at present. As for other pursuits, he would adapt as circumstances evolved. Sustenance would not pose a problem. Then, a thought struck him: underground fighting. Indeed, it was the perfect avenue. Not only could it yield swift financial gain, but it would also enhance his practical combat experience. Despite his awareness of his own strength, he had never engaged in combat with others. In his previous life, he had lived a life of compliance. In this one, he intended to pursue his own desires. Although he lacked a concrete life goal at the moment, he was determined to live comfortably. The ability to gather information would be straightforward given his capabilities. After inquiring with numerous street thugs, he finally discerned the location of an underground fighting arena, a secluded bar, after enduring a brief scuffle instigated by one of them. Upon arriving at the unassuming establishment, a flicker of excitement ignited within Sun Yi. It was his first foray into such an environment in decades across 2 lifetimes. Several ordinary servers were idly cleaning, while the bartender occupied himself with a deck of cards. The bar was notably quiet, yet Sun Yi quickly found solace in that fact. After all, the bar served merely as a fade. Its remote location meant that patrons seeking a regular drinking experience were few and far between. In the original narrative, violent incidents in the Dragon Ball universe were prevalent, likely exacerbated by the protagonist's presence. However, the human inclination to express violent impulses is universal, as evidenced by sanctioned events like the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet, the lengthy intervals between such competitions leave many unsatisfied, leading to the emergence of underground fights. Where there is demand, a market naturally arises. With a market comes profit, and where there is profit, individuals will engage. Although such activities are officially prohibited, they thrive in the shadows. There are, of course, formal competitions, but participation requires certain qualifications. Moreover, athletes signed to official events face significant constraints. Sun Yi, wishing only to earn quick capital, had no interest in such structured competitions. Ultimately, his singular goal was to amass the necessary funds to initiate his endeavors. Grateful for the kind advisement from the registration personnel, Sun Yi signed a waiver acknowledging the risks, paid the requisite fee, and secured his entry into the competition. As he lacked a manager and was a newcomer, his appearance fee and potential winnings were notably minimized. However, it matters not. Prowess is the ultimate currency that transcends all. And there are few on earth who can rival Sun Yi's current strength. At 9 o'clock in the evening, I never anticipated that my inaugural battle would not take place at the esteemed martial arts championship, but rather in such an underground venue. The air was thick with the pungent scent of smoke, accompanied by blinding lights and the cacophony of cheers. Sun Yi chuckled and shook his head, considering it merely a matter of initial capital. Upon arrival, he first sought out the betting area, having come half an hour early specifically to participate in the wagers. Flanking the betting station were photographs of 2 individuals, presumably taken at the time of registration. The odds on either side fluctuated in real time, ensuring that the casino would profit regardless of the outcome. After a brief observation, Sun Yi extracted several $100,000 from his person and placed his bets. Consequently, the odds plummeted from over 100 to just above 30. Nonetheless, even this decline could yield a return of over 10 million, ample to secure necessary supplies. Moreover, there was the potential for further wagers to elevate the odds once more. Sun Yi's first opponent, as depicted in the photograph, was a formidable behemoth standing at 3 meters tall, adorned with bulging muscles and a coat of fur, resembling a creature of the bear species, with an impressive streak of consecutive victories. The consensus among the spectators was that Sun Yi would soon become yet another casualty in his rival's record. As the time for the match approached, some members of the audience displayed sympathetic expressions, yet the overwhelming sentiment was one of bloodthirsty fervor. Sun Yi smiled subtly. They were not virtuous individuals, but that suited him just fine, for it meant he could profit handsomely without the fear of harming the righteous. King Bear, hurry up. Let us see some blood. I've placed a hefty wager on you. Crush that pretty boy like an ant. Eliminate him, and send this unfortunate soul to meet his maker. The fervent shouts from the opposing spectators echoed around him as Sun Yi deftly ascended the stage. Upon his opponent's arrival, he clasped his hands in a traditional salute, signaling the commencement of the match with a beckoning gesture. "Huh, a pretty boy has come to face me. Come, let me paint your face with bruises," laughed King Bear as he charged at Sun Yi. Sun Yi pondered whether he could be considered a pretty boy, for he certainly possessed only an ordinary appearance. Nevertheless, when compared to his opponent, he indeed bore a resemblance. As the battle commenced, Sun Yi chose not to rush into an attack. Instead, he opted to exchange a few moves to gauge the caliber of his adversary. Sun Yi stood with one hand raised before his chest. As he slipped his foot, he evaded the attack, and the Bear King launched a series of relentless assaults. In mere minutes, the Bear King struck a dozen times, all deftly dodged by Sun Yi. "You little brat, come face me instead of running away." The audience erupted in a chorus of boos, various jeers echoing throughout the venue. "Then come at me." Sun Yi waved his hand, and the Bear King immediately charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in over a dozen exchanges. When they finally paused, The scene transformed into a tableau of their feet intertwined, with Sun Ye's hands pressing against his opponent's fists. "Come on, Bear King, can you keep up? Perhaps it's time to change your nickname to Little Bear," exclaimed Sun Yi. "You've got some skill. It seems you've had some training. I wonder how long you can hold out now." After a flurry of cheers, they both stepped back, and the Bear King began to scrutinize Sun Yi earnestly. "It's time for me to get serious," he declared, as Sun Yi resumed his initial stance. The Bear King, relying solely on his physique, had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. His combat prowess was likely above 15 points. Additionally, his thick fur could potentially offer some protection against bullets, making him a formidable opponent. However, he still had yet to match Sun Ye's current fighting capabilities. Suddenly, without warning, the Bear King crouched low, hands and feet on the ground, let out a few low growls, and with a powerful push, he sprang upright, resembling a ravenous brown bear. He struck out towards Sun Yi with a mighty blow, the force of which created a palpable wind that hinted at its tremendous power. At the very moment when his opponent launched a strike, Sun Yi gracefully crouched, his abdomen softening instantaneously like cotton. Simultaneously, his muscles tensed with an electrifying force, becoming as unyielding as steel. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself into the air, swiftly darting behind the Bear King. He executed a whip-like kick that sent his opponent's upper body crashing backward, propelling him 10 meters towards the edge of the ring. In an instant, Sun Yi surged towards the opponent's head, extending his right hand into a sharp blade aimed at the neck, delivering a decisive blow that rendered his adversary unconscious. Ugh! The Bear King's eyes reflected disbelief, yet soon they dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. A faint smile appeared on Sun Ye's face as he signaled the referee to come and inspect. The entire arena fell into a hush, uncertain of what had transpired. Yet, in their eyes, the seemingly invincible Bear King had been rendered unconscious in the blink of an eye. The stark contrast left the audience in a daze, as if they were witnessing the most magnificent miracle in the world. Sun Yi casually stretched and addressed the evidently dazed referee. "I suppose I am the victor now." His tone was remarkably relaxed. The combat prowess of the burly bearman before him paled in comparison to Sun Yi's current abilities, perhaps barely reaching half of his strength. Yet, should an ordinary individual, unacquainted with the sensation of surpassing their physical limits, attempt to confront him, even a dozen or 20 would stand no chance. The advantage of race was unmistakably evident. This demonstrated that Sun Yi had indeed become significantly stronger over the past 5 years of rigorous training. While he may not rank among the top fighters on Earth at present, being within the hundreds or thousands was undoubtedly within reach. His persistent self-encouragement and emotional management, coupled with enduring numerous hardships, proved that his combat capabilities were a testament to his efforts. Perseverance and diligence shall ultimately bear fruit, even if future complacency may arise. However, until negative emotions accumulate beyond the point of being manageable, Sun Yi would continue to strive. "We must witness the fight. This is clearly an underground bout. There is something fishy going on. I demand a refund." A spectator suddenly shouted, inciting a chorus of curses as others echoed the sentiment, declaring the match unworthy and requesting their money back. It was then that the referee realized the gravity of the situation and hurried to assess the Bear King's injuries. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into a cacophony of uproar. What had transpired? "Damn that Bear King, you useless creature, you've caused me a significant loss." Who was that young man capable of defeating the Bear King? Yet, the prevailing sentiments were astonishment and curiosity. Thus, Sun Yi secured his first substantial earnings in the Dragon Ball world, totaling 15 million. Amid the chaotic thoughts of the crowd, he departed from the ring. The ensuing days unfolded effortlessly. Following Sun Yi's victory over the Bear King, his popularity surged. Although his appearance fees rose steadily from their initial low price, he had managed to profit in the earlier matches. Throughout these competitions, Sun Yi had consistently refrained from utilizing more than 50% of his power. However, after a few bouts, regardless of whether his opponents were agile, strength-based, or versatile fighters, none could withstand more than 3 rounds. By the 5th match, Sun Yi unleashed an energy wave that severely damaged the ring, leaving half of it in ruins, much to the astonishment of the audience. Consequently, no one dared to challenge him any longer, and the odds of his bidding stakes plummeted, with no one willing to wager against him. The betting shifted entirely to how many moves his opponents could endure before succumbing, with his earnings now totaling 50 million. Sun Yi was poised to embark on substantial purchases in preparation for his journey across realms. Victory had come too easily. Each match concluded in no more than 3 moves, leaving him both triumphant and somewhat troubled. Gazing at the wealth in his hands, Sun Yi mused that true masters in the Dragon Ball world were indeed rare. It was likely that the martial arts tournaments he recalled from his past life bore striking resemblance to the current underground fighting scene, as those who were genuinely skilled often looked down upon participating in such contests. Individuals with the might of the turtle hermit, for instance, were likely non-existent. However, there exists a considerable number of individuals who transcend the limits of the human body, akin to those like Namu, as well as beings such as bear men, tiger men, and dino men, creatures endowed with formidable physical prowess. Moreover, those possessing such abilities either choose to live in seclusion or find lucrative means to earn a living. The epitome of reclusiveness is embodied by the turtle hermit school, while the representatives of alternative means of earning are exemplified by the crane hermit school. The notorious Tao Bai Bai, known for his lethal skills, certainly garners more wealth than this, yet the majority perceive participation in such competitions as detrimental to their worth. Sun Yi's subsequent plan entailed sourcing channels to procure weapons, various capsules, foodstuffs, pharmaceuticals, essential goods, and even recreational facilities. As for the purchasing avenues, the majority needed to be through legitimate channels. In instances where conventional avenues proved unfruitful, he would resort to seeking out the underground boxing ring connections, much like he had done a few days prior, casually approaching the local ruffians who thrived on chaos. After 3 or 4 encounters, he had successfully located what he needed. Armed with his bank card, he confidently ventured to the most bustling street in the city center to embark on his extravagant shopping spree. "This trench coat suits me splendidly," he mused. "Indeed, I shall take this style in all 5 colors, acquiring 2 of each. Let's package them in the universal capsule and settle the price together," he continued. "These vibrant trousers are delightful. I'll take 5 pairs to stow in the capsule as well, along with a few durable garments. This magnetic levitation sports car is remarkable. I shall procure one in both black and white. This compact jet is enticing, 2 will suffice. And this submarine appears quite promising. Oh, this realistic robot capable of 125 culinary techniques seems precisely what I require. Furthermore, this luxurious residence, sprawling over 500 square meters and replete with opulent amenities, should certainly be stored in the universal capsule. Additionally, I need these food items and beverages in tenfold quantities packed into capsules, should there be a shortfall. I shall purchase more on the spot, and I am willing to pay extra." Sun Yi fervently procured everything he could conceive might be of use during his journey. Now, he possesses no fewer than 100 capsules. Gazing at the several large capsules containing the equivalent of tens of thousands of cubic meters of items, along with a secure box designed to prevent loss, Sun Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "The sensation of extravagance truly is intoxicating." In his previous life, Sun Yi had never experienced anything of this nature. As an ordinary individual, he had never amassed such wealth. Furthermore, he now possessed the means to acquire numerous military-grade supplies that had been deemed contraband in his former existence. Before departing from this bustling metropolis, there remained one final acquisition to be made: weaponry. While the streets boasted commonplace firearms shops, Sun Yi yearned to procure a greater arsenal, seeking out more formidable armaments. Sun Yi deftly organized all his belongings, only to realize he still required some gold, silver, and common goods. In the event that he were to traverse into an underdeveloped world, these would serve as currency. Shortly thereafter, guided by a previously subdued ruffian, he discovered a secluded gun shop, which appeared to be conducting legitimate business. As Sun Yi marveled inwardly, he smiled and followed the young ruffian through the door. "Hello, what can I assist you with today?" "Feel free to browse," said the middle-aged man across from him, who bore the quintessential features of a Western individual, complete with neatly styled brown hair. Upon noticing the entrance of guests, he lifted his gaze. "Big brother, this is Sol. We acquired our previous goods from him," remarked the young ruffian, guiding Sun Yi. "Greetings, Sol. I am Sun Yi. You might not recognize my name, but I trust you are aware of the miracle that has gained fame at the weather bar these past few days," Sun Yi continued, as he compared his physique to that of his recent opponents, all of whom he had bested within 3 moves, earning him the moniker Miracle. Of course, he also had another nickname, Black Fist, for reasons that need not be elaborated upon. "Indeed, I have heard of you, and I believe I have seen you in action. However, as you are a customer here, what would you like to purchase? Given your impressive skills, I can offer you a discount. After all, I have a fondness for martial arts and seldom encounter true practitioners," Sol replied, extending his hand for a handshake. The fact that he recognized the title of a martial artist indicated that he was well-versed in the realm of combat. "I hope so. I dislike being treated as a fool and have no desire to be deceived, Sun Yi remarked, forgoing the weapon's display. Instead, he produced a box of cigars and offered it to Sol. Care for a cigar? Do you have any heavy weaponry? Certainly. My inventory is quite extensive, though it is not located here. Would you dare accompany me to the warehouse? Sol eagerly accepted the cigar, and Sun Yi lit it for him. And soon they were both enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Of course, Sun Yi replied, hopping into the vehicle and gesturing, lead the way. You too. Keep an eye on things. Sol instructed, and as the two enjoyed their cigars, the car drove toward Fifth Avenue, which was nearing the outskirts, leaving the two bewildered ruffians behind. The warehouse was situated on the eastern side of Fifth Avenue, adjacent to a high school. When Sun Yi arrived at this place, his initial impression was of vastness, suggesting that this might be the largest arms dealer in the city, a place that could remain dormant for 3 years, only to flourish in the subsequent 3. Alternatively, the primary market might not be here. This could merely serve as a retirement haven. Having selected all the weapon models, he promptly began to procure them. Given that Sun Yi required a modest quantity and had access to spatial capsules, he was unburdened by concerns of space, making the process exceedingly convenient. Just as he was about to depart, a crucial thought suddenly struck him. Alas, he nearly forgot this significant matter. He ought to acquire some exquisitely packaged gifts, whether to present to someone here or to cultivate relationships with formidable individuals during his travels. Both would prove advantageous. Beverages and assorted sundries should not be neglected simply because he had no use for them. There would always be those who appreciated such items. He made another trip to the commercial street, ensuring everything was in readiness. The moment of crossing into a new realm was imminent, and his fate might very well hinge upon this imminent passage. First, he sought an unoccupied area to activate the world traverser. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the sight of a central white light sphere, which increasingly resembled the fabled realm of the Master God. Despite Sun Yi having never actually witnessed its appearance, greetings, trial seeker. The system has detected that you meet the formal contract requirements. Do you wish to bind to this system? This time, the white light sphere not only manifested but also spoke directly. Shouldn't there be a formal introduction before binding? Sun Yi smiled. Very well, trial seeker. This system is the inaugural world traverser crafted in imitation of the Master God space, led by the transcendent Chengpan of the progressive civilization. Its functions encompass the analysis of world origins, laws, and providing assistance in world traversal to facilitate your growth. This system is equipped with a learning module to aid your development, and the points accrued within this system can be exchanged for all materials produced by a controllable atomic production line. However, special materials require the trial seeker to upload unique knowledge absent from the information repository in order to redeem them. Currently available functions include basic features like positioning and traversal, with the potential for evolution of the initial model. Thus, once the trial seeker binds to the system, targeted functional adjustments and energy absorption for evolution can be tailored according to the seeker's cultivation direction and acquired knowledge. That concludes the introduction. The light sphere exhibited no discernible expression, its voice devoid of any modulation. Very well, what is the purpose of your search for trial seekers? Sun Yi inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. The ultimate objective of this system is to seek out pioneers, to assist in their advancement, accelerate their journey, and ultimately integrate the trial seeker into the progressive civilization, moving forward together. Upon the trial seeker ceasing to progress, the system will disengage and seek new pioneers. How does one proceed with the binding? Sun Yi questioned, uncertain of the veracity of this response. Yet, having been an ordinary person before his traversal, he had little to gain. Even if he were deceived, the experience of such a tumultuous life would still be a worthy endeavor. Please place your hand upon the control panel to initiate binding. As he spoke, a small platform, approximately 20 centimeters in both width and length, rose beneath the luminous sphere, its surface shimmering with light reminiscent of the glow emitted by an ATM dispensing receipts. Sun Yi immediately extended his hand. Please focus. Beep. Fingerprint binding commenced. Genetic binding successful. Energy fluctuation binding successful. Mental essence fluctuation binding successful. Binding complete. The host may now operate independently. Should you require assistance, feel free to summon me. Xiao AI. Understood. Xiao AI. Let us begin. Have we now discovered a world capable of traversing? Is the portal to travel reusable? Sun Yi smiled again, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. Regardless of the system's responses, the veracity remained uncertain. At least, no losses would be incurred from future developments. If he could attain great heights, as long as life was not forfeit, it mattered little if the system had ulterior motives. It could simply be viewed as an early loan to be repaid later. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Having explored the surrounding realms within a 1,000-dimensional radius, 3 clusters of worlds were discovered, 2 of low energy concentration and 1 of medium energy concentration. The distances were 102 dimensions and 153 dimensions for the low energy clusters, with an estimated overall consumption of 2 units of energy for round trips. The medium energy concentration cluster was located 215 dimensions away, requiring an estimated 4 units of energy for round trips. To stabilize the dimensional passage, 10 times the energy would be necessary, while traversing through the non-fixed passage would cost 1/10 of the energy consumed during the initial opening each time. What is the energy concentration of the Dragon Ball world? And what is the dimensional distance? The energy concentration of the Dragon Ball realm is classified as super high. However, it is a void universe type, where energy is dispersed and local concentrations are not significant, making the energy nature difficult to perceive. Although it aligns with the strength level supported by ordinary super high energy concentration worlds on Earth, the majority of humanity's combat prowess is comparable to that of low energy concentration realms. The dimensional distance serves as the unit of measurement within dimensions, representing the theoretical shortest distance between 2 worlds. Shao AI, can I take others along for the traversal? What is the nature of the traversal mode? The host may carry other sentient beings during the traversal. However, each individual will incur an additional energy cost of 1/10 for personal protection when using the non-fixed passage. The traversal mode constitutes a spatial channel with a stability period of 10 seconds. In the absence of energy protection, the beings carried will experience a depletion of intelligence based on distance and probability, potentially leading to the destruction of their souls. Very well, Shao AI. For the inaugural journey, let us select a nearby destination, specifically the low energy concentration cluster. Please schedule the opening of the portal for 1 hour from now. Sun Yi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within, yet he maintained a facade of calm, suppressing the urge to leap into the unknown. What was required now was composure. He had prepared a palm-sized chick, a palm-sized duckling, along with a 3-meter-long nylon rope. These were the essentials he gathered within the span of an hour, having already ventured beyond the city limits. He found himself amidst a plethora of wild animals. Securing these items was not a formidable task. After capturing a few varieties, he ultimately decided to keep only the chick and the duckling. With his preparations complete, he grasped the poultry once more and promptly retraced his steps. The chick and duckling represented life. If they could thrive in the new realm, it would signify that there was no imminent danger, and thus, there was no reason for him not to cross over and survive. Should this device prove operational, Sun Yi could easily become a purveyor of sorts, transporting supplies at will. Surviving would not be a challenge, and it was through survival that he could seek avenues for advancement. As Sun Yi pondered, a sense of elation washed over him. Before his eyes lay the shuttle, a harbinger of his promising future. Soon, the door was operational, and adjacent to the entrance through which Sun Yi had entered, a new portal of light emerged. He secured the prepared chickens and ducks with a camera, binding their feet with nylon cord, and with a forceful heave, he hurled them through the gateway. With a flash of azure light, the poultry effortlessly traversed the portal, arriving in the low magic realm on the other side, all under Sun Yi's watchful gaze. It worked, he exclaimed, bursting with joy as he clapped his hands. The absence of a drop in the rope indicated that the environment on the opposite side was not one of great altitude. Next came the challenge of retrieval. Moments later, Sun Yi grasped the rope firmly and tugged with all his might. The bound chickens and ducks struggled vigorously, yet they were ultimately dragged back through the portal. One little chick, with a worm still clutched in its beak, hastily swallowed it down. Quack, 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 protested the little duck, flapping its wings vigorously in response to the forceful pull. Sun Yi carefully cradled the chickens and ducks, meticulously inspecting them. He discovered that they had not undergone any changes. They appeared exactly as they did upon departure. He then picked up his camera to review the captured images, revealing a scene reminiscent of a primeval forest, devoid of any signs of human development. After waiting for an additional hour and observing that the chickens and ducks remained unaffected, he concluded that the survival conditions in that realm were sound and free from toxins. Excellent, truly splendid. With the chickens and ducks having paved the way, Sun Yi could now ascertain the viability of the transdimensional portal, and the next step was to embark on the official traversal. However, he remained unhurried. As the saying goes, Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Before stepping through, he intended to ensure he was not empty-handed. He began to calculate which items held little value here but would be precious there, and conversely, what might be deemed valuable in this realm, yet insignificant in the other. By leveraging the transdimensional portal to exchange these items, he envisioned the prospect of substantial profit. Sun Yu took out a notebook, scribbling down what he believed would be profitable if brought into the past. He tucked away a few items on his person to avoid the trouble of rummaging through capsules or even opening them later, which could attract unwanted attention. Although he could defend himself if needed, it would certainly be bothersome. Soon, Sun Yi reopened the portal, if there were no significant changes. Utilizing merely 1/10 of the energy would suffice. As the portal opened, he stepped inside, carrying the few items he had retrieved. Host has completed the traversal. Please note, according to this system's detection, the energy in this world is predominantly material in nature. Direct manipulation of energy through mental force will experience a degree of attenuation, and abilities related to non-physical integration are somewhat restricted. As the host is an outsider, there are limitations on energy absorption in this world. Exceeding these limits will result in the system compensating by returning the excess energy. It is estimated that after a century of cultivation, the host will expend 1 degree of energy upon departure. Please be advised. During perilous moments, the system will not provide assistance unless the host actively engages. Please be aware. The system further revealed that it had identified the advantages of human bodies in this world and reached an agreement with the world's consciousness. In exchange for 1 degree of energy, the world S will construct a miniature energy-guiding self-circulating system and enhance the meridians and acupoints within the host body. The host is asked for confirmation of acceptance. Upon entering this low magic world, a flurry of prompts flooded his mind, instantly bestowing energy upon his body. Agree. Within the protective barrier of the system, Sun Yi gazed at the thick, swirling clouds in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. After some contemplation, he decided to acquiesce. After all, without concentrating on the strengths of various worlds, he would undoubtedly lag behind the rapid growth of Sun Wukong's combat prowess. Observing the grand manner in which the world S will made its presence known was quite impressive. However, aside from a momentary surprise upon arrival, Sun Yi felt no other sensations within the energy barrier. It felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm, which struck him as somewhat absurd. It resembled an exceptionally realistic film, evoking a sense of unreality, and a hint of helplessness flickered across his face. Indeed, this was a world of low energy concentration. The will of this world was remarkably feeble. Alternatively, the system itself was quite formidable, a testament to the prowess of the advanced civilization led by Chengpan, which had replicated the domain of the supreme deity. As he pondered, Sun Yi completely suppressed his aura and stepped out of the energy barrier to undergo the transformation by the world-S will. During the transformation, he remained acutely aware, as the world-S consciousness augmented his meridians and acupoints. A total of 365 acupoints were identified, in addition to the host himself, making for a grand total of 366. Only after his aura had been fully restrained did the thunder in the sky finally subside, seemingly restoring tranquility. Yet, the chaos outside the dissipated energy barrier bore testament to the authenticity of these events. Sun Yi stood still for a moment, contemplating the several messages provided by the system. The manifestation of energy indicated a substantial nature, while the interference of mental power with reality appeared diminished. Coupled with the low concentration of energy, it could be inferred with a fair degree of certainty that he had entered a world akin to martial arts, and not one of high martial prowess. In such a foundational martial arts realm, even without the ability to emit energy waves, one's combat capability would still be more than sufficient. Furthermore, within the martial arts world, the highest levels of meridians and acupoints shaped by the will of the world would undoubtedly rely on the harmonious integration of essence, energy, and spirit. Given Sun Yi's current perspective and combat strength, rapid cultivation should not pose a significant challenge. It would indeed be peculiar if his combat prowess did not escalate swiftly. Raising his head, Sun Yi noticed that there was no clear path ahead. Thus, he chose a direction and ventured into the forest. After a short while, he spotted 2 figures in the distance, and the surroundings began to open up. A gentle stream flowed nearby, and a soft breeze caressed his face, while the silvery moonlight bathed the scene. The figures he had seen earlier were now at the stream's edge, drinking water. Before Sun Yi could approach, the 2 began conversing. And at this distance, he could discern most of their dialogue. "Junior Sister Go, we have escaped the peril, "You must be weary from our journey. Let us rest a while before continuing," said the man, to which the woman responded with a soft acknowledgement. The sounds of the stream mingled with their voices, suggesting they had settled down. The woman then asked, "Do you truly believe that the Shinnon gang will not send anyone to guard this place?" Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her fear. The man reassured her, "Do not worry. This mountain path is exceedingly secluded. Very few disciples from our eastern sect have traversed it, and the Shinnon gang will undoubtedly remain oblivious." The woman inquired, "How do you know about this little path?" The man replied, "My master brings the disciples here every 5 days to study the mysteries inscribed on the infinite jade wall." At this revelation, Sun Ye's heart stirred. It became clear that he had indeed entered the realm of Tianlong Babu. Sun Yi stood quietly alone in the forest, contemplating deeply what resources the world required to propel his advancement. The two figures he observed seemed reminiscent of Yu Guanghao, a disciple from the Wuliang Sword sect and demigods and semi-devils, indicating that this location was indeed Dali. Suddenly, a distant voice of Yu Guanghao rang out. "Who goes there?" Following this, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a figure dashed away. A woman, wielding a long sword, rushed down the hillside, evidently intent on obstructing his path. The man, undeterred, pressed on, but soon his breath became labored. Yu Guanghao's voice called out, "Gashimi, block the mountain pass." Yet, the man continued unabated, hastily veering into the dense thicket of trees, heading further away from Sun Yi. After a period of contemplation, Sun Yi observed that the figures had distanced themselves, prompting him to set off in pursuit. The man in question was none other than Duan Yu. After running for a while, Duan Yu found himself weary, his legs trembling and breath heavy just as Sun Yi was about to catch up. Upon Sun Ye's arrival, Duan Yu chuckled, "I seek my life. That is why I flee." However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stepped into thin air, losing his footing and plummeting from the precipice with a terrified scream. He had already fallen several dozen feet from the edge of the cliff. From a distance, Sun Yi observed the scene without revealing himself, discerning that the individual before him was indeed Duan Yu. He chose to remain hidden until Guanghao and Gu Guangpei had moved far enough away before emerging to gaze at the precipice. This must be the spot, he thought. As he regarded the place where Duan Yu had fallen, Sun Yi quietly approached and assessed the height. Not too daunting, merely 300 to 400 meters. Without the aid of any tools, he found a foothold a few meters away and began to descend, using both hands and feet. The earth of the cliff was no challenge for him. A mere exertion allowed his limbs to grip securely, posing no real danger. Before long, Sun Yi found himself halfway down, his clothes enveloped in dust, presenting quite a disheveled appearance. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention, and he noticed Duan Yu nearby, slowly inching closer to the cliff face, murmuring to an ancient pine. Upon closer inspection, he observed a significant fissure in the cliff, wide enough for Duan Yu to precariously navigate down, especially considering that in the original tale, he had emerged unscathed. Thus, Sun Yi paid him no mind and continued his descent. However, Duan Yu, startled, exclaimed nonsensically, "I've already fallen, and you are still pursuing me." Sun Yi remained silent, feeling a mixture of nervousness as it was his first time climbing a cliff without any tools. He did not hear a word from Duan Yu, who continued to descend cautiously. At that moment, Duan Yu also realized that the pursuers from the Wuliang Sword sect were not behind him, and there were no more cries for help. He gradually calmed himself and began to navigate down the crevice of the cliff. Meanwhile, Sun Yi continued his descent, but the booming sound in his ears grew louder, and he felt droplets of water splashing onto his face like torrential rain. Fortunately, his vitality sustained him, mitigating the impact. However, he remained cautious while gripping the earth, mindful of his angle to prevent slipping and losing his hold. At this point, Sun Yi could not afford to ponder further. Once the slope became less steep, he stood upright and ran straight down, reaching the valley floor in no time. Standing tall, he could not help but exclaim in awe as he beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading from the rocky cliff to his left, resembling a jade dragon in freefall, pouring into an exceptionally clear lake below. The water churned at the point of the waterfall's descent, and just 10 or so feet away, the lake's surface lay as smooth as a mirror. The moonlight illuminated the lake, casting a brilliant circular reflection at its center. Faced with such a breathtaking spectacle, Sun Yi was left utterly astonished. At that moment, Duan Yu tumbled down as well, oblivious to the precariousness of their situation or the presence of an unfamiliar individual. He was drawn to the beauty of the surroundings and the camellias blooming by the lakeside, and he wandered over to admire them closely. After a while of enjoying the camellias, Duan Yu noticed Sun Yi heading straight to the lake's edge. Sun Yi scooped up a handful of water and drank deeply, finding it refreshingly pure and exceptionally sweet, a cool stream flowing straight into his belly. "Kind sir, may I inquire your esteemed name? What place is this?" After quenching his thirst, Sun Yi, adhering to the ancient customs, clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture and spoke. "Greetings to you," Duan Yu replied promptly, returning the salute while observing Sun Ye's peculiar attire with a hint of surprise, though he refrained from asking further questions. "I am Duan Yu, and we are currently within the boundaries of Wuliang Mountain." "Wuliang Mountain, Duan Yu?" Even with prior mental preparation, Sun Yi could hardly contain his excitement. He was indeed in the world of Tianlong Babu. Reflexively, he exclaimed, "You are the son of the king of Dali, Duan Yu? This is Wuliang Mountain? Eh? How do you know me?" Duan Yu looked at Sun Yi in astonishment. He had discreetly left Dali, and no one was supposed to know his identity. To encounter a young man in this remote mountain who could articulate his identity so readily was perplexing. "Kind sir, what troubles you?" Noticing Sun Ye's prolonged silence, Duan Yu inquired curiously. "Oh, my name is Sun Yi. As for how I know your identity, I have been traveling and previously heard in Dali that the son of Dali is named Duan Yu. A person of your remarkable demeanor must surely come from an extraordinary background, so I took a guess." Coming to his senses, Sun Yi fabricated his response, observing Duan Yu's thoughts written plainly on his face. Although the explanation seemed somewhat reasonable, Duan Yu remained largely unconvinced. However, the immediate priority was not to question one's identity, but rather to hasten outside and respectfully salute Sun Yi with a fist clasp. Duan Yu had pressing matters to attend to and implored, "Esteemed brother, your martial prowess is remarkable. Could you assist me in exiting? I assure you that I shall repay this favor in the future. Are you not concerned that the 2 disciples from the Wuliang sword sect are still above?" Came the reply. "Furthermore, I have just descended and am not inclined to ascend at this moment. It is likely that there are routes available below. You may wish to explore. Should you find none, I shall escort you up when I venture out tonight. For now, let us relish the splendid scenery." Unraveling the secrets of the Wuliang Jade by is of utmost importance. Sun Yi approached the lakeside, prepared his tools, and began fishing. Duan Yu steadied his mind. Yet he did not immediately surrender. Instead, he meandered along the shore, searching for a pathway out of the valley. Duan Yu traversed the cliff base from west to east, then from east to west, circling around. All around him were sheer cliffs, devoid of any escape. The only descent he had taken was from the least steep slope. However, without exceptional martial prowess, ascending was out of the question, and the other faces of the cliff were nearly vertical. Gazing up at the towering cliff, he pondered the arduous descent he had just made. The prospect of climbing back up seemed utterly beyond his capabilities. He mused that in the past, he believed such dire predicaments could thwart even the most skilled martial artists, indicating that the presence or absence of martial skills bore little distinction. Yet today, he witnessed a master who moved with grace. Fortunately, the individual was benevolent and had promised to assist him in leaving. As dawn approached, the valley lay in profound silence. Not a trace of humanity was present, nor even the faintest sound of wild beasts, save for the distant calls of birds and the chirping of insects. Sitting by the lakeside, Duan Yu felt a deep sense of disappointment, his spirits so low that he lacked the will to move. Suddenly, Sun Yi approached him and remarked, "This is what the Wuliang sword sect refers to as the Wuliang Jade Wall. They say that in the past, the leaders of the eastern and western sects would often see the shadows of celestial beings dancing with swords upon the Jade Wall during moonlit nights. Convinced that these were divine entities wielding swords, yet unable to comprehend the truth, they became obsessed, which ultimately led to the conflict between the 2 sections." As he spoke, Sun Yi set up a barbecue grill near Duan Yu, gathering some firewood. With a wave of energy in his hand, he ignited the wood, marking a tentative exploration of the capabilities of his energy waves. To his surprise, he felt no diminishment in the immediate vicinity, indicating that further tests at a distance were warranted. Duan Yu, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle softly. Turning to observe the energy wave in Sun Yi's hand, he mistook it for a unique martial skill akin to the one-yang finger and paid it little mind. As he watched Sun Yi begin to grill fish, his own stomach grumbled with hunger, having gone without food or water for 7 or 8 hours since leaving Sword Lake Palace. Unable to wait for the fish to finish cooking, he spotted a cluster of small trees at the cliff's edge bearing bright red and green wild fruits. He approached, intending to gather some and enjoy them alongside the grilled fish. However, the fruit proved to be quite sour, but in his state of hunger, he paid little heed and consumed several, only to find his appetite growing more insatiable. After devouring about 10, he reclined on the grassy ground and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Sun Yi could not help but smile at the sight. He had grilled over a dozen fish, each weighing 5 or 6 pounds, planning to share one with Duan Yu, only to discover that his companion had fallen asleep instead. Perhaps unaccustomed to such exertion, Duan Yu slept soundly, and by the time he awoke, the sun had begun its descent, casting a magnificent rainbow across the lake. A breathtaking spectacle that Sun Yi was admiring. At the waterfall, the mist refracted the sunlight, often creating rainbows, a naturally beautiful sight. After this restful slumber, Duan Yu felt rejuvenated. With the day waning and evening approaching, he recalled the assurance from the skilled individual across the way who had mentioned a possible escape route. And he remembered Sun Ye's words about a potential exit from the valley. After another fruitless search, he reached into his chest pocket and produced a pair of floral shoes, absent-mindedly caressing them before kissing them lightly and placing them back. "You are quite the sentimental one," he mused. "Come, after a day of slumber. I imagine you must be hungry. Here, try some of my grilled fish and see how my culinary skills fare." With a teasing tone, Sun Yi passed over a roasted fish and suddenly shifted the subject, saying, "Allow me to extend my blessings to you and the maiden Zhong you often dream of." "I must thank you for that, my friend," Duan Yu replied, savoring the fish with great delight. "May your romantic endeavors culminate in a sibling bond." Sun Yi chuckled at his own jest. "What do you mean by that?" Duan Yu inquired, maintaining his good-natured demeanor and showing no signs of anger, instead pressing for clarification. Sun Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. It was rather awkward when one's jest fell flat. In his boredom, Duan Yu turned to gather sour fruits, relishing the unique flavor that accompanied the greasy roasted fish. Suddenly, as he parted the thickets of sour fruit trees, he shook his head in dismay. Behind the bushes lay a barren expanse of stone wall, entwined with vines, offering no apparent escape. "You have indeed stumbled upon a lead. Once the moon rises, we shall enjoy the view. The timing will be just right for me to guide you out. Should you wish, you may seek out clues in advance to see if anything can be uncovered." With that, Sun Yi took out a cushion and laid it by the lakeside, reclining quietly. Duan Yu, however, grew increasingly exhilarated and remarked, "Today's myriad adventures have unexpectedly led me to this place." He set to work, tearing the vines from the stone wall, shedding his long robe to wet it in the lake, wringing the water onto the wall, and plucking some grass to scrub the stone, which soon gleamed like jade. He also searched for hidden mechanisms, but after a considerable time, found nothing. Before long, he returned to the lakeside, looking rather disheveled, washed himself, and laid down on the other cushion that Sun Yi had set down, soon snoring softly as he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Sun Yi had taken the opportunity to rest for a day, and now felt it was the perfect time to search for the mechanism. Noting that there were not many peculiar places in the valley, with only 2 spots suitable for such devices, Sun Yi, with a simple attempt, quickly located the entrance. With one hand, he pushed against the rock on the right side, causing it to shift slightly, while the base emitted a sound reminiscent of broken vines. Leaning down, he meticulously removed all the creeping vines and tendrils nestled between the larger stones. He then reached out once more to push, and the rock began to turn slowly, resembling a grand door. Soon, a cave, approximately 3 feet high, was revealed behind the stone. As Sun Yi stepped inside, he first tested the sufficiency of the oxygen with a burning log. Finding no issues, he bent down and ventured into the cave. After walking a dozen steps, he found himself enveloped in darkness, prompting him to don a headlamp to illuminate his path. The ground beneath him was level, revealing a stone path meticulously crafted by human hands, which steadily descended deeper into the earth. A large door loomed ahead, and he hastened to it. The latch was unfastened, and with a firm push, the door opened slowly. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with a musty odor, a scent one would expect in a long-abandoned cavern. Continuing forward, he encountered another door, which he cautiously opened, revealing a sudden burst of light. Inside a circular stone chamber, illumination streamed from the left, leading him toward the source where he glimpsed a large shrimp swimming outside the window. It turned out that a substantial crystal embedded in the stone wall allowed the light to filter through from the lakebed beyond. Such remarkable engineering, akin to the lost arts of antiquity, could only be attributed to the adept craftsmanship of the Xiaoyao sect, underscoring the numerous ancient techniques that have faded into obscurity. Turning around, he noticed a stone table within the chamber, accompanied by a stool. Atop the table lay a bronze mirror. He then wandered to search for the jade statue carved by Wu Yizi. As he moved about the room, he discovered that the mirror reflected light directed towards the southwest. Quickening his pace, he noticed a crack in the wall. With a forceful push, he revealed yet another entrance. Peering into the cave, he discerned a staircase leading downward. Following the steps and pushing open another door, he was met with a dazzling sight. Even with prior knowledge of what lay within, he was taken aback by the lifelike jade statue of a palace-dressed beauty. Brandishing a long sword with its tip aimed directly at his chest, the statue stood approximately 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall. Such a large piece of jade was exceedingly rare, especially one so closely resembling human skin. In contemporary times, it would likely be mistaken for silicone. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with every detail rendered to perfection, a testament to the mastery of the earliest domestic culture, captivating enthusiasts to the point of forsaking their real-life partners. The figure was adorned in a light yellow silk garment that fluttered slightly. Her eyes sparkled with vitality and spirit. The walls of the cave were encrusted with pearls and diamonds, their brilliance illuminating the chamber, while 6 large crystals on the western wall cast a radiant glow throughout the stone room, making every corner distinctly visible. Sun Yi directly extinguished the searchlight, and as he faced the brilliance, one could not help but exclaim how meeting in person surpasses mere hearsay. To realize such a scene in modern times can only be described as a marvel of craftsmanship, let alone in ancient times. He bent down, where 2 mats lay before the jade statue. Sun Yi reached out to lift one, and beneath the small mat, he tore open a silk pouch. Upon retrieving the pouch for inspection, he found it to be about a foot long, adorned with several lines of fine script on white silk, which he hastily overlooked before directly opening the secret manual. As he unfurled it, he discovered the manual for the Northern Mysterious Divine Art. The first line boldly proclaimed Northern Mysterious Divine Art, followed by a quote from Zhuangzi's Carefree Wandering. One can only see. Suddenly, a striking image of Li Qiushui reclining appeared on the silk scroll. It was quite pleasant, reminiscent of numerous similar images from his past life. Yet this one was of commendable quality, worthy of being cherished as a collectible. Turning to retrieve the device he had brought from the Dragon Ball world, he adorned the character in the image with clothing and made a copy, for such things are best kept private. Although he had found the martial arts he sought, the time for practice had not yet arrived. His meridian system had just been molded to the highest level, akin to the legendary innate Tao body of his previous life. Coupled with the cultivation methods from the Dragon Ball world, he faced no issue in sensing and drawing in spiritual energy. However, his understanding of acupoints was still rudimentary, and his knowledge of internal energy and martial arts was virtually non-existent. The next step required broadening his horizons and enriching his foundational knowledge of martial arts before commencing the practice of the Northern Mysterious Divine Art or other techniques. Only then could he begin to distill experiences and create martial arts unique to himself. Presently, he unfurled the silk scroll further, revealing detailed instructions for the Northern Mysterious Divine Art beneath the initial lines. The scroll concluded with the statement that practitioners of martial arts all begin at the Cloud Gate. At least historically speaking. Sun Yi let out a long sigh, feeling a subtle awareness of the most advanced practice of this martial art from the perspective of past lives. If one were to absorb the energy of heaven and earth in a high-energy concentration realm through the profound essence of the North Sea, accumulating energy within one's body akin to the North Sea, and simulating the mythical Kuimping through the meridians to attain divine powers, that would indeed be the pinnacle of cultivation. However, whether this can be realized remains to be seen, not to mention the necessity of practicing the North Sea technique itself must also be considered. Given the complexities surrounding the North Sea divine skill, one wonders what the legendary triune eternal life technique truly entails. Of course, these contemplations would only manifest upon returning to the Dragon Ball world. As he unrolled the scroll, it revealed numerous portraits of Li Qiushui, with the inscription Lingbo Weibu at the end of the scroll, depicting many footprints. Finally, a line was written stating, when unexpectedly confronted by formidable foes, use this to preserve your life, accumulate internal strength, and then take the enemy's life. Just then, Duan Yu had fallen asleep. So Sun Yi restored the futon to its original state, took a photograph of the exquisite chessboard within the chamber for remembrance, and returned the amended manual to its place. He then settled onto a sofa in the stone chamber to peruse the original manual. After a while, Sun Yi was suddenly alerted by Duan Yu's voice calling from outside and stepped out. Meanwhile, Duan Yu awoke from a deep slumber as night fell. Suddenly shouting in his dream, startled awake. Turning to look for Sun Yi, he found no trace of him. Rising to his feet, he gazed upward to see the moon in its full glory, casting its light across the lake. Yet Sun Yi remained elusive. This startling realization was indeed grave, and a wave of fear surged within him as he cried out, "Master, save me! Great Master, save me!" Awake? Just as Duan Yu was engulfed in fear, he spotted Sun Yi emerging from an unknown direction, arriving just in time to say, "Come with me." Turning around, Duan Yu followed. Noticing a shadow on the rock wall they had brushed against during the day, the figure was diminutive, yet its shadow was much more pronounced, leading to a moment of clarity. With a slight contemplation, he understood the enigma that had perplexed the Wuliang sword sect for decades. Sun Yi came forth to elucidate. Indeed, someone had stood here wielding a sword, creating the wondrous spectacle of celestial beings dancing with swords at the Wuliang sword sect. All right, the exit is just ahead. Follow me. Recalling that the exit was near, Duan Yu was filled with excitement, dancing and kicking in joy. However, Sun Yi cautioned him. Your wild gestures may attract the attention of Zhuazimu and Xian Xuanqing atop the cliff, who might study this martial art with great diligence and pass it down to future generations. Aha! Hearing this, Duan Yu found it increasingly amusing, disregarding Sun Ye's presence, and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. After his laughter subsided, he followed Sun Yi into the stone chamber, approaching closely to discover a cave about 3 feet high revealed behind the rocks. Without a second thought about potential dangers within, he bent down and entered the cave. After taking a dozen steps, darkness enveloped him entirely. Just then, Sun Yi entered behind him, his head illuminated by a flashlight. What is this? Duan Yu extended his hands, eager to feel the exquisite object. All right, let us examine it further once we are inside. Sun Yi raised a hand to halt for a moment, then turned and entered the room. Inside, the lamps that had been placed there before nightfall illuminated the space, dazzling Duan Yu with their brilliance, leaving him entranced as if he were gazing upon a jade statue. As he surveyed the room, his eyes lingered on the jade figure for quite some time before he turned to notice the east wall, which was meticulously polished and inscribed with dozens of lines of text. Captivated by the inscriptions, he stood in a daze for a while, then approached the jade statue, staring at it with a rapt expression. Suddenly, he knelt down and bowed deeply. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the interior of the shoes on the jade statue's feet bore inscriptions. On the right shoe, it read, "Bow 1,000 times. Grant me the power of the 8 characters," while the left shoe bore the words, "Follow my command, 100 deaths without regret." Overwhelmed by a sense of reverence, Duan Yu began to count 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, as he respectfully bowed his head to the statue. He continued until his back ached and his neck grew stiff, ignoring the breaking of the straw mat beneath him, and resolutely offered 1,000 bows before lying down to rest for a moment. After all, Sun Yi did not intervene. This was Duan Yu's own destiny, and it was clear that any attempt to stop him would be futile. After a considerable time, Duan Yu slowly rose, reaching into the torn mat to retrieve a silk pouch, which he examined thoughtfully for some time. He hesitated, contemplating whether to show it to Sun Yi. After all, Sun Yi had saved his life, and it was he who had led Duan Yu into this stone chamber. Yet, the words inscribed on the secret manual made him reluctant. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Yu ultimately resolved not to reveal it to Sun Yi, as he was uncertain whether the other would resort to violence or absorb his inner energy, which could potentially incite chaos in the martial world. Just as Duan Yu was about to speak, Sun Yi interrupted him. "Keep it for yourself. There is no need to show it to me. It is of no use to me. If you truly wish, once you have mastered it, we can engage in some sparring. I have ventured out to explore the martial arts of the world." Duan Yu's expression softened immediately, yet a pang of guilt welled up within him. He readily agreed to Sun Ye's words while resolving in his heart that even if he could not master the martial arts himself, he could still have his father and uncle spar with him. Continuing into the room, Duan Yu paused again at the exquisite chessboard. The complexity of the game left him dizzy and vexed after only a short while. Standing up, he stretched and turned to exit the room, only to discover Sun Yi gradually moving away on a staircase. He hurried to catch up. When Duan Yu had entered, his attention had been entirely on the jade statue, and he had overlooked the staircase. Now, following Sun Yi, he quickly ascended the steps with the aid of the spotlight. Before long, the sound of rushing water filled the air and light streamed in. Sun Yi quickened his pace, and Duan Yu followed closely behind until they reached the top of the stairs. Peering outside, Duan Yu beheld tumultuous waves and a swift current as they emerged from the cave. Sun Yi grasped Duan Yu's hand, leading him swiftly onward until they reached the Shuren crossing. "May you achieve success in your endeavors, Brother Duan, and reach your goals smoothly. We shall part ways here." Sun Yi saluted Duan Yu with a respectful gesture, inquiring about the directions to the nearby cities and the Sword Lake Palace. After exchanging farewells, the two parted ways. With Duan Yu embarking on his quest to rescue Zhongling, Sun Ye's plan was to first seek out a small town to acquire knowledge of acupuncture. Following that, he intended to visit the Wuliang Sword Sect's Sword Lake Palace to gain a preliminary understanding of the application of internal energy, and subsequently meet with Duan Yu to observe the martial arts of the four great evildoers. However, he refrained from practicing internal skills for the time being, intending to wait until he had sufficient knowledge before formally beginning his training after joining the Xiaoao sect. After Duan Yu had walked away, Sun Yi turned back toward the cave entrance to retrieve the statue and gradually departed. He spent several days in the city learning from a local traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. To his dismay, the practitioner had only a superficial understanding of acupuncture points, offering explanations that were vague and unclear. It was uncertain whether the practitioner lacked knowledge or simply was unwilling to teach. In the end, Sun Yi could only recall some positional information, while the specific functions of each acupuncture point eluded him. This doctor, being from a small town, had reportedly learned medicine elsewhere before opening a clinic here, indicating that he would need to seek out the Xiaoyao sect to acquire more profound and comprehensive knowledge. Thus, Sun Yi resolved to first explore the martial arts sect. A few days later, standing at the foot of Wuliang Mountain, Sun Ye's heart was filled with uncertainty. The Sword Lake Palace was indeed difficult to locate. The unfamiliarity with the area made it quite troublesome, and he had to ask for directions several times before finding it. With a stroke of luck and a loud voice, he called out, "Sun Yi of the Turtle Sage School has just emerged into the martial world, having heard of the illustrious Wuliang Sword Sect, and has come to pay his respects." His clear voice echoed far and wide, resonating throughout the mountain. However, it seemed to fade into the distance, making it hard for others to hear clearly, with only the phrase "pay respects" being discernible. A renowned figure had arrived at the Wuliang Sword Sect, and Zhuozimo, realizing the gravity of the moment, called out from the Sword Lake Palace, "I have failed to welcome you properly. Please reveal yourself." Despite the enhancement of his internal energy, Zhuozimo's voice still did not reach Sun Ye's ears. After Sun Yi finished his call, he began to gather his energy and sprinted toward the Sword Lake Palace. With all his might, he moved swiftly, and within 3 minutes, the people at the Sword Lake Palace could see a cloud of dust rapidly approaching from the distance. And soon, he arrived at the scene. Sun Ye's actions served as a formidable warning to the people of Jinhu Palace. Although there was some surprise among them regarding Sun Ye's lack of lightness in his movements, the prior transmission from several miles away, coupled with his swift approach and the trail of dust he left in his wake, unmistakably indicated that he was a master of external martial arts, whose prowess should not be underestimated. "You must be the left leader, I presume. I am Sun Yi of the Turtle Immortal School, newly emerged from my travels in the Jianghu. Having passed through your esteemed territory and heard of the illustrious reputation of the Wuliang Sword Sect, I have come to pay my respects. I humbly request your guidance." Sun Yi clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, delivering a rather ambiguous discourse that rendered Zhuozimo's expression rigid. To accuse the other of rudeness would be futile, for they claimed to be but a novice, arriving with a reputation that preceded them. If a lesson were to be imparted, given the prior display of prowess, it was evident that a confrontation would likely end in defeat. Regardless of the rhetoric employed, the undeniable truth was that victory was unlikely. Before Zhuozimo could utter a word, one of his disciples eagerly interjected, "Who are you to seek counsel from my master?" "I am Gong Guangjie of the Wuliang Sword Sect, here to engage you." As he spoke, Gong Guangjie drew his sword, intent on confronting Sun Yi, but was promptly halted by Zhuozimo. It was clear that Zhuozimo understood the gravity of the situation, judging by the opponent's earlier display. Gong Guangjie would likely falter within 3 moves, and he did not wish to undermine his disciple's confidence. "Gongjie, stand down. You are not a match for young Master Sun," Zhuozimo commanded, stepping forward with his sword in hand, bowing respectfully to Sun Yi. "I am aware of my limitations against young Master Sun. Yet since you have come to challenge, I cannot refrain from seeking your guidance." With that, he extended his hand, drawing his sword and assuming a stance. "Please, Master Zhua." Sun Yi assumed the initial posture of the Turtle Immortal style, resolutely deciding not to make the first move, for he had come to witness the intricacies of inner strength and martial prowess. His energy surged throughout his body, a preparation inherent to the cultivation of qi. Prior to harnessing this energy, any unforeseen circumstance could only be met with rudimentary reflexes for passive defense. However, Once the qi was activated, until his strength was depleted, he would remain impervious to assaults of equal force, rendering him invulnerable to blades and spears alike. Haha, since young Master Sun is reluctant to strike first, I shall not hold back. With a hearty laugh, Zwazima brandished his longsword, launching an attack with all his inner strength. The dense radiance of his sword transformed into a verdant haze, akin to a drifting cloud, devoid of overt malice. Instead, it exuded an ethereal and graceful aura, leaving onlookers enveloped in a misty green light, as if suspended in the heavens. This technique was the signature move of the Wuliang sword sect, known as the Wuliang sword formula, executed with intention and yet seemingly without intent, resembling the elusive clouds on the horizon, indistinct and unpredictable. Beneath the veil of the sword's light, one's mind could become entranced and, before realizing it, be struck by the very brilliance that had clouded their senses, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. The disciples of the Wuliang sword sect observed with palpable excitement, as though Sun Yi had already succumbed to defeat. At this moment, the sword light unleashed by Zwazimu was both pure and intricate, each movement imbued with latent power, allowing him to adapt his technique as circumstances dictated, an embodiment of the solid foundation he had cultivated over decades. Zwazimu's body began to shimmer with a faint hue. Having reached the pinnacle of his inner strength, any further advancement would manifest as an external projection of his qi. His swordplay was masterful, resembling an art that had been perfected over countless years of practice, a testament to his undeniable expertise. Sun Yi understood at a glance, for the thoughts cultivated in his past life led him to delve into the intricacies of things. This technique fundamentally resembles the basic principles of the residual shadow fist, and it bears a striking similarity to the moves employed by the Octopus King at the Dragon Ball martial arts tournament, which enhances hand speed through internal energy. However, it incorporates an additional element where the internal energy influences the air, creating an alluring azure glow. Bang! Bang! Sun Yi extended his hand to intercept the blade of Zwazimu, the clash resonating like the sound of metal striking metal. The fundamental logic of the martial arts realm remains unchanged, regardless of the external illusions that may deceive. However, one must acknowledge that such encounters do not lead to incessant assaults. When the moment to attack arrives, only a singular entity emerges. As long as one's gaze is focused, heart engaged, and hand poised, mastering the foundational techniques of the Turtle Immortal School renders one impervious to fear. After a flurry of exchanges, with dozens of moves executed, the members of the Wuliang sword sect were surrounded by glimmers of swords, while the air thrummed with the sound of impacts. Yet, discerning eyes could see that Zwazimu was at a disadvantage. After all, Sun Ye's right hand remained still, employing only his left for defense. Zwazimu's offensive power fell short of breaching Sun Ye's defenses, which remained unyielding until the latter had fully exhausted his energy. Young Master Sun, your skills are remarkable, Zwazima conceded, acknowledging his defeat. As the duel progressed, Zwazima took note of Sun Ye's demeanor. Throughout the encounter, Sun Ye had mostly adopted a defensive stance, refraining from any offensive moves, his hands devoid of any protective gear. Yet, under the force of Zwazimu's sword imbued with inner strength, he remained unscathed. In Zwazimu's view, such resilience could only be attributed to having achieved the highest level of indestructible training, akin to the invincible Vajra. Particularly striking was the absence of bulging muscles on Sun Yi, which suggested a return to simplicity in the martial world. Individuals like him are often more formidable than the average top-tier expert. After all, the distinction of a top-tier expert is primarily gauged by their reputation. Even if their martial prowess is somewhat lacking, a significant reputation can often compensate, especially since there exists a spectrum of skill among elite practitioners. After a period of passive observation and defense, Sun Yi has gained a certain understanding of the nature of internal energy. Delving deeper would transcend mere surface observation. Thus he gracefully concluded the sparring session. Thank you for the exchange. However, Sun has a humble request that he hopes the left sect leader might consider granting. Sun Yi clasped his fists and proceeded to articulate his secondary purpose for visiting today. Please speak, young master. Zwazima couldn't help but ponder, thinking that had he not been at a disadvantage, he would have long ceased to engage with him. Numerous individuals had faced a similar fate, being forcefully expelled after directly confronting others. Just this year, several challengers had been severely injured and thrown out, all in a frenzied pursuit of fame. Sun Yi, who had previously practiced horizontal martial arts, was recently commanded by his master to journey down the mountain. On a sudden whim, he sought to compile a foundational manual by gathering the essential teachings from across the realm. He wished to examine the foundational texts on meridians and acupoints from your esteemed sect, hoping for Zhuo Zhangman's leniency in granting him permission to study these invaluable resources. Sun Yi spoke while once again clasping his fist in a gesture of respect. When it comes to foundational knowledge, one could argue its significance. It is indeed important. Yet one could also contend it is not. After all, without a solid grounding, one cannot master martial arts. Each sect possesses its own unique body of knowledge, though they share many similarities. Upon hearing the mention of a secret manual, Zuizimu's expression darkened, contemplating whether the entire sect should unite to safeguard against potential leaks. However, upon realizing the discussion pertained to knowledge of meridians and acupoints, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ultimately, this was not of great consequence. Nevertheless, the scene of demanding knowledge shortly after a defeat stirred a sense of indignation within Zuizimu, as it tarnished his dignity. There is no need for the headmaster to feel troubled. I am willing to pay a handsome sum for this knowledge. And I would never want to place the headmaster in a difficult position. Sun Yi quickly discerned the nuances of the other's expression and promptly offered an escape. With a decisive gesture, he produced 100 taels of silver, still warm from being retrieved at the foot of the mountain. There is no need for such formality. Young master Sun, the other replied, this item is hardly a vital secret. Guangjia, please fetch a detailed explanation of the meridian from the library to present to young master Sunday. Zuozima felt an immense sense of relief. He acknowledged that he could not overpower the other. As long as the most critical secrets, such as the Wuyang sword technique and the foundational internal arts of their sect, were not demanded, he could concede to other requests, especially those of lesser significance. The other party had already saved face, and he responded candidly. As noon approached, Zuozimu invited, if you have yet to dine, may I suggest you join me for a meal? It would be my pleasure to extend a warm hospitality. He was polite, but even if he were to enter, he held no apprehension. A martial artist of Sun Yi's caliber, or even one slightly lesser, was worth cultivating a good rapport with. Then I shall impose upon you for these few days, Sun Yi replied. It provides the perfect opportunity to seek your guidance on the contents of this book. Sun Yi raised the meridian elucidation he had just received, which contained a few annotations from predecessors, perfect for his inquiries over the coming days. The next few days would be dedicated to diligent study. Indeed, as the saying goes, one must learn as long as one lives. To stand out and achieve greatness, one must perpetually seek knowledge and strive tirelessly. After meticulously studying the intricate details of the meridian system, Sun Yi sought the wisdom of the elders within the Infinite Sword sect. Consulting everyone from the various elders to the esteemed sect leader, Zuozimu. Following this, he retreated to the secluded mountains for several days of profound contemplation. During this period, he employed qi energy to perform subtle stimulations on non-lethal acupoints and utilized diagrams of vascular and neural distributions, as well as various scientific instruments acquired from the Dragon Ball world, to conduct a thorough examination of his body. This endeavor spanned approximately a week, during which Sun Yi also experimented with energy waves for long-range attacks. He discovered that the potency of these waves diminished significantly with distance, beyond 10 meters. Their effectiveness was reduced to roughly 10%, a stark contrast to the unwavering strength witnessed at 100 meters in the Dragon Ball realm. On this particular day, having exhausted the potential for new discoveries in his internal energy research, Sun Yi concluded that he must gather a broader array of texts pertaining to meridian systems in order to advance to the next stage of his work. Sun Yi was preparing to bid farewell to Zuozimu when suddenly a cacophony erupted from outside, followed by shouts. Stop, villainous! Release Junior Brother Zwa. Do not let her escape. Junior Brother Zwa has been abducted. Everyone, pursue. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing green robe, swiftly fleeing with a young boy of 2 or 3 years in her arms. The child was none other than Zuozimu's youngest son, whom Sun Yi recognized. In hot pursuit were Zuozimu and several disciples, yet it was evident that the latter were lagging far behind. Zuozimu was exerting every ounce of strength to chase after the direction in which his son had been taken. This wicked woman deserves to die. Sun Yi suddenly recalled that this should be Yu Ernyang, a character he had encountered in his previous life while reading Demigods and Semi-Devils. Even if the individual before him were not Yu Ernyang, her heinous act of abducting children was utterly unforgivable. Moreover, if she truly were Yu Ernyang, the direction she had fled would lead directly to the 4 great evildoers. Thus, he hastily gathered his energy and pursued her, determined to reclaim the child, and then perhaps witness the martial prowess of the 4 great evildoers, eliminating as many as he could along the way. Although Sun Ye's pursuit lacked the grandiosity of his initial arrival at Sword Lake Palace, The swirling dust was sufficient for Yi Ernyang to perceive his approach. Nonetheless, he maintained a pace slightly more rapid than hers. His strategy was twofold: to await the arrival of Zhuazimu for a combined effort, and to avoid alarming Yi Ernyang into taking lethal action against the child, which could force her to escape in haste. Additionally, an all-out assault could not be sustained for long, and a concentrated burst of power at the right moment could catch the adversary off guard, thereby safeguarding the child. Before long, the chase extended for several miles, and given the evident martial skills displayed alongside the act of child abduction, it was highly probable that the assailant was indeed Yi Ernyang herself. Sun Yi halted Yi Ernyang in the middle of the road, scrutinizing the child cradled in her arms. The boy, approximately 3 or 4 years of age, was clad in exquisite garments, reminiscent of the young son of the Zhua family whom he had encountered on 2 previous occasions. The child cried out, "Daddy! Daddy! Shan wants Daddy!" Yi Ernyang gently reassured him, "Be good, Shan. Daddy will come soon." It became apparent that Shan, terrified after being abducted, instinctively called out upon seeing Zhuazimu in hot pursuit. "Why have you taken my son, you wretched woman? Return him to me at once." Before her voice faded, she had already approached the two with remarkable agility. It was none other than Zhuazimu, sword in hand, who had been chasing them tirelessly, showing no signs of fatigue. His internal energy and stamina proved advantageous in this relentless pursuit. After all, the exertion of one's energy through meridians imposes limitations on power output, thereby enhancing endurance. Seizing the fleeting moment when Yi Ernyang turned to assess Zhuazimu, Sun Yi gathered his strength and surged forward. By the time Yi Ernyang sensed the impending danger, Sun Yi was already upon her, swiftly snatching the child from her grasp with his left hand while delivering a powerful uppercut to her abdomen with his right. As Zhuazimu came to a halt, Yi Ernyang was propelled backward, blood spilling from her mouth as the force of the blow sent her reeling. Sun Yi, unconcerned with her condition, first returned the child to Zhuazimu, ensuring the boy's safety before pivoting to pursue Yi Ernyang. "Please, Master Zhua, allow me to pause for a moment. Having rescued your esteemed son is a small token of gratitude for your hospitality these past few days. Today, as fate would have it, I shall take my leave, and what better occasion to witness the prowess of the 4 notorious villains." Upon finishing his words, Sun Yi delivered a light punch to Zhuazimu and, without a glance back, hastened in pursuit of Yi Ernyang. "I am profoundly grateful, young Master Sun, for your timely rescue of my child. Your immense kindness shall remain etched in my heart, and should you require anything in the future, Zhua shall comply without hesitation." Zhuazimu remained rooted to the spot, bowing deeply in the direction where Sun Yi had departed. Upon realizing that Sun Yi had saved his child and had also revealed the identity of the 4 notorious villains, Zhuazimu immediately contemplated departure. Though he felt a twinge of hesitation, nonetheless, he understood the importance of formalities. Meanwhile, let us return to Sun Ye's side. Sun Yi leisurely pursued Yi Ernyang, primarily motivated by a desire to witness the martial prowess of the 4 great evildoers, and ideally to eliminate them if possible. However, it remained merely a thought, the feasibility of which was uncertain. After all, judging by Yi Ernyang's speed, Sun Yi might struggle to keep pace with Yun Zhanghe. After running for half an hour, Yi Ernyang, injured, caught sight of Yu Laosen and Yun Zhanghe engaged in combat atop a distant peak, accompanied by a young woman adorned with a veil. She then redirected her course towards the nameless mountain, calling out from afar, "Third brother, fourth brother, a grave enemy approaches. Cease your conflict at once." Upon finishing her words, Yi Ernyang turned to Sun Yi with a look of triumph and remarked, "This young gentleman, the son of Mr. Zhua, is indeed quite amusing. I would love to play with him. However, he has now been returned to you, so there is no need for further farewells, I presume. My 2 esteemed brothers await ahead. Should you not retreat?" She gestured towards Yu Laosen and Yun Zhanghe in the distance. Yet, Sun Yi suddenly erupted. Channeling his energy into his hands and feet, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, but his attack was deftly evaded by Yi Ernyang. Sun Yi has discovered yet another advantage of internal energy. Its proficiency in close-range maneuvers and evasions is remarkable. When cultivating qi, one's movement speed equates to the speed of evasion. Moreover, the internal energy flows through fixed meridians within the body, providing a significant enhancement for agile movements in place. Much like the ethereal steps of the Lingbo Weibo, which utilize the principles of the I Ching to augment speed while simultaneously creating a bewildering effect. This phenomenon is intricately linked to the meridians. For the moment, he sets aside these contemplations, for he remains embroiled in battle. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the four notorious villains have undeniably transcended the limits of human capability, with combat power ranging between 20 and 30. However, due to the inability to unleash a sudden surge of energy from the Dantian meridians, there remains a significant disparity in destructive capability compared to the current Sun Yi. Meanwhile, after dodging an attack, Yi Earnyang, despite suffering damage to her meridians, unleashes her internal energy to swiftly approach Yu Laosan and Yun Zhangyi. She relaxes her posture slightly, yet her gaze remains fixed on Sun Yi. You two must exercise caution. Their external skills are formidable, and their offensive power is substantial, though their speed is somewhat lacking. However, their explosive force is quite potent, she warns, hastily imparting her insights, fearing that should another injury occur, they would be utterly overwhelmed. Yu and Yun, upon witnessing Yu Earnyang's condition, are taken aback. It is evident that she has sustained injuries, and neither of them could contend with her individually. Their expressions turn grave as they grip their weapons tightly, bracing for what lies ahead. Yun Zhangyi, pursued relentlessly by Yu Laosan, finds himself darting around the mountain, his steel claws having already lost 2 fingers, leaving him with a pent-up rage seeking an outlet. Yet, with the formidable adversary looming nearby, he must first fend off the threat before seeking to unleash his fury. It is quite likely that these are indeed the notorious Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Laosan, and the merciless Yun Zhangyi. Though this remains a question, Sun Ye's tone is resolute, bolstered by the sight of the colossal scissors and steel claws in their possession, coupled with Yu Earnyang's presence, allowing him to draw a near-certain conclusion. I'm Yu Laosan, not Yu Lao. Yu Laosan interjects gruffly, though his voice quickly diminishes, muttering something indistinctly under his breath. You have pursued me for quite some time. It is only fitting that you reveal your name, Yi Earnyang prompts, causing Yu Laosan to inadvertently lower his voice. I am Sun Yi, the inheritor of the turtle sage style, known as the indestructible Vajra, he declares. Sun Yi proclaimed his name, which he had recently assumed during his time at the Wuliang Sword sect, and then struck a pose, declaring, I have heard tales of the 4 notorious villains renowned throughout the Jianghu, and I wish to test my mettle against them. Suddenly, from behind the mountain peak came a piercing sound of an iron whistle, incessantly echoing. Both the Nanhai crocodile god and Chu Zhangyi joyfully exclaimed, the boss has arrived. The two leaped into action, swiftly darting towards the source of the whistle, disappearing behind the rocks in the blink of an eye. Yu Earnyang hesitated for a moment, intending to follow, but was startled by Sun Ye's sudden movement and lost her chance to depart. Yet, she maintained an air of indifference. Casting a sidelong glance at the young lady and smiling, it seems I shall have to borrow you for a moment. She had resolved to use Mu Wonking as a hostage to facilitate her escape. The young lady retorted fiercely, shameless scoundrel, and was about to retaliate with her sword, pointing its tip at Yu Earnyang's left shoulder. However, before she could move her right hand, her left hand suddenly raised slightly backward, and with a swift motion, 3 poisoned arrows shot towards Yu Earnyang, aimed to catch her off guard. The distinctive nature of the arrows left no doubt that this was indeed Mu Wonking. Unexpectedly, although the arrows flew swiftly, Yu Earnyang was already prepared. With a flick of her left sleeve, she redirected the 3 arrows towards Sun Yi and, in a deft motion, hurled a piece of jewelry from her person towards Mu Wonking's back. Hearing the rush of wind, Mu Wonking instinctively raised her sword to defend. But her injury compromised her precision, allowing the ornament to slide along the blade and strike her on the right waist with a dull thud. Mu Wonking hastily summoned her inner strength to resist, but was unable to catch her breath, her body going numb and her longsword clattering to the ground. At that moment, Yi Earnyang charged forward, intent on seizing Mu Wonking, but was intercepted by Sun Ye's forceful intervention. Mu Wonking let out a faint cry, Duan Lang, and was about to collapse backward when she suddenly steadied herself with great effort. Yi Earnyang then glanced at a figure not far away, a military officer clad in yellow, appearing to be in his 30s. She recognized him from her previous encounter with Yun Zhangyi. He was quite formidable, yet still somewhat inferior to her. However, if he allied with Sun Yi, it could spell trouble. Furthermore, Yi Earnyang was aware that he had several companions, though she was uncertain if they had also arrived. Casting a sweeping glance around, she indeed spotted another officer in yellow standing to her left, who bore a pair of hand axes at his waist. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a slight movement behind her. Instantly turning, she beheld 2 figures standing at the southeastern and southwestern corners, respectively, both dressed in the same yellow military attire. The officer in the southeast corner wielded a pair of judge's pins, while the one in the southwest brandished a sturdy copper staff. The 4 of them formed a loose encirclement, subtly closing in on her. Sun Yi bowed deeply to the four members of the group and said in a resonant voice, "It appears that the four esteemed guardians, Chu, Gu, Fu, and Zhu, from the Dali Palace have gathered here. I, Sun Yi of the Turtle Immortal School, extend my respects." In recent days, Sun Yi had taken the opportunity to inquire about the renowned figures of the martial world in the vicinity, preparing for future challenges. The four responded with cupped fists in return, and the first to arrive, the guardian Chu Wanli, inquired, "Might you have encountered a young gentleman by the surname of Duan?" He then proceeded to describe Duan Yu's appearance. Upon hearing the mention of young Master Duan, Mu Wanqing's heart leapt with joy. She replied, "Young Master Duan has caused the death of my brother." As she spoke, she pointed at Yi Ernyang and continued, "That man is known as the ruthless cloud crane, tall and slender like a bamboo pole." Chu Wanli was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is it truly him?" Fu Sigu, wielding a seasoned bronze staff, upon hearing of Duan Yu's demise, was filled with a mix of sorrow and rage, declaring, "Young Master Duan, I shall avenge you." With that, Fu Sigu swung his staff down towards Yi Ernyang. She deftly dodged and retorted, "Oh dear, the four great guardians of Dali, Chu, Gu, Fu, and Zhu, my sons. How sorrowful I am for your short lives. You four fragile hearts, wait for your dear mother, Yi Ernyang, in the underworld." Enraged, Fu Sigu swung his bronze staff with a whooshing sound, transforming it into a swirling cloud of yellow mist that enveloped her. Yi Ernyang danced and weaved between the strikes, evading his blows. Another guardian unsheathed a battle axe and proclaimed, "Truly, Yi Ernyang's reputation is well-deserved. I, Gu Duqing, shall learn your formidable techniques." As the voice echoed, he lunged forward, executing the 18 axes of twisted roots with precision, striking left and right at her lower body, while Sun Yi circled around, searching for an opportunity. Given the seamless coordination of the four guardians, Sun Yi found it prudent to bide his time on the sidelines. "Take another punch from me, Yi Ernyang." After exchanging a series of blows, the combatants maneuvered behind a rock. Sun Yi suddenly seized upon a flaw in Yi Ernyang's defense, and before she could react, he unleashed his strength. Previously, it had been said that while Sun Yi possessed remarkable explosive power, his endurance was lacking, which rendered him at a disadvantage in close quarters. However, this moment presented an opportune chance to strike. As the opponent dodged, he unleashed his full might, directing a punch straight at her shoulder. In an instant, he shattered Yi Ernyang's scapula, causing her arm to drop limply. Simultaneously, Fu Sihui took advantage of the moment, striking her with his staff, landing a blow squarely on her crown before she could evade. A resounding thud echoed as Yi Ernyang collapsed to the ground. The scene fell silent, and Fu Sihui, taken aback, had not anticipated his strike would find its mark. Once he regained his composure, a wave of sorrow washed over him, and he knelt, murmuring, "Young Master Duan, I have avenged you." The others present did not immediately heed Mu Wanqing's words, having turned to inquire about the details. If the rumors held true, they needed to ascertain the whereabouts of Duan Yu's remains. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound wafted from behind the mountain, growing closer until a middle-aged man in flowing robes emerged. Holding an iron flute, Zhu Danshan approached him swiftly and whispered a few words. The man lowered his flute and asked Mu Wanqing, "Where is young Master Duan? We long to see him." Chu Wanli also turned to Mu Wanqing, urgently inquiring, "What has become of young Master Duan? Is it true that he has suffered at the hands of Yun Zhanghe?" Just as Mu Wanqing was about to respond, a voice echoed from halfway up the mountain, calling out, Miss Mu, are you all right?" The robed man and the four guards erupted in joyous exclamations. "It is the young master." Mu Wanqing, having awaited his return for so long, felt an overwhelming surge of joy mixed with exhaustion, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. Meanwhile, Sun Yi watched as Duan Yu approached, gliding gracefully as if walking on water, his speed comparable to that of Yi Ernyang's retreat. Upon his arrival, Duan Yu did not exchange pleasantries with the four guards or Sun Yi. Instead, he immediately lifted Mu Wanqing into his arms, anxiety written across his face. Observing this, Sun Yi smiled and discreetly motioned for the four guards to hide behind the rocks and observe quietly. As Mu Wanqing's consciousness gradually returned, she felt herself cradled in someone's embrace. Slowly opening her eyes, she beheld a pair of clear, autumn-like eyes. Who else could it be but Duan Yu? "Oh, you have finally awakened," he exclaimed joyfully. Tears flowed freely from Mu Wanqing's eyes, a cascade of emotion unleashed. After a fervent exchange between them, she suddenly remembered the presence of others. Glancing around, she realized that the 7 combatants had vanished, including Yi Ernyang. It turned out that during the brief skirmish, the battle had shifted, and they had all retreated behind the rocks. Suddenly, a voice rose from behind the rocks, and out stepped Zhu Danshan, one of the 4 guards. Accompanied by Sun Yi and the others, Duan Yu exclaimed in delight, "Brother Zhu." Zhu Danshan took a couple of swift steps forward, bowing deeply as he joyfully exclaimed, "Young master, it is indeed fortunate that you are safe and sound. The words of that young lady earlier truly frightened us to our very course." Duan Yu returned the gesture with a respectful bow and inquired, "Ah, so you have already made her acquaintance? What a remarkable coincidence. Sun Gongzi, what brings you here?" After exchanging pleasantries and formalities, Duan Yu inquired about the 4 great bodyguards, all of whom he happened to know, and thus introduced them to one another. He then gradually recounted the events of the past few days, from his capture to his practice of martial arts, the rescue of Zhongling, and his encounter with Yu Laosan. Of course, he refrained from mentioning the use of Bei Ming Shingong to absorb others' internal energy. Sun Yi understood everything clearly. He estimated that Duan Yu would not regret swallowing the Mangu Zhuha, even if he could find Sun Yi. Duan Yu's ability to become immune to all poisons was primarily due to the blessings of the protagonist's aura. Sun Yi had come from the Dragon Ball world. Who could ascertain whether it would truly work? There was an 80 to 90% chance he might be poisoned to death. Moreover, when Duan Yu saw Zhuzimu rushing forward with a sword, although later he encountered Zhuzimu returning with a child, there were still pursuers behind him. Not to mention, the direction he was heading was precisely where Mu Wanqing was located. Duan Yu was determined to approach closely to confirm if it was indeed Mu Wanqing. Thus, he followed closely behind Sun Yi. However, due to a slight difference in speed, he lagged for a moment. Upon arriving, he caught sight of Mu Wanqing fainting and immediately quickened his pace to catch her. Before long, Zhu Danshan, with a cheerful demeanor, said, "Gentlemen, please do not worry about the young master. He requests your immediate return to the residence. Sun Gongzi has saved my young master's life, and we earnestly invite you both to our home as guests, so we may express our gratitude properly. If Miss Mu has no urgent matters, we also hope she can join us at the young master's residence for a few days." He feared that Duan Yu might be reluctant to return home, but if he could invite this young lady to accompany him, he would likely agree to go back. He even turned to invite Sun Yi during the conversation. Duan Yu hesitated. "What would I say to my uncle?" "My father said." Mu Wanqing blushed, turning her head away. Zhu Danshan continued, "The 4 great evildoers possess formidable martial arts. Although we managed to kill Yu Ernyang with the help of Sun Gongzi, it was only due to a surprise attack, and we had a considerable amount of luck. Furthermore, I just heard Sun Gongzi mention that the notorious Duan Yanqing is nearby. Young master, your well-being is paramount. There is no need for you to remain in danger. Let us depart quickly." Recalling the ferocity of the Nanhai crocodile god, Duan Yu felt a chill run down his spine and nodded in agreement. Thus, the group descended the peak together. That night, they stayed at an inn. And in the middle of the night, they heard the sounds of Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing sneaking away. Sun Yi did not intervene, and Zhu Danshan noticed this scene, but merely followed quietly behind. Sun Yi couldn't help but smile at the sight of Zhu Danshan quietly catching up behind him. It seemed that Duan Yu could not escape after all. In the early morning, after finishing breakfast, Sun Yi donned his specialized training-weighted gear and set off. He jogged alongside the canal at a pace twice as swift as that of the usual merchant caravans, heading down the official road to Dali. Along the way, he occasionally admired the scenery flanking the road, stopping for a midday meal and running for 6 or 7 hours. Eventually, he spotted a large troop of cavalry, numbering in the thousands, stationed in the middle of the road. As he drew closer, he was greeted by the sight of Duan Yu amidst the cavalry. Sun Yi immediately understood that he had encountered Duan Yu on his return to Dali, noticing Duan Yu gesturing towards him while conversing with a refined middle-aged gentleman. This must be Duan Zhenchun, whom Duan Yu was introducing. Beside him stood a graceful middle-aged woman clad in a Taoist robe, her skin as fair as soft jade. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, her radiant beauty and poise made her seem no older than 25. This must be Duan Yu's mother, Dao Baifeng. Duan Yu's gaze swept over the solitary figure approaching down the road, and from afar, he recognized his savior, Sun Yi. He hurriedly relayed the details of their acquaintance to Duan Zhenchun. Zhu Danshan, Gao Shitai, and others chimed in with additional details, such as their shared experience in vanquishing Yi Ernyang. Upon grasping the situation, Duan Zhenchun, just as Sun Yi arrived, extended a warm invitation. "May I inquire if this is the esteemed Sun Yi, known as the Unyielding Vidra? I have long admired your reputation. Today, as you grace Dali with your presence and have saved my son Duanyu, I humbly request that you honor us with a visit to my humble abode, allowing me to express my gratitude properly. Duan Zhenchun dismounted and approached Sun Yi, clasping his fists in a respectful salute, indicating that his title had indeed reached the ears of the four great guards. The thousands of cavalry stood in disciplined formation behind them. 2 saffron banners fluttered in the breeze, one emblazoned with the words Zhun Nan in red, and the other with Bao Guo in black, exuding an air of magnificence. Sun Yi realized he was in the presence of the king of Dali, and he felt a sense of reverence. As for the claim of saving your esteemed son's life, I must humbly decline such honor. In that circumstance, even without my intervention, your son would have emerged unscathed. After all, fortune favors the virtuous. Sun Yi returned the gesture with a slight bow, accompanied by a light-hearted chuckle, displaying his politeness. Regardless, I humbly invite young Master Sun to honor us with his presence at our residence, allowing us the opportunity to extend our hospitality. Meanwhile, Duanyu, having soothed the seemingly irritable Mu Wanqing beside him, approached to offer his encouragement. In light of this, it would be more respectful to acquiesce to the invitation. Sun Yi smiled faintly, realizing that he needed to continue gathering information regarding the meridians and acupoints. Upon arriving in Dali, it was only natural to seek assistance from others. Thus he refrained from further reluctance. Both parties exchanged courteous gestures, while Duanyu's mother, the Jade Void Hermit, approached to express her gratitude to Sun Yi for saving her son. Sun Yi reciprocated her gratitude. Subsequently, with no other option, Sun Yi set aside his training endeavors, mounted a horse that a nearby cavalryman had graciously offered, and proceeded to enter the city alongside the procession. Sun Yi, accompanied by Duan Zhenchun and others, returned to the residence and paid respects to the Emperor Baoding, who was Duanyu's uncle, Duan Zhiming. After a brief exchange with Duanyu and a polite word or two with Sun Yi, Duan Zhiming returned to the imperial palace. Duan Zhengchun promptly hosted a banquet at the Wangfu. The table was adorned with a feast, attended by Duan Zhengchun and his wife, Duanyu, and Mu Wanqing, along with Sun Yi, while 17 or 18 palace maids served nearby. As the wine flowed generously, Sun Yi recalled his purpose for coming to Dali and thought it best to address the matter while at Duan Jingchuan's residence. Thus, he spoke up at the table. I have 2 matters to attend to in Dali, and since I find myself at the prince's residence today, I would like to seek Lord Duan's assistance. I hope you will kindly overlook any impertinence. Saying this, Sun Yi set down his chopsticks and regarded Duan Zhengchun earnestly. Young Master Sun, please feel free to speak. If there is any way in which I can be of assistance, I will not hesitate to oblige, Duan Zhengchun replied with a slight smile. In Dali, unless Sun Yi sought to usurp the Duan family's martial prowess, there were indeed few things that Duan Zhengchun could not accomplish. It also served as a means to repay Duanyu's life-saving grace. I am aware of this, Duanyu interjected. Young Master Sun has previously expressed a desire to witness our family's Yangji. He recalled Sun Yi's earlier remarks about his wish to explore various martial arts. Indeed, my travels have been undertaken to experience the martial arts of the world, and I earnestly hope that Lord Duan will generously impart your wisdom. Sun Yi paused momentarily before continuing his discourse. There is another matter. Previously acquired knowledge regarding external martial arts and the intricacies of meridians and acupoints was rather superficial. Now, he yearns to broaden his understanding of the foundational meridian knowledge from various schools. Sun expresses his gratitude in advance for this opportunity. Although there are few matters that cannot be accomplished by Duan Zhenchun and Dali, there remain certain tasks that may not be feasible. Sun Yi would not wish to propose something that he knows cannot be achieved, even considering the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Duanyu. It would be impolite to refuse outright, yet one could certainly delay the execution of the request. Upon hearing this, Duan Jingchuan's face illuminated with a generous demeanor. It was merely a trifling matter, and young Master Sun need not be so formal. These 2 requests were easily manageable. After all, it was merely a matter of sparring. And any practitioner of martial arts would have encountered texts detailing meridians and related topics. He promptly instructed a maid to bring forth the fundamental texts on meridian explanations to Sun Yi's guest room, just as they were indulging in their meal. A sudden noise echoed from the roof of the adjacent building. Following that, another sound resonated from the rooftop of the neighboring chamber. They then heard the voice of Chu Wanli assertively calling out, "What brings you to the Wang residence at this late hour?" A coarse voice, hoarse yet commanding, replied, "I have come to find my disciple. Quickly summon my dear disciple to meet me." It was none other than the notorious Nanhai crocodile god. Now the second among the four great evildoers. Sun Yi observed quietly, for it was indeed within the royal residence. The mere presence of Yu Laosan would not pose any significant issue. Moreover, should complications arise, it was not Sun Ye's responsibility to intervene. As for the eradication of malevolence, Yi Ernyang and Yun Zhanghe were undoubtedly the targets in Sun Ye's mind. However, Duan Yanqing and Yu Laosan predominantly directed their misdeeds towards those of the martial world. In the realm of the rivers and lakes, one is well aware that those who engage in such a lifestyle must eventually face retribution. Thus, Sun Yi felt little inclination to involve himself further. Consequently, the scene unfolded as anticipated, culminating in Yu Laosan, rather bewildered, bowing to Duan Yu as his master before departing in a flurry of lightness. Subsequently, at the banquet, Mu Wanqing learned the name of Duan Yu's mother. And in an act of vengeance, she once again shot a poisoned arrow at Dao Baifeng, remaining at a distance where Duan Yu and his companion could not intervene. However, this time, Sun Yi intercepted the arrow with his hand, its tip halting mere centimeters from Dao Baifeng's eye. Dao Baifeng, upon seeing the lethal projectile so close, momentarily froze. Her gaze towards Sun Yi shifting. Duan Zhenchun, witnessing the arrow being caught, exhaled a sigh of relief, diverting his attention from Dao Baifeng and focusing instead on Mu Wanqing. Neglecting the finer details. Upon observing the unfolding situation, Sun Yi excused himself to return to his quarters for rest. There remained a grand performance yet to be staged by the Duan family that evening, which was unsuitable for outside spectators. The anticipated sparring would have to be postponed to another day, whether it was due to Yu Laosan's awareness of Sun Yi's presence or the demise of Yi Ernyang. The individuals involved became markedly cautious. Regardless, the four notorious villains did not return to seize Duan Yu. Nevertheless, Qin Hongmian made her appearance, and Mu Wanqing fled once more. With no one injured at home, Duan Zhenchun felt no concern for his household and thus seized the opportunity to pursue. After Sun Yi returned to his room, the books had yet to arrive, prompting him to retire for the night. To his surprise, in the late hours of the night, there came a knock at the door, and before Sun Yi could respond, the visitor entered uninvited, bearing the books. It seemed the individual hesitated briefly before stepping inside, claiming to have come to deliver the books, yet lingered after placing them down. Moments later, a rustling sound was heard, and the curtains surrounding the bed were drawn back, revealing an intent to engage Sun Yi in a spirited confrontation. Under the dim light of the bedside lamp, Sun Yi glanced over, the brightness still somewhat blinding. Throughout the night, both parties engaged in earnest sparring. It seemed that his opponent had second thoughts upon the onset of battle, even contemplating retreat. However, Sun Yi decisively severed the escape route and forcefully cast him aside, leading to the commencement of their nocturnal contest, unbeknownst to anyone. Especially since Duan Zhenchun had taken several guards out to rendezvous with an old flame. The following morning, due to the princess's ill health, she did not make an appearance, and Duan Zhenchun had yet to return. Consequently, Duan Yu dined with Sun Yi. In the ensuing 2 days, Sun Yi dedicated his daylight hours to studying the annotations on the foundational manuals of the Duan residence, achieving a modest understanding. The notes regarding acupoint manipulation and the flow of meridians were particularly meticulous. At the Duan estate, nocturnal incursions persisted without interruption for 3 consecutive nights, leaving Sun Yi on the brink of exhaustion, his eyes nearly encircled by dark shadows. During the day, Sun Yi inquired and learned that recently, Duan Zhenchun had taken his 4 loyal guards to rendezvous with Qin Hongmian, and they had yet to return. It was no wonder, then, that he had been absent. Ultimately, due to a guest at his home, Duan Zhenchun made a brief return on the 3rd day. Coincidentally, both parties had arranged to engage in a friendly contest of skills. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Yi proposed the sparring session during Duan Zhenchun's visit. After all, such matters should not be delayed. It was prudent to complete the task at hand and, out of courtesy, make a trip to the Tianlong temple to peruse its foundational martial arts texts before taking his leave. Recently, the Duan family had been embroiled in tumultuous events, and Sun Yi wished to remain uninvolved. Although he understood that his own talents might preclude him from embarking on a solitary path of evolution, the notion of seeking a companion for mutual advancement lingered in his mind, albeit with an inclination towards someone like Xiaofeng. In the realm of Tianlong, only a select few possessed the potential for concurrent growth. Yet, each of them harbored their own challenges. If those obstacles could be surmounted, cooperation might be feasible. If not, the hope for shared progress was essentially non-existent. Young Master Sun, please. Duan Zhenchun extended his hand. Prince Duan, you may initiate. I wish to witness the prowess of the one yang finger first. Last night, Sun Yi had engaged in battle for an extended duration, leaving his body somewhat reluctant to move. Nonetheless, his spirit remained unyielding, and he stood his ground with unwavering defense. Very well, since young Master Sun is so confident, I shall not hold back. A smile graced Duan Jingquan's face as he observed Sun Yi ready himself, and he began to channel his energy. Suddenly leaning forward, he advanced with swift steps, appearing before Sun Yi in an instant. With a flick of his right index finger, a fierce burst of energy shot forth, slicing through the air with a resounding whistle. Duan Jingquan, in his strike, had intentionally moderated his force, deliberately avoiding any vital areas. Ah, Lord Duan, you are too gracious. With a light laugh, Sun Yi teased, standing tall and unwavering. He extended his hand, slowly meeting the incoming force of the one yang finger, which struck his palm with precision yet failed to elicit any response from his body, leaving his protective barrier unbreached. Instead, the formidable energy of the one yang finger shattered upon impact. Young Master Sun possesses remarkable skill. Be cautious. Duan Jingquan's expression shifted, astonished that Sun Yi had effortlessly neutralized his technique. A sense of urgency gripped his heart, compelling him to act without delay. He activated his lightness skill, moving gracefully around Sun Yi in a swirling dance, his index fingers darting out intermittently, unleashing a barrage of fierce, intersecting finger strikes. Sun Yi's demeanor was unruffled, his steps light as if he were strolling leisurely through a garden. With a subtle flick of his wrist, his hands danced gracefully, devoid of any hint of worldly strife. Ultimately, he effortlessly intercepted Duan Jingquan's yang finger, all the while meticulously observing the acupoints employed in the technique. By employing his own cultivated sense of qi, he endeavored to enhance his five senses, scrutinizing the mechanics of the yang finger's execution, and indeed made a noteworthy discovery. The acupoints utilized were naturally aligned nodal points. Though he was somewhat distracted, Sun Yi's foundational skills in the turtle immortal style were undeniably robust. His movements, though devoid of formal techniques, exuded absolute prowess in both offense and defense, leaving no openings during the skirmish. Is young Master Sun not going to make a move? Duan Yu inquired nearby, perplexed. After exchanging 10 strikes infused with yang finger energy, the two had yet to make contact, and beads of sweat began to form on Duan Jingquan's forehead, while Sun Yi remained in a state of tranquil defense. Noticing the absence of internal energy in Sun Yi's actions, Duan Jingquan assumed him to be a master of external martial arts, dismissing further contemplation. Moreover, Sun Yi's well-defined musculature led Duan Jingquan to believe he had trained in a superior form of external martial arts akin to the Golden Bell Shield. Thus recognizing that he was no match for him, then I shall show my humble skills. Sun Yi chuckled lightly. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than he executed a precise strike, employing the technique of the one yang finger. A sharp surge of energy swiftly traversed the brief distance between the two. In the face of Duan Jingquan's astonished and incredulous gaze, the attack effortlessly shattered the protective aura enveloping his body, accurately targeting a vital point, rendering him immobile on the spot. The one yang finger? Duan Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was not entirely unfounded. He had drawn upon previous experience. With a serene smile and a calm demeanor, Sun Yi explained that he indeed gained insights from the previous discourse on meridians. Furthermore, having witnessed the explosive manifestation of Prince Duan's acupoints during their recent encounter, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. By harnessing his own internal energy, he was able to replicate the explosive effect of the prince's yang finger through the same acupoint utilized by the prince. Thus, the external manifestation bore a striking resemblance to the yang finger. He inquired if Prince Duan had any guidance regarding his technique. Of course, Sun Yi referred to this energy as internal force. Even if he had not mentioned it, others would perceive this energy as a variant of internal power. After all, internal energy can indeed exhibit different properties depending on the cultivation methods employed. Duan Jingquan's expression shifted momentarily. Yet it was evident that Sun Yi's technique was not merely the yang finger, as its offensive capability surpassed that of Duan Jingquan's own. Regrettably, Duan Jingquan found himself immobilized, unable to respond to Sun Yi's playful remarks. Once Sun Yi had released his acupoints, after a moment of fluctuating expressions, Duan Jingquan finally spoke. I am unable to offer guidance. I truly admire your martial prowess, young Master Sun. Sun Yi chuckled softly and shook his head, leisurely remarking, Your Highness, you are too kind. I am rather eager to explore the texts pertaining to the foundational meridians and acupoints housed within your esteemed Tianlong temple. If Prince Duan could graciously introduce a few, I would be most grateful. Not at all, it is merely a small favor. Should you require it? I can escort you to Tianlong temple at any time, replied Duan Zhengchun, a smile gracing his face, though internally he felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, as the second in command of Dali, it was unbecoming to be overshadowed. If it is convenient for your highness today, then let us seize the moment. Sun Yi hesitated, contemplating whether it was inappropriate to make a request so soon after having just defeated his opponent. After all, the presence of beautiful women in the Duan residence was indeed quite pleasing. Moreover, one is often beholden to those from whom they accept favors. During their time at the Wangfu of the southern town, they had received assistance whenever needed. Nevertheless, Duan Mo decided to make preparations and would accompany Master Sun to the Tianlong temple. Duan Zhenchun, discerning Sun Ye's intent, readily agreed. As the princess was unwell and did not make an appearance, this visit to the Tianlong temple would be attended solely by Duan Zhenchun and Duan Yu. Sun Yi recalled the previous nights, particularly the one when the assailant, driven by impulsive emotions, had approached him. The muffled nasal tones, which he struggled to suppress while covering his mouth, indeed carried a certain depth, although he felt a twinge of reluctance. He ultimately decided to prioritize the resolution of impending matters at Tianlong Temple before determining his next steps. Tianlong Temple is situated on the northern slope of Yuelong Peak in the Tsongshan Mountains, just outside Dali City. Accompanied by Duan Zhengchun and his son, Sun Yi arrived at the temple's entrance. This temple serves as the royal family's ancestral shrine, frequently visited by members of the royal lineage, especially those like Duan Yu, who possess a profound affinity for Buddhism. Upon their arrival, the monks within recognized Duan Yu and promptly sent word to Master Benin, the abbot. Amitabha, forgive this humble monk for not being able to greet such esteemed guests in person, they proclaimed. Young Master Sun, allow me to introduce you to Master Benin, the abbot of Tianlong Temple. Master, this is young Master Sun Yi of the Turtle Immortal sect. Sun Yi did not have to wait long, as a resonant, elderly voice soon echoed through the temple. Following the monk who had entered to relay their presence, an aged monk approached alongside him. Master Benin, I pay my respects. Sun Yi smiled faintly, his demeanor calm as he clasped his hands in greeting towards the steady-paced old monk. Your courtesy is appreciated, Master Sun, please enter. After the mutual exchange of salutations upon the arrival of Master Benin, Duan Zhengchun articulated his intentions. As for engaging in a sparring match, it was deemed unnecessary, considering the other party was also a member of the Duan family, practicing the same martial art of one yang finger. In terms of familial hierarchy, Master Benin was indeed an elder to Duan Zhengchun. Approaching Sun Yi with deliberate steps, Master Benin fixed his wise, aged gaze upon the young man before him for a moment, then gently nodded and invited. The purpose of your visit has already been conveyed to me by Prince Duan. Please accompany me to transcribe the secret manual. The arrangements are at the discretion of the abbot. Sun Yi smiled faintly, his demeanor serene, leisurely trailing behind the two monks, Ben Yin and Ben Nong, as they made their way towards the main hall of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Being a royal temple of Dali, it was devoid of the usual throngs of pilgrims, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. This indeed was the ideal environment for Buddhist practice. As he wandered through the expansive grounds of the temple alongside the two monks, Sun Yi couldn't help but nod inwardly, appreciating the serene ambience. Soon, they arrived at a row of guest rooms, likely the same ones used by the Emperor Baoding during his previous visit. Although the decor was not particularly extravagant, it offered a high degree of comfort. Please, Master Sun, Benin invited with hands clasped in reverence as they paused in front of one of the guest room doors. Kindly wait a moment. I shall send someone to fetch the scriptures. Leading Sun Yi into the guest room, he noted the prepared paper and writing implements within, suggesting that someone had previously occupied the space to transcribe Buddhist texts, perhaps Duan Yu or Duan Zhengming, Sun Yi mused. Meanwhile, Benin had already instructed the attendants to retrieve the necessary materials, which were mostly standard, though some annotations from past scholars might differ. Thus, it was sufficient to transcribe only the unique insights. With everything set, Sun Yi immediately began his transcription. Given the suddenness of his arrival, staying overnight at the Heavenly Dragon Temple might raise suspicions about his intentions. It would be wiser to return to the Duan residence, especially since there might be further festivities there. In less than half an hour, having recorded the information, Sun Yi followed Duan Zhengchun back to the Duan residence. Unable to shake off his concerns regarding the situation there, nightfall descended. Sun Yi, having observed Duan Zhengchun depart, readied himself for the impending assault. Seizing the moment of surprise, he engaged the assailants in a fervent battle that lasted throughout the night. The two sides exchanged blows vigorously, and it was not until after 1,000 exchanges that Sun Yi finally subdued his opponent, leaving him to ponder whether the two worlds were indeed isolated and if any consequences might arise from their encounter. At breakfast, Duan Yu noticed the yawning figures of Duan Zhengchun and Sun Yi, both seemingly at a loss. He could only urge them to rest and refrain from staying up too late. They readily agreed, yet exchanged furtive glances, their expressions remaining composed, yet beneath the surface. A sense of guilt lingered. Sun Yi found himself reflecting on the fighting stance of the assailant from the previous day. Although he felt a twinge of nostalgia, he recognized the importance of prioritizing his health, as well as the obligation that came with accepting requests for assistance from the Duan family in times of need. With a desire to explore further afield, Sun Yi resolved to leave and formally bid farewell to Duan Zhengchun, who made a brief attempt to retain him, but ultimately acquiesced. After all, his focus had been elsewhere, captivated by two enchanting beauties. Following their meal, Sun Yi once again declined Duan Zhengchun's pleas to stay, equipping himself with his burdensome gear before setting out. As he prepared to depart, the princess approached him, her health having improved after a period of malaise. Being an outsider, Sun Yi was mindful that the princess rarely met male guests during the day. Clad in formal attire that complemented her grace, she resembled a blossoming peach flower, her palace garments accentuating her fair complexion and the aura reminiscent of the goddess of fertility. One would hardly suspect her recent ailment. Having exited the Duan residence, Sun Yi embarked on his journey anew, first visiting the Eling Hu and Jade Cave in the back mountains of Wulyong Mountain, which lay within the realm of the primitive pathways. He then ventured to the Wulyong Sword sect, where Zhuazimu welcomed him warmly. In response to Sun Yi's inquiries, Zhuazimu provided detailed accounts of various prominent sects in the southern martial world. Over the following months, Sun Yi visited numerous sects along his travels. Though these sects varied in their moral standings and combat styles, he remained impervious to harm as long as his energy held out, whether facing hidden weapons or direct confrontations. Thus, the moniker Indestructible Vajra, which he had adopted, began to spread widely. As he continued his journey and encountered an increasing number of sects, his reputation soared, rivaling the legendary figures of northern Xiaofeng and southern Moro. After enduring numerous battles, Sun Yi has experienced a significant evolution in his qi. Upon his arrival in the world of Tianlong, his qi energy was marginally superior to that of Yi Ernyang, translating to a combat power of approximately 30. However, it is now anticipated to be around 35, with his energy potentially comparable to that of Xiaofeng. Due to the inherent differences between qi energy and internal strength, the destructive power one might exhibit in the Dragon Ball universe could be vastly divergent. Nonetheless, within the confines of the Tianlong world, the limitations imposed by the environment create a moderate disparity in destructive capability. As he approaches Suzhou City, he ponders whether to visit the manor of Morong Fu. The collection of martial arts there is quite substantial, and it would be an opportune moment to meet a Zhu and Wang Yuyan, to ascertain the veracity of the famed disguise techniques and to witness the ethereal beauty of the celestial sister. Lost in thought, Sun Yi emerged from his guest room and casually chose a table by the window, summoning the waiter to order dishes, as he still possessed a considerable amount of silver. He proceeded to order several signature dishes. Sun Yi recalled something. Should he perhaps learn the culinary arts? After all, possessing such skills in the world of Dragon Ball would provide a measure of safety, even if his combat prowess did not increase. With a decisive clap, he struck his palm against the table. The storyteller, wielding a folding fan, shook his head and mused, speaking of Zhang Fei. As Sun Yi listened to the narrative from the stage and the lively banter of the diners below, his gaze wandered aimlessly down the street. Suddenly, it fell upon two figures approaching from a distance. On the bustling thoroughfare, a pair of individuals strolled forth. One, clad in monk's robes and appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, exuded an aura of solemnity, embodying the visage of a wise and enlightened monk. The other, a young gentleman of about 20, dressed in scholar's attire, appeared rather frail. Indeed, it was Duan Yu. It seemed that the monk was none other than Jiao Emoji. "Great monk," he said, "it is midday and time for a meal. There is an inn ahead, if you wish for me to transcribe the sword manual. Surely you would allow me to fill my stomach before we continue on our journey?" Even with Sun Ye's delay, it appeared that the narrative was inexorably returning to its original course. Sun Yi received a warm welcome at the Duan residence, unable to turn a blind eye to impending danger. As he observed the two men descend the stairs, Sun Yi remained discreet, carefully seeking the opportune moment to rescue the individual at the hands of the monk. The monk in question was none other than the Tibetan national master, Jamozi. Although his ultimate goal was the Six Meridians' divine sword, the constraints of not employing severe measures against Duan Yu left him with limited options. He could only proceed cautiously, step by step. However, during ordinary circumstances, he was quite affable, especially since, being a national master, he was not short on resources. As he squeezed Duan Yu into the tavern, he noticed the lack of available seating, which caused Jamozi to furrow his brow in concern. Meanwhile, Duan Yu was scanning the surroundings when his gaze fortuitously landed on Sun Yi by the window. Instantly, his face lit up, and he exclaimed loudly, "Young Master Sun." "Young Master Sun, you have come as well?" Sun Yi immediately smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I just spotted young Master Duan passing by from afar, and it seems he has arrived at the same tavern. If you do not mind, perhaps we could share a table. The several encounters between us, young Master Sun and I, surely signify a connection that warrants our companionship." Duan Yu's face lit up with delight. He had witnessed Sun Ye's martial prowess. Although he could not fully grasp its extent, he was certain it surpassed that of his father, Duan Zhenchun, and held great promise in defeating the imposing monk beside him. Jamozi, observing Sun Ye's youth, initially dismissed him, yet as he saw Duan Yu approach, he too made his way over, intoning a Buddhist chant. Although Jamozi did not regard Sun Yi with particular esteem, he did not harbor disdain, considering him merely an ordinary passerby. "May I inquire your esteemed surname, benefactor?" "Modestly, I am surnamed Sun, given name Yi. I am honored by your high regard in addressing me as the unyielding Vajra. May I ask how to refer to the master?" "Ah, it is the renowned unyielding Vajra of the martial world who has graced us with his presence. I am Jamozi from the Tubo kingdom." "Indeed. I stand before the esteemed monk from Tubo. My apologies for my lack of respect." Jamozi had not placed much importance on Sun Yi, viewing him merely as a rising junior in the martial arts community. However, considering he had never ventured into the Central Plains and that finding the residence of the Murong family was no simple task, having Sun Yi as a guide would be most advantageous. Once seated, Sun Yi ordered a bowl of vegetarian noodles for Jamozi and then heard him turn and say, "I must visit the Murong estate. Might I inquire if you know where the residence of Master Murong, the Kang Manor, is located? If you are aware, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. To be candid, Master, I am traveling from the south to the north, visiting various sects, and my next destination is indeed the Murong family in Gusu. If you do not mind, I would be honored to accompany you." Sun Yi happened to be heading to Kang village as well and wished to seize the opportunity to assist Duan Yu, so he extended an invitation for the latter to accompany him. While Sun Yi felt unperturbed about engaging in a confrontation, he was concerned that Duan Yu might get injured. Jamozi settled himself at the table, and the attentive waiter promptly brought an additional set of chopsticks. Sun Yi then ordered a chicken, several pounds of lamb, and a selection of side dishes, most of which were rich in meat. "My dear brother Duan, after several days apart, I never imagined you would find yourself a captive once more today." Sun Yi jested with a laugh as he raised his wine cup. "Young Master Sun, please refrain from mocking me. I lack your formidable martial prowess," Duan Yu replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. "Come, I must admit that I am unaware whether the esteemed Ming Wang is aligned with Zen or esoteric Buddhism. If a great master such as yourself can partake in wine, I would like to toast you with a cup. If adherence to precepts necessitates tea instead, that is equally acceptable. However, after our libations, there is a matter I wish to consult you about." Sun Yi raised his wine cup, first offering a toast to Jamozi. Jamozi, with a keen interest, regarded Sun Yi and remarked, "As a humble monk familiar with the esoteric sects of Buddhism, I do not abstain from meat and fish. I wonder what insights you might share, young Master Sun. I hold great admiration for the deeds of the Ming King. Not only is his understanding of Buddhist teachings profound, but his martial prowess is also unparalleled, truly among the best in the world. My respect for you stems from my admiration for your character, particularly your unwavering perseverance. The ability to learn throughout one's life and to remain resolute in the face of challenges is indeed a rare quality. It is only those endowed with such tenacity who are most likely to attain success." Sun Yi drained his cup in one go and remarked, "Let us set aside other matters for now. If we could persuade Duan Yu to join us through mere words, it would certainly be preferable to resorting to violence. Brother Sun, another interjected, you may be mistaken. That great monk attempted to seize the 6 meridians divine sword in Dali, but ended up abducting me instead. This can only be deemed as theft, not as learning. Upon hearing Sun Ye's words, Duan Yu found it difficult to accept. He recognized the truth in Sun Ye's statement, yet still felt compelled to refute it. Young Master Duan, the venerable Jamozi clarified with an air of solemnity. I have repeatedly asserted that my quest for the 6 meridians divine sword is solely to fulfill my agreement with Mr. Morong. I assure you. I would never glance at it. Sun Ye chuckled, shaking his head. I recently raised a glass in honor of the resolve of the Ming King. Even if the Ming King were genuinely coveting the 6 meridians divine sword, the fervor of such ambition is indeed commendable. He then shifted the conversation, however, Master. Being a profound scholar of Buddhism, might you not ponder if your current obsession has perhaps bordered on madness? Brother Sun, be wary of this monk's eloquence. His words are sweet, yet they merely serve as a ruse to deceive us of Dali's 6 meridians divine sword, Duan Yu cautioned. In his eyes, all of Jamozi's actions were motivated solely by an insatiable desire for the 6 meridians divine sword. And he could not believe that Jamozi harbored any genuine affection for Murongbo. This was the unvarnished truth. Jamozi's yearning for the 6 meridians divine sword, or rather, his aspiration to be the world's foremost martial artist, had become exceedingly fervent. His thoughts had veered into extremity, causing him to neglect the distinctions among various martial arts. He would covet any formidable skill he encountered, seeking to acquire it by any means necessary, all while lacking a definitive direction. Youth Duan, Jamozi remarked, his expression darkening at the mention of the hospitality he had received during their journey. Sun Ye interrupted Geo Emoji before he could express his thoughts. For if the conversation continued, Duan Yu would inevitably face hardships. The Ming King calmed his anger, remarking that the young Master Duan was merely voicing a few complaints. Sun Ye began to speak, pausing momentarily before shifting the topic. Master, please do not be angered. Allow me to finish my thoughts. What is it that you truly aspire to achieve? Is it to attain the pinnacle of martial prowess, or to master all martial arts in existence? Surely, you must recognize the impracticality of the latter, correct? Furthermore, the Xiao Wuxiang Gong that you cultivate, I've heard whispers of it. This practice is rooted in Taoist philosophy, advocating for tranquility and non-action, transcending the mundane. Only through the application of Taoist martial arts can one embody the essence of the formless, eluding all tangible manifestations. Though the terminology may bear resemblance to the Buddhist concept of formless and colorless, the underlying principles diverge significantly. To my knowledge, none who have practiced the Xiao Wuxiang Gong have ventured into Buddhist martial arts. Do you comprehend the reason behind this? I would be eager to learn more. Kiyu Emoji replied, his expression shifting from alarm to calm, though the handprint left on the table betrayed his inner turmoil. Oh, the king has revealed his true nature. Sun Ye remarked with a knowing smile. Oh, what do you mean, young sir? Kiyu Emoji inquired, intrigued. I am not entirely certain of the reasons, but I can share my perspective. Sun Ye smiled, setting down his chopsticks, eager to articulate his thoughts, believing that persuasion through words would be most advantageous. Please, enlighten me. Kiyu Emoji urged, his demeanor serious. Martial arts fundamentally revolve around the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. Each technique inherently carries the spiritual state, physical condition, and even the habits of its creator. Naturally, the depth of these personal imprints varies according to the creator's prowess. Yet, in my experience, the impact of Taoist and Buddhist practices on one's mental state is unparalleled. Upon embarking on a martial path, novices typically mimic the techniques, akin to painting a tiger from a picture. Even after some advancement, the inability to fully harmonize with the techniques prevents them from unleashing their true potential. With prolonged study, an ordinary individual will gradually adapt their body to the techniques. Though they may not fully realize the original power, some growth is inevitable. However, this increase often becomes obscured amidst the lengthy practice of internal energy, rendering it unnoticeable. Concurrently, the practice of a particular martial art subtly influences the practitioner's mental state. A skilled practitioner, through extensive training, will make subtle adjustments to the techniques, instinctively aligning them with their own physical and spiritual condition. The truly adept may even modify existing techniques or create their own. Would you not agree, Master? Kiyuamo, Ji found himself momentarily speechless. Yet upon reflecting on his own experiences, he found this reasoning quite plausible. After all, Internal energy is formed through the intertwining of spiritual perception and external energies with the body's capabilities. During practice, it nourishes both body and spirit, inevitably influencing one's mental state according to varying natures. Furthermore, at advanced levels, breakthroughs often demand specific spiritual conditions, akin to the Buddhist concept of obstructions to insight. As a master of Buddhist scriptures, your mental state naturally leans towards Buddhist philosophy. Yet you practice a Taoist technique for cultivating internal energy. Thus, your spirit, influenced by the practice, begins to align more with Taoism, which may lead to certain impediments. Although the impact may not be significant, striving for profound mastery often yields diminishing returns. However, the master employs the Shaolin Buddhist techniques, dedicating a considerable portion of his time to the familiarization of various martial arts applications. This practice can lead to alterations in one's internal power and mental state, becoming ethereal and elusive, thus complicating the path to breakthrough. Furthermore, it is my understanding that after a certain level of proficiency in the 72 unique Shaolin skills, one must delve into the corresponding Buddhist teachings, aligning their mental state closely with that of the original authors to progress further. Even eminent monks who have deeply studied Buddhism find it challenging to simultaneously master several disciplines, as they influence one another, making accomplishments elusive. Although Ming Wang has not cultivated these specific techniques, his concentrated study of the methods, combined with the spiritual state derived from his own Buddhist practice and Taoist foundational internal power, inevitably poses risks. It would be prudent for Ming Wang to reflect on any unusual symptoms experienced during his training before making any judgments. Additionally, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. There are only invincible individuals in this world, not invincible martial arts. Just as the 18 dragon subduing palms became the pinnacle martial art only in the hands of Qiao Feng, it would be wise for the master to relinquish the pursuit of others' achievements while focusing on refining his own martial arts, potentially dispelling the latent dangers. After expressing these thoughts, Sun Yi took advantage of Jiao Emoji's contemplation to settle the bill and discreetly pulled Duan Yu away, intending to escape while his attention was diverted. The preceding remarks were based on Sun Yi's years of cultivation experience in the Dragon Ball world, interspersed with conjectures from his previous life on the internet, and recent insights into internal energy, forming a hypothesis regarding the direction of cultivation. The veracity of these theories remains uncertain and requires further observation and experimentation across a broader spectrum of individuals. Indeed, the worldview established in his previous life is difficult to alter, and Sun Yi finds himself quite unaccustomed to the idealistic approach to cultivation, favoring a more scientific methodology that involves extensive experimentation, summation, and refinement. However, pursuing this path necessitates companions in a multitude of experiments, particularly those involving mental aspects, which require utmost caution. Fortunately, with the world-traversing device, he can conduct research across different realms, potentially facilitating a clearer understanding of the essence of energy. Nonetheless, it is imperative to prioritize the escape with Duan Yu, for lacking the verbal prowess akin to Naruto, even if Jiao Emoji experiences a moment of doubt. His inherent character and imminent acquisition of the Six Meridians sword suggest he will not easily relent. Only through external intervention or a metaphorical collision with a wall might he reconsider his stance. It is advisable for young Master Sun to forego this endeavor, as he appears unversed in the techniques of acupoint release. Improper release could result in harm to young Master Duan. Yet, Sun Yi has been meticulously studying the essence of acupoints and is eager to experiment with energy-based acupoint release, though he is thwarted by Jiao Emoji. Consequently, he sets aside his intention to use Duan Yu as a test subject and resolves to remain by his side until the acupoint is released, or perhaps to undertake the study of acupoint techniques more thoroughly. After all, who can fathom what might transpire from the use of air to unlock the acupoints? Recently, I have been a bother to the master. I once had the pleasure of being warmly received by Lord Duan and his esteemed wife at the Duan residence. Now, having witnessed young Master Duan being restrained, I, Sun, cannot remain indifferent. Sun Yi did not sever ties with Jamozi. In the current circumstances, Sun Yi could likely gain the upper hand against Jamozi in a short skirmish, perhaps even defeat him, but until a confrontation occurs, everything remains uncertain. It is quite possible that after Jamozi evades Sun Yi's initial onslaught, the latter may soon find himself at a disadvantage. Of course, without any confrontation, All of this is merely speculation, and one must not overlook the potential for harm to Duan Yu should Jamozi find himself in a desperate situation. Jamozi wished for someone to guide him to the swallow's nest, and, feeling confident that his opponent posed no threat, he clasped his hands together and said, "I would be most obliged if Master Sun could lead the way." During the meal, the three sat in silence. Once they had finished eating, noticing Sun Ye's reticence, Jamozi took the initiative, saying, "If Master Sun is unwilling to guide us, please indicate the route to the swallow's nest, and I shall find my way there myself." Respect breeds respect. Since Jamozi exhibited a calm disposition, Sun Yi chose not to escalate tensions, smiling as he led the way, knowing that only by taking action could he find an opportunity to rescue someone, saying, "Master, please." A few days later, they arrived at the shores of Taihu Lake. Perhaps due to the timing, a small boat drifted across the water, rowed by a maiden clad in green, who sang a sweet, innocent tune. Her voice both melodious and pure. It was likely Abai, for beauty is always a rare resource, not found in abundance. Duan Yu, having immersed himself in poetry and literature during his time in Dali, was enchanted by the song and unable to extricate himself. Only Jamozi appeared indifferent, a testament to his years of dedicated study in Buddhist teachings. While one might criticize his ruthless methods in seizing martial prowess, it is undeniable that his spiritual cultivation was profound. He inquired, "Might I ask, young lady, if you are aware of the whereabouts of the swallow's nest? I have come to pay respects at the grave of an old friend, fulfilling a past promise, yet I find myself unaware of the exact location of the swallow's nest, which is truly embarrassing." At this point, the maiden, nearing the shore in her small boat, responded gently, "Master, you wish to go to the swallow's nest? What business do you have there?" Her voice was exceedingly soft, evoking an indescribable comfort. Jamozi replied, "I wish to reach the swallow's nest. Could you kindly guide me on the way?" The maiden smiled and said, "The name of the swallow's nest is not known to outsiders. Where did you hear it, master?" Jamozi once again recounted his intention to pay homage to Murong Bo using the six-pulse sword spectrum, sharing his thoughts and fostering mutual understanding. Consequently, he received an invitation from Abi to visit her residence. During this time, Sun Yi remained reticent, while Duan Yu, enraptured by Abi's melodious voice, found himself unable to interject. Before Duan Yu could contribute to the conversation, it concluded, and Jamozi gently placed his arm around Duan Yu's shoulder and gracefully leaped onto the small boat. Abi offered a subtle smile to both Jamozi and Duan Yu. However, Sun Yi followed closely behind and also jumped aboard, causing the boat to sway alarmingly, which left Abi momentarily pale with fright. Jamozi, sensing the instability, immediately braced himself, ready to leap back to shore if necessary. Once the boat stabilized, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation as they glided towards Swallow Dock aboard Abi's small vessel. Sun Yi and Jamozi remained silent during the journey, while Duan Yu, inheriting his father Duan Jingchuan's affable nature, conversed animatedly with Abi. In the blink of an eye, the small boat navigated several turns on the lake, eventually entering a larger expanse of water. Noticing the distance still ahead, Sun Yi took the wooden oar from Abi, following her indicated route. Before long, he skillfully guided the small boat into a secluded harbor where the surface was adorned with a profusion of lotus leaves. Without guidance, one would have been oblivious to any navigable path. After paddling for over 2 hours through the winding waterways, they finally caught sight of a corner of a flying eve peeking through the green willow thicket. One by one, they disembarked and beheld a scattering of 4 or 5 humble dwellings, the plaque of one reading Qin Yun in an elegant script. Jamozi inquired, "Is this the Swallow Dock at Sanha Manor?" Abi naturally shook her head. Throughout their exchanges, Abi steadfastly refrained from directly leading them into Sanha Manor, leaving Jamozi with no choice but to comply and wait patiently as instructed. Frustrated by his inability to achieve his goals, Jamozi's countenance darkened. As the national master of Tibet, his status was immensely revered. In both Tibet and the realms of the Song and Dali, monarchs would invariably treat him with the utmost respect. Yet here, he found himself thwarted by Abi. In a fleeting moment, he managed to recalibrate his emotions, settling into a tranquil demeanor as he waited in place. While the group conversed, an elderly man with silver hair and beard emerged from the rear hall, leaning on a cane, and spoke in a refined and articulate manner. "Abi, who was making such a ruckus here?" Sun Yi observed intently, captivated by the man's eloquence. Although there was a hint of suspicion, no obvious flaws were discernible. It was not until the elderly man exited, only to be replaced by a gaunt man in his 50s, that Sun Yi began to sense something amiss. It appeared that Aju had arrived. Following this, a series of antics ensued, with Aju repeatedly altering her appearance upon entering the room. Eventually, even Zhou Emoji perceived the irregularity, mistakenly attributing it to the Murong family's desire to prevent him from paying his respects to Murongbo. Nevertheless, he found himself at the mercy of the two young maidens' tricks. In a moment of frustration, he disclosed his intention to incinerate Duan Yu before the tomb of Murongbo, hoping to instill a sense of fear in his adversaries. Upon hearing this, both maidens were taken aback. However, observing his composed demeanor and earnest expression, it was evident that he was not jesting, which heightened their astonishment. Meanwhile, Sun Yi chuckled softly, assuring, "Master, you jest. As long as I am here, I will not permit you to harm young Master Duan. Even if I may not be able to best you in combat, I am confident in safeguarding our lives, not to mention that the outcome of a confrontation remains uncertain." Abai and Aju, however, preferred to prevent any altercation within the confines of the room. Thus, they engaged in verbal sparring with Jiao Emoji, urging him to release Duan Yu's acupoints. Perhaps underestimating Sun Yi and Duan Yu, Jiao Emoji surprisingly complied and proceeded to unlock Duan Yu's acupoints. Sun Yi did not intervene. Once Duan Yu's acupoints were unsealed, he felt unperturbed by Jiao Emoji's potential threats involving Duan Yu, allowing him to proceed with the rescue. However, despite Jiao Emoji releasing Duan Yu, the latter remained reluctant to take action, ultimately forcing Jiao Emoji to strike first. Fortunately, Sun Yi had anticipated this. And as Jiao Emoji launched his attack, Sun Yi summoned all his energy to intercept him, resulting in a clash of palms. Instantly, a shockwave surged through the surroundings, propelling Jiao Emoji backward as he stumbled 5 steps before regaining his balance. This exchange startled Aju, prompting a sharp cry as she adeptly evaded the chaos, drawing Jiao Emoji's attention, albeit momentarily. Yet, Jiao Emoji's focus quickly shifted back to Sun Yi, his expression turning grave. Throughout their journey, he had underestimated his opponent. But now, after engaging in combat, he found himself at a disadvantage. He was confident that even if young Master Murong were present, he would not falter. However, facing this recently renowned indestructible diamond, he was forced to retreat, while Sun Yi remained steadfast, unyielding. A glance revealed that Sun Yi stood perfectly composed, the ground beneath him untouched, devoid of any signs of energy dispersal. It was evident that to dismiss Sun Yi as merely a fortunate lad who had never encountered a master would be a folly of the highest order. Seeing Sun Yi gain the upper hand, Duan Yu's spirits lifted, momentarily reluctant to depart, but he was urged away by Abai and Aju. These two were perceptive, recognizing that their lack of martial prowess might render them vulnerable to Jiao Emoji's threats against Sun Yi. As soon as Duan Yu and the others stirred, Jiao Emoji lunged towards them, but Sun Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of Jiao Emoji. "Master, your opponent is me now. Defeat me first before pursuing them," he declared. A flicker of cold light flashed in Jiao Emoji's eyes. "Since the young master is so unwise, I shall demonstrate my capabilities and see just how much you are worth." Gathering his internal energy, Jiao Emoji's right hand turned crimson, and with a surge of power, he unleashed a blazing sword aura towards Sun Yi. This was none other than Jiao Emoji's signature technique, the flame blade. Sun Yi stood firm, unfaltering, as a wave of energy surged forth, shattering the flaming blade into a cascade of sparks, reminiscent of a brilliant firework. The blade's aura surged directly towards Jamozi. Though the blade was undeniably sharp, its energy intensity was lacking. It would be unwise to expose such a flaw. Sun Yi let out a thunderous roar and swiftly advanced, delivering a punch aimed directly at Jamozi's face. Even before his fist reached its target, Jamozi could already feel the fierce wind rushing towards him. It was evident that once Sun Yi's strength increased by 1 or 2-fold, he would be capable of striking with the power of a fist wind, akin to the turtle sage. Jamozi's expression shifted slightly, recognizing that such formidable strength was not something to be taken on directly. This force was not merely internal energy. Rather, it resembled an external physical assault, undeniably impressive. Great compassion, great mercy, thousand-leaf hand. Jamozi executed the Shaolin technique of the great compassion, great mercy, thousand-leaf hand, employing soft energy to dissipate the force of Sun Yi's punch. He retreated 3 steps, successfully blocking the impact of Sun Yi's attack. Sun Yi felt as though his fist had struck a soft, yielding force field, with waves of energy cascading from his palm, countering his strength. After breaking through 2 layers of this power, he came to a halt, engaged in a tussle with Jiao for a while. Sun Yi noticed that Jiao consistently employed gentle techniques to sap his strength. Yet, Sun Yi remained direct and unyielding, seemingly devoid of the finesse to evade or maneuver in close quarters, prompting Jiao to initiate more agile close combat tactics. However, a stark disparity existed between the two. While Sun Yi brushed off several blows with indifference, merely dusting off his clothes, Jiao risked severe injury with even a single fall. After exchanging a flurry of blows, Jiao seized an opportune moment to leap out of the fray, intent on pursuing Duan Yu and his companion. Having already witnessed his opponent's martial prowess, Sun Yi focused his mental energy, gathering it into his fists and feet, akin to the turtle school's energy concentration technique. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, his right foot surged forward, and he appeared before Jiao as if teleporting, striking with the swiftness of a meteor. Jiao eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief, and he could only cross his arms defensively across his chest, despite their similar energy levels. The disparity in their capabilities was immense, one explosively releasing energy through meridians, while the other could actively concentrate all his might to unleash a powerful blow. Boom! Jiao felt an excruciating pain in his arms, accompanied by a sharp crack, either a fracture or a severe break. His body involuntarily flew backward, crashing through the wall of a nearby building, utilizing the force of the impact to escape while spitting blood midair. Young Master Sun, your skills are remarkable. I have learned my lesson. Until we meet again. Jiao decisively acknowledged his defeat, enduring the agonizing pain coursing through him, and vanished from sight in a matter of moments. I am always at your service. With a serene smile, Sun Yi stood tall, his soft voice resonating clearly in the ears of the fleeing Jamozi. From a distance, it appeared that Jamozi quickened his pace. Nevertheless, Sun Yi did not relent. He pursued him, for they still needed to find a boat to leave the island, and Duan Yu and the others had already boarded. Encountering them would pose a significant problem. That monk is truly infuriating. Alas, I cannot defeat him, or I would ensure he faces my wrath. Humph. Meanwhile, Duan Yu, who was making his escape, was also somewhat vexed. Jamozi was like a stubborn adhesive, clinging to them without letting go. Despite voicing his frustration, he occasionally cast glances in the direction they had come from, for Sun Yi was still engaging the enemy. Aju and Abai responded vaguely, their gazes fixated on the direction of the Qinyun cottage. Suddenly, their eyes lit up as they spotted someone hastily approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Jamozi, clad in monk's robes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the group aboard the boat immediately began to paddle away from the island. Just as they were rowing, they noticed Sun Yi also emerging from the building, pursuing Jamozi. Jamozi disregarded Duan Yu and the others, opting instead for a small boat. Taking a servant he had seized to guide him, and swiftly propelled away using his internal energy. Aju hurriedly called for Sun Yi to board the vessel, eager to depart and distance themselves from the island. Fear not, ladies, Jamozi has been driven off by me. I was merely cautious earlier, concerned for young Master Duan, as I feared injuring him in the heat of the conflict before his acupoints were unblocked. Sun Yi reassured them. Upon hearing this, Abai and Aju, who were intent on leaving, were halted by Sun Yi's words and instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them. Sun Yi continued, however, several houses have sustained varying degrees of damage due to the skirmish. It would be wise to vacate this area. We can return once repairs have been made. The two nodded in agreement, knowing that as long as there were beautiful women present, Duan Yu would be indifferent to their location. Thus, Sun Yi boarded the boat once more, and Aju and Abai prepared to row, wishing to personally see him off as a mark of respect. As headmates, their status in Yinzi dock was quite elevated. The group rowed to a place known as Tingyu Residence, where they disembarked, and Aju and Abai promptly arranged lunch for everyone. We appreciate your service, Sun Yi acknowledged graciously. He did not refuse such hospitality, and shortly thereafter, male servants brought forth an array of fruits and snacks, followed by an assortment of hot dishes, meat and vegetables harmoniously paired, featuring local seafood delicacies, each dish exquisitely crafted. The fish and shrimp bore a hint of southern flair, mingled with fruits to impart a natural fragrance. After a satisfying meal, as Sun Yi expressed his intention to leave, he inquired about the location of Mandala Villa. After much persuasion, Aju and Abai, seeing Sun Yi's resolute determination, could only dispatch someone to prepare a vessel to ferry him across, for given the present circumstances, it was indeed unlikely he would come to harm. If Sun Yi is determined to seek, he will undoubtedly succeed. It would be wiser for the two to guide him, thereby alleviating the tension. As for Duan Yu, it is certain he will follow the beauty. In this harmonious atmosphere, the small boat glides towards the Mandala Villa. The Wang family at Mandala Villa is indeed a formidable force in the Taihu region, with numerous industries and servants at their command. After all, with Madame Wang often venturing out to capture heartless men, any lesser power would have long been eradicated. Due to her connection with Duan Zhenchun, Madame Wang, Li Luo, frequently coerces men with mistresses to eliminate their families, ultimately uniting with their lovers. Those who resist face dire consequences, as she has become quite unreasonable. As the boat turned past a row of weeping willows, a cluster of camellias by the water's edge caught their eye, blooming in vibrant hues. Just as they were about to disembark, the sound of approaching footsteps reached them. It was a maid, acquainted with the two, passing by, holding a bouquet of flowers. She spotted a Zhu and a Bai as they came ashore. Swiftly approaching with a joyful expression, she exclaimed, "A Zhu, a Bai. How bold you are to bring a man here." Madame Wang has decreed that the faces of these two young maids should be marked with a cross, marring their exquisite beauty. Before she could finish her sentence, she broke into laughter. A Zhu spat in jest and rolled her eyes at the maid. After a bout of laughter, they inquired about Madame Wang's whereabouts. Although they knew full well she was on the island, they also understood that the other party would not jest lightly. Upon confirming that Madame Wang was indeed absent, a Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. Madame Wang's character was both domineering and eccentric, and with young Master Murong away, it was likely she would show no leniency to anyone, especially not to the few maids, who certainly held no significant standing. Even a Zhu and a Bai were merely maids, after all. Young Master Sun is indeed a master of martial arts, and amidst the clash between the two parties, it is uncertain who would ultimately suffer. Although she harbors a disdain for Lady Wang, a Zhu's innate kindness prevents her from wishing any injustice upon her. After an exchange of words, with a Zhu present, Sun Yi finds himself unable to venture forth alone in search of the library. Thus, he must accompany a Zhu back to the listening fragrance pavilion. Subsequently, Sun Yi expresses his intention to take his leave. Despite a Zhu's attempts to persuade him to stay, she refrains from insisting further upon witnessing his resolve. As for Duan Yu, he remains as a guest. And during this time, Sun Yi clarifies Duan Yu's identity. A Zhu and her companion recognize that he is a key figure whom Murong Fu seeks to cultivate relationships with, and they hold no disdain for him. Particularly since Duan Yu possesses a remarkable talent for charming women. A Zhu arranges for someone to ferry Sun Yi to the nearest shore, and once he has departed, the servant returns. Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, it is presumed that all have retired for the night. Sun Yi retrieved a capsule, releasing a compact single-person aircraft, which headed towards the Mandala Villa in daylight. Fortunately, he had previously deployed a locator. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to locate it in the dead of night. Finding an empty space and taking advantage of the solitude, Sun Yi stowed the aircraft and then produced a scanner, commencing his search through the surrounding rooms. After traversing a dozen rooms, he soon discovered a mechanism within one of them. After contemplating for a moment, Sun Yi successfully activated the mechanism. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing a switch for the mechanism beside the door. Without hesitation, he closed the door behind him and descended further into the chamber. Traveling several meters before arriving in the secret room, he immediately began scanning and documenting the text present, all the while perusing the manuscripts. Time passed, and before long, it seemed to be the following day. During this interval, Sun Yi had taken 2 meals, both consisting of convenient food he had brought in the capsule. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise from outside, and the door to the secret chamber opened, allowing a sliver of light to spill in from above. "You all may descend. I shall remain in seclusion for 10 days. Remember to deliver my meals on time," came a voice from outside, resonant with authority yet melodious. Following the sound of footsteps, a woman entered. She wore a light-colored dress that flowed to the ground, her slender waist barely graspable, and her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the jade statue found within the secret cave of Mount Wuliang in Dali, possessing 6 or 7 similarities. However, the other half of her features was inherited from Wu Yazi, which did not diminish her beauty, perhaps due to her practice of the minor formless technique. She appeared to be in her 20s. Her figure was somewhat more voluptuous, exuding an air of maturity, her expression serious, unlike the jade statue's enigmatic smile. She was none other than Madame Wang, Li Luo. As Sun Yi seized the moment when the opponent's door closed, he deftly struck their acupoint from a distance. Is it you, Brother Chun? Li Qingluo's voice quivered, suddenly turning exceptionally sweet. However, before the other party could gather their emotions, Sun Yi stepped forward. Upon realizing that it was not Duanjun Chun, Li Qingluo's expression shifted dramatically, becoming icy and frigid. Her tone reverted to its original state as she sternly exclaimed, "Who are you? Do you not know this is the Mandala Villa?" It seemed that due to being struck at the acupoint, her tone was harsh. Yet her body remained still. As Sun Yi approached, Li Qingluo, without waiting for his response, swiftly lunged forward. Drawing a gleaming longsword from her waist with a swift motion, aiming it directly at Sun Yi. Sun Yi immediately grasped the blade with his hand, exerting a firm grip that caused the seemingly smooth and sharp longsword to shatter into several fragments, scattering in all directions. With another surge of strength, he drew his opponent into his embrace, immobilizing their hands. He then produced steel handcuffs from his person, securing the individual's wrists behind their back, rendering them even more conspicuous. After restraining their feet, he bound them to a pillar. Once the person was subdued, Sun Yi examined their acupoints, noting that the energy and acupoints were not entirely compatible. Thus, the seal was not very tight, allowing a significant leakage, which was easily countered by the opponent's internal force. I was well aware that we were at Mandala Manor. With his captive secured, Sun Yi offered a faint smile, responding to the individual. Knowing this, do you still dare to come here? Are you not aware of the rules of Mandala Manor? Any man who intrudes uninvited must have his legs severed. Now, do not hesitate to withdraw swiftly. Li Qingluo's face displayed a fierce countenance, and upon careful observation, Sun Yi realized that the other party was not merely posturing. They were not as fragile as they appeared. Even the master of Mandala Manor is now in my grasp. What can you possibly do, even if I have intruded? Sun Yi felt a mixture of frustration and amusement. Could the other party truly be so oblivious to their own shortcomings? He no longer had the inclination to engage with them. Was it really a case of beauty without intellect? They had inherited the striking features of Li Qiushui and Wu Yazi. Yet it seemed they were either neglected or had grown accustomed to a life of luxury, as their intellectual capacity appeared rather concerning. Sun Yi resumed his perusal of the martial arts manual, yet he could hardly concentrate due to Li Qingluo's incessant prattling, which resembled the fervent ramblings of a madwoman. Growing weary of her incessant chatter, Sun Yi resorted to silencing her by stuffing an object into her mouth. After a while, observing her continued struggles, he decided to conduct an experiment on her acupoints, removing the obstruction from her mouth in the process. Sun Yi remarked in advance, "I will mention an acupoint, and you must respond with the function of each one. If I inquire twice and receive differing answers, I shall conduct an experiment on you." He rummaged through various diagrams depicting the acupoints of internal energy, referring to the comprehensive analysis he had previously compiled. Sun Yi began to question methodically, increasing the pace of his inquiries. After a while, he revisited all the acupoints and accelerated his questioning further, leaving no time for contemplation. After 5 rounds, it became evident from the computer records that 1/3 of the data was inconsistent. Sun Yi selected several non-lethal acupoints and conducted experiments, inducing sensations of itchiness and numbness, which left the other party in a state of perspiration. Sun Yi took the opportunity to scrutinize the other party. No wonder both Duanjun Chun and her current husband were utterly bewildered, as she indeed possessed substantial allure. Without such captivating qualities, it would be unlikely for anyone to willingly take on the burden. Soon enough, after a struggle, Li Qingluo freed her hands from the handcuffs, removed the object from her mouth, and began to vehemently curse, simultaneously attempting to channel her inner strength for an attack. Sun Yi has also risen to fame, embodying a modern perspective that does not rigidly adhere to traditional gender distinctions. Perhaps this is a consequence of an inflated ego, given the power he possesses. He directly restrained Li Qingluo's hands, positioning them upon her knees, and proceeded to spank her. In the midst of her struggles, an unexpected spark of anger ignited, leading to a cascade of events that unfolded naturally. After donning his attire, he casually draped the bedding he had just retrieved over her enchanting yet slumbering form. Sun Yi felt quite at ease, having dedicated 2 consecutive hours to his practice. Recently accumulated energy was expended, supplemented by techniques he had previously studied in the secluded chambers, enhancing his lower back power with all his vigor. Although Sun Ye's overall strength in the Dragon Ball universe was not particularly formidable, it nonetheless surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. Consequently, after their engagement, Li Qingluo promptly succumbed to slumber, even though she had no intention of playing with fire. Once the flames of passion were ignited, Sun Yi, with his adept understanding of meridians and acupoints, ensured that she could not cease. He observed her kneeling on the bed, her figure curvaceous and alluring. In such beneficial circumstances, Sun Yi was unreserved. However, subsequent recovery required careful consideration of how to navigate her personality. Over the next 2 days, whenever fatigue set in, they would rest together, and meals were restricted to the bare sustenance necessary for survival. The immediate objective was to shatter her principles through various means and to erase any lingering affections for Duan Jingshun from her heart. Whether love or hate, it needed to be redirected towards himself. After all, her attachment was merely a fixation, with all memories of Duan Jingshun residing in her mind. Once that obsession faded, her dedication would diminish significantly. Alongside this, he eagerly perused the martial arts of the Longhuan Blessed Land, where a substantial portion of the martial arts from the Tianlong universe converged, albeit lacking some of the most elite lineages or possessing incomplete transmissions. Sun Yi himself does not concern himself with those so-called top-tier inheritances. What he truly requires is a broad understanding, a synthesis of the essence of inner strength systems, and a grasp of the foundational principles of this framework, preparing himself for a path that can accommodate such a system. Although it pertains to a low martial world, Sun Yi has indeed glimpsed a fragment of its profound mysteries. The concept of cultivating energy, or qi, is fundamentally about the interconnectedness of essence, energy, and spirit, collectively propelling the evolution of life and ultimately achieving transcendence of the life tier, a most solid and fundamental form of transcendence. In the Dragon Ball universe, qi lacks the channels through which essence, energy, and spirit intertwine. It merely enhances raw power. Only when Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan God does the supreme amplification of divinity and qi jointly advance the evolution of the body. However, this evolution occurs at a painfully slow pace in the absence of active cultivation. In the Dragon Ball realm, there exists but one path to evolution. One must possess divine status to utilize it as a foundation for the connection of essence, energy, and spirit, thereby facilitating overall evolution. Yet, basing it on divine status implies that the limits of divinity become the limits of evolution, constrained by the weaknesses of that divinity. Thus, the methods of evolving inner strength hold significant importance for Sun Yi. However, a solitary cultivation method is of lesser importance. What matters most now is the extraction of inner strength to promote evolution in conjunction with qi energy. These explorations can be conducted along the lines of foundational scriptures. The profound knowledge concerning human evolution is likely only to be found in the most esoteric texts, perhaps even solely within the secret traditions of Taoism and Buddhism. Ordinary methods of cultivating inner strength serve merely as auxiliary skills. Yet, the vast accumulation of scriptures within the Longhuan Jade Cave also plays a role, at least aiding Sun Yi in better exploring the essence of inner strength and studying its role in facilitating evolution. While engaged in the process of knowledge supplementation, aggregation, analysis, and summarization at the Mandala Villa, Li Chi Luo, a ripe fruit of opportunity, unabashedly seized time each day to harvest, concurrently investigating the essence of dual cultivation techniques to collectively transform their physiques through a cleansing of marrow and bones. Of course, this was merely for the enhancement of strength, without overthinking it. After Sun Yi had lifted 30 jin of weight daily, applying all his strength alongside other methods, he eventually began to plead for mercy and even submit. All unfolded naturally, regardless of the veracity of the situation, yet at least on the surface, he appeared compliant, especially after the two emerged from the secret chamber. Sun Yi unleashed a Kamehameha wave before Li Chi Luo, creating towering waves in the nearby deep waters, further harmonizing their rapport. After spending several days in the secret chamber, engaged in reading scriptures and sleeping, Sun Yi found himself bored, idly toying with something in his hands while releasing a purchased mechanical spy insect, connecting his computer to stream real-time footage. As the mechanical insect emerged, it was just before dawn, the sun barely rising in the east. His first task was to check on the situation at the Listening Fragrance Pavilion, seeking to ascertain whether Duan Yu was still present. Upon arriving at the Listening Fragrance Pavilion, he found several servants tidying up, the living room bearing the evident scars of a fierce battle. Sun Yi glanced around and quickly understood that Duan Yu had already departed. Uncertain whether he would be able to catch up with the incident in Xingzi Forest, Sun Yi contemplated releasing numerous mechanical insects towards Wuxi. There had been rumors circulating in the martial world that the Beggars sect would convene in Wuxi to confront the Xixia people. It appeared that the incident at Xingzi Forest was imminent, and he needed to act swiftly. Missing this opportunity would render it less enjoyable. Suddenly, an image flickered across the screen. It was Duan Yu. Sun Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly commanded the two nearby mechanical insects to follow Duan Yu. He then resumed his reading and training. Once he had sufficiently adjusted to the weighted exercises, he took a brief respite before commencing his unweighted training. First, he conjured a room and a capsule filled with exercise equipment before Li Qingluo. She was instantly awestruck, prompting Sun Yi to act with even greater assertiveness. If words could not convey his dominance, he would shift to action. Having found a breakthrough, it was imperative to fortify his efforts. Sun Yi would not be so single-minded as to follow Duan Yu blindly. Upon arriving in Wuxi, all the mechanical insects swiftly dispersed to search for the disciples of the beggar's sect. If they could locate them, it would mean there was still time. If not, it would signify that it was already too late. Thus, Sun Yi remained calm. Although he had acquired both the Northern Darkness divine skill and the wave-soaring steps, he had refrained from practicing due to the passage of time. He had memorized the positions for the wave-soaring steps and had previously circulated his qi through his meridians a few times, resulting in a slight alteration in its nature. He merely needed to practice the wave-soaring steps a few times to familiarize himself with its operational route, aiming for an elegant entrance when the time came. Before long, the mechanical insects followed Duan Yu to find Xiaofeng. After all, Sun Yi was not acquainted with Xiaofeng, and the other mechanical insects could only search for the beggar's sect disciples, which would undoubtedly take longer. Seeing that the two had met, Sun Yi settled Li Qingluo and took the opportunity to exit through another emergency exit in the Longhuan Jade Cave, which led to a modestly decorated room, empty of occupants, leaving him uncertain whether it belonged to Li Qingluo or Wang Yuyan. Without further thought, Sun Yi gathered his belongings and set out. In less than half a day's time, he arrived within the boundaries of Wuxi. Before he could reach the city, he heard someone calling his name from afar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Duan Yu, standing beside a robust man in his 30s, who appeared to be Xiaofeng. As he approached, he listened as Duan Yu introduced them. "Brother, this is Sun Yi, the gentleman who saved me twice before, known as the Unyielding Diamond. This is my sworn elder brother, Xiaofeng, the beggar's sect leader, renowned as Northern Xiaofeng." "Honored to finally meet the illustrious Xiaofeng," Sun Yi said, bowing respectfully, for the leader's reputation was indeed formidable and deserving of admiration. "Too kind, too kind." Xiaofeng replied with a hearty laugh. "The esteemed Unyielding Diamond is a name I have heard resoundingly. As fate would have it, my brother and I are on our way to the city for a celebratory drink. I invite you to join us, Sun Gongzi." Although Sun Yi had intended to challenge Xiaofeng upon his arrival in Wuxi, he understood that drinking was of greater importance, and he could defer the duel until after they had partaken in the revelry. "Aha, Sun Gongzi is quite forthright. If you wish to spar, once I conclude the beggar's sect meeting, I shall gladly oblige." Xiaofeng, being a man of straightforward nature, noticed Sun Ye's lack of malice. Recognizing his desire merely to engage in friendly competition, he had also heard of Sun Ye's reputation for seeking challenges and understood that, should he be defeated, he would only be asked for a detailed explanation of the meridians, indicating that he was indeed a martial enthusiast. Soon, the group returned to the city, with numerous disciples of the beggar's sect present. As soon as Xiaofeng and the other two appeared in Wuxi City, they were quickly spotted. Two ragged men, resembling beggars, rushed towards them, prompting Xiaofeng to halt. After a brief exchange, it became clear that someone had intruded into the local branch. Xiaofeng turned to Duan Yu and asked, "Brother, will you accompany me?" "Of course," Duan Yu replied. Sun Yi took his leave. As the relationship had not yet reached that level, one must not force it. Although it is regrettable to miss the lively atmosphere now, one could assert that they accompanied the people of Xixiao later in the evening, which conveniently allows for a meal. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome at Apricot Grove remains unchanged. After all, Xiaofeng's identity cannot be altered. Upon arriving at the scene, one must not merely endure the suffocating emotions, but should seize the pivotal moment to rectify some regrets. Sun Yi had meticulously prepared a note, placing it inside a larger mechanical insect, as it appeared he was destined to play the role of a trickster today. After the two individuals had wandered off, Sun Yi casually sought a spot to have a light meal before following the trail left by the mechanical insect, all the while searching for the direction of the Western Xia people. Upon arriving at the Apricot Grove, he fortuitously encountered Quan Guiqing embroiled in a heated argument with Xiaofeng. After observing for a moment, he promptly exited once the mechanical insect had detected the whereabouts of the Western Xia. Master Qiao, Sun Yi respectfully greeted. Sun Yi moved with remarkable swiftness, covering dozens of yards in less than the span of a breath. This time, however, he did so with far less commotion, utilizing his innate talent. The lightness skill suited him quite well. Upon seeing Sun Yi, Xiao Feng did not respond with laughter, but rather remarked, "Ah, it is brother Sun Yi. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Sun Yi smiled and said, "Earlier, while resting in the wilderness, I noticed some Western Xia individuals heading in this direction, so I came to assess the situation. However, it appears that your esteemed group is currently occupied with significant matters." Since Sun Yi has arrived with good intentions, Xiao Feng did not wish to dismiss him hastily. He was about to instruct someone to handle the matter and continue the previous discussion when the sound of galloping hooves abruptly interrupted him. Two riders approached swiftly towards the apricot grove. Given that the beggars' sect was gathered here, there were naturally patrols nearby to guard against potential threats. Although these guards did not detect Sun Yi, it was unlikely that ordinary second-rate fighters could evade their notice. The riders consisted of an elderly man and woman. The man was of diminutive stature, while the woman was notably tall. Xiao Feng rose to greet them, saying, "The esteemed couple, Master Tan and Madam Tan from Chongshao Cave in the Taihang Mountains, have graced us with their presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Elder Su and 6 other elders from the beggars' sect, including those in charge of transmitting teachings and enforcing laws, stepped forward to pay their respects. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Sun Yi immediately comprehended that it was time to unveil Xiao Feng's lineage. Shortly thereafter, several individuals, including Zhao, Qian, and Sun, as well as Dan Zheng, arrived. Elder Su, along with Dan Zheng and others, took their positions. And Dan Zheng proclaimed with a clear voice, "May Madame Ma step forward for a discussion." From behind the trees emerged a small sedan chair, and a young woman clad entirely in white slowly descended. She bowed her head and respectfully saluted Xiao Feng, saying, "The widow Ma One from the Ma family pays her respects to the leader." Xiao Feng returned the gesture, replying, "Sister-in-law, you honor me with your presence." Subsequently, the attendees urged Madame Ma to recount the events of the evening in detail, interspersed with testimonies from the elders of the beggars' sect and Danzhang. Although Xiao Feng sensed an underlying disturbance, his demeanor remained composed. Having lived without a single guilty conscience, he felt no fear, regardless of the accusations leveled against him. However, as the narrative unfolded, Xiao Feng's expression began to shift, ultimately revealing that the entire affair was directed against him. Elder Su cleared his throat and remarked, "This matter is entangled with grievances, and I find myself in a difficult position." At this moment, the assembly understood that Elder Su had invited the Tan couple and Dan Zheng to the beggars' sect to lend weight to the correspondence, affirming its authenticity. The old monk could serve as a witness. Suddenly, from deep within the apricot grove, an elderly voice resonated, booming like thunder and echoing for miles, clearly indicating formidable internal strength. The crowd turned to see an old monk clad in a gray robe with a dignified visage, and pronounced features emerge from behind the apricot tree. Elder Su and the others promptly welcomed him, saying, "Master Zhiguang from Tianai Mountain has arrived. It has been over 30 years since we last met. Yet you remain as vigorous as ever. Today, your presence is indeed a blessing for the beggars' sect." Zhao Qian and Sun interjected. The battle at the Stone Valley beyond the Yinmin Pass involved Master Zhiguang as well. Please enlighten us. Soon, a tale from 30 years prior began to unfold. Despite some changes along the way, nothing took Sun Yi by surprise. Upon the conclusion of Master Zhiguang's detailed account, he slowly turned to gaze at Xiao Feng, stating, "Leader Qiao, how would you respond if you were to learn this information?" Before Xiao Feng could respond, Sun Yi laughed, realizing they were all a group of confused souls. If Shaolin's martial arts were truly easy to master, why were there only a handful of monks in the temple? If martial prowess were indeed so pivotal, why did the Song dynasty not achieve victory in battles? It seemed that when personal interests were at stake, they could not distinguish between truth and falsehood. The remaining individuals were instantly incensed, their expressions indicating that reprimands were on the tip of their tongues. Only Master Zhiguang sighed, uttering, "Amidst. Indeed, we have erred in our actions, and I feel remorseful about this matter." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd softened, for they believed that those with greater renown found it increasingly difficult to acknowledge their mistakes, while Master Zhiguang stood as a paragon of accountability. Sun Yi has discerned the true nature of today's beggars' sect gathering. The investigation into Ma Deyuan's death and the struggle for power are merely FAAs. Master Zhiguang harbors no ambition for authority and is profoundly unsettled by the fact that Xiao Feng is of Khitan descent, rendering him susceptible to manipulation. As for Qiaofeng, his high esteem within the sect has incited the ire of several elders and numerous branch leaders, alongside key figures such as Madame Ma and Su Chongxiao, who conspire to dislodge him from his position. The attendees were engulfed in disbelief upon learning that the renowned leader of the Beggars sect, the illustrious Bei Qiaofeng, was not Han but Khitan, a revelation that defied credulity. In these tumultuous times, the animosity between the Song and Liao dynasties is palpable, and the enmity is tangled and intricate. However, Sun Yi, as a modern individual, struggles to fathom the underlying reasons, yet this very detachment grants him clarity. National grievances and personal vendettas are countless. Thus, the Battle of Yinmen past 30 years prior serves merely as a microcosm, its essence steeped in hatred that drives martial artists to act irrationally, culminating in today's dire consequences. Most profoundly affected is Qiaofeng himself, who has lived as a Han for 30 years. The sudden revelation of his Khitan identity stirs a tempest within him. With a bitter smile, he acknowledges the current state of affairs. He has come to a stark understanding of the situation, yet his heart is heavy. For years, he has single-handedly elevated the Beggars sect to its pinnacle, only to find himself rejected by those he once led. Amit Ba, Qiao benefactor, a monk speaks no falsehoods. Your Khitan lineage is beyond doubt. If you seek vengeance, let it commence with this humble monk. Master Zhiguang sighs, presenting himself as a willing sacrifice. Enough. This is not your place to speak. Elder Su could no longer contain his outrage, and several other elders echoed his sentiment, their aged faces contorted with fury. To Su's further dismay, among the disciples present, there were some who bore expressions of agreement with Sun Ye's remarks. Brother Sun, this is an internal matter of the Beggars sect. Everything shall await Qiaofeng's resolution, he maintained, steadfast in his defense of the sect. In truth, today's affairs could have been resolved easily had Qiaofeng but reflected upon his own heart. Does he desire power? Haha, very well, let it be so. I have delivered my message. I shall take my leave now, Sun Yi concluded with a hint of amusement. As Sun Yi's foot trembled, his body soared forward with an unexpected force. One might think he could at least put on a semblance of drama. Yet, no one seemed to take notice, which rendered the situation quite awkward. Everyone else had turned their attention to Qiaofeng. Is it love? With a light and seemingly casual question. Sun Ye's words resonated like a thunderous bell, causing Qiaofeng's expression to shift dramatically as he momentarily lost his composure. This query laid bare the internal strife within the Beggars sect for all to see, leaving the leadership visibly unsettled. They believed their intentions were solely for the benefit of the sect, yet they found themselves unable to refute the statement, as they indeed hoped for Qiaofeng's resignation. Consequently, they collectively turned their gaze toward him. Qiaofeng let out a long sigh to release the pent-up frustration within him and proclaimed, "This staff was entrusted to me by Master Wang. Though I have made no significant contributions while leading the Beggars sect, fortunately, I have not committed any grave errors either. Today, I step down, and I invite any worthy individual who wishes to assume this role to come forth and accept this staff." He called out 3 times. Yet no one from the sect responded. With a respectful bow to his comrades, he said, "The verdant mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow. Farewell, my brothers. Whether I am of Han descent or Khitan, I vow that in my lifetime, I shall never harm a single Han life." Suddenly, a sound echoed as a bamboo staff soared through the air, skillfully thrown back by Qiaofeng. Not long after leaving the apricot grove, Qiaofeng spotted a sizable insect approaching, which appeared unfamiliar from a distance. As the mechanical insect drew closer, he stood transfixed, marveling at its metallic sheen and the intricate craftsmanship he had never encountered before. As the insect hovered before him, its movement slowed, seemingly assessing him. After a moment, it emitted a sound, none other than Sun Ye's voice. "Master Qiao, it is I, Sun Yi. Earlier, there were skilled individuals present, which is why I did not elaborate. I have noted several questions that arose during the earlier discussion, which I sent to you via this small insect. You may ponder them at your leisure." Upon hearing this, Qiaofeng extended his hand, and the mechanical insect delivered a note into his grasp before swiftly ascending and vanishing from sight. As he examined the note, astonishment washed over him, prompting him to swiftly employ his lightness skill and dash in a particular direction, his anxious demeanor palpable. Following closely behind was Duanyu, who hurried to keep pace with him. Meanwhile, Sun Yi had another matter at hand, eliminating Yunjiangqi. Now that they were approaching, he seized the opportunity to act swiftly, knowing he had to return promptly as others awaited him. Under the cover of night, as the Western Xia ambushed the Beggars sect, Sun Yi, equipped with night vision goggles, zeroed in on Yun Zhonghe's position. Seizing the moment, he fired several rounds from his silenced rifle, hitting Yun Zhonghe and inadvertently wounding a nearby Western Xia soldier. A startled cry rang out, sending a jolt through both parties as the beggar's sect members quickly recognized the ambush and gathered together in alarm. Having achieved his objective, Sun Yi promptly withdrew, leaving behind the members of the beggar's sect, who were fortunate enough to have their ambush disrupted. These befuddled individuals were in the capable hands of Qiao Feng, who had been previously informed of the situation, along with the scheming Murong Fu. Ensuring their safety was likely secured. With all matters settled, it was time to return to the Mandu villa, retracing his steps through the emergency exit of the secret chamber, leading once again to the young woman's boudoir. However, this time, an unexpected turn awaited him. Upon entering, Sun Yi discovered the presence of another individual, a young woman. The moment she noticed Sun Yi's arrival, her expression shifted dramatically, and just as she was about to scream, Sun Yi swiftly immobilized her with a pressure point technique. He deftly swept into the secret chamber, where the girl was confronted with the sight of the disheveled and bound Li Qi Luo. Her astonishment rendered her momentarily speechless, perhaps unsure of what to utter, or rendered mute by the immobilization. "Who are you?" she inquired, her voice imbued with a hint of indignation, though her tone remained calm. Ethereal and tinged with youthful timbre, a unique quality of one in the midst of adolescence. Having been sheltered within the confines of her boudoir from a young age, she possessed an air of aloofness reminiscent of the coldness associated with the legendary Xiaolongnil. Upon closer inspection, her features bore a striking resemblance to Li Qi Luo. Yet they were nearly identical to the jade statue from the Longhuan cave, revealing her identity as Wang Yuyan. Subsequently, the situation unfolded predictably. Sun Yi coerced Li Qi Luo into persuading Wang Yuyan to pen a note indicating her departure to seek Murong Fu, which the servants of Mandu Villa later confirmed as they inquired about her whereabouts, evidently believing the ruse, and were sent away by a few dismissive words from Li Qi Luo. What followed was a regimen of physical training alternating between weighted and unweighted exertions, with a day spent within the confines of the secret chamber. Devoid of the opportunity to cultivate internal energy, it was akin to a solitary confinement. Li Qingluo's emotional state distinctly shifted over time. The fervor that initially characterized her demeanor gradually morphed into pleas for mercy, culminating in her own capitulation, pulling her daughter into the depths of despair alongside her. The edict of maternal authority could not be defied, and after a span of over 10 days to a month of cohabitation within the secret chamber, Wang Yuyan's mindset underwent a profound transformation, evolving from initial resistance to eventual submission. In the original narrative, it appears that Wang Yuyan held steadfast feelings for Murong Fu, largely due to the neglect she experienced and the persistent indoctrination from several retainers of the Murong family, who instilled in her the belief that she was destined to marry Murong Fu. After marrying Duanyu, his affections seemed to come far too easily, which only deepened the longing for Murong Fu. Having invested so much effort, Sun Yi appeared to have successfully won over his heart, at least on the surface. Li Qi Luo initially harbored a desire to master extraordinary skills after her departure, seeking vengeance and planning to eliminate all of Duan Zhengquan's other lovers in Dali. However, this obsession gradually faded with each ascent and descent she experienced. Even after the time for her seclusion had elapsed, Li Qingluo announced her intention to continue her retreat alongside Wang Yuyan. The present circumstances had rendered her content, allowing her to savor the moment without concern for the future. As Li Qingluo's mindset transformed, Wang Yuyan, too, found her strength growing with the passage of time. Previously constrained by her mother's demands, she had shed her earlier doubts and even began practicing the lesser wuxiang technique. Yet, she did not rise in rebellion despite the mastery of her martial skills. Could this be the essence of Stockholm Syndrome? Sun Yi, through the practice of dual cultivation, gradually infused his own qi energy into his meridians, slowly transforming it to embody the characteristics of the Xiaowuxiang Gong internal force. Although the original qi was connected to the body, it lacked the capability to propel the body towards gradual evolution. After acquiring the attributes of internal force, the qi began to nourish the body through the junctions of meridians and acupoints. Within the meridians, the life energy of the body intertwined with external energy to produce internal force, which further nourished the body and enhanced its potential. As the body's potential increased, the effectiveness of each training session was amplified, leading to a rapid increase in qi energy, with both elements intricately linked and mutually reinforcing. After Wang Yuyan commenced her martial arts training, her innate talent, inherited from Li Qiushui and Wu Yazi, even surpassing both. Coupled with her solitary practice during the day and joint training with the two at night, propelled her progress at an astonishing rate. Given her current pace of advancement and understanding of martial arts, it was evident that she would soon surpass the other inhabitants of the island within a year. With the addition of Lingbo Weibu, she could already ensure her own safety. The past couple of months at Mandala Villa had been remarkably fulfilling. Despite a month of practice, Sun Yi was not entirely satisfied with his current progress. After much contemplation, he identified a most suitable candidate for guidance, Wu Yazi at Lega Mountain. He planned to visit, leveraging the connection between Li Qingluo and Wang Yuyan. This time, as he needed to travel with the two, he did not engage in training at every opportunity. Instead, he drove swiftly, enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way while inquiring about directions to Legu Mountain. After 5 or 6 days, they encountered remnants of the distorted Fox Fairy Palace and tales of celestial beings descending, which left both Li Qingluo and Wang Yuyan in awe, thereby strengthening the spiritual effects of their dual cultivation methods. One day, Sun Yi arrived at the entrance of a valley, where a stone tablet stood at the foot of the mountain, inscribed with the name Legu Mountain. Wu Yazi, not merely setting up a rare chessboard, sought to select a promising young talent for succession while simultaneously eliminating the starry old monster. Presenting himself at the door seemed to offer a hopeful chance of success, bolstered by the familial connection as a grandson-in-law, making it well worth the endeavor. As for the starry old monster, as long as he guarded against the poison and maintained distance, there was little to fear. Accompanied by Wang Yuyan and Li Qingluo, Sun Yi entered Lega Mountain, soaring around in search of a suitable spot. However, he saw no sign of any person. Thus, he decided to be a bit impolite. "Senior Wu Yazi, may I request an audience?" As soon as Sun Yi shouted, his voice carried for miles, and shortly thereafter, an elderly man, seemingly in his 70s, appeared before him. "Young man, who are you, and how do you know my master resides here?" The elder's gaze, though seemingly calm, betrayed a hint of astonishment as he struggled to comprehend the peculiar entity hovering before him. Before Sun Yi could respond, Li Qingluo interjected, "Senior, I have met Brother Su. Please take me to see my father." As she spoke, she removed her veil, causing Su Xinghe, who faced her, to be taken aback momentarily. "Madam Master? No, you are indeed Sister Qingluo?" The elder inquired. "You must be the esteemed Mr. Su Xinghe. I am Sun Yi, and I have come seeking my family," he said humbly, bowing respectfully. "Seeking family?" Su Xinghe scrutinized Sun Yi for a moment, contemplating. "Perhaps out of regard for Li Qingluo," he replied, "then follow me." With that, he turned and began to walk away, prompting Sun Yi to quickly accelerate his vehicle to keep pace. After all, if he were to disembark, keeping up with Li Qingluo and her mother would be quite the challenge. Noticing the car behind him, Su Xinghe's gaze narrowed slightly, instinctively quickening his pace. However, no matter how fast he moved, Sun Yi was not merely running, it was merely a matter of pressing the accelerator. Despite his surprise, Su Xinghe did not dwell on it too long. While it was peculiar that Li Qingluo had ventured out without attendance, he rationalized it given their mode of travel and saw no signs of coercion. It was clear that the daughter harbored no ill intentions toward her father. After a short distance, they arrived at a secluded corner of the valley where a hidden door was located. The group disembarked and followed Su Xinghe inside, entering a dimly lit stone chamber. Within, they beheld a figure suspended in midair, appearing to be in his 40s, exuding vitality and elegance. It was none other than Wu Yazi. Upon closer inspection, 2 ropes could be seen supporting him from above. "Junior Sun Yi, I have come to pay my respects to the esteemed Wu Yazi," he said, bowing deeply. While you may not possess the beauty of a Panlong, you are still somewhat acceptable." Wu Yazi's voice resonated, devoid of the frailty typical of someone over 90. However, Sun Yi's countenance darkened at these words, inwardly grumbling. He understood that the Xiaoyao sect favored disciples of striking appearance, yet this was rather excessive. Fortunately, he considered himself presentable enough, unlike Su Zhu, who had been outright called ugly. Wu Yazi's gaze soon shifted as Li Qingluo and her mother entered. "Is it truly you, Aluo? Come here, let your father take a closer look." The voice trembled with excitement as I gazed for a moment before turning my attention to Wang Yuyan. "This must be your daughter. It is unmistakable. She resembles her grandmother in her youth." A wave of exhilaration swept over us, leaving us momentarily speechless. Li Qingluo had not seen her father since she was very young, and Wu Yazi found himself at a loss for words, leading to a brief period of composure. "Yuyan, quickly, pay your respects to your grandfather. And, father, This is your granddaughter-in-law, Sun Yi. Li Qingluo, realizing her oversight in the excitement, relayed the familial connection as previously discussed among them. Wang Yuyin pays her respects to her grandfather. Wang Yuyin performed a graceful bow, her voice still cool, yet subtly imbued with a hint of enthusiasm. Sun Yi pays his respects to his grandfather. Sun Yi followed suit, recognizing that this familial bond would facilitate guidance from the elder. Good. Rise. Let your grandfather take a good look at you. You have all grown so beautifully. Even more lovely than your grandmother in her youth. And you are already married. The young man seems quite commendable. Upon closer inspection, he possesses a certain charm. Wu Yazi remarked, appraising each of them before turning to Sun Yi. Young man, how did you come to know I was here at Drum Mountain? From whom did you hear of my reputation? Wu Yazi, having settled from his earlier excitement, immediately realized that Li Qingluo's presence here was likely orchestrated by her husband. For she was entirely unaware of her father's survival, let alone that she sought him out. Moreover, from where did you acquire the Biming divine skill? Wu Yazi finally broached the main topic. During his entrance into the hidden chamber, Sun Yi had been actively circulating the rudiments of the Biming divine skill throughout his being, hoping to draw Wu Yazi's attention to his internal prowess. Yet, Wu Yazi's initial focus remained on Sun Yi's appearance. The Biming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibu were acquired from the residence of a predecessor. In the past, I had the fortune to linger in the Dali Longhuan Jade Cave, and through extensive searching, I eventually discerned that the predecessor might be located here. Sun Yi did not elaborate, merely glossing over the matter. Wuliang Mountain. It turns out to be that place. Wu Yazi was momentarily taken aback. His face soon suffused with a nostalgic expression, clearly recalling the blissful life he once shared with Li Qiushui. The Longhuan blessed land has long been deserted. When the younger generation visited previously, it had been over a decade since anyone had resided there, leaving only the statue of the esteemed Li Qiushui and an empty stone chamber. Sun Yi spoke to clarify that the matter of Li Qiushui running off to become a princess in Xixia could not be disclosed, nor could the source of the information be revealed. As for the matter of Sun Yi taking the jade statue, that too was beyond discussion. Even she has left? He mused, acknowledging that her temperament would not allow her to remain there alone. With a slight sigh, Wu Yazi turned his gaze towards Sun Yi with newfound interest and inquired, "What brings you here, enduring such hardships to seek news of me?" "To pay a visit to my grandfather. My son-in-law has come to practice internal skills and to allow my mother-in-law to meet you, esteemed grandfather," she replied. Sun Yi was acutely aware that his appearance was not particularly striking and that he had not entered through the exquisite game of chess. Thus, he could only rely on connections to impress others. Moreover, he did not insist on the opponent's internal strength, merely seeking a few pointers. "Oh, how much do you know about our Xiaoyao sect? Speak and let us hear," asked Wu Yazi with curiosity, while Su Xinghe cast a sidelong glance. "To the best of my knowledge, my grandfather had 3 siblings. The eldest sister resides on the mysterious peak of Tian Shan, known as the Heavenly Mountain Maiden. It is rumored that she practices the unique supremacy of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, though her specific name eludes me. The 3rd sister is my esteemed grandmother, who practices the lesser no-form skill. My grandfather, ranking 2nd, practices the Biming divine skill. My grandmother's whereabouts remain a mystery, yet she often appears to challenge the elders of Tian Shan." Wu Yazi was taken aback. In the martial world, the Xiaoyao sect was not widely renowned. Yet this young man had managed to uncover such extensive information through some channel. Naturally, given that Sun Yi was now his granddaughter's husband, Wu Yazi merely regarded this as an inquiry made for Wang Yuyin's sake, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. "You are indeed quite thoughtful." After a moment's contemplation, Wu Yazi continued, "Since you possess such clarity, you must also know that my enemy is Ding Chuanqiu. I see that your Biming divine skill is just beginning. Even if you previously had internal strength, it must be scant now. If I were to transfer my internal energy to you, would you be capable of dealing with this traitor? There is no need for you to deplete your internal energy. I am confident even now, and in a few years, your injuries can be fully healed." Sun Yi thought of the elixirs and mused that to ascend the Galan Tower, his combat prowess must be at least 80 or higher, and he would need to learn to fly to advance further to the divine realm in one fell swoop. Of course, Wu Yazi was wholly skeptical, dismissing it as youthful bravado. "If you do not believe me, then allow me to demonstrate my skills outside." Sun Yi observed the incredulous expression on Wu Yazi's face and felt compelled to showcase his abilities, despite the fact that the latter had not voiced his skepticism. Thus began Sun Yi's performance. He first retrieved an electric wheelchair from the car for Wu Yazi to sit in and proceeded to push him outside. Once outside, Sun Yi demonstrated a palpable energy wave, its destructive force leaving Wu Yazi utterly astonished, to the point that he began to doubt even the previously sensed Northern Darkness divine skill. He instinctively reached out to probe Sun Yi's internal energy. However, no matter how fervently he searched, the reality remained unchanged. Following this, Sun Yi presented an array of firearms and rocket launchers, leaving both Wu Yazi and Su Xinghe in a state of stunned silence. After a considerable pause, Su Xinghe slowly lifted his gaze, his face etched with regret. How foolish I have been. It turns out that gunpowder can be harnessed to create such powerful weaponry. If only I had begun my research on these arms decades ago. Even if I could not produce weapons of such excellence, I could have at least created inferior models. With sufficient numbers, I could have avenged my master long ago. Alas, how foolish I am. Su Xinghe lamented for a prolonged period before bursting into tears. The mechanism of these weapons reminded him of gunpowder. Although the disparity between the existing gunpowder arms and the modern weapons in Sun Yi's possession was vast, still, there were notable similarities. Su Xinghe was aware of these concepts. Yet he remained oblivious to the profound differences between the two categories of weaponry, which spanned generations. The gap between the most primitive firearms and contemporary gunpowder weapons was not merely one of caliber, but encompassed design, purity of gunpowder, quality of steel, and precision of manufacturing, among other factors. Even if the techniques of the carefree sect were advanced, achieving such sophistication would likely require 4 or 5 decades. Not to mention the question of desire. Wu Yazi gestured dismissively. He recognized the inherent challenges and signaled Su Xinghe not to be disheartened, scrutinizing Sun Yi from head to toe. In his mind, this extraordinary weapon, unseen in the outer world, could only belong to a formidable faction, and he could hardly fathom it originating from another realm. Nevertheless, regardless of the forces behind Sun Yi, he was, after all, his granddaughter's husband. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yazi continued, that traitor Ding Chuanxiu shall be entrusted to you. I can now guide you in the cultivation of the Northern Darkness divine skill. If you bring me Ding Chuanxiu's head, I might even share with you the legacies of the lesser Wuxiang skill and the eternal spring skill. However, you must vow to remain steadfastly devoted to Wang Yuyan for all your days. Should you breach this oath, may the heavens punish you. No problem, Sun Yi replied earnestly. I, Sun Yi, solemnly swear that I shall never forsake Wang Yuyan in this life or the next. If I break this vow, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me. After finishing his words, Sun Yi revealed a smile, not to mention the fact that he had never intended to abandon her. Even when he was still preoccupied with Morong Fu, he had never thought of forsaking her, but rather managed to shift his thoughts in her direction. Now, with his heart fully devoted to himself, it was evident that in his past life, he had never known such a beautiful girlfriend. Wu Yazi laughed heartily. Haha, splendid. Since that is the case, you shall naturally be the successor of my Shaoao sect. You will remain here for the next few months, and I shall guide you in mastering the North Ming divine skill. As for Xinghe, you shall address him as Shibua. Yes, grandfather, Sun Yi replied, turning to Su Xinghe and bowing once more, for he had met his Shibua. There is no need for such formalities, junior nephew, Su Xinghe hastily said, stepping forward to assist Sun Yi to his feet. In the following months, Sun Yi diligently followed Wu Yazi to study, and the results of his practice of the North Ming divine skill were remarkable, affirming that his choice had indeed been wise. Practicing the North Ming skill alone was daunting, as many Taoist terminologies eluded his comprehension, and the intricate adjustments of the skill required careful experimentation. It was akin to a high school student grappling with a university-level mathematics textbook. While a genius might grasp it independently, Sun Yi was not of such caliber. Wu Yazi, with decades of immersion in the North Ming divine skill, served as an invaluable tutor, ensuring that with a solid foundation, understanding would come naturally. Moreover, Wu Yazi praised Sun Yi's imaginative notion of embodying the North Ming with his body and transforming his meridians into a kumping. However, as Wu Yazi remarked, Sun Yi needed to establish a robust foundation before he could amalgamate the essence of all martial arts to evolve the North Ming divine skill in that direction. Although Sun Yi's recent training had progressed significantly faster than before, and his foundational understanding of internal energy had become much more profound, it was still worlds apart from Wang Yuyan's prowess. According to Wu Yazi, among their trio of siblings, the eldest sister, Wu Xingyan, possessed the highest talent and ambition. Yet she could not compare to their master, Zaya Yozi. Wang Yuyan's innate abilities had already surpassed Wu Xingyan, racing toward the exceptional talent of their master. Had she not started her martial training late, she might have unified the three supreme skills of the Xiaoao sect, reaching the level of Zaya Yozi. Nevertheless, even so, Wang Yuyan exceeding the current capabilities of Wu Yazi and his siblings would only occur within 40 years. As it stood, if Wu Yazi and the others refrained from dividing their powers, they could easily live for another 40 years. Yet, their strengths had reached a plateau, indicating that if Wang Yuyan continued her practice, she would undoubtedly become the foremost expert in the world within 30 years. In the realm of Panlong, Sun Yi had previously contemplated that, after bringing people out, the two individuals most likely to assist him in the future, without causing any backlash, would be Xiaofeng and Wang Yuyan. Initially, he believed that Wang Yuyan would be helpful only during the early stages of martial learning, potentially transcending the limits of the Tianlong world. However, given her current display of talent, it was evident that she would also provide significant support in later stages. Thus, during this period, Sun Yi ventured down the mountain once more, accompanied by Li Qi Luo and Wang Yuyan, with the intention of visiting the Little Mirror Lake, hoping to prevent Xiaofeng from harboring any further regrets. The initial suggestions made by Sun Yi were not particularly unreasonable. They merely posed three questions. The first inquired whether the Xixiao people would ambush the beggar's sect under the cover of night. The second questioned the possibility of someone eliminating your adoptive parents to prevent you from seeking vengeance, given that an individual was seen directly destroying the signatures on the letters. The third urged a careful consideration of the ages and statuses of renowned figures in the martial world, pondering who, 30 years prior, possessed the qualifications to orchestrate such an ambush. It is evident that Xiaofeng's rise to his current stature is indicative of his intelligence. As for the portrayal in the original work, it is undeniably marred by an overwhelming hatred, with the prior hints from Sun Yi. Xiaofeng immediately recognized the discrepancies in age and identity upon encountering Duan Zhengshan. Thus, when Sun Yi arrived at the scene, he merely witnessed Xiaofeng rescuing Duan Zhengshan from the clutches of the notorious villains Duan Yanqing and Yu Laosan. After clarifying the situation, Xiaofeng took his leave, with the only additional scene being that of a Zhu recognizing her kin after a Z, thereby eliminating any lingering regrets regarding the unfulfilled promise of cattle and sheep. Naturally, Duan Yanqing was not only accompanied by Yu Laosan, now Yu Laosan, but also brought along several newly recruited henchmen from unknown origins. Otherwise, they might not have been able to overpower Duan Zhengshan and the four great guards. Sun Yi did not make an appearance, for it is still ill-timed to meet with Duan Zhengshan. As for Li Qi Luo, she seemed to exhibit no particular reaction on the surface. Instead, she intensified her efforts in the evening, even engaging Wang Yuyan in live demonstrations, which nearly led to Sun Ye's undoing. The prospect of encountering Xiaofeng was even more daunting, as it was certain that he could not be taken away at this moment. It would be best to wait until Xiaofeng intervened in the conflict with Song Liao, preventing any self-destructive tendencies, while also facilitating Xiaofeng's departure. Of course, with Zhu still alive, it remains uncertain whether Xiaofeng would contemplate suicide. However, it is assured that he would intervene to halt the war between Song and Liao. During Sun Ye's journey back, there was no particular urgency, especially concerning Li Qi Luo, no matter if her approach was gentle or forceful, or a mixture of both. It was imperative to navigate the situation wisely. Coupled with the leisurely exploration of scenic landscapes, these past 2 weeks have been filled with utmost joy and freedom. Until one afternoon, while dining in an inn, he overheard discussions regarding Mr. Songbian's upcoming chess tournament to be held at Lega Mountain in 2 months. Sun Yi was suddenly taken aback and decided it would be prudent to return. After all, the internal energy of Wu Yazi should not be leaked out. He was, after all, his esteemed father-in-law. After bringing him to the Dragon Ball world for treatment, Wu Yazi would undoubtedly be a significant asset. When faced with a problem, one must seek a resolution. Thus, Sun Yi hurriedly conferred with Li Qi Luo and her daughter about swiftly returning to Lega Mountain. Indeed, this urgency caused him to endure quite a bit of turmoil that night, as he knew that once they returned, he could not afford to be so carefree. Sun Yi had accumulated numerous questions regarding his cultivation. With a yearning to return home, he rose at noon the following day and, within 2 hours, arrived at Lega Mountain. With sincerity, he presented his queries to Wu Yazi. Most of the questions Sun Yi had pondered deeply, requiring careful consideration from Wu Yazi and his responses. By the time they finished, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Sun Yi recalled the plan he had devised earlier, conveniently, during the day. Li Qi Luo and her daughter had completed the groundwork for leveling the land. To subtly dissuade Wu Yazi from the notion of imparting his skills, Sun Yi promptly produced a housing capsule. Instantly, a modern 4-bedroom, 3-living-room house materialized before their eyes, astonishing both Wu Yazi and Su Xinghe. Despite the incredulous expressions of the two behind him, which caused Li Qi Luo and her daughter to stifle their laughter, Sun Yi opened the electronic door and invited them in as guests, offering them the opportunity to enjoy the conveniences of modern living for a couple of days. After only one night in the house, Wu Yazi conceded that, even though the mechanisms of the Celestial Wanderer sect could create wonders akin to the Longhuan Jade Cavern, they could not replicate such conveniences in daily life. Consequently, he began to harbor doubts regarding Sun Yi's claims of healing his injuries. Nevertheless, regarding the pace of Sun Yi's progress during the month he had been away, Wu Yazi remained somewhat dissatisfied, frequently delivering sardonic remarks. "So, you merely went out to sightsee? You didn't practice martial arts at all? It seems you had quite the enjoyable time," he admonished, with Su Xinghe pushing his wheelchair behind him. "Not at all. We have been quite diligent in our training," Sun Yi replied. As Sun spoke, he mused that having fun was indeed the right sentiment. Wang Yuyan nodded beside him. During this period, her initial sorrow had transformed into a cool demeanor, and she had gradually regained some semblance of the lively spirit expected of a girl of 16 or 17. Thanks to the affection showered upon her by Wu Yazi and Sun Yi, this represented a significant change. At least she was more vivacious now. Wu Yazi, not angered, quietly observed the two, feeling content within. After all, Wang Yuyan's shift in attitude was the best testament to her well-being, with the love of her elders. Even though Sun Yi occasionally exhibited a hint of male chauvinism, his modern views surpassed those of over 99% of men in ancient times. Moreover, during the preparations for the grand gathering, Su Xinghe had successively summoned his 8 disciples back to the Deaf-Mute Valley. They were collectively known as the 8 Friends of Hanggu, comprising the eldest, Qin Dianji Kongguangling, who specialized in the Guqin; the second, Chiemo Fan Bailing, who practiced Go; the third, Shu Dai Godu, a theoretical scholar; the fourth, Hua Kuang Wu Lingjun, a master of painting; the fifth, Shun Yishui Muhua, a skilled physician known as Yama's rival, whose reputation had spread far and wide due to the recent chess tournament; the sixth, Qiao Jiangfeng A San, who regretted not having thought of gunpowder weaponry and considered himself the only reliable ally; the seventh, Hua Ji Shiqing Lu, a flower cultivation expert; and the eighth, Shimi Li Kuei Lai, who was infatuated with theatrical scripts. These 8 individuals prioritized their secondary skills over martial prowess, rendering them incapable of avenging themselves against Ding Chuanxiu. Akin to characters whose secondary professions have reached maximum levels while their primary levels remain stagnant. Thus, they were collectively tasked with preparations for the gathering. Every morning, in the open space before the Deaf-Mute Valley, a girl clad in white practiced gracefully upon the waves, employing various techniques that fluctuated between heavy and light. This was the Tian Shanzhime hand, recently taught to Wang Yuyan by Wu Yazi. Each technique was unpredictable, and through repeated practice combined with the agile movements of the Xiaoao sect, her form appeared ethereal, as if she floated like an immortal. Although the Tian Shanzhime hand consisted of merely 6 techniques, it encapsulated the essence of the Xiaoao sect as martial arts, integrating hand techniques and grappling methods with various weaponry skills, including swordplay, knife techniques, whip arts, spear techniques, grappling, and axe techniques, each transformation intricate and complex. Only a prodigy like Wang Yuyan, who was well-versed in the world's martial arts, could incorporate most of her learned skills into this in such a short duration. This girl was indeed Wang Yuyan, who, knowing that Wu Yazi would never require her to labor, was entrusted merely to practice diligently and strengthen her foundation. She was exceptionally gifted, not disappointing Wu Yazi, and within a brief time, she had honed the martial arts she learned from him to a commendable level. Even her internal cultivation progressed rapidly with Sun Ye's assistance, nearly matching that of Mu Wanqing. However, their respective strengths remained significantly disparate. With her top-tier martial skills, she could still contend with the likes of Duan Yanqing should the need arise. After all, the Lingbo Weibu technique consumes only physical strength rather than internal energy, making it a form of martial training in its own right. As for the other extraordinary skills of the Xiaoyao sect, such as the Tianshan Luyang Palm, the Baihong Palm, and even the Baiming Divine skill, along with the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Supremacy technique, all have been entrusted to Wang Yuyan. However, they remain unpracticed until her internal mastery reaches a certain level. Sun Yi found himself in a rather difficult predicament. Although he could acquire certain things from his wife in private, to possess them openly, he would have to eliminate Ding Chuanxiu first, or alternatively, bring the notion of living off others into the light. Soon, amidst the rapid advancement of Sun Yi and Wang Yuyin, 2 months passed, leading them to the site of the deaf-mute chess match. The 3 small wooden houses, previously occupied by Wu Yazi and others, had been replaced by a grand hall that Sun Yi had brought along, featuring a chessboard layout identical to that of the Longhuan Fudi's endgame, prominently placed at the center. The valley was filled with pine trees, and as the mountain breeze swept through, the sound of the pines resembled crashing waves. The hall was situated at a bend in the valley road, and as one approached, stepping forward revealed a breathtaking vista. The young talents invited from the martial world were not numerous, exceeding 10 but still modest in number, alongside a few renowned figures and representatives from major sects. Accompanied by their retainers and disciples, the total attendance might reach 40 to 80 individuals. After much deliberation, Sun Yi ultimately chose this grand hall. The hall itself was designed in a hemispherical architectural style reminiscent of the Dragon Ball universe, harmonizing beautifully with the natural scenery of the valley, creating a unique ambience. Inside, seating arrangements had been made, with several newly constructed wooden pavilions nearby, surrounded by well-tended lawns, evoking a profound sense of nature in every step and seat. From early morning, individuals from the martial world began to arrive at the scene, greeted at the valley entrance by Kong Guangling, the leader of the 8 Friends of Hanggu, and Xue Muhua, the 5th member, followed by servants from the valley leading them to the hall, where the remaining members of the 8 Friends were also present to welcome guests. At last, they were nearing the deaf-mute valley. From a distance, a resonant voice could be heard, prompting Fan Bailing to approach, having recognized the voice. Of course, Sun Yi was also present, and he too would greet any familiar guests, primarily because he had no desire to inherit the Xiaoao sect. Otherwise, he would have been at the forefront with Xue Muhua to welcome the guests. Nevertheless, Wu Yazi still hoped for Sun Yi to take over, but Sun Yi adamantly refused. Content to master the sect's skills without assuming its mantle, why should he inherit the Xiaoyao sect when he could traverse through time at will? Soon, Fan Bailing brought the guests to the hall for respite, introducing the unfamiliar faces to one another, while those already acquainted settled down for casual conversation as they awaited the arrival of others. Among the subsequent arrivals were some eager individuals who immediately began studying the endgame. And before long, they took their seats opposite Su Xinghe to engage in a match. Su Xinghe, unfazed, reciprocated the challenge. With one match underway, many others gathered to observe. And at this moment, Li Qi Luo arrived with Yu Yin. However, the attention of the crowd was predominantly focused on the chessboard, with only a few noticing the 2 ladies, who were fortunately veiled, and thus did not draw undue attention. The onlookers cast a fleeting glance before turning their attention back to the chess match, save for Sun Yi, who boldly approached. Soon, several individuals arrived, all hailing from esteemed families within the martial arts community, akin to the lineage of Murongfu. On the surface, Wu Yazi acquiesced to Sun Yi's counsel, contemplating a journey overseas to heal in 3 to 4 years, leaving only Su Xinghe and a few others within the Song dynasty to preserve the martial legacy. Naturally, mentioning overseas sufficed, for suggesting another realm might be met with skepticism. This gathering could also be regarded as a selection of a legitimate heir to the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts, especially considering the past decades during which Su Xinghe, due to inadequate skills, had expelled even his disciples, leading Wu Yazi to profoundly realize the significance of martial prowess. Thus, the exquisite chessboard merely served as an ancillary evaluative tool. A failure therein would bear little consequence. As the sun reached its zenith, the young and talented heroes of the realm began to arrive, notably excluding Murongfu from the assessment of succession, for his singular ambition lay in national restoration, rendering him unsuitable for the Xiaoao sect's legacy. Yet, even with the primary aim of succession, it was illogical to confine invitations solely to a dozen individuals. Several renowned figures from the martial world, such as Duan Yanqing, Murongfu, and Jimozi, were also included, belonging to the realm of notable masters rather than youthful prodigies. Nevertheless, when compared to Wu Yazi, they would certainly be regarded as juniors. As the chess match unfolded, a sudden commotion erupted at the valley's entrance. Moments later, a servant arrived with news that the notorious Xingqiu old demon, Ding Chuanxiu, was approaching, prompting Xue Shixiang to summon aid. Instantly, Fan Bailing and the others wore grave expressions, ready to rush out of the valley for support, only to be halted by Sun Yi's light-hearted intervention. The senior brothers remained to host the gathering, asserting that only he and Fan Shixiang were needed to confront Ding Chuanqiu. With that, he turned back into the room, retrieving a sniper rifle and handing it to Fan Bailing. In the 2 months leading up to the event, the 8 friends of Hangyu had heeded Sun Yi's request to practice firearms, and it was Fan Bailing, with his background in concealed weapons, who proved to be the most stable and accurate marksman. Having previously trained with the rifle, he was the swiftest and most precise among the brothers. Thus, it was decided that he would accompany Sun Yi to confront Ding Chuanqiu, marking a resolution to the matter. The other brothers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the firearm Sun Yi produced. They had all used it before and witnessed its formidable power, capable of posing a serious threat even to someone of Ding Chuanqiu's caliber. Moreover, in the hands of Fan Bailing, who was already nearing the first tier of martial prowess, and with Sun Yi wielding another rifle, they were certain they could swiftly eliminate that villain. A few minutes later, Sun Yi and Fan Bailing arrived at the valley's entrance, where they spotted a motley crew of individuals standing a short distance away, slowly approaching while playing a cacophony of music. As the melody drew closer, they halted a few paces away, forming a line, some wielding drums and gongs, while others held long banners adorned with sycophantic inscriptions. In unison, several voices proclaimed, "The celestial presence of the Xingqiu Old Immortal has graced the central plains. Disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, hasten forth to kneel in reverence." As the voice fell silent, the resonant sound of drums filled the air. With 3 rhythmic beats of the drum, a sharp clang of a gong echoed, and as the drum ceased, dozens of voices united in unison. "We humbly invite the venerable starry Old Immortal." Accompanied by music reminiscent of a square dance, Ding Chuanqiu gracefully approached, halting a short distance from Kong Guangling and Xue Muhua, while a throng of disciples from the Starry Sky sect followed him from 5 meters away. In his hand, Ding Chuanqiu wielded a feather fan, his complexion rosy and his hair completely white, yet his youthful visage belied his years. The sunlight cast a warm glow upon his face, presenting an appearance that was quite commendable. The old monster Ding Chuanqiu quickly discerned that among those standing at the valley's entrance, 3 were his own disciples, albeit of lesser skill, and one was a young man whose age suggested his martial prowess was not particularly formidable. The others, judging by their attire, were clearly servants of no consequence. The old monster waved his feather fan a few times and pointed at a Shaolin monk, declaring, "Dear disciple Muhua, if you can successfully heal that plump Shaolin monk Hui Jing, I shall spare your life. However, you must pledge yourself to me and join the ranks of the Starry Sky sect." A Shaolin monk? It seemed he had captured the monk harboring the ice silkworm. Otherwise, this old monster would not exhibit such benevolence in offering to treat someone. Xue Muhua, hearing the tone of his words, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing that he was being utterly disregarded in the presence of others. Just then, he felt a gentle pat on his back from Sun Yi, which startled him into immediate action, causing him to nearly leap to his feet. Sun Yi exerted forcefully on Xue Muhua, restraining him from losing composure, and seamlessly took over the conversation. "You old scoundrel, have you come seeking death today? And to think you brought an entire band along. How thoughtful of you." Sun Yi weighed the pistol in his hand, then distributed one to both Kong Guangling and Xue Muhua. He scrutinized Ding Chuanqiu and the disciples of the Starry Lodge, remaining vigilant against any potential poison that Ding Chuanqiu might unleash. Ding Chuanqiu coldly inquired, "Who are you to dare to shout in my presence? Are you not a disciple of Su Xinghe?" Xue Muhua replied, "Only a villain, lower than beasts, would harbor the intention to betray his master and destroy his ancestors." Upon hearing this, Kong Guangling and Fan Bailing erupted in applause, and a few cheers echoed from behind the disciples of the Starry Lodge. "I am not, yet I shall also address you as senior uncle." Sun Yi responded with a sound, then carefully observed the disciples of the Star Constellation sect behind him. Noticing the bound figure of Bao Butong, Feng Bo Yi, and several unfamiliar monks, Ding Chuanqiu remarked, very well, you are all obedient disciples of Su Xinghe. However, Su Xinghe previously mentioned to me that he had expelled the 8 of you from the sect out of fear that I might cause you trouble. Does the surname Su's word hold no weight? Is he secretly retaining this master-disciple relationship?" Fan Bailing replied, "Once a disciple, always a father in spirit. The master indeed expelled the 8 of us from the sect. Over the years, we have not had the opportunity to visit him, nor has he received us. Yet our respect and affection for our master have never waned. It is you, Ding, who have caused us to become lost souls without a sect to rely on. If we can rid ourselves of you today, we shall naturally return to our master's side." Behind them, Kong Guangling and the others echoed their denunciation of Ding Chuanxiu, simultaneously preparing their handguns, ready to disengage the safeties. After all, their opponent was the venomous Ding Lao Guai, and caution was prudent. Ding Chuanxiu immediately chuckled, preparing himself as well, and said, "It seems my dear disciples have made significant progress in their martial arts. Do you have some reliance? Has your master acquired the true teachings of the sect? Huh, very good, very good. Speak for yourselves. Does Xinghe still count as your master?" As he spoke, Ding Chuanxiu cast a glance at Sun Yi, perhaps considering him a potential ally. Upon hearing this, Kong Guangling and the others realized that if they did not renounce their status as disciples of Su Xinghe, Ding Chuanxiu would likely strike first. However, their deep sense of gratitude towards their master prevented them from betraying their sect out of fear for their lives. Moreover, who could say who would perish today? Suddenly, Kong Guangling shouted, "Brothers, let us act together to end this old thief Ding and avenge our long-standing grievances." Xue Muhua followed suit, declaring, "Once we have dispatched the old thief Ding, I shall naturally attend to this master." Behind the disciples of the Star Constellation sect stood the 7 monks from Shaolin Temple, including Xian Nan, as well as 4 from the Muro Manor in Suzhou, all of whom had fallen victim to Ding Chuanxiu's treachery. Observing the situation of these individuals, some felt concern while others felt elation. Those who were concerned knew of the infamous reputation of the 8 friends of Hanggu and had even dealt with some of them. While their martial skills were not insignificant, combined, they might not be able to overcome Ding Chuanxiu, as poison does not discriminate by numbers. Those who felt elated recognized that this was indeed near the Deaf-Mute Valley. Within their stronghold, they likely had some hidden cards up their sleeves, especially since they appeared so confident. Kong Guangling, Fan Bailing, and the others all burst into wild laughter, shouting, "Prepare to meet your end, old thief Ding." Sun Yi promptly followed with an incomprehensible remark, "Master, it's time to feast on excrement." As he spoke, several individuals simultaneously squeezed the triggers of their weapons, unleashing a barrage composed of 2 rifles and 2 handguns directed at the nefarious Ding Chuanxiu. Upon hearing their shouts, Ding Chuanxiu's fury erupted. Before the echoes of their taunts faded, he had already retaliated. His gaze sharpened as he swept his left sleeve, sending forth a shimmering phosphorescent flame towards Kong Guangling and his companions, which then split into 4 streams, each darting towards the 4 assailants. Before the phosphorescent flame could travel far, it was scattered by the bullets they had fired. The initial rounds were slightly deflected by the internal force emanating from the phosphorescent flame, grazing Ding Chuanxiu's form and striking down 2 disciples of the Starry Sky sect in an instant. The disciples, still shouting, proclaimed in unison, "With just a flick of our master's hand, you are scorched like roasted pigs. Do not hesitate to kneel and surrender. Our master possesses unparalleled skills, unmatched by any before or after. Today, we shall demonstrate the might of the Starry Sky sect to you, lowly creatures of the Central Plains. Our master is invincible, a hero revered throughout history, leaving all foes in his wake." At the back, Bao Batong shouted vehemently, "Nonsense! Utter nonsense! I am utterly mortified. Old thief Ding, your audacity knows no bounds." Before Bao Batong could finish, 2 disciples of the Starry Sky sect approached, intending to reprimand the bound Bao Batong. However, as they turned to confront him, they were taken aback to witness their companions scattering in terror, some even kneeling in surrender. Looking ahead, the techniques of the carefree sect emphasized grace and elegance. Ding Chuanxiu, with his youthful visage framed by white hair, resembled an immortal. Yet, his moment of tranquility was abruptly shattered. In a fleeting instant, he was struck by a bullet to the leg. Following this, he was further wounded in an attempt to shield his vital areas, blood seeping from his garments as he collapsed. In the distance, additional shots rang out, severing his limbs. Yet, the 3 brothers-in-arms found a moment of camaraderie. Despite Ding Chuanxiu's fall, he bore 1 bullet wound to his hand and 2 to his leg, only to be met with 6 more bullet holes in the moments following his collapse. They exchanged knowing smiles, unanimously agreeing that it would be best to overpower Ding Chuanxiu and bring him before their master in the Grand Hall for resolution. Sun Yi observed that once they had dealt with Ding Chuanxiu, they no longer paid him any heed. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. If one were to act, it should be done decisively, leaving no room for future troubles. The individuals from the Xingxiu sect, particularly the leading figures, were absolutely not to be spared, as they were the very ones who had followed Ding Chuanxiu in committing countless misdeeds. A few well-aimed shots from a distance swiftly eliminated the one who was sprinting ahead. after which they set about locating the others who had scattered in fear. Upon witnessing this, Kong Guangling and the others hastened to assist. And once the fleeing were dealt with, they turned their attention to those remaining, kneeling and pleading for mercy. With a stern warning from Sun Yi, the group restrained Ding Chuanxiu and escorted him alongside Kong Guangling and Fan Bailing to the venue of the Tianlong chess tournament, where they entrusted him to Weiyazi, fulfilling a wish of the latter. Sun Yi also handed a rifle to Kong Guangling as a precaution. Meanwhile, the 7 monks from the Shaolin Temple, including Xian Nan, along with 4 individuals from the Murong Manor in Suzhou, led by Deng Baichuan, wore expressions of disbelief. It was astonishing that such a fearsome weapon existed in the world. Merely with a few taps of their fingers, the 4 had rendered Ding Chuanxiu, a formidable figure in the Jianghu, utterly incapacitated. What was the point of cultivating martial arts then? Would it still hold any significance? Perhaps it was reduced to merely promoting longevity. Amidst a multitude of questions, 11 individuals were gradually rescued, with Xue Muhua attending to their medical needs, as their injuries varied and required distinct treatments. Due to the incomplete supply of medicines on site, Xue Muhua invited them to enter the valley for further assistance. The group, eager to participate in the chess tournament, followed Kong Guangling and the others as they leisurely made their way into the Silent Valley. As they conversed, the party had already ventured deep into the gorge. As Sun Yi arrived, he observed that all but Xue Muhua, among the 8 disciples of Hanga Baoyu, were kneeling before Su Xinghe. Noticing this, Xue Muhua disregarded the need to attend to the patient and joined them in supplication. Today, the traitor Ding Chuanxiu has been eliminated. We humbly beseech you, master, to allow us to return to the fold. The 8 individuals remained prostrate on the ground, and Sun Yi glanced around, spotting Su Shibua engaged in a game of exquisite chess against Duan Yu. Before Sun Yi could utter a word, Duan Yu let out a deep sigh and shook his head, remarking, "The intricacies of the exquisite chess set laid out by the old gentleman are indeed profound. I, as a latecomer, cannot unravel them." Although Su Xinghe had emerged victorious, a look of regret marred his countenance as he lamented, "Your strategic thinking is meticulous. This series of moves has reached an elevated realm. Alas, if only you could ponder a step further. Such a pity, such a pity." Su Xinghe repeated the words "such a pity" 4 times, his sorrow palpable. The 2 players retrieved their pieces, restoring the board to its original formation. Duan Yu, deep in thought, stepped aside momentarily, gazing intently at the chessboard. A glance around the surroundings shifted his mood abruptly. As Sun Yi exited, he noticed Yu Yin and Murong Fu meeting, unmasking themselves to engage in conversation. Yu Yin exhibited no particular emotion, having accompanied her mother and seen much of the world. She had grown more accepting. Moreover, she found no issue in following the same path as her mother. Murong Fu, on his part, remained silent. Even upon seeing Wang Yu Yin styled as a lady, he was merely astonished, feeling a certain embarrassment but harboring no regret. After all, his previous concern for Wang Yu Yin was merely tied to Li Qingluo's Elngu and Jade Cave, and now that he had perused the cave's secrets, his focus shifted solely to whom Wang Yu Yin would marry and how it might aid his ambitions for restoration. While Murong Fu was still subtly probing, he was suddenly noticed by Duan Yu, who was taken aback. Upon concluding the chess match, Duan Yu hurriedly sought out the fairy sister, scampering towards Wang Yu Yin. Nearby, Li Qingluo also caught Duan Yu's attention, though he merely regarded her as the elder sister of the fairy sister, not delving deeper. At that moment, he was wholly enveloped in astonishment. "Oh, fairy sister, I have missed you dearly." After a moment of emotional turmoil, Duan Yu unexpectedly bowed. Disciple Duan Yu respectfully greets you. Master, had it not been for the 4 guards intervening, he might have lowered his head in reverence. Fortunately, after days of marital life, Yu Yin had undergone some transformation. Her demeanor now distinctly differed from Li Qiushui's, though she still bore a striking resemblance. "Who are you? Why do you address me thus?" Yu Yin inquired, her face a mask of astonishment. She had never encountered this individual before, and could not fathom why he referred to her as master. Had he perhaps lost his senses? "I am Duan Yu," he began, but before he could recount the events of the Elngu and Blessed Land, Sun Yi interrupted him. "There is no need for further elaboration, young Master Duan." Sun Yi stepped forward, revealing, "You are the eldest son of the noble Lord Duan of Dali. And Yu Yin is the biological daughter of my esteemed mother-in-law and Lord Duan." The unspoken implication was clear. "She is your sister." Duan Yu stood frozen in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend his ears. Reflecting on the earlier jest between Mu Wanqing and Sun Yi in the valley of the Woyang sect, His emotions were on the brink of collapse. The four royal guards were equally astonished, but upon considering Duan Zhengchuan's character and glancing at Li Qingluo's beauty, understanding dawned upon them. Li Qiluo, unfazed by Sun Ye's revelation, merely cast a veiled eye roll in his direction. After her last encounter with Duan Zhengchun, she had discerned from Sun Ye's words that he was aware of her circumstances. Yu Yin, however, was utterly shocked, turning to her mother in search of confirmation. Li Qiluo promptly nodded, affirming Sun Ye's statement. Meanwhile, Mo Rongfu maintained a composed exterior, yet feelings of regret welled within him. Had he known this earlier, he would have directly sought a union with Wang Yuyin. This connection would undoubtedly bolster his ambitions for the restoration of his kingdom. Sun Yi observed the expressions of those individuals and couldn't help but find it amusing. A single sentence had managed to captivate several people, reflecting the myriad facets of life. Sun Yi added, as for the statue you encountered in the cave, it is the creation of Mr. Wu Yizi, Yu Yan's grandfather, who is now 93 years old. The model for the statue is Yu Yan's grandmother, Li Qiushui, who is currently 91. Duan Yu was utterly dismayed. The celestial figure he had been enamored with had a prototype who is now 91 years old. Just imagining her current appearance left Duan Yu's emotions in turmoil, indescribably complex. As he was indeed infatuated with beauty, while Duan Yu struggled to mitigate his feelings of despair, Sun Yu simply guided Wang Yuyin towards Su Xinghe. Approaching the chessboard, Master, Ding Chunxiu has already made his way over. Today we must deal with him. Once he is addressed, you may formally reinstate the 8 senior brothers into the sect. The legacy of the Shaoao sect shall henceforth rest upon your shoulders. Yu Yin and I will return to my hometown after a certain period. We truly cannot carry on the traditions of the Shaoao sect. Sun Yi was persuading. And beside him, Master Xian Nan of Shaolin, who had previous ties with Su Xinghe, also offered his counsel. Very well, since it is so, I shall wait until after the Grand Assembly to formally reinstate the 8 of you into our fold. Everything will be announced once the Master emerges. Understood. The 8 responded in unison, their faces alight with excitement as they awaited the final declaration. Among the 8 friends of Hangu, the second disciple Fan Balan was an avid chess enthusiast. Previously, he had been preoccupied with his return to the sect, hence his focus on the matter of reinstatement. After this, he gazed intently at the chessboard, having observed the game between Duan Yu and the Master, realizing that Su Xinghe had set up a Zhenlong, which Duan Yu attempted to unravel, but to no avail. Su Xinghe remarked, "Everyone, please rise. Balan, this Zhenlong is of utmost significance. Come closer and take a good look. Should you manage to decipher it, it would be a remarkable feat." Fan Balan was overjoyed. Yes. He swiftly stood and approached the chessboard, focusing intently. Meanwhile, other young talents took their turns, followed by Mo Rongfu, Jiao Emoji, and Duan Yanqing, yet none succeeded, each becoming ensnared in a labyrinth of their own making, only able to be rescued by others to find their way out. Eventually, when Fan Balan took his turn to play, he too succumbed, staggering and spitting a mouthful of blood before escaping the illusion. Su Xinghe offered assistance, but showed no mercy during the game. Ding Chunxiu sneered. This old scoundrel has laid traps solely to torment and kill. Balan, you have thrown yourself into the snare. He was aware that today's outcome was inevitable. Hence he did not plead for mercy. Su Xinghe cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "What do you call the master? He is an old scoundrel. I shall refer to him as such." Ding Chunxiu showed no signs of softening his words, for he knew he was destined to perish today. Held by the disciples of the Xingxiu sect a few paces away, he had been stripped of all poisons and incapacitated, though several had perished in the process. It did not alter the final outcome. Thus, he could only take verbal advantage. Su Xinghe's expression remained unchanged as he stated, "The deaf-mute elder is no longer deaf or mute today. You must surely understand the reason behind it." Ding Chunxiu's eyes flickered as he replied, "You rely on external assistance to act arrogantly. How about facing me alone once I am well?" He sought to provoke Su Xinghe, hoping to gain a sliver of opportunity. "You are a traitor to the sect, having once harmed the master. Your fate is for the master to decide," Su Xinghe concluded, returning indoors and slowly pushing Wiyazi out. "What? That old scoundrel is still alive?" Ding Chunxiu exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had not paid heed to Su Xinghe's mention of the master, but now he grasped the implication. The onlookers around were equally astonished, as Su Xinghe was now over 70. While a few formidable elders in the martial world lived into their 80s, reaching beyond 90 was indeed a rarity, especially when listening to the conversation between the two. It is evident that they have suffered wounds. After all, who among those navigating the martial world has not endured injuries? Thus, It is predominantly the members of prominent sects who reach an advanced age. In their youth, they are often sheltered and spared from the brutalities of combat. When Wuyazi emerged, the crowd was taken aback. Although his exquisite wheelchair was indeed a source of intrigue, the absence of any electric mechanism made it less astonishing. What truly astounded everyone was Wuyazi's appearance. His face was like a polished jade, devoid of any wrinkles, and despite a single strand of white hair at his temples, the majority of his hair remained black, making him appear as a man in his 40s. Had it not been for Sun Ye's earlier remark about Wuyazi being over 90, and the fact that Su Xinghe personally pushed him forth, with the 8 friends of Hangu kneeling before him, no one would have believed he was a nonagenarian. The most astonished of all was Ding Chuanqiu, who, in a desperate struggle, shouted, "Old thief! I clearly cast you down the cliff. How can you still be alive?" "Why?" Su Xinghe paid him no mind and addressed the crowd. "This exquisite game of chess, crafted by my esteemed master, took 3 years of his devoted efforts to arrange. He earnestly hoped that a discerning mind within the contemporary chess realm would unravel it. In the past 30 years, I have diligently studied it, but have yet to comprehend it fully." At this juncture, he cast a glance towards Xianan, Duanyu, Fan Bailing, and others, stating, "All of you, fellow practitioners, understand that in the realm of chess, even a prodigy of 8 or 9 years can often triumph over first-rate masters. Although I have not deciphered it, there exists a multitude of talented individuals in this world who may succeed where I have failed. Thus, we have organized this grand chess gathering to fulfill my master's wish before his departure." Su Xinghe continued, "My junior apprentice here, who once cast our master off the cliff, was fortunate that the master's formidable internal strength preserved his life. Today, with the presence of our martial peers, we seek to rid our sect of this traitor. And I ask you all to bear witness." Indeed, the crowd agreed. To rid the world of such malevolence is a boon to the martial community. Naturally, everyone was in consensus, especially since they would not have to act themselves. Xianan and the others, having been rescued from Ding Chuanqiu by Kong Guangling and his companions, were even more supportive. Only Duan Yu remained silent, not out of compassion, but rather because he was entranced by Wang Yuyan, acutely aware of the futility of his desires, yet captivated nonetheless. Wuyazi then spoke up, asserting, "Since Ding Chuanqiu has been captured, it is indeed time to avenge this great grievance." Pointing at Ding Chuanqiu, he proclaimed, "You betrayed our sect in your quest for profound martial knowledge. Today, I shall conclude this matter using the techniques of our school." With that, Wuyazi raised his hand with difficulty, prompting Su Xinghe to hasten forward. "Disciple Xinghe, please fetch me some wine." "Yes," Su Xinghe replied promptly, quickly bringing forth the drink and pouring it into Wuyazi's hand. Sun Yi clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Splendid." Now that the wine had been procured, it was essential to employ the life and death talisman. He instructed, "Yu Yin, observe closely. What follows is the heavenly mountain's 6 solar palm, as taught by your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Wuyazi nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, it is the auxiliary application of the heavenly mountain's 6 solar palm, the life and death talisman. Yu Yin, take heed." Behind them, Kong Guangling, Fan Bailing, and others cheered loudly, proclaiming, "Today, the Grandmaster showcases his divine prowess, vanquishing Ding Chuanqiu, ensuring that the old scoundrel meets a most wretched demise, thus alleviating our deep-seated grievances." At that moment, Wuyazi subtly channeled his internal energy into his right palm, reversing the North Ming. Soon, the wine within his palm transformed into shards of ice, and he swiftly struck 3 times. Ding Chuanqiu sensed an ominous shift as the wine was presented. Though unaware of its purpose, an instinctive dread gripped him, foretelling torment. Suddenly, a chilling wind enveloped him, startling him as several acupoints on his body froze. With his limbs already broken and his own disciples sealing his acupoints, any attempt to resist was futile. Observing Ding Chuanqiu's immobility, Wuyazi understood and commanded the nearby disciples of the Starry Sky sect, "You there, release Ding Chuanqiu's acupoints, and then be gone. Your presence is no longer required." Yes, they complied, acknowledging the Grandmaster's immense power, easily subduing Ding Chuanqiu like a trifling matter. Malicious and insidious, daring to challenge the radiance of the sun and moon. The carefree Grandmaster was unmatched throughout history. The disciples of the Starry Sky sect rushed forward, kneeling before Wuyazi imploringly, seeking acceptance. While the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, their flattery echoing around them. This enthusiasm was largely due to the last encounter where most had perished. leaving only those who had not fled and now felt no urge to escape. As Ding Chuanxiu's acupoints were unsealed, an unbearable itch surged through him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of awe. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sensation at 7 acupoints: the Qihai, Tianshu, Tianlu, Tianquan, Tianju, Shindao, and Jishu, each aflame with an itch akin to countless ants gnawing at him. The ice formed from the wine contained Wu Yazi's internal power as the cold penetrated his body. It dissipated while the energy remained trapped within his acupoints and meridians, stirring tumultuous sensations. Though he endeavored to endure, the itch intensified. Wu Yazi spoke. Once this life and death talisman activates, its potency escalates daily for a total of 81 days, bringing forth excruciating itching and pain, only to gradually diminish thereafter. After the 81st day, it begins anew, an endless cycle without respite. Even with his limbs severed, Ding Chuanxiu could not escape the relentless itch. Only the upper part of his body remained capable of exertion, yet it proved cumbersome. The intensity of the itching overshadowed any pain, rendering him unable to scratch, exacerbating his torment. In desperation, he rolled on the ground, scattering numerous antidotes, attempting to lick them up, hastily channeling energy to digest them, yet to no avail. The itch within his acupoints only grew fiercer. Before long, Ding Chuanxiu could bear it no longer. With his limbs incapacitated, he writhed on the floor, shouting, "I'm dying from the itch. I can't stand it." The more he cried out, the more tragic it became. Unable to endure, he hastily pleaded for mercy. "Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me." The crowd, witnessing this youthful figure resembling a celestial being, a master of the martial world, was momentarily struck with terror. Their expressions transforming as if they were phantoms, their cries resembling those of wild beasts, unable to suppress their horror. The atmosphere thickened with dread as they heard the agonizing cries that echoed in a haunting cycle. Even the 8 friends of Hanggu displayed a change in countenance. Having only heard their ancestors speak of the life and death talisman, never before witnessing such a scene of suffering. The only ones who remained unfazed were Li Qi Luo and Su Xinghe, while even Sun Yu furrowed his brow. After all, in their combined lifetimes, they had never encountered anyone in such a state of distress. Yet, the spectacle was too grotesque to provoke opposition. It merely prompted Sun Yi to address his fellow seniors. "Brother Shui, since the matter has been resolved, let us escort him away. There are still many martial artists present. The conference is of utmost importance." Master Xiannan remarked, well said, esteemed elder. If Ding Chuanxiu has offended you, would it not be more merciful to grant him a swift end rather than subject him to such torment?" Sun Yi interjected. The master possesses a compassionate heart. Even after Ding Chuanxiu rendered him powerless, he still pleaded on his behalf, embodying a bodhisattva's spirit. However, this individual cast my grandfather off a cliff, resulting in his paralysis for over 30 years. To not impose strict punishment would be utterly unjust. Moreover, I have come across a saying that resonates with the master. Without experiencing the suffering of others, do not advise them towards virtue. The master might contemplate this thoughtfully. One cannot hold every individual to the exalted standards of a saint. Besides, Confucius himself once articulated, "What is the point of repaying enmity with virtue? How then shall virtue be repaid?" Amitabha. Master Xiannan merely uttered a Buddhist chant, refraining from further discourse. The majority of the martial artists present shared an expression of agreement. Traitors should indeed be dealt with accordingly. Today's gathering also serves another purpose. I shall pass on the mantle of the leader of the Shaoao sect to my disciple, Su Xinghe. I invite everyone to witness this moment. Well said, the martial friends echoed in unison. Setting aside everything else, one could not dismiss the medical prowess of physician Shui, especially considering that Sun Yi had recently risen to prominence in the martial world, becoming quite renowned, particularly in the south. Before long, the chess tournament concluded, and the martial allies were graciously entertained before being sent on their way, leaving only the injured and those poisoned by Ding Chuanxiu from the Shaolin sect, along with Murong Fu and his 4 chief ministers, to receive treatment from Xuanmenhua. As night fell, Wu Yazi summoned Sun Yi, Li Qi Luo, and Wang Yuyan into his chamber, claiming he had matters to discuss. One by one, they entered and securely closed the door. Once the two had taken their positions, Wu Yazi swiftly reached out and grasped Li Qingluo's wrist, startling both Sun Yi and Wang Yuyan momentarily. However, they soon relaxed, realizing that Wu Yazi was merely checking Li Qingluo's pulse. Yet, Li Qingluo felt a warmth at her pulse point, rendering her entire body pleasantly languid and indescribably comfortable. In due course, Wuyazi released her wrist and smiled. All is well. I have utilized our sex-biming divine skill to transform your internal energy into that of the biming style. Li Qingluo was taken aback and exclaimed, What? What? Wuyazi smiled and replied, Do you not wish to inquire why? Li Qingluo steadied her emotions and responded with a smile, since father has intervened. It must surely be for a reason. Before she could continue, Wuyazi interjected. I am nearing the end of my days and may not survive to see the healing sun you spoke of. Thus, I wish to bestow my internal energy upon you before I depart. This will ensure you possess the strength for self-defense. With that, without waiting for Li Qingluo's reaction, he suddenly leaped into the air, performing a somersault and landing headfirst atop Li Qingluo's head, their spiritual energies intertwining. Li Qingluo's eyes instantly reddened, and she vigorously shook her head, attempting to dislodge Wuyazi. Extending her hands in a futile attempt to push, Li Qingluo found her limbs devoid of strength. A wave of heat surged from the crown of her head, intensifying as it coursed downward, until she succumbed to unconsciousness. In the meantime, Su Xinghe entered the room, tears streaming down his face, yet he remained motionless. Recently, it had been Su Xinghe who tended to Wuyazi's frail body, and in their view, the situation had indeed reached a point of no return, with no hope of enduring until Sun Yi's return. Moreover, the ailing condition of the body itself could not withstand the rigors of a long journey. Even if Sun Yi were to return immediately, it would be too late. Thus, they resolved to proceed with the transmission of legacy. Upon seeing that the internal energy had been transferred halfway, Sun Yi decided to interrupt Wuyazi's cultivation, forcibly separating Li Qingluo from him. He then entrusted Li Qingluo to Wang Yuyan for support, while he assisted Wuyazi to sit down. Grandfather, there is no need for haste. I possess something that can sustain your life, providing another opportunity for healing. Should the chance arise for further cultivation, it is not impossible to live anew. Sun Yi retrieved the capsule and opened the glass lid of the life-sustaining device, gesturing for his grandfather to lie inside. This was merely the first plan. Sun Yi harbored a contingency in his heart. Should Wuyazi be on the verge of death, he would take the initiative to end his life, subsequently using the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. If the Dragon Balls were unable to heal him, he would resort to the magical beans for recovery. This alternative plan was devised after consulting the time travel device, and based on the current understanding of the Dragon Ball world, the success rate stood at approximately 90%, primarily because the realm did not reject outsiders. However, the second plan would be executed autonomously by the intelligent program, as the time travel device could also encapsulate the soul within the body to prevent the risk of resurrection failure. Upon awakening, Li Qingluo felt an exhilarating lightness throughout her body. The surge of internal energy enhanced her vitality, making her feel as if she were soaring through the clouds. Gradually, her mind cleared, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Wuyazi, his hair nearly white and frail, seated in a wheelchair. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed before him, weeping uncontrollably. The inheritance of internal energy evoked a profound sense of paternal love within Li Qingluo, and the thought of losing this newly discovered affection was heart-wrenching. Wuyazi merely smiled and comforted her, casting a deep glance at Sun Yi. He noted that the nature of Li Qingluo's internal energy differed from that of Xiao Wu's, a distinction he had only observed in Wang Yuyan. The suspicions he had long harbored were now clear, but it was not the time to speak of them. Previously, Wuyazi felt somewhat indebted to Sun Yi, having been separated by 2 generations, which compelled him to impart the biming divine skill without reservation. Yet now, it seemed that whatever Sun Yi did, Wuyazi accepted with ease, for their relationship had undeniably changed. He was akin to a half-son, and thus his filial piety was naturally appreciated. Consequently, the teaching of martial arts would require even greater openness. Sun Yi, I entrust you with the care of these 2 women. Should they encounter any discontent, I shall hold you accountable. Furthermore, if you wish to study martial arts, you may seek out my senior sister, Wu Xingyun, at Tianshan. Yes, replied Su Xinghe, her voice trembling. Yet she held back her tears as she went to summon the 8 friends of Hangyu for one last farewell to their master. After Wuyazi spoke, he was gently assisted into the life-sustaining device, employing a breath-holding technique, and closed his eyes. Su Xinghe and the 8 friends of Hangyu silently wept as they exited. For Wuyazi had not yet departed this world. He merely relied on machinery to sustain his life, making it inappropriate to draw attention to the situation. Sun Yi silently approached Li Qingluo, who was still weeping, gently placing a comforting hand on her shoulder while embracing Wang Yuyan to offer solace. Instantly, Li Qingluo's cries intensified, as if she were unleashing a lifetime's worth of grievances into Sun Ye's embrace. After a while, her sobs gradually subsided, and she shyly glanced around. Fortunately, Su Xinghe and the 8 friends of Hanggu had already departed, sparing her from excessive embarrassment. It was only after Sun Ye's encouragement that Li Qingluo slowly lifted her head. And Wang Yuyan, feeling awkward about remaining alone in Sun Ye's arms, hastily sat up. Sun Ye had no intention of leaving Wu Yazi's life support device in the Silent Valley, as no one here understood its significance. Moreover, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to keep it near the shuttler for timely soul collection. Su Xinghe seemed to grasp this, refraining from objecting, yet advising everyone to take good care of Wu Yazi. After tidying up Wu Yazi's belongings, they exchanged farewells and descended from Legu Mountain, wandering nearby for a while to catch wind of any rumors from the martial world before inquiring about any news regarding Tianshan. Ultimately, there was no information to be found, and they could only journey westward toward Tianshan. Reflecting on Wu Yazi's earlier words, Sun Ye realized that this individual could also be a viable candidate to bring into the Dragon Ball realm, especially with Wu Yazi's presence ensuring reliability. Moreover, Wu Yazi exhibited a cool exterior while being warm-hearted toward his own, leading Sun Ye to believe that a thorough evaluation would be prudent before making a decision. However, Li Qiushui was not suitable for this. Now was the time for Wu Xingyun's third rejuvenation. However, meeting Wu Xingyun at this moment was ill-advised, as a confrontation was likely to ensue, particularly upon encountering Qi Luo and Yu Yan. For now, the plan was to wait until the gathering of the 36 caves and 72 islands at Lingzhou Palace to rescue her from peril. The so-called 36 caves and 72 islands were considered outsiders in the martial world. Their leaders, the cave masters and island masters, comprised a group that neither belonged to any sect nor was affiliated with any gang, embodying a heterodox approach. These individuals varied in martial prowess and character, displaying both virtue and vice, living solitary lives and pursuing their own paths, which prevented them from forming any significant influence, rendering them largely overlooked in the martial realm. It was known that some resided in the islands of the East China Sea and the Yellow Sea, while others secluded themselves in the deep mountains of Kunlun and Chilean. In recent years, they had faded into obscurity, achieving little, and there was originally no connection among them. However, after being reclaimed by Lingzhou Palace, the subordinates of Wu Xingyun gradually established connections with one another. In a small town west of Luoyang, near the Tianshan mountain range, several individuals were dining when they noticed a group of oddly dressed people traveling with weapons. Without pausing after their meal, they wiped their mouths and began heading west. Sun Ye had a mechanical insect monitoring ahead while he leisurely followed from behind. Outside the city, in a remote area filled with dense forests and scattered rocks, a group of similarly eccentric individuals from the martial world gathered, each bearing weapons. It appeared they had agreed to meet at this time. Yet Sun Ye understood that they could not linger for long out of fear of being discovered. Even brief gatherings were often conducted under the cover of night, carefully concealed to avoid detection by those from Lingzhou Palace. Just as Sun Ye pondered this, he spotted Murong Fu and his companions approaching from a distance. Sensing the strange atmosphere, they recalled the earlier misfortune of being captured by Ding Chuanxiu, which left Ba Butong feeling quite aggrieved and eager to provoke. What kind of demons and monsters are gathering here? He shouted, channeling his internal energy to intimidate the surroundings, causing echoes to resonate. Suddenly, a voice drifted toward them, taunting. Having realized that the wicked are congregating here, you insignificant demons, why not join the revelry? The voice fluctuated in pitch, creating an unsettling sensation. Yet each word was crystal clear. Murong Fu snorted, aware that there were more than one person around, fearing harm might come to others. I have no time to engage with him. Let him be. Finding his you is of utmost importance. With that, he turned to retrace his steps, moving back at a leisurely pace. Another voice interjected, speaking with such arrogance, do you think you can simply slink away? The speaker continued. If your Zhu has come this way, she may already be in my grasp, haha. Feng Boi, unable to contain his irritation despite knowing it was a ruse, insisted, young master, allow me to teach this madman a lesson. Murong Fu shook his head, replying, they do not know who we are, let them be. Deng Baichuan affirmed, as you wish, young master. When he spoke, his voice reverberated through the valley, causing echoes that left the last speaker with internal injuries. The 36 caves and 72 islands had few on the periphery, thus they did not attempt further obstruction. Quietly observing as Murong Fu and his companions departed, Sun Yi had initially thought fortune favored him. He was fully prepared and expected to see Wu Xingyun today. However, he found himself waiting until dawn without anyone appearing. The next day, Sun Yi left the mechanical insect to monitor their movements. This world had never encountered such things, let alone be on guard against them. After filtering out some dialects he could not understand, he finally grasped a few scattered insights. It was the first day of the gathering, and not all had yet arrived. Moreover, last night several island masters engaged in a prolonged dispute over who would infiltrate the Spirit Vulture Palace, arguing vehemently without resolution, and none dared to take on the task. It appears we must await several more days to encounter the valiant heroes depicted in the original narrative. Subsequently, through the surveillance footage, Sun Yi observed the gradual arrival of various island masters and cave lords, such as Sang Tu Gong from the Blue Phosphor Cave in western Sichuan, Xian Huangzi from the Chiu Long Cave on the Tibetan border, and Zhang Da from Xian Ming Island in the North Sea, all of whom, renowned in their own right, have only just begun to arrive today. Sun Yi escorted 2 companions through the city before venturing into the mountains to find a secluded spot. They decided to rest during the day, overhearing their companions discuss a certain Wu Laoda, who would infiltrate the Lingzhou Palace that evening to gather intelligence. Sun Yi was determined to be present to provide assistance. After a restful slumber, the trio prepared themselves around midnight, boarding a soundless flying vehicle that hovered 100 meters above the gathering to observe the spectacle below, as ascending any higher would necessitate a change of craft. As the assembly commenced, caution prevailed, and no flames were revealed. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, with flickering green will-o'-the-wisps illuminating shadowy figures that resembled phantoms. However, as the night progressed, a sharp cry pierced the air, and a yellow lantern suddenly illuminated the southeastern corner, followed by red lights rising from the west and northwest. In an instant, lights flickered to life from all directions, some lanterns, some torches, some sky lanterns, and others made of pine wood and straw. Each dwelling's leader brought forth their unique flames, ranging from the rudimentary to the exquisitely crafted, previously hidden from sight. The dancing lights cast an ethereal glow upon the faces of the diverse assembly, men and women alike. Some fair of visage, others less so, monks mingled with Taoists, some adorned in flowing robes while others donned fitted attire. There were elderly men with flowing beards and women with towering hairdos, their attire often bizarre and markedly different from that of the inhabitants of the central lands. A significant portion bore weapons, many of which took on peculiar forms, their names elusive. Just as the lights flared to life, a voice boomed through the night. "Who goes there?" Such audacity! The clash of weapons and fists erupted, revealing that the intruders were not familiar faces. The commotion was considerable, drawing the attention of numerous island and cave leaders from the 36 caves and 72 islands, who were gathered awaiting news. They swiftly turned their gaze to the source of the disturbance, employing various means to discern the identity of the intruders. From the heavens descended a figure clad in azure Taoist robes, gracefully alighting upon the branches of a tree with the slightest touch, appearing as if gliding upon the wind, astonishing all who beheld him. It was none other than the untroubled man, the Dragon King, whose arrival prompted a flurry of recognition among those present. For many had encountered him before, scattered across the realms. "Indeed, it is I," he boomed, "and since you seek trouble with the Lingzhou Palace, my involvement is surely indispensable. Yet, this place is so hidden that I nearly failed to find it." He laughed heartily as he descended from the treetop. The intentions behind the Dragon King's visit remained shrouded in mystery, inciting a heightened vigilance among Wu Laoda and his companions, who dared not relax their watchful gaze upon him. "Why do you feign ignorance, Mr. Wu? We have all gathered here for matters concerning that individual from Tianshan, have we not?" Upon hearing this, I felt compelled to lend my assistance. The crowd immediately turned pale with fear as the sound of unsheathed weapons filled the air, all eyes fixated on the unyielding man. A palpable tension descended upon the scene, yet the unyielding man remained unperturbed. The expressions of the gathered individuals grew grim. They had not anticipated that such a confidential matter would truly be divulged. The thought of the consequences sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to prepare for confrontation. However, a few individuals spoke up, attempting to restrain their companions. The Dragon King jested, remarking that Wu Xingyun was indeed deeply concerned for us, and that we had gathered here to deliberate on a gift for his venerable birthday, as a gesture of gratitude. Old Master Wu's expression shifted several times before he calmly replied. Although some attempted to intervene, the group was not united, and the inclination to resort to violence could not be suppressed. "What? Do you all still wish to silence us?" the unyielding man inquired, his demeanor unchanged. With a sharp whistle, a response echoed from the shadows nearby, and shortly thereafter, two formidable figures arrived on the scene. The sword god, Zhuo Bufan, and the celestial maiden, Cui Lihua, floated gracefully towards them. The gathered onlookers recognized these two, and the leaders of the 108 were taken aback by their unexpected alliance. Even if they managed to capture one or two, they could hardly prevent the others from fleeing. Not to mention the potential casualties on their own side. Would they even reach the summit of Tianshan? Observing the discord among these dubious characters, Sun Yi and his companions watched with great interest from above, akin to a live-action martial arts drama, albeit with a rather slow progression that could not be fast-forwarded. At that moment, the unruly mob ceased their bickering and ultimately formed an alliance, ready to ascend the ethereal peak of Tianshan to confront Wu Xingyun and the Lingjiu Palace. With a resolution in place, the group decided to seal their pact with blood. Old Master Wu, in his moment of triumph, began recounting his exploits within the Lingjiu Palace, sharing tales of audacity to uplift the morale of his comrades. Amidst their extreme trepidation of Wu Xingyun, even remaining upright despite trembling legs became a source of pride. Eventually, with a slight wave of his hand, Old Master Wu summoned someone from the side, who brought forth a cloth bag and placed it before him. With great satisfaction, Old Master Wu untied the strings and opened the bag, revealing a delicately carved young girl inside. Beaming with pride, he declared, "This girl is one I captured from the ethereal peak." The crowd erupted in cheers. Old Master Wu is remarkable, truly a hero among men. Among the 36 caves and 72 islands, you, Old Master Wu, stand at the forefront. Amidst the jubilant shouts, the sound of soft sobs pierced through. As the young girl pressed her hands against her face, weeping quietly, "Behold," Old Master Wu continued, "this is a girl I brought from the Lingjiu Palace. I initially hoped to extract some secrets from her about the palace, only to discover that she is mute by nature and revealed nothing. It is indeed infuriating. However, this is of little concern. With the addition of the sword god of the Serpent King, our strength has significantly increased. Though the Lingqiu Palace holds considerable power, it is not insurmountable. Since we are gathered here today to forge a blood oath, this young girl shall serve a purpose. Each of you will be required to pierce her with a sword or strike her with a blade, thus establishing your loyalty and binding yourselves to our cause. To prevent any thoughts of retreat when the time for action arises, which could jeopardize our grand ambitions." As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of sinister laughter erupted among the assembly. Within their ranks were individuals with particularly malevolent intentions. There was no dissent regarding the proposal put forth by the leader, and they readily expressed their approval, while a few, such as the unyielding one and Zhuo Bufan, found the idea of harming an innocent child to be a grave violation of the chivalric code. They chose to remain silent for the sake of the larger objective, adopting an attitude of willful ignorance. Sun Yi understood the situation clearly and did not linger any longer. He retrieved a capsule and, with a resounding bang, produced an energy gun. Without hesitation, he swung open the car door and leaped out. As he soared through the air, the rushing wind enveloped him, filling him with vigor as he focused his defenses and employed his agility. At a height of over 100 meters, his lightness skill was still a considerable challenge. Then, with a loud crash, he landed on the ground, startling everyone around him. Sun Yi extracted his leg from a pit approximately 30 centimeters deep, unhurriedly disregarding the crowd around him. "I have come to retrieve someone. You all may step aside," he declared, brandishing an energy gun. Given the overwhelming number of opponents and the absence of any cooperation, it was necessary to employ a weapon with a greater ammunition capacity. Engaging in close combat was feasible. Yet with so many present, there was a considerable risk of injuring Wu Xingyun. Thus, it was prudent to wait until his two wives descended to shield Wu Xingyun. The crowd gasped in unison, although Sun Yi had leaped down from the air, showcasing formidable martial prowess. The multitude present were not without their own recklessness prior to Wu Xingyun's intervention. Why should they heed him? He was not Wu Xingyun himself. "Who dares to cause a disturbance here?" they exclaimed, banding together to eliminate this unknown intruder. At that moment, a voice from the periphery of the throng called out, "Look, more are descending." Sun Yi observed as his two wives descended from the sky, encircling Wu Xingyun. However, whether it was a woman's instinct or an oversight of the looming danger, they first offered their greetings. "Qing Luo, greetings to Uncle Master. Yu Yan, greetings to Grand Uncle Master." Indeed, both were now fully armed and not to be trifled with. Particularly, Li Qing Luo, Possessing approximately 60 years of internal energy along with the northern underworld's divine skill, was undoubtedly a figure of exceptional prowess in the martial world. With a rifle in hand, she was entirely unmatched. Recognizing the opportune moment, Sun Yi holstered his weapon and assumed a stance, prepared to unleash his full might. Yet, he was interrupted by Wu Xingyun's voice. "You shameless wretch, how dare you approach me?" Wu Xingyun's gaze fixed intently on Yi Yan's face, not even blinking. Mistaking her for her grandmother. It was indeed remarkable how the techniques of the carefree sect seemed to bestow eternal youth, explaining Wu Xingyun's misidentification. However, in an instant, Wu Xingyun regained his composure. "Wait, you are not the shameless wretch. Who exactly are you?" "Greetings to Uncle Master. My father is Wu Yazi." Li Qing Luo responded on their behalf. "And your mother? Is she Li Qiushui or Li Canghai?" Before a response could be given, Wu Xingyun's words startled the surrounding rabble. His voice, both ancient and familiar, unmistakably belonged to Wu Xingyun himself. In that moment, 2/3 of the onlookers fell to their knees. Although they had never witnessed Wu Xingyun's appearance, his voice was indelibly etched in their memories. Upon Wu Xingyun's utterance, they immediately recognized him, leading to such a display of reverence that some even fainted, whether from sheer fright or an inability to comprehend the reality before them. "Wu Xingyun, is that truly you? How can this be? How can this be?" Among the onlookers, the most agitated was old Wu. Despite still kneeling on the ground, he could not contain his excitement. It was utterly unfathomable that Wu Xingyun had been brought down from the mountain by him, and after enduring a bout of torment. He found it difficult to accept the reality of the situation. He stood frozen in place, muttering impossible repeatedly, unable to regain his composure. His heart was filled with dread. Yet after reaching his limit, he surprisingly became clear-headed, sensing something amiss. Why was the other party not resisting? There was still a chance for him. However, he soon felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known that this young girl was Wu Xingyun, he would have sought revenge long ago. Thus avoiding his current predicament, Wu Xingyun spoke with an air of pride. "Who do you think I am? You, a mere child in appearance. Can't you see clearly?" She then turned to old Wu and remarked, "On that day, when you captured me, you spared my life, and now you are filled with regret, aren't you?" Old Wu sat up abruptly and acknowledged, "Indeed." Before he could say more, others who had finally grasped the situation began to shout, urging everyone to act together against Wu Xingyun, claiming that she was currently powerless. "Wu Xingyun, you old witch. You slaughtered 62 members of the one-character wisdom sword sect back in the day, and today, I have finally found the opportunity to avenge them." It was Zhuo Bufan and the unyielding Taoist who first reacted, while the others remained paralyzed by fear. Ultimately, the younger crowd, represented by Sun Yi and his companions, lacked sufficient intimidation, and their shouts for Wu Xingyun's master and grandmaster only spurred the crowd to surge forward. Of course, even if others joined, they were still of an older generation. As long as it wasn't Wu Xingyun herself, the intimidation factor diminished significantly. If they did not take advantage of her vulnerability to fight back now, they would find it even harder to muster courage once she regained her strength. Zhuo's words rang true. She was right before them, and if they did not strike while her body was compromised, what were they waiting for? Attack. The Dragon King, the unyielding Taoist, and Zhuo Bufan, being close allies, naturally stepped forward to lend their support, shouting in unison as they channeled their inner strength. Their voices carrying far and wide, awakening the 108 disciples around them. Not only did they speak, but they also took the lead in action to galvanize the crowd. Otherwise, those willing to act remained few. With a leap as graceful as a crane, one drew forth their sword, its cold gleam flashing menacingly towards Wu Xingyun. Zhuo Bufan followed closely behind. As he wielded his sword, a half-foot blade of light flickered, illuminating the surroundings with an ethereal blue glow. As Sun Yi prepared amidst the fear of his adversaries, he deftly intercepted the swords of both the unjust Taoist and Zhuo Bufan. With a swift motion of his left hand, he seized the sword of Zhuo Ping, while his right hand captured the blade of the unjust Taoist. Applying force, he shattered their swords, sending fragments scattering. In the midst of their attempts to evade these shards, he lunged forward, channeling his energy into a clenched fist that struck directly at their chests. Both combatants felt the force simultaneously. Their internal energies instinctively shielded them, yet they sustained light injuries. After retreating 3 steps, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, and they exchanged astonished glances. The sight of their opponents gripping the swords, which bore the weight of their combined internal energies, showed no visible marks of damage. "Come forth. My venerable master is already 96 years old. What skill is there in bullying the elderly? I, Sun Yi, shall engage with you. Who are you calling elderly, boy? Ignoring Wu Xingyun's exasperated expression, Sun Yi addressed the two beautiful women. My dear wives, I entrust Wu Xingyun to your care, while I take it upon myself to drive these intruders away. Though the two adversaries were now without swords, Zhuo Bufan continued to channel internal energy into the sword hilt, manifesting a blade of light. The unjust Taoist swapped his attire for a feathered whisk, while other allies, including the immortal Lotus, Lord Saktu, the master of Duanmu Cave, and Madame Li, arrived in succession. Even the kneeling Wu Laoda joined the fray, brandishing the green wave fragrance blade with intent to strike. However, the space was limited, allowing only a few to engage in the assault. Consequently, several others advanced toward Li Qi Luo, who, along with Yu Yin, gracefully ascended into the air, cradling Wu Xingyan. Floating like a wisp of cloud, elegantly evading numerous attacks with a mere flicker among the throng. There was no cause for concern. With 60 years of internal energy, Li Qi Luo was more than capable of self-defense, not to mention armed with 2 rifles. The most skilled fighters, having witnessed the previous skirmish, gravitated towards Sun Ye's side. Although the assailants could be deemed top-tier martial artists in the realm, in terms of internal strength, they were not far behind the likes of the unjust Taoist. Yet, there was a stark contrast in their offensive capabilities. Sun Ye's output is characterized by a concentrated energy gathered in both hands, delivering a powerful strike. The internal force coursing through his meridians further enhances his agility and speed. In the realm of martial arts, even the most elite skills can only muster about 1/3 of this energy. Sun Yi had never encountered anyone capable of surpassing this ratio. As for his opponent, their maximum output seems to gather merely 1/4 of the energy, and even then, not all can be unleashed. Although wielding a formidable weapon may provide some enhancement, it pales in comparison to the substantial disparity in power. It is akin to the videos online showcasing the dismantling of a chimney. One side displays the labor of those skilled in wrapping, while the other exhibits the prowess of those adept in precise execution. One collapses in a chaotic flurry, while the other falls with a resounding impact, presenting 2 entirely different spectacles. The current confrontation mirrors this. No matter how resilient one may be, if unable to withstand the onslaught head-on, sustaining several strikes will inevitably lead to severe injury. This observation holds true even in scenarios where maneuverability is possible, not to mention the present circumstance where individuals are densely packed, leaving no room for evasion, forcing a brutal clash. Sun Yi advanced with relentless ferocity, akin to the legendary Wugong wielding the 8-trigram staff amidst a throng. In a whirlwind of chaos, the clamor of battle soon dissipated, as the denizens of the 36 caves and 72 islands could neither match Sun Yi's swiftness nor withstand his might. Their defenses were utterly breached. Upon returning to the valley, the ground was strewn with the fallen, who lay there groaning in agony, some half reclining, others half kneeling. Those who lay prostrated suffered broken limbs or grievous internal injuries, their moans echoing in the air. The kneeling individuals, engulfed by dread and despair, awaited their inevitable fate. Many reacted with furious roars, maniacal laughter, and some even wept uncontrollably, their minds beginning to unravel under the immense pressure imposed by the celestial mountain's young mistress. As the last of the combatants fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, Sun Yi gradually withdrew his formidable aura. Though some energy had been expended, it was a manageable toll given the enhancements granted to his physique. Even in the absence of surrenders or retreats, dispatching 2/3 of them posed no challenge. It appeared that if one sought a truly exhilarating battle, one would either need to return to the realm of Dragon Balls or seek a more advanced world, for the celestial dragon realm felt rather confining. He sauntered back to Li Qi Luo's side and bowed respectfully before Wu Xingyun. I, Sun Yi, the disciple of Wuyazi, present my greetings to my esteemed elder. Who are you two? Speak quickly. Wu Xingyun, consumed by urgency, disregarded Sun Yi entirely. Meanwhile, during the assault on Li Qi Luo and her companions, Wang Yuyin had cleverly sheltered Wu Xingyun in a protective embrace, while Li Qi Luo safeguarded both, launching counterattacks. Those who had been assailing them now knelt in submission, begging for clemency. However, before Yuyin could set Wu Xingyun down, he impatiently demanded answers, his face contorted in anger. The incongruity of his fierce inquiry while being cradled elicited a stifled laugh from Sun Yi, the juxtaposition of his demeanor and posture strikingly humorous. Should my esteemed elder wish to hear, I shall gladly elucidate the circumstances. Sun Yi addressed the assembly. Yet, how to deal with these individuals requires your guidance, esteemed elder. Young man, these wretches are nothing but treacherous scoundrels. Dispose of them as you see fit. I have no desire to see them killed outright, merely injure them, and I shall deal with them in due course. With this directive from his esteemed elder, Sun Yi complied without hesitation. He turned his gaze upon the throng, noting that most were far from virtuous. Take, for instance, the master of the Duanmu cave in the Five-Finger Mountain of Hainan Island, who had mastered the esoteric return to the origin technique through sheer cruelty, having claimed countless lives along the way. Such individuals formed the majority within the 36 caves and 72 islands, if not all. Sun Yi was not inclined to plead for mercy, even if killing were to ensue. It was not his place to execute such deeds. He turned to Li Qi Luo and said, "Come, my dear, let us bind them all." Wu Xingyan smiled eerily, his voice hoarse and aged, evoking an unsettling chill while simultaneously imparting a dissonant awkwardness. "Can we speak now?" he inquired, once the others finished their tasks. Sun Yi and his companions approached Wu Xingyan, their impatience unmistakable in their tone. "Very well, allow me to elucidate the situation," Sun Yi began, maintaining a serene smile. Upon receiving a nod from Wu Xingyan, he continued, "The three of us have just come from my grandfather, Wu Yazi. Over 30 years ago, he was betrayed by a traitor of our clan, Ding Chuanxiu, which left him paralyzed. My grandfather, too proud to seek the aid of our grandmaster, has since lived in hiding from this traitor. Recently, with the assistance of my fellow disciples, he managed to slay Ding Chuanxiu. However, time is of the essence, and once you regain your inner strength, we may not have long to remain. Furthermore, Grandfather Wu Yazi intends to accompany us overseas for treatment. Before he recuperates, I must enhance my own abilities to procure the necessary medicine. Thus, we three have come at Grandfather's behest to learn martial arts from you, coinciding fortuitously with your rejuvenation, which prompted our intervention." "Very well, then. Pray tell, what is the connection between these two scoundrels and Wu Yazi?" Wu Xingyan's anger intensified. "This is my wife, Wang Yuyan, and this is my mother-in-law, the daughter of my grandfather Wu Yazi and my grandmother Li Qiushui," Sun Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Li Qi Luo cast a subtle reproachful glance at Sun Yi, further inciting Wu Xingyan's fury, causing him to struggle to breathe. Before Wu Xingyan could respond, Sun Yi swiftly altered his tone. "However, regarding the journey overseas for treatment, Grandfather instructed that only you, our grandmaster, be informed. Should you wish to accompany us, it will be solely your presence that we take along." Without waiting for Sun Yi to elaborate, he noticed that Wu Xingyun's expression had softened somewhat, yet his breathing grew increasingly labored. Wu Xingyun spoke hastily. "Young son, I have been rejuvenating for several days now, captured by Wu Laoda. I was unable to practice in a timely manner, and currently my internal energy is in turmoil. Quickly, capture a wolf or deer-like creature for me to draw its blood and practice." This time, he seemed to abandon his voice restraint, sounding less aged, more akin to that of an 8 or 9-year-old, perhaps due to a shift in demeanor, imparting a more commanding tone, though the essence of his original voice remained discernible. Upon witnessing the situation, Sun Yi promptly retrieved his night vision goggles, opting for a swifter approach. He switched to a tranquilizer gun, uncertain whether the adversary sought a living captive or a lifeless body. With an air of grace, he deftly traversed the terrain, soon returning while dragging a wild deer, which he presented to Wu Xingyun for a bloodletting. After partaking in the sanguine essence, Wu Xingyun settled into a meditative posture, with his right index finger pointing skyward and his left index finger directed toward the earth. With a soft exhalation, he released 2 wisps of pale vapor from his nostrils. Sun Yi curiously observed from the side for a while, unable to discern any particular distinction. After donning night vision goggles, he still found nothing remarkable. Yet he noted a fluctuation in the red glow emitted from the opponent's body before and after the exertion of energy. Sun Yi felt a wave of boredom wash over him and abruptly lifted his head. Without waiting to remove his night vision goggles, he discerned the distant heat signatures of several humanoid figures approaching. Although unperturbed, he nevertheless informed Li Qi Luo, "Someone is coming. Be cautious." Li Qi Luo and Wang Yuyan nodded in acknowledgement. Old Master Wu exclaimed, "This is the supreme power of the 8 wastelands and 6 harmonies. It seems we are indeed dealing with an ancient sorceress." He observed the white mist exhaled from Wu Xingyun's nostrils, enveloping her head in a swirling veil that gradually thickened into a dense fog, obscuring her features. Soon, the crackling sound of her joints echoed, reminiscent of popping beans. She appeared to be nearing a state of cultivation, prompting Sun Ye's curiosity about the supreme power of the 8 wastelands and 6 harmonies and even further. the fusion of 3 techniques into the eternal spring technique. After a considerable time, the popping sounds diminished and the fog gradually dissipated. The girl inhaled the remaining mist, and once it was fully consumed, she opened her eyes and stood slowly. At that moment, the approaching group had drawn nearer, appearing from a distance as a throng of women, likely from Lingjiu Palace's 9 heavens and 9 departments. Regardless of their intentions, Sun Yi remained unafraid and decided to wait until they were closer to ascertain whether they were foes or allies. He observed as the figures hastened toward them, each adorned in light azure cloaks, resembling a cloud of blue mist. In the distance, several female voices called out, "Your Excellency, we have arrived late. We are deserving of death." As they neared, it became evident that these individuals were riding camels, cloaked in garments embroidered with the image of a black vulture, their expressions fierce and unwelcoming. The women from Lingjiu Palace appeared to regard Wu Xingyun with utmost reverence, prostrating themselves upon the ground, too fearful to gaze up. Likely a reflection of Wu Xingyun's usual demeanor. Even if one is kind-hearted, a perpetual scowl would surely inhibit closeness. Wu Xingyun snorted in displeasure, exclaiming, "Did you all presume I was dead? Have none of you thought of this old woman? You dare to present only this scant number of followers?" An elderly woman replied, "We dare not, Your Excellency. Since that night you left the palace, the 9 heavens and 9 departments immediately descended the mountain and took different paths to serve you. The Haotian department awaits you in the east, the Yangtian department in the southeast, the Qitian department in the south, the Zhutian department in the southwest, the Chengtian department in the west, the Yutian department in the northwest, the Xiantian department in the north, the Lantian department in the northeast, and the Juntian department is stationed at the palace. I am incompetent for arriving late. I am deserving of death." She bowed repeatedly in contrition. "Enough, my dear disciples. Do not fault them," Wu Xingyun observed, noting the weariness etched on their faces, indicating they had likely not rested for several days. While they were still at a manageable distance, she instructed them to promptly notify the other departments or return to Piaomiao Peak to prevent being caught off guard by enemies. Wu Xingyun added, "Since Sun Yi has spoken, and I see your fatigued faces, it is clear you have endured hardships on the journey. Thus, I shall refrain from imposing further penalties this time. You should express your gratitude." The elderly woman instantly displayed a look of delight, seemingly relieved that there would be no punishment. She remarked, "It is my duty to serve our esteemed leader. This is the obligation that falls upon me." She continued, "If the venerable master is in good health, it would be prudent for him to accompany me back to the mountain. With his guidance, we could return within the hour." Sun Yi interrupted their dialogue with a gesture, summoning the intelligent automobile from the sky, which soon descended gracefully before them. Wu Xingyun observed with remarkable curiosity, circling around the vehicle several times, unable to discern its method of flight, yet exhibiting no signs of fear. Notably, this automobile did not rely on jet propulsion. It was a convertible with no visible exhaust outlets, primarily crafted as a single molded structure, making it difficult to identify its mechanics. The vehicle operated through variations in magnetic fields, utilizing repulsion from the Earth's magnetic field to achieve flight. Upon arriving in the heavenly dragon realm, it initially could not ascend due to incompatible parameters. However, after Sun Yi meticulously adjusted the calculations based on the shuttle's analytical data, it functioned flawlessly. Of course, the primary reason for his manual adjustments was the vehicle's silent operation. Since that is the case, I shall leave you of the Haotian faction to escort these traitors while I make my return to the Lingjiu Palace, Wu Xingyun said, waving her hand, still intrigued by the automobile. As for the traitors, they had been restrained and bound after their acupoints were sealed, eliminating any concerns of rebellion. "Understood, I shall obey," the elderly woman replied, taking her leave to organize the captives with the Haotian faction. Sun Yi opened the car door, allowing Wu Xingyun to take the front passenger seat, while Li Qingluo and her daughter occupied the back. One reason for this arrangement was respect for elders, and another was the potential for conflict between Wu Xingyun and the Li mother-daughter duo if they were seated together. Both women bore resemblances to Li Qiushui. Li Qingluo mirrored her temper and demeanor, but recently, having been subdued by Sun Ye's forceful demeanor and experiencing a level of respect from a man that was absent in ancient times, she had completely surrendered, tempering her disposition. After all, for a woman to fully submit to a man, he must possess attributes that surpass hers. If he were like Duan Zhengquan, who might not even best Li Luo in a contest, the previous state of affairs would persist, and she would certainly resist the presence of other women. Wang Yuyan, however, was easier to understand. Her beauty was akin to that of Li Qiushui, and sitting with Wu Xingyun would undoubtedly lead to conflict. As the car ascended to a height of several meters, the night concealed their movements from prying eyes. Since Wu Xingyun's internal energy had yet to recover, Sun Yi first raised the glass cover. Following Wu Xingyun's directions, they sped along and reached the foot of Piaomiao Peak before dawn. Wu Xingyun pointed towards a mountain peak shrouded in mist in the northwest corner, declaring, "That is Piaomiao Peak." The car could not ascend the high mountain, so the group disembarked to switch to an airplane. Wu Xingyun, filled with curiosity, even requested to take the car's capsule, releasing it and retracting it after a few rounds. Although she could not discern its significance, her curiosity was somewhat satisfied. After several prompts from Sun Yi, Wu Xingyun finally stored the car away and boarded the plane, fastening her seatbelt. Before long, the four had arrived at the entrance of the peak just in time for sunrise. The snow-covered ground, verdant grass, and distant palaces, all illuminated by the sunlight on the mountaintop, created a striking tableau. As the red sun rose slowly from amidst the mountains, casting myriad rays that painted the sky crimson, mist began to rise from the mountains, rendering the surroundings ethereal. Navigating past the broken Soul Cliff, Misstep Rock, the 100-foot gorge, and the sky-connecting bridge, they reached a perilous point near the summit, where two sheer cliffs stood about 5 zhang apart, steep and formidable. Only an exceptional master could traverse such a gap. Shortly, the airplane arrived at the peak of Piaomiao, hovering above a stone fortress as the group began to descend. Beneath them lay a ground paved with blue stone slabs, each approximately 8 feet long and 3 feet wide, laid out with remarkable precision. It was unlikely that the current subordinates of Lingxiu Palace could accomplish such a feat. It likely stemmed from a previous generation. The roar of the jet was deafening, and they were already detected upon approach. As they descended to a height of 8 or 9 meters, a crowd began to gather below. When they lowered further, warning signals were triggered, and 40 to 50 women clad in yellow garments surrounded them, presumably the maidens of the Juntian sect. However, they exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was unfolding, and could only wait below. As the plane descended to 5 or 6 meters, Sun Yi lowered the glass canopy, and Wu Xingyun extended her head out to observe below. The onlookers were fixated on the car, and soon, a keen-eyed individual recognized her. Instantly, they knelt and exclaimed, "Subordinate pays respects to the esteemed master." Immediately, everyone knelt and bowed in unison, sensing that for the moment, there was no disturbance within the Lingxiu Palace. Of course, it was to be expected, as the unlawful assembly of the Wanshan Conference had been swiftly dealt with by Sun Yi, leaving no one to pose a threat. Wu Xingyun was the first to speak. Inquiring about the whereabouts of the 4 maidens, Milin, Zhuo, and Xiao. "Please forgive us for our tardiness, esteemed master," she implored. 4 young women, strikingly similar in appearance, approached and bowed deeply. Each was adorned in garments of varying hues, one in soft red, another in moonlight white, a third in light blue, and the last in pale yellow. Their heights, weights, and figures bore no discernible difference. Sun Yi could not help but steal a few more glances at them. Each possessed a delicate oval face and skin as fair as snow, their expressions remarkably alike, save for the different colors of their attire. "You 4. Please arrange for warm water. My grandmother wishes to freshen up. The rest of you may withdraw. There is nothing amiss here," Wu Xingyun commanded. Around a dozen individuals remained, while the others discreetly exited, vanishing from sight in an instant. "May girl, take them and allow them to rest. After I have completed my ablutions, you may bring them to see me," she instructed, retaining the maid clad in soft red while leading the others into the inner chambers. Meanwhile, after watching Wu Xingyun depart, Mei Jian turned to Sun Yi and his companions, extending a hand. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Subsequently, Sun Yi and his party were escorted to an elegantly adorned courtyard, seemingly designated for receiving guests. However, the atmosphere suggested it had not been utilized in many years, remaining eerily quiet. After a brief period of waiting, a veiled woman in a yellow gown glided in, bearing several cups of fragrant tea. Half an hour later, Wu Xingyun arrived at the courtyard, accompanied by the 4 maidens. "Young son, were your previous words indeed truthful? If so, what are your desires?" Wu Xingyun inquired eagerly, unable to contain her curiosity. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, every word I spoke is the truth. Soon, you and my grandfather can enjoy your time together without reservation," Sun Yi replied confidently. Sun Yi paused momentarily and cast a teasing glance at Wu Xingyun, who, however, showed no signs of embarrassment. "Did Wu Yazi speak to you about this? Or do you have any specific demands? Please articulate them all at once," Wu Xingyun remarked, merely shooting Sun Yi a sideways glance, exhibiting no hint of discomfort. as he inquired about the terms. His skepticism towards the notion of a windfall was evident. Sun Yi naturally had certain expectations. However, notions such as mutual progress seemed rather nebulous and were difficult to articulate at this juncture. Thus, he opted to put forth some specific conditions regarding the existing circumstances. Since Shibuazu had already expressed his thoughts, Sun Yi felt compelled to be forthright. He gradually articulated the conditions he had previously contemplated. Firstly, should Shibuazu wish to move forward, he must commit to tempering his temperament. Upon regaining his martial prowess, it is imperative that he refrains from acting with the unrestrained abandon he once exhibited, not merely towards their small circle but towards all individuals. For instance, the unyielding treatment of Suju as depicted in the original work, which ultimately garnered the approval of Wu Xingyun, is something Sun Yi cannot emulate. Of course, respect towards one's elders is paramount. However, he cannot adopt an attitude akin to Suju's. Thus, while there may be opportunities for mutual recognition in their future interactions, the assurance of safety in the initial stages is non-negotiable, even if Wu Xingyun might find himself unable to best Sun Yi in combat. With that, Sun Yi continued, observing Wu Xingyun and then glancing at Li Qingluo and her daughter, who gritted their teeth in reluctant agreement. Furthermore, it was imperative that all the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect be entrusted to both him and Yu Yin. Sun Yi pointed at Yu Yin, pausing for a moment to gauge Wu Xingyun's reaction. Young man, since you have saved my life, I shall teach you martial arts. But do not expect me to instruct her as well. Wu Xingyun suppressed his fury, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Yu Yin, lest his anger compel him to strike. Very well, your teachings would suffice. He did not elaborate further, yet the implication was clear to all present, and Wu Xingyun chose to remain silent. Is there anything else? Wu Xingyun took a moment to steady his emotions. No, that is all, just these two conditions. Sun Yi waved his hand, expressing that he had no further desires. Then where is Wuyazi now? I wish to meet him. Very well. Sun Yi activated the shimmering portal of the shuttle, allowing Tong Lao to catch a glimpse of the life-sustaining apparatus housing Wuyazi. Suddenly confronted with this scene, his junior, Wu Xingyun, was taken aback. Especially upon noticing the coffin-like structure cradling Wuyazi, his expression shifting dramatically. After calling out for a while without receiving a response, Wu Xingyun turned to Sun Yi, seeking an explanation. Their grandfather was now in a state of near death, reliant on this device to sustain his life, until a remedy could be found. This was the only means of maintaining his condition. As long as he can be saved, that's all that matters, Wu Xingyun murmured repeatedly after hearing this. Very well. In that case, you should come over and begin your martial training with your grandmother, Sun Yi suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xingyun, without looking back, turned and walked ahead after Sun Yi closed the door. Sun Yi embraced both Qingluo and Yu Yin, advising them to wait a while, and if bored, to explore the beautiful scenery on the mountain before following Wu Xingyun. In the rear hall of Lingjiu Palace, adorned with stone wall images left by ancestors centuries ago, Sun Yi accompanied Wu Xingyun to the garden, where they moved aside a rockery to enter a hidden passage. Behind them, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, the four maidens, raised their torches and filed in one by one. Along the way, Mei Jian discreetly activated the mechanisms in concealed spots to prevent traps from being triggered, spiraling downward. Before long, the path opened up to reveal a vast stone cavern. Young man, I perceive your internal strength is formidable. You may study the inscriptions on the walls here. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek my guidance later, as your grandmother still has her own practice to attend to, Wu Xingyun instructed. May you wait here. Whenever he wishes to see me, bring him along. With that, Wu Xingyun strode out without looking back. Under the curious gaze of Mei Jian, Sun Yi stepped into the stone chamber, where the walls were polished to an extraordinary smoothness. Countless circles, each approximately a foot in diameter, were intricately carved into the stone, adorned with a myriad of shapes. Some depicted human figures, others animal forms, while some bore fragmented characters, and many were mere symbols and lines, at least 800 or 900 in total. Within this chamber resided the secrets of various martial arts, including the Tianshan Jime hand, Tianshan Luyang palm, and the eternal spring technique, not to mention the white rainbow palm's power. Initially, Sun Yi utilized the device to document every detail within the chamber. He began his exploration with the eternal spring technique, memorizing the intricacies of its energy pathways and various incantations, engaging in thorough study. At this moment, he could only perceive the internal energy techniques. The other martial arts proved too advanced for his current capabilities, as attempting to wield them could jeopardize his meridians, necessitating preliminary documentation. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned that the eternal spring technique was fundamentally a fusion of the biming divine skill and the lesser formless technique. The biming was primarily adapted for refining and cultivating energy, while the lesser formless technique emphasized energy manipulation and transformation. However, both techniques exhibited a certain diminishment when compared to the eternal spring technique. As for the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies unique technique, it was a modified practice developed by Wu Xingyan, assisted by the Grandmaster Zai Yaozi, as a downgraded adaptation of the eternal spring technique. Over the following days, Sun Ye's careful study revealed that the eternal spring technique's dominance in cultivation could lead to its practitioner absorbing excessive energy from the body when external energies were insufficient, ultimately damaging their foundational strength and hindering further cultivation. Subsequently, he began to experiment with the method of refining essence into energy within the eternal spring technique, directing this energy into his meridians to transform it into internal power. Initially, he managed to channel only a trickle of energy, but upon realizing its viability, he gradually increased the energy utilized. Ultimately, after 3 days, his experiments yielded successful results. After more than a year of research in the Dragon Ball world, Sun Yi discovered that the energy in this realm was indistinguishable from that in the Dragon world. It was primitive, devoid of any special properties, yet perceptible to the human spirit, without any categorization into the 5 elements or 4 symbols. This energy possessed both energetic and material characteristics, akin to light, and could be referred to as spiritual energy. To observe it, one would likely require the most advanced instruments, as those currently at hand were insufficient. For spiritual energy to exhibit its destructive properties on material substances, a unique material, human mental power, was necessary. Only under the manipulation of mental power, a form of energy straddling the line between the tangible and intangible, could spiritual energy reveal its capacity for destruction. Chi energy was a unique, controllable force formed by the amalgamation of the spiritual energy of the Dragon Ball world and the cellular energy elicited through extreme physical training. Upon the formation of this energy, the strength of the cells would increase passively, though it would not enhance their lifespan or vitality in other aspects. In contrast, the internal power of the Dragon world was built upon the foundation of spiritual energy, augmented by a form of bodily energy, referred to as life energy. Specifically the essence within the triad of essence, chi, and spirit. Life energy and cellular energy emerged from differing cultivation methods, resulting in distinct forms of bodily energy. Thus, by guiding the vital energy to traverse through the meridians using the practice of the eternal spring technique, one extracts the life essence from within the body, a process commonly referred to as refining essence into energy. Throughout this process, the vital energy transforms into an internal force imbued with the attributes of energy. This internal force can be stored in the dantian, circulate through the meridians, or even overflow beyond them, permeating the entire body. However, when released, the vital energy separates from the life force, resulting in a purely destructive energy. Consequently, the ultimate outcome is that Sun Yi finds himself capable of consuming significantly more. What once was a meal of 5 to 6 pounds of meat and rice has now escalated tenfold. After all, given the insufficient concentration of energy in the world, rapid cultivation necessitates reliance on sustenance. A portion of the vital energy resides in the dantian, akin to an external battery, meaning that under equal physical strength, the force exerted remains the same, but the endurance is markedly enhanced. After approximately 3 days of transformation, Sun Ye's internal force aligns closely with the amount of energy, and when combined, the overall potency surpasses that of Wu Xingyun. During this time, the 9 heavens' 9 parts gradually returned, even subduing the rebellious elements. Yet, Sun Yi chose not to inquire further, focusing solely on his martial training. Thus, he resumed his studies of the Tianshan 6 Young Palm and the Tianshan Jime Hand. Feeling ethereal and buoyant as he practiced each day, his body hovering as if it might ascend, yet never quite managing to take flight. As Sun Yi guided Qing Luo and Yu Yin through their practice, they shared a similar sentiment, only to discover upon closer examination that their surroundings imposed certain restrictions. However, the more Sun Yi delved into the study, the greater his anticipation grew for the martial arts manifestation in the world of Dragon Ball. During this period, he consolidated the queries of the 3 of them and sought counsel from Wu Xingyun, who welcomed their inquiries without hesitation. Aware that some of the questions were not typically encountered by male practitioners, she nonetheless provided meticulous answers without concern. In the subsequent days, Sun Yi immersed himself in the teachings of Wu Xingyun at Lingzhou Palace, successfully opening the channels of internal energy and qi. The enhancement of his internal energy nourished his body, while the strengthening of his physique further facilitated the growth of qi, creating a reciprocal relationship. However, this rapid increase in both qi and internal energy also led to a corresponding surge in resource consumption, such as the need for precious medicinal herbs and an escalating appetite, all of which complemented one another. The time spent studying in Tianshan was not only fulfilling but also liberating, as he began to explore the essence of meridians and acupoints, striving for a comprehensive understanding to facilitate his overall evolution. In summary, Sun De's cultivation and comprehension of martial arts could be aptly described as an exponential growth, further enriched by his extensive online explorations in his previous life, which allowed him to pinpoint critical issues with remarkable insight and depth. Additionally, with Wang Yuyan's innate talent and her grasp of martial arts, her inquiries often left Wu Xingyun astounded, as she had never contemplated such perspectives before. You are quite impressive. In just a few days, you have attained such an understanding of the 8 desolates and 6 harmonies unparalleled technique. After finally resolving a question recently posed by Sun Yi, Wu Xingyun took a deep breath and commended him profusely. She had always believed that Sun Yi was practicing the 8 desolates and 6 harmonies unparalleled technique, as the Changchun technique was not conducive to practice in their current environment. If it weren't for my grandmother's refusal to accept male disciples, I might have considered passing down my teachings to you. But alas, we still have to travel overseas to tend to your grandfather's injuries, so it would be of no use to pass it on to you. Sun Yi chuckled lightly and waved his hand, jesting, moreover, even at your peak, whether you could be my match is still a matter open to debate. Such brazen words. Although Wu Xingyun retorted in this manner, upon reflecting on the scene of Sun Ye's previous strike, she found herself somewhat uncertain. After all, while Sun Ye's attacks were decisive, they often relied on exploiting the opponent's vulnerabilities combined with inner strength. It was difficult to ascertain who possessed greater power in absolute terms. At that moment, a bamboo sword arrived with news. Your subordinate pays respects to the esteemed leader. The words were on the tip of their tongue, but were hesitated. Speak freely. Wu Xingyun urged directly. Indeed, there are sisters guarding the sky bridge who have come to report. The formidable foe you mentioned earlier has been temporarily repelled by the sisters of the Juntian faction. They have come to seek your guidance on whether to sever the iron chains and obstruct the enemy's advance. The bamboo sword's expression grew grave, recognizing that the leader's martial prowess had yet to be restored, and the adversary was exceptionally strong. Were it not for the advantageous terrain, they might struggle to hold their ground. Do not concern yourself, Wu Xingyun replied. If they can enter, there will surely be others to hold them at bay. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards Sun Yi. Elder, I hope for your understanding. After all, you two are elders, and we cannot take action ourselves. However, if it does not displease you, we would be honored if you accompanied us to seek refuge. Sun Yi spoke, noticing the change in Wu Xingyun's expression, and swiftly shifted the topic. It so happened that we wish to explore the various martial arts of the major sects. After concluding this, we would return overseas in search of medicine to heal my grandfather. Would it not be prudent for you, Master Uncle, to accompany us? Very well, in that case, please allow me a day's time to arrange the subsequent matters of Lingzhou Palace. Wu Xingyun's countenance darkened. She had never felt so constrained in her life. The last time she had undergone rejuvenation, her subordinates had obstructed her. Yet, this time, there was no way to rely solely on her subordinates. Indeed, we shall await your preparations tomorrow, Master Uncle, before we embark together. As Sun Yi turned to leave, he was halted by Wu Xingyun. Moreover, do you still intend to wait? Are we not to return directly overseas in search of the medicinal materials to treat Wu Yizi? Wu Xingyun's expression remained unchanged, still as grim. This, Sun Yi paused for a moment, delicately articulating, the materials to heal my grandfather are exceedingly rare and can only be found at specific times. This matter cannot be rushed. The meaning behind Sun Ye's words is that the Dragon Balls can only be found after Bulma emerges in the Dragon Ball world. As for the Senzu beans, they are not the most reliable option, merely a contingency. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian became alarmed and immediately prostrated herself before Wu Xingyun, pleading, I implore you, esteemed master, do not forsake us sisters. Wherever you may go, we shall unwaveringly follow by your side. Sun Yi slowly walked out, faintly hearing the 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju, pleading behind him. The following morning, after completing their training, the group tidied up their gifts and stored them in capsules, making their way to the entrance of the stone fortress. Coincidentally, Wu Xingyun was also present, accompanied by disciples from Lingjiu Palace, awaiting at the gate. It appeared that Wu Xingyun was instructing them on certain matters. From now on, Lingjiu Palace would regard Min Yi as its esteemed leader, and Xiao Yu was to offer ample support to ensure the longevity of the palace. Fortunately, the traders from the 36 caves and 72 islands had been thoroughly dealt with, and no further admissions were to be made. Moreover, the leaders from various departments, possessing sufficient inner strength, could enter the inheritance caverns at any time to study the secret texts. Only through enhanced martial prowess could they safeguard the legacy under Li Qiushui's guidance. Tong Lao sighed, reluctant to part with Lingjiu Palace, feeling a deep sense of loss, but for the sake of her junior brother, this was the only course of action. Yes, we shall diligently adhere to the leader's teachings. The 2 or 3 dozen individuals present proclaimed loudly, soon overwhelmed by tears. Even the 4 fair maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, who appeared poised to follow Wu Xingyun, were equally inconsolable, clearly reluctant to leave their current sisters behind. Oh, it seems my senior sister is aware that she cannot hinder me, hence the early farewell to her subordinates, remarked a veiled woman, whose figure and demeanor suggested she was around 30 to 40 years of age. As she spoke from a distance, her voice tinged with unmistakable mockery. Before long, she approached the scene, and it seemed to be Li Qiushui. Sun Yi squinted his eyes, genuinely reluctant to behold this individual. However, upon their encounter, he could not afford to be negligent, for he had taken the daughter and granddaughter of this person. Vile creature, how did you manage to enter here? Wu Xingyun's face was a mask of fury, yet as he contemplated the ensuing journey, a sense of triumph abruptly washed over him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He, senior sister, what kind of words are those? Am I not welcome as your junior sister? Li Qiushui giggled, her voice ringing clear and melodious like the song of a yellow oriole, exuding an irresistible charm, devoid of any signs of aging. Should Li Qiushui decide to take action, no one present could hope to intervene. Thus, Sun Yi had no choice but to step forward gradually. As for Li Qiluo, after being abandoned by Li Qiushui to become someone else's child bride for so many years, she had long since harbored no feelings for Li Qiushui. Her sentiments towards Wuyazi had only deepened due to the transmission of internal energy. Perhaps you should take your leave, Uncle Master. I have come at the behest of the Master to mediate the discord between you two. With my presence, there shall be no thoughts of mutual harm. Sun Yi first performed a respectful bow, but before Wu Xingyun could continue speaking, he interjected, fearing that their conversation would swiftly escalate into conflict. He then fixed his gaze intently upon Li Qiushui. Are you a disciple of Su Xinghe? If you wish to obstruct me, you shall first assess the prowess of your skills, he remarked, as Li Qiushui maintained her theatrical display. Then I invite you, esteemed senior uncle, to make your move. Sun Yi assumed a defensive stance, poised for action at any moment. The disciples of Lingjiu Palace attempted to advance, but were halted by Wu Xingyun, as their abilities were vastly inferior. Li Qiushui's attention shifted from Wu Xingyun to Sun Yi, her eyes suddenly sharp as blades, and she coldly declared, Boy, do you wish for death? If so, I shall oblige. The atmosphere instantly froze, plummeting to sub-zero temperatures, while Sun Yi gathered his energy in preparation. Please, he urged. You seek your own demise. Li Qiushui fumed, her form darting with agility as her delicate, pale hands danced through the air, revealing her capricious nature, which proved even more unpredictable than Wu Xingyun's. Sun Yi also clenched his fist, his arm raised in defense as the two forces collided. Throughout the exchange of 10 strikes, Sun Yi did not yield an inch. The moment of courtesy had passed. It was time to strike. You are my senior, and I have granted you 10 moves. Now that they have been exhausted, I shall begin my counterattack. Their fists and palms met without a sound. Yet a subtle crack appeared beneath Sun Ye's feet as he quietly refined his energy into internal power. Presently, Sun Ye's overall energy was estimated to be around 80. However, in the absence of external energy consumption, the energy circulating within his meridians during battle could only be utilized to half its potential. If his meridians were pushed beyond their limits, they could not endure. Moreover, his rapid progress had diminished his control. He was currently operating at approximately 70% efficiency, barely shy of the optimal 75% threshold where perfect control was unattainable. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Sun Yi stood tall, gazing down upon Li Qiushui. On her end, Li Qiushui abruptly retreated several paces, her veil blown away, revealing a cheek marred by a cross-shaped cut, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and a countenance that was far from pleasant. Who exactly are you? Su Xinghe could never have trained a disciple such as yourself, Li Qiushui asserted, her alluring figure lifting off the ground as she distanced herself from Sun Yi, her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty as she hastily donned her veil once more. Disciple of the carefree sect, known as the indestructible Vajra, Sun Yi. A faint smile graced Sun Ye's lips as he silently reveled in the moment. A true indestructible Vajra, Li Qiushui exclaimed in admiration. Already considered one of the foremost masters in the martial world, she had exerted her utmost in their previous exchanges, yet her defenses remained unbroken, confirming the authenticity of the title. Suddenly, Li Qiushui's form wavered, drawing near before swiftly darting to the side, intending to use her lightness skill to circumvent Sun Yi and launch a direct assault on Wu Xingyun. Sun Yi swiftly intercepted his opponent. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly apparent. The opponent's exertion was merely around 60% of Sun Ye's full capacity, and even with an enhancement in speed, it fell significantly short. Li Qiushui, veiled and composed, let out a cold huff. Suddenly, she shifted left with an ethereal grace, launching a palm strike that released a concentrated wave of energy, aimed obliquely towards Sun Ye's side. Mid-flight, it altered its trajectory, attempting to catch Sun Yi off guard and impede his momentum. However, with a swift motion, Sun Yi dispersed the energy with ease, maintaining his speed as he pursued. A faint smile graced his lips. The gap in raw strength was insurmountable, and defeat was inevitable. Was this the famed Baihong palm technique? It seemed superior to the Duan family's Yang finger. Sunny sighed, truly embodying the essence of the Xiaoao sect, as each martial art they possessed was exceptional, arguably placing them among the pinnacle of martial prowess in the realm. The Baihong palm technique, a hallmark of the Xiaoyao sect, is characterized by its fluidity and adaptability, appearing to confront adversaries head-on while the direction of its force remains elusive and unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to detect. Li Qiushui, taken aback, cast a piercing gaze with her enchanting eyes that flickered like lightning, coldly addressing Sun Yi. Can you still protect her without fail, young man? Yet, she refrained from uttering any threats, for words were futile against an opponent they could not surpass. As long as I am present, it would be wise for both of you to refrain from engaging in conflict. Let us take a moment to calm our minds and reflect. Sun Yi smiled, maintaining a steady posture, his demeanor purely defensive and never inclined to launch an attack. After a brief pause, Li Qiushui continued to drift erratically, yet remained unyieldingly present. Sun Yi devised a plan. Now, the only way to thwart Li Qiushui's further incursions was to enhance the defensive capabilities of the disciples of Lingqiu Palace. This would ensure that even after their departure, there would be no lingering concerns about the survival of Lingqiu Palace. With a deft flick of his wrist, Sun Yi retrieved several energy guns, aiming them precisely at the ground beneath Li Qiushui's feet before pulling the trigger. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed, and moments later, a row of bullet holes appeared in the stone pavement, each penetrating roughly 30 centimeters deep before dissipating. What manner of weapon is this? Li Qiushui gasped in astonishment, having never encountered such an apparatus before. Its destructive power was indeed staggering, while a single bullet might be deflected. The sheer volume of a barrage rendered even the mightiest martial artist defenseless. I shall retain 5 of these firearms within the Lingqiu Palace. Henceforth, should you find yourself unoccupied, it would be wise to refrain from visiting Lingqiu Palace again. I shall also take Lady Tong Lao with me. You shall never meet again in this lifetime. Sun Yi, with a stern countenance, addressed Li Qiushui. You wretched woman, have you finally encountered a formidable opponent? At that moment, the Tianshan child empress suddenly interjected, emitting a sharp, raucous laugh, her voice as grating as a broken gong, yet laced with undeniable satisfaction. Why take pride in something that isn't even your disciple? Li Qiushui's disdain deepened. I am about to embark on a journey with my junior brother into a world of our own. He no longer desires your company. The exuberance of Wu Xingyun was palpable. Your junior brother would never take a liking to a creature so grotesque, neither human nor ghost, as you. Pray tell, where do you intend to take this aberration? My master is traveling overseas for treatment of his injuries and requires someone to safeguard him. My choice of my granduncle does not reflect my master's opinion. It is merely due to my granduncle's temperament being unsuitable for a visit to my homeland. As for whether my master will return after recuperation, that is beyond my control. Sun Ye's choice is one of compromise, according to the original text. Wu Yazi's affections lie with Li Songhai, rather than with either of the two. This so-called beauty is certainly not someone Sun Yi would choose to accompany him. In her youth, Li Qiushui engaged in relentless conflict with Tian Shan Tong Lao over their mutual affection for Wu Yazi. Li Qiushui first struck when Wu Xingyun was at a critical juncture in his training at the age of 26, resulting in Wu Xingyun's physical disability, preventing him from growing further. After Wu Yazi became infatuated with the jade statue, she sought amusement with handsome men. If this individual were to be brought into the Dragon Ball world, it is uncertain what deeds may follow once their strength has grown. Thus, I will extend you a courtesy. We shall discuss matters further once Wu Yazi has recovered. Having said this, he turned to leave, but was drawn aside by Li Qing Luo, where the two engaged in a hushed conversation, during which Li Qing Luo handed Li Qiushui a scroll. The moment Sun Yi beheld the scroll, a sigh escaped his heart. It was not a favorable matter to entrust the portrait of Li Songhai to Li Qiushui. Hence, Sun Yi refrained from mentioning the portrait. Yet now, he uttered no words, merely observing in silence as Li Qiushui gradually receded from view, fading into the distance. Sun Yi slowly retrieved 5 energy guns, handing them over to Fu Mini and the others for safekeeping as a trump card. When Lady Tong decided to depart, I had already instructed you on their usage, and you have practiced with them. Now, I provide you with 5 guns and 100 magazines. Keep them for self-defense. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wu Xingyan, and upon her affirmation, they accepted them, with Fu Mini solemnly taking charge. This, of course, also left behind a lingering enigma of extraterrestrial beings or ancient civilizations in this world, adding yet another question to the 100,000 whys. Sun Yi then invited Wu Xingyan and the 4 maidens of Milan Zhu to board the car. Li Qi Luo and her daughter entered in succession, fastening their seatbelts. And thus they set off. Meanwhile, Sun Yi was also ready to commence his training. For the time being, his understanding of energy cultivation was that the energy of the body, stimulated through exercise, combined with spiritual energy, was essential for progress. Thus, ceasing to train would hinder advancement. Currently, with a full load of 60 pounds, a regimen that balanced exertion and rest served as a pathway for Sun Yi's continuous improvement. However, there existed subtle distinctions between the two worlds. In the Tianlong realm, one must pay greater attention to the balance of effort and rest, as the energy density there was significantly lower than that of the Dragon Ball world. Consequently, after vigorous training, the body struggled to achieve effective recovery. Exceeding certain limits could lead to irreversible harm. As the group descended from Tian Shan, they decided to first visit Tibet to experience the mysteries of esoteric Buddhism martial arts. Passing through Tubo and Sichuan, eventually returning to Dali. They would then continue northward along Sun Ye's route, challenging various sects and traversing the world with their swords. Before long, several months had elapsed. Having spent nearly 2 years in the Tianlong realm, Sun Yi had either been cultivating or facing challenges during this time, and his reputation gradually spread beyond the confines of the south. With the endorsement of major sects, he had become nearly as renowned as Murongfu. For the prominent sects, defeating him elevated their own fame. Thus, the significance of his defeat diminished in light of their own glory. Their journey had not impeded their exploration of various mountains and rivers. Indeed, many sects were established atop peaks, and after each challenge, they would take the opportunity to appreciate the stunning vistas. These challenges were not without merit for others. After each confrontation, Yu Yin would meticulously study the martial arts of the respective sect, even articulating the intricacies of their energy cultivation paths, as though the challenges were tailored for her benefit. Ultimately, while Sun Yi exerted considerable effort, his progress paled in comparison to Yu Yan's. Naturally, within the family, there was no need for excessive words. The greater Yu Yan's advancement, the more delighted Sun Yi felt for her. As for Tong Lao, she required no observation, and after learning to pilot an aircraft, she had returned to Lingzhou Palace several times along the way. Each return to Lingzhou Palace marked a jubilant occasion for the trio. Although Sun Yi felt indifferent in the presence of others, Qing Luo and Yu Yin were always somewhat restrained. Sun Yi pondered whether his actions had inadvertently caused any displeasure to Fu Mini and her companions. However, according to Mei Jian, they all seemed quite content, often urging him to stay longer. Perhaps he had misjudged their sentiments. Over the past few days, most of the larger sects had been challenged. After all, Sun Yi was not merely wandering. After each training session, he would promptly board a plane to continue his journey, exhibiting remarkable speed. At last, 3 months had elapsed. And with the passage of time, Wu Xingyun had seemingly regained her youth, enhancing her overall prowess. As soon as she completed her cultivation, Sun Yi was eagerly pulled outside by her for a sparring session. It was late May, and the nearby trees were lush and verdant, enveloping the surroundings in a blanket of green. Though it was afternoon, the weather cast a dim light, and the four maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, along with Li Qingluo and her daughter, excitedly gathered to watch. On the grassy field, Sun Yi took a moment to assess Wu Xingyun, who, at the age of 96, looked astonishingly youthful, resembling someone in their 20s. Particularly her skin was so flawless that one could easily believe she was merely 20. Though her height betrayed her age, resembling that of an 8 or 9-year-old, creating a rather incongruous impression. As for her voice, Sun Yi speculated it was deliberately affected. After all, if Li Qiushui could maintain a youthful tone, why could Wu Xingyun not do the same? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that everyone is entitled to their own choices. In these 2 years, Sun Yi had grown his hair long, and now, conforming to local customs. He donned a robe of azure, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a transcendent being. Had he held a whisk or a longsword, the image would have been even more fitting. However, he bore no weapons at present, as he had yet to find a suitable one, primarily due to his rapidly increasing strength. With the enhancement of his energy, his body served as the finest weapon. May the ancestors bless the master. Sun Yi waved his hand, signaling that elders should take precedence, for it was not directed at outsiders. Impudent brat, Wu Xingyun remarked with a tone laced with displeasure, feeling belittled by the younger generation. However, he did not exert his full strength, employing only about 60% of his power. Sun Yi did not exert his full strength, initially engaging in a fierce exchange with Tong Lao using merely 50% of his power. The two engaged in a back-and-forth display of technique, devoid of intricate strategies, as their fists and palms collided, testing each other's strength. After 8 or 9 exchanges, Sun Yi suddenly realized that Tong Lao's power remained consistent with his previous strike. Understanding this, he began to execute his techniques with the same force. Well done. Upon witnessing Sun Yi's first change in technique, Wu Xingyun exclaimed in approval and also began to alter his own moves, as both sought to avoid a contest of internal energy. Sun Yi first transitioned to the palm technique, yet predominantly employed a myriad of external martial arts styles, drawing from various schools, such as the mighty Vajra palm, iron leg technique, iron head technique, and eagle claw technique, amalgamating their essence into his own. Ultimately, after circulating his internal energy throughout his body, he realized that without equal strength, one could not inflict damage upon his physical form. However, at this juncture, Sun Yi's energy could not yet move his entire being with a mere thought. Thus, during the intervals before their confrontation, he would continually channel his energy to fortify his body, a process that would incur ongoing consumption. This necessitated a swift resolution to the conflict. Conversely, this also implied that Sun Yi would not find himself in the farcical predicament akin to that of Sun Wukong in his later years, where he was ambushed and felled by a laser gun in a moment of unpreparedness. As the twilight deepened, Wu Xingyun began to employ the Lingbo Weibu technique. Although seemingly infrequent in its application, given Wu Xingyun's martial prowess, he could execute it far more effectively than Duanyu. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yi also began to employ the Lingbo Weibu technique. However, in comparison, it became evident that Sun Yi's movements were noticeably unrefined. Before long, during their sparring session, he found himself subjected to a series of relentless strikes, forced into a position of passive defense. Although Sun Yi managed to block the majority of the attacks with his hands, several blows still landed upon his chest. The dissonance between the Lingbo Weibu and the martial techniques he wielded was glaringly apparent to Wu Xingyun, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Soon, the two paused to catch their breath. Not bad, young one. It has been quite some time since I encountered an opponent of equal caliber, Wu Xingyun exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Betraying a youthful exuberance that belied her age, her face alight with enthusiasm. You flatter me, master. It is you who is truly formidable. Sun Yi's face radiated humility, yet it could not conceal the excitement that danced in his eyes. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, urging, let us continue our duel. Aside from my master and junior brother, I have never engaged in such exhilarating combat. When he first arrived in the Tianlong world, he was indeed lacking in strength. Yet he had not encountered any formidable opponents. Duanjinchun, even among the second-tier fighters, could hardly be deemed exceptional. Although the battle with the princess was thrilling, it was an entirely different kind of conflict. The exhilaration of finally encountering a worthy adversary, akin to what Tong Lao experienced, was something Sun Yi had also come to appreciate during this period. While he could not exert his full strength at this moment, he was nearing 80% of his capacity. To unleash his full potential, he would need to await the monk's participation. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yi expressed his desire to continue the fight until he was thoroughly satisfied. Sun Yi should now adopt a different approach, as he cannot solely rely on brute strength. Sun Yi began to channel the Tianshan's six-yang palm, a technique that embodies the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, allowing for both rigidity and fluidity upon the circulation of qi. Within the Taoist tradition, the number 6 symbolizes duality. Thus, the six-yang palm can be regarded as an embodiment of this duality, its application dictated by the practitioner. The innate energy of qi naturally gravitates towards a forceful confrontation, rendering its efficacy minimal when yin and yang are harmonized, with inner strength taking precedence. However, Sun Yi's inner strength, when quantified, approximates that of an ordinary individual with 60 years of cultivation, comparable to the current prowess of Li Qi Luo. Consequently, it is now Wu Xingyun who provides guidance to Sun Yi, without holding back. As Sun Yi's defenses remain sufficiently robust, let the exchanges continue unabated. During this exchange, both parties consciously moderated their expenditure of inner strength. Just as their power diminished to half of its previous magnitude, a glimmering shard of ice suddenly shot towards Sun Yi's chest amid the dimness. Concealed by the night, the icy fragment approached silently, and by the time Sun Yi discerned its presence, it was too late to evade. He could only extend his hand in defense, consciously intensifying the gathering of qi in his palm. The icy shard, upon contact, melted away, leaving only a trace of inner strength attempting to penetrate his hand. Yet it was dispersed by the concentrated qi he had summoned. Master, there is no need to exert yourself unnecessarily, without sufficient energy intensity to breach my qi. You cannot inflict harm upon me. My qi circulates throughout my entire body, unlike inner strength, which is confined to the meridians and can only exert indirect influence on other parts. Remarkable! You have already achieved a level comparable to the Shaolin's secretive golden bell shield combined with the Yi Jin Jing, Wu Xingyun praised. Consider it a similar level of proficiency. However, it would be prudent to visit Shaolin to glean insights from their martial arts. I kindly request your assistance when that opportunity arises. Upon hearing that Shaolin possessed such a skill, Sun Yi was taken aback, followed by an expression of immense excitement. Nearby, 6 women watched the duel unfold. When the combatants accelerated their pace, Yu Yin would elucidate the techniques to the 4 ladies, while Mei Jian and the others observed with utmost seriousness, nodding in agreement to signify their earnest study. The desolate surroundings were shrouded in darkness as dusk approached, and the winds and snow began to abate, intensifying the combatants' fervor. Wu Xinjian took the lead in the offensive, while Sun Yi transitioned from a state of frantic defense to a composed and adept stance. Wu Xinjian moved with ethereal grace, exuding an extraordinary charm, while Sun Yi initially appeared somewhat flustered. However, the elegance of the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts could not be overshadowed, and with a surge of energy, his body occasionally grazed the ground, yet for the most part, he soared as if floating, reminiscent of a celestial being descending upon the earth. Mei Jian and the others frequently cheered for both fighters. Watch this move, kid, Wu Xinjian declared, continuously altering his techniques. Tong Lao's lethal strikes did not rely solely on internal strength. Rather, they integrated the essence of the Tianshan hand, each maneuver accompanied by an array of transformations. After 3 successive changes in technique, Sun Yi still failed to evade the onslaught, receiving a kick to his chest, although he managed to maintain his defense. The force of the blow, equal from both sides, caused him to falter slightly. He quickly pivoted on his toes and retreated to dissipate the impact. Sun Yi gently pressed his right hand against his chest, reassured by his defensive capabilities, and prepared to advance further. Enough, young son, let us call it a day. Wu Xingyun interjected. Since her rejuvenation, her martial prowess had seen some improvement. A gradual enhancement accrued over the years, ensuring she experienced no issues with control. However, in their sparring match, she had adapted to the strength displayed. It was indeed the first time she had guided a junior to such an extent, finding herself evenly matched, and even at a disadvantage. It was a poignant reminder of the passage of time. The fact that her opponent had maintained a flawless defense suggested that he had not exerted his full potential. Sun Yi reflected on the day's gains, perceiving that Wu Xingyun seemed to lack the prowess of Sun Yi. However, the reputation of her ability to kill without the need for a second move revealed that her strength transcended mere internal energy. Her techniques were indeed of the highest caliber. A loud rumble echoed as Sun Ye's stomach announced its hunger, for unlike internal energy, vitality is significantly reliant on the sustenance provided by food. After enduring the fight, both were weary and hungry. It was the dinner hour, and they hastily consumed a modest meal. Days passed, and the 8 of them decided to venture into the city to savor some renowned local delicacies. Coincidentally, they were not far from Hunan Prefecture, and Sun Ye chose to forego any means of transportation, opting instead to run fully armed along the route. A few women engaged in casual conversation while selecting a secluded spot over 1,000 meters from the city to land gracefully. Once Sun Ye arrived, they accompanied him using their lightness of foot, sharing jests along the way. During the early summer season, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, imperceptible at first glance. In the distance, patches of lush green grass could be seen, resembling a verdant lawn, though upon closer inspection, one would realize that the grass was sparse. As expected near the official roads, upon reaching the city's edge, they observed a line of farmers queuing at the city gate. While the 8 employed the techniques of the carefree sect, exuding an ethereal elegance that prompted many to step aside. Soft whispers of the 7 fairies descend to the mortal realm could be heard, though some nearby expressed confusion regarding a petite woman in their midst. Yet their veils prevented any disturbance. As they proceeded along the main road into the city, they soon encountered an unnamed guest arrival inn, which appeared quite sizable, with patrons frequently entering and exiting. Upon their entrance, a waiter promptly approached to attend to them. The sight of 7 differently dressed beauties accompanying a single man was indeed striking, particularly with the presence of a set of quadruplets, capturing the astonished gazes of the customers on the first floor. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the second floor. The cheerful attendant beckoned, aware that he ought not to provoke martial artists bearing weapons. Ascending to the second floor, they settled in and summoned the waiter to place their orders. To start, bring forth some dried fruits and pastries, followed by your signature dishes. We desire several local specialties, let's say around 15 or 16. Here is the payment. Sun Ye, while speaking, placed a piece of silver weighing roughly 10 taels on the table. The individuals present were all affluent. Li Chi Luo owned the assets of Mandala Mountain Manor, and Sun Ye had entrusted her with the sale of certain modern products he had brought over. Wu Xingyun hailed from Lingjiu Palace and was well equipped, never lacking in funds. Not a problem, not a problem, the young waiter responded eagerly, his face beaming with delight as he hurried to the kitchen with the silver. Given his excitement, it seemed profitable prospects lay ahead. Perhaps due to the weather, the tavern was not particularly crowded, leaving the spacious area feeling somewhat sparse. About half of the patrons were clad in martial attire, armed with various weapons, outnumbering the martial artists downstairs, which suggested that something significant was about to unfold. The tavern first served dried fruits and pastries, urging the kitchen to expedite the remaining dishes. Afterward, the enthusiastic young waiter was waved off, and the group engaged in casual conversation, primarily among the women, leaving Sun Ye unable to interject. When they finished their meal, the veils were naturally removed, and the 7 uniquely beautiful women instantly became the center of attention, drawing furtive glances from everyone on the floor. Perhaps due to the large crowd, no one sought trouble, and they had grown accustomed to being observed without comment. At that moment, Sun Ye perked up his ears, listening intently. With such beauty before them, the nearby tables raised their voices, eager to impress and boast in the presence of the lovely women. Hey, Brother Wang, you are quite well informed. Is there any recent excitement in the martial world? Naturally, he had heard rumors, such as the new leader of the Beggars sect calling for a martial assembly at Shaolin on the 15th of June, ostensibly to elect a leader of the martial world. Have you heard about this? They even sent us an invitation. This unnamed individual spoke with pride, while those around him expressed admiration, prompting Sun Ye to pause in surprise. Had it really come to this time? It seemed he should join in the festivities, at the very least to document the Yijin Jing. He had indeed heard of it, but he hadn't anticipated that Brother Wang would also be invited. Truly, Brother Wang was deserving of the title of a martial hero from Hunan. I dare not claim such a title. Might you bring me and my brothers along to witness such an event? If anything arises, you can simply command us. Of course, Brother Wang replied amiably. Do you have any more news to share with us? The individual opposite Brother Wang joined in, eager to glean insights about the martial world. Has there ever been a lack of excitement in the martial realm? There's certainly more to come, Brother Wang responded, elongating his words, prompting Sun Ye to glance at him. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a fine long beard and a decent appearance. Young man, quickly, bring me another jug of fine wine, said a perceptive patron nearby, understanding the implication of Brother Wang's tone. Moreover, there has been a recent occurrence where a single individual has challenged and defeated many major sects in the north, gaining fame rivaling that of North Qiaofeng, South Morong from years past. Have you heard of this? Brother Wang spoke with an air of mystery, tantalizing the audience. How could I not have heard of this? Came the response, filled with intrigue. However, I have not seen it personally. I have merely heard it referred to as the invincible diamond, said to possess extraordinary external martial arts. Yet, I have never encountered it. Could it be that Brother Wang is acquainted with it? The two companions accompanying me were quite cooperative. Look at what you're saying. Brother Wang must have seen it before, perhaps even interacted with it. Someone interjected. Indeed. I have seen it. We have even shared a drink together, came a loud voice, seemingly eager to impress the ladies. Hearing this, Wu Xingyan and Li Qi Luo remained unfazed, while the rest, including Yu Yan, stifled their laughter, leaving Brother Wang somewhat embarrassed, unsure of what the jest was about, as it was not directed at him, making it difficult for him to react. At the neighboring table, a few quickly chimed in. Then, Brother Wang, do tell us how this person appears. We would want to inadvertently offend them upon our first meeting. Well, let me introduce you. As for the invincible diamond, it truly is a name that is misplaced. But the nickname is aptly given. The individual possesses a robust physique, with a voice like a bronze bell, towering at a height of 10 feet. And their skin bears a faint golden hue. When engaged in combat, the clash of their limbs against blades produces a resonant sound akin to gold striking iron. Their external martial arts are indeed of the highest caliber, with features that are strikingly distinctive. One could recognize them at a glance. The surrounding company gasped in awe, acknowledging the extraordinary talent of such an individual. I shall introduce you to them another day, he continued, as the group resumed their banter, seamlessly shifting to other topics, with laughter and flattery filling the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Yu Yin and the four maidens of Mei Jian were in fits of laughter, unable to eat, leaning precariously in their seats, while Sun Yi, caught in a mix of embarrassment and amusement, took in the lovely scenery around him. Just then, several dishes arrived at the tavern, prompting Sun Yi to invite everyone to indulge in the local delicacies, suggesting they eat well before continuing their journey to Shaolin Temple to witness the festivities. After 2 rounds of dishes, nearly half of the 40 or so plates had found their way to Sun Ye's plate, while the other ladies remained busy, adding another table of food. Their cultivation of internal power was certainly not achieved without effort. Dear guest, please look. The young waiter hesitated, his face a mask of concern. The table next to them, where Brother Wang had been boasting, appeared somewhat bewildered. In this era, mere gluttony did not equate to prowess. However, a hearty appetite often indicated significant capability, particularly among those in the martial world. Otherwise, one would struggle to sustain oneself. Could it be that they were a group of masters? They certainly did not appear so at first glance. Upon observing the situation, Sun Yi decisively placed a silver coin on the table and instructed, "Proceed." "Certainly, esteemed guest. It shall be done forthwith." The young attendant, elated by the silver, hurriedly retreated. At this table, Sun Yi scarcely partook in the feast, as 7 women effectively consumed the entirety of the meal. After satisfying their appetites, the group had little inclination to linger, having previously overheard various tidbits of information concerning the martial arts world from the tables above. Beyond the news of the Shaolin tournament, there was nothing else that piqued Sun Ye's interest. Thus, the group rose and departed from the tavern, inquiring about the route before making their way directly towards the Shaolin temple nestled in the Shaoshi Mountain. Shaolin stands as the preeminent sect of the martial arts community, and it was only after Qiao Feng ascended to the position of chief that the beggars' sect began to gain equal renown. However, it must be noted that the prior leaders also contributed to this legacy. Ultimately, it was Qiao Feng's remarkable capabilities that elevated the beggars' sect. Consequently, following his resignation as chief, the beggars' sect witnessed a significant decline, culminating in the need for this martial arts assembly. In recent days, the area at the foot of Shaoshi Mountain has gradually become lively, with martial artists from regions such as Yishua, Jiangnan, Chuanzhong, and Shandong arriving in succession, a process that could not possibly occur all at once. As the critical moment approached, those who arrived first had already filled the inns to capacity. Individuals lacking a certain reputation or those accompanied by female companions found it impossible to secure lodging within the confines of the Shaolin Temple. Initially, the monks within Shaolin were perplexed by the sudden influx of visitors. However, once acquaintances of the temple arrived, they were able to shed some light on the situation. although their information was not entirely comprehensive. Moreover, those with closer ties to Shaolin were often delayed in their arrival, whereas those from further afield managed to secure their accommodations early, all traveling tirelessly to ensure timely arrival. As the final days approached, snippets of information began to surface. And it was not until 3 days prior to the assembly that they received a letter from the Beggars sect, which failed to specify an exact time, merely indicating it would be forthcoming, catching everyone off guard. Nonetheless, preparations were necessary, as the Beggars sect's intentions appeared ominous, prompting all the monks to remain on high alert. On the 15th day of the 6th month, the various heroes gathered at the mountain base to pay their respects. Sun Yi, having proclaimed his identity as the unbreakable Vajra, presented a letter of homage to the welcoming monk of Shaolin, clearly articulating his purpose. Consequently, he was granted permission to ascend the mountain, though the Shaolin monks hastened ahead to inform their brethren. Sun Yi followed the formidable heroes of the He-Shuo region towards the Grand Hall of Shaolin Temple. Among them, nearly half were individuals whom he had previously visited and challenged. One of these figures had even attempted to attack Wu Xingyun and others, only to be severely injured by Qingluo's swift strike. Consequently, the atmosphere was remarkably cordial, with one party offering warm greetings that transformed the dynamics between them. As they approached the hall, they encountered Jamozi and several unfamiliar monks in a tense standoff with Xuanzi and his companions from Shaolin. It appeared that without the intervention of Suzhu, who had inherited the martial arts of the Shaoao sect, the situation remained precarious, akin to a standoff where each side was poised to strike. Judging by the expressions of the Shaolin monks, it seemed they were at a disadvantage, many looking dispirited. Upon entering the grounds, the gathering exchanged pleasantries, and Master Xian Nan, recognizing Sun Yi, likely had prior discussions with Xuanzi and the others about him. Xuanzi regarded Sun Yi and his companions with great respect, as martial prowess was the most tangible measure of esteem within the martial world. Ah, it is the esteemed young master's son, the indestructible diamond. I apologize for my inadequate welcome, Master Xuanzi expressed politely. Sun Yi replied, It is I who should apologize for my impromptu arrival, having heard of the martial arts assembly convened by the Beggars sect at Shaolin without prior notice. I hope the abbot can forgive my impudence. After a brief exchange of courtesies, it was evident that Xuanzi maintained a composed demeanor, merely offering a customary smile. Considering Sun Yi usually visited other sects to issue challenges, although he had refrained from making a spectacle of his confrontations, losing was never a matter of pride. Shortly thereafter, heroes from regions such as Lianghu, Jiang'an, and the two Guang provinces began to arrive. These illustrious figures, having traveled great distances, all converged upon Shaolin in a single day, indicating the Beggars sect had meticulously prepared for this event, sending out invitations months in advance. The monks of Shaolin initially dealt with the eminent figures from Mount Shan and the likes of Zelyuo Xing, engaging in battles with Jamozi, which had already drained considerable energy. Suddenly, a deluge of heroes from all directions surged into the temple, creating a flurry of activity among the monks, who, despite their numbers, were caught off guard. Soon, Duan Jinchun from Dali, accompanied by his son Duan Yu, arrived, prompting further introductions that delayed the proceedings. Duan Yanqing and Murong Fu also made their appearance. Before the formalities could conclude, news arrived from the mountain. The disciples of the Beggars sect were approaching. In a moment, the sound of a bustling crowd and galloping horses grew ever closer. Turning to look, they spotted Murong Fu leading the charge, having reached the edge of the square, where the crowd exchanged brief greetings. Following closely behind were the disciples of the Beggars sect. Amidst the resounding drumbeats and the lively music, 4 horses ascended the mountain, each rider holding a large yellow flag emblazoned with the 5 prominent characters Beggars sect leader Zhuang. As the flags were raised, over 100 horses thundered up the slope, creating a grand spectacle. At the forefront was a figure clad in a brocade robe adorned with intricate knots, wearing a mask that concealed his identity. Behind him were several elders and leaders of the Beggars sect, unmistakably led by Zhuang Juxian. His arrival, shrouded in mystery, sparked whispers among the onlookers, speculating whether this new leader of the Beggars sect was a renowned figure reluctant to reveal himself. It is incorrect to assume that a renowned figure would remain unrecognized during a confrontation. Most likely, the uncertainty surrounding this battle stems from a lack of confidence, and a defeat would only serve to spare them the humiliation of failure. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of speculation arose, yet none could have anticipated that this Zhuang Juxian was, in fact, the former young master of Juxianzhuang, Yutanshi. Meanwhile, Duan Jinchun and his companions caught sight of Azi beside Yutanshi, feeling hesitant to acknowledge her presence. However, Wan Xingju called out, "Azi." Azi pretended not to hear. She was reveling in her time outside and had no desire to return to face any nagging. Yu Tancher was currently obedient to her, and she was unaware of how delightful that was. Abbot Xuanzi observed that the members of the Beggars' sect and the invited heroes had nearly all arrived. And he spoke first. "The master of the Beggars' sect has come with his followers. I, as an old monk, have not extended a proper welcome. I beg your forgiveness." Yu Tancher stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Abbot Xuanzi, the Shaolin sect stands as the foremost sect among the martial arts community. While the Beggars' sect is the largest gang within the rivers and lakes, traditionally coexisting within the Central Plains. However, recent turmoil has plagued the martial world, with numerous renowned figures meeting their demise at the hands of each other's formidable skills. Subsequently, the Khitan warrior Qiao Feng made a ruckus single-handedly, leading to a defeat for the heroes of the Central Plains. Our Song dynasty is in a precarious state, and the comrades of the rivers and lakes cannot unite, resulting in ongoing oppression by foreign forces. Therefore, the Beggars' sect advocates for the establishment of a martial arts leader. Everyone is here to heed this call, which is the reason for this martial arts assembly. Today, we shall seize the opportunity to distinguish victor from vanquished. The winner shall be declared the martial arts leader, and the defeated must comply with the leader's commands without dissent. I wonder if the abbot agrees?" As Yu Tancher spoke with increasing eloquence, it was as if he were reciting a well-memorized script. Azi, enjoying the spectacle, clapped her hands, spurring Yu Tancher to become even more arrogant, displaying a fervent desire to impress the lady, to the point where his tone nearly turned accusatory. Abbot Xuanzi, however, remained unperturbed, calmly responding, "What the master of the Beggars' sect has articulated is indeed reasonable. Yet, there is one matter I find perplexing and wish to inquire about." "Please speak freely, Abbot," Yu Tancher replied, brimming with confidence and dismissing all concerns. "The martial artists of the Central Plains wish to elect a leader to coordinate their efforts. However, the master of the Beggars' sect has yet to reveal his true identity. One must wonder if he is indeed from the Central Plains." "Precisely, indeed," the crowd chimed in, urging Yu Tancher to unveil his true self, as many were not convinced by his evasiveness. In a natural manner, Quan Qing stepped forward and declared, "The master of the Beggars' sect is undeniably a native of the Central Plains. The Beggars' sect has always been a faction of this region, and he is certainly a leading figure in the martial arts community. Abbot Xuanzi, to determine which is superior, Beggars' sect or Shaolin, let us have the two leaders engage in combat, and the victor shall be evident. Otherwise, what benefit is there in endless discussion?" The astute individuals present immediately sensed the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Beggars' sect. It appeared that the new leader might not possess absolute authority. After all, even a figure as formidable as Qiao Feng had been ousted by his own kin. It was quite plausible that the newly appointed chief was merely a puppet, albeit one with considerable martial prowess. Shen Xiai, too, observed this scene, yet he maintained his composure, concealing any trace of concern behind a serene smile. He remarked, "Master Zhuang, if you are insistent on compelling me to take action, I must say that if I were to disregard the centuries-old friendship between our two sects, it would be disrespectful to yours. Today, with the esteemed heroes gathered as witnesses, I assure you that Shaolin has no intention of competing for supremacy with the Beggars' sect. It is the persistent pressure from your chief that has left me with no recourse, no means to retreat." The assembly of heroes murmured in agreement, affirming that Shaolin bore no fault in this matter. Shen Xiai continued, "Very well. Today I shall humbly request to experience Master Zhuang's renowned 18 dragon-subduing palms and the dog-whacking stick technique, allowing the heroes of the realm to witness the legacy of the Beggars' sect's martial arts as it has been passed down through the centuries." Yu Tianji was momentarily taken aback, despite his recent elevation to the position of chief. He had never actually learned either the 18 dragon-subduing palms or the dog-whacking stick technique. Although he had heard the elders of the sect speak of these foundational skills, he had yet to see them in practice, let alone execute them. With a solemn chant of Amit Ba, Shen Xiai declared that he would respond to the chief's 18 dragon-subduing palms with his own great Vajra palm and would counter the dog-whacking stick with his demon-subduing Zen staff. As he spoke, he pressed his palms together, taking the initial stance of the great Vajra palm, reverence to the Tathagata, while the sash of his monk's robe fluttered gracefully. Yu Tianji found himself at a loss for words, yet he could not refrain from retaliating. He struck out with his left hand while his right followed suit, delivering a forceful blow that he had learned from a technique of the star-soaring sect. The crowd reacted with fervor, exclaiming, "That is the nefarious martial art of the star-soaring sect. This is not the 18 dragon-subduing palms. This is not the technique of the beggar's sect." Even among the disciples of the beggar's sect, voices rose in protest, urging, "Chief, you should employ the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Zhuang, go forth. Defeat him with the techniques of the star-soaring sect." Azi, witnessing the confrontation, finally called out to Yu Tianji, for she now relied entirely on him to navigate the external challenges. Otherwise, she would be no match for Quan Qing and would not be able to assert her influence within the beggar's sect. With a flick of her hand, Aziz signaled to 2 disciples of the beggar's sect, who produced 2 purple banners from within their garments, fastening them to wooden poles. As the banners unfurled in the breeze, they revealed 6 blood-red characters inscribed upon each: leader of the star-soaring sect, Duan. Upon hearing Aziz's words, Yu Tianji disregarded all else, focusing solely on his aggressive advance, intent on defeating Xianxi to elevate Aziz's standing. Duan Zhengchun and Ruan Xingzhu exchanged astonished glances. They were aware that this daughter, trained under the tutelage of Ding Chuanxiu, was both eccentric and exceedingly mischievous. However, they never anticipated her level of audacity, as she brazenly showcased the Xingxiu sect's banner at the martial arts conference, despite her lack of formidable skills and the fact that she had not been promptly dealt with. As Duan Zhengchun and Ruan Xingzhu found themselves at a loss, anxiously seeking a resolution, the crowd suddenly heard the distant sound of galloping hooves. Soon, a dozen horses sped up the mountain, arriving at the scene in no time, prompting the combatants to temporarily cease their skirmish upon hearing the approaching sound. The riders, clad in dark cloaks and black garments, presented a formidable sight. With the agility of a tiger and the majesty of a dragon, both horse and rider exuded power. Every steed was tall and robust, with sleek black coats that shimmered as they approached. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment as they noticed the horses' hooves were shod with gold. In total, there were 20 riders. Though not many in number, their imposing presence was akin to that of an army of thousands. The first 18 riders surged forward, splitting to the sides, allowing 2 to emerge from the center, a man and a woman, who were none other than Xiao Feng and Zhu. They had followed the trail of Zi, having been alarmed to learn of her presence among the beggar's sect, and upon finding her safe, they felt a great sense of relief. After relaxing, Xiao Feng engaged in nostalgic conversations with the members of the beggar's sect, who were equally exhilarated. A large group of them suddenly erupted in loud cheers. "Leader Qiao! Leader Qiao!" Hundreds of sect members rushed forward from the crowd to bow before him. Since his expulsion from the beggar's sect, Xiao Feng had never anticipated such fervent greetings from so many old comrades. Overcome with emotion, he felt tears welling in his tiger-like eyes as he dismounted and returned the gesture with clasped fists, saying, "I, Xiao Feng of the Chitin, have been cast out from the sect and share no further ties with the beggar's sect. Why do you still address me with the old titles? Brothers, are you all well?" The heartfelt sentiment behind his last words was almost overwhelming. As they reminisced, Sun Yi could not help but reflect on Xiao Feng's genuine nature, recognizing that it was precisely this authenticity that would motivate Sun Yi to assist him in times of crisis in the future. Meanwhile, Zi dashed forward, intent on throwing herself into Xiao Feng's embrace, but was intercepted by Zhu, who pulled her aside to greet Duan Zhengchun and the others. "Father, mother, are you both well?" Zhu inquired with a beaming smile, to which Zi reluctantly followed suit. The onlookers were astonished to learn that the purple-clad girl from the beggar's sect and Xiao Feng's wife was actually a princess of Dali, a revelation that had never reached their ears before. Morongfu and his 4 esteemed ministers were equally taken aback, realizing that Zhu was indeed a princess of Dali. Only Duan Yecheng scoffed, recalling how Xiao Feng had previously helped Duan Zhenchun drive him away, now discovering their familial ties. As the greetings continued, the crowd began to stir with excitement. Master Xiansheng of the Shaolin sect discreetly issued commands. The Arhit formation was to guard all paths leading down the mountain. This villain, having caused the death of Brother Xianku, must not be allowed to descend from Shaoshi Mountain again. Amidst the throng, a voice suddenly erupted. "You, surnamed Xiao, have slain my brother. The blood feud remains unavenged. Today, I shall confront you." This Xiao Feng, a barbarian from Chitin, was a target for all. The clamor of the crowd could no longer be suppressed. The shouts multiplied, resonating throughout. As the gathered masses indeed harbored a grudge against Xiao Feng due to the battle at Jushin Manor. Some cursed him for having killed their sons, while others lamented the loss of their fathers. Presently, Xiao Feng was merely accompanied by 18 cavalrymen. Even if he possessed extraordinary abilities, escape was improbable. As the fervor escalated, the courage of the onlookers surged. The din grew louder, yet no one dared to step forward, remaining in the periphery to incite further uproar. Those who ventured forth risked death, hoping instead for others to deplete Xiao Feng's internal energy first. Just as the mob seemed poised to overwhelm him, they were restrained by Yutanji. Surnamed Xiao, the enmity of a father's murder is a matter of life and death. Let us settle this today. The crowd thought it prudent to allow the new leader of the beggars' sect to exhaust the former leader's strength. However, Azi became anxious. Yutanji, you cannot. Before she could finish, Aju interrupted her. The assembly erupted in murmurs. Who was Yutanji? While many were unaware, the recognition of his true name sent ripples of surprise through those in the crowd. Yutanji? Could he be the young lord of Jushin Manor from years past? If it were indeed him, had he experienced a fortuitous encounter to elevate his martial prowess? Speculation abounded. Yutanji found himself in a quandary. He did not wish to defy Azi's wishes, yet the need for retribution for his parents' deaths weighed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, Sun Yi approached Prince Duan to greet him, believing it essential to establish a connection in support of Xiao Feng. Such alliances would facilitate future rescues. However, Prince Duan paid little heed to Sun Yi, merely offering a cursory hum, his gaze fixated with fervor upon Qing Luo. Is that you, Luo? His voice trembled with emotion, yet Qing Luo remained unresponsive, engrossed in the unfolding events. Well then, Prince Duan, perhaps it would be wise to first concern yourself with the fate of your son-in-law. Sun Yi spoke quietly, concealing his emotions. Yet Qing Luo could discern the true extent of Duan Zhengquan's martial prowess with a mere glance. After several intense battles, Li Qing Luo had grown disdainful of men weaker than herself. In the arena, Xiao Feng had originally arrived in the central plains with 20 swift steeds, intent solely on rescuing Azi and returning to Nanjing. Little did he anticipate the ongoing martial arts conference at Shaolin. The previous battle at Juxianzhuang had not been his desire. Should another conflict arise today, it would only result in unnecessary casualties and increased guilt. Though he might manage to escape unscathed, the 18 riders of Yanyun he brought would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. Turning to Duan Yu, he said, "Brother, the situation is dire, and we cannot linger long in conversation. For now, it would be prudent for you to withdraw. The mountains are high and the waters long. We shall meet again." He urged Duan Yu to hide aside, confident that the relationship between Shaolin and the Duan family would keep him safe, while he himself could descend the mountain without the burden of others. However, Duan Yu, stirred by a sense of chivalry, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Having never been schooled in such matters and having devoted his life to Buddhist scriptures, he found that people in the Central Plains did not treat him with the same deference as those in Dali. During their exchange, Duan Yu, lost in thought, stubbornly refused to step back. If he had retreated, he could have preserved his life while not interfering with Xiao Feng. Suddenly, the bystander Murong Fu let out a resounding cry. "Xiao brother, you are a hero of Khitan, regarding the heroes of the Central Plains as mere trifles. Today I, Murong Fu of Suzhou, wish to test your esteemed skills. Should I perish beneath your hand, it would be an honor to contribute to the legacy of the Central Plains." His grandiose words were merely a pretext to forge connections with the heroes of the Central Plains, hoping to reclaim some in the future. Duan Jingyu quietly instructed Fan Hua, Hua Hagen, and Ba Tianshi to lend their utmost support to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, filled with a sense of grandeur, laughed heartily, casting aside thoughts of life and death. He proclaimed loudly, "Bring forth the wine." He continued, "Brother, our lives are intertwined. Let us not waste this bond, whether in death or life. Let us drink to our heart's content." After drinking, he tossed the wine pouch to the ground and bellowed, "Who dares to step forward and meet their death?" At this explosive challenge, the audience felt a resonating buzz in their ears, stunned into silence. "Xiao Feng, meet your end." Yu Tanzue was the first to strike, unleashing a palm fueled by the inner strength he had cultivated through the I Ching Jing. However, the technique he possessed was merely a rudimentary understanding of the Xingxiu sect's martial arts learned from Azi, leaving him reliant solely on his internal energy in combat. Murong Fu, perceiving the urgency, swiftly followed with a palm strike, choosing not to draw his sword. For he believed that the renowned southern Murong and northern Xiao Feng were nearly equal. Even if he were to falter, the difference would be negligible. "Come at me." Xiao Feng, undeterred, unleashed a powerful palm strike with his right hand, the energy swirling within his palm resonating with the dragon's roar. Embodying the essence of the dragon subduing 18 palms, particularly the move known as Panlong Yuhui, exerting just enough force to contend with Murong Fu. As their palms collided, a wave of energy radiated from the point of contact, surging towards the crowd behind Yu Tenji, whose internal power carried a chilling aura, causing the martial artists surrounding him to shiver involuntarily. Yet, those behind Xiao Feng felt little of this. For Yu Tianji's strength paled in comparison to Xiao Feng's formidable might. As the two exchanged blows, Xiao Feng noted that Murong Fu was already upon him, prompting him to redirect their combined energies towards Murong Fu. Sensing the impending threat, Murong Fu hastily invoked the technique Do Zhuan Xing Yi to counteract the force. But the convergence of their powers proved too potent to manipulate, forcing him to execute a splitting palm strike while retreating. Xiao Feng instinctively met the splitting palm with his left hand while his right hand, devoid of its previous strength, targeted Yu Tianji. The latter, in a frantic attempt to defend himself, raised his right hand, only to have Xiao Feng's power press it towards his face. In an instant, the mask he wore shattered, leaving the crowd in uproar. They had not anticipated that the young master of the gathering of heroes had been disfigured, which explained his need for a disguise. Amidst the chaos, Yu Tianji, driven by desperation, continued his assault, yet his attacks lacked coherence, granting Xiao Feng an increasingly effortless advantage. Eventually, even Murong Fu ceased his involvement, recognizing the dire situation. The assembled warriors began to murmur uneasily. They knew Xiao Feng was a chitin, and there was no need to adhere to the rules of the martial world. "Let us unite," someone shouted. "Indeed, I must avenge my father. Let us charge forth." The words of the heroes resonated deeply. Xiao Feng, the infamous villain, had slaughtered many esteemed figures of the Central Plains martial arts community. Such profound enmity could not be overlooked. United in purpose, they declared that today they must vanquish this chitin scourge. Whoever kills Xiao Feng shall be hailed as the leader of the martial world. In that moment, the clamor grew louder, and the allure of becoming the martial world's leader stirred many into action. Before long, Yu Tianji was sent flying by a single palm strike from Xiao Feng, who then coughed up blood midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Clearly unable to rise anytime soon, the members of the beggars' sect felt a pang of discomfort. Many still remembered Xiao Feng fondly. Yet, Xiao Feng now stood as their adversary, and the one defeated was the current leader of the beggars' sect. However, the current leader is merely a puppet of Kuang Wanqing and is deeply unpopular, rendering his sentiments difficult to articulate. At last, some individuals could no longer restrain themselves and charged forward, brandishing their blades towards Xiao Feng. A large crowd began to gather around him, and the atmosphere grew tense, charged with a palpable sense of impending violence. Observing this situation, Murong Fu felt compelled to advance as well, believing that Xiao Feng, having just defeated Yu Tianji, must be exhausted from expending considerable internal energy. Xiao Feng, noticing the circumstances, refrained from summoning a Zhu De aside. Recognizing that her presence among Duan Zhengchun and his companions ensured her safety, calling her over now might incite an attack against them, increasing their peril. Witnessing the unfolding events, the chitin warriors accompanying Xiao Feng also drew their sabers, forming a solemn circle around him, prepared to confront any assailants. These men were the elite of the military. Although they were outnumbered, the aggressors could not intimidate them. Moreover, their combat skills were honed from the battlefield, making them unafraid of being besieged. "Since you seek to kill me, a valiant son of the realm, why should I fear? Whatever tactics you possess, unleash them now. Today, Xiao Feng stands ready to face you all. Since you have spoken thus, I, for the sake of the righteousness of the Central Plains and the distinction between Hawaii, must regrettably proceed," Murong Fu proclaimed, attempting to win the hearts of the onlookers. Without waiting for a response from Xiao Feng, he summoned his internal energy, executing a powerful strike known as the Void Split Palm, swiftly followed by a thrust of his sword with his right hand. Previously, he had attributed his retreat to their combined might, yet he was unprepared for Xiao Feng's evolving ferocity in battle. The latter effortlessly dissipated the force of the Void Split Palm with a single counter, retaining half of his strength, and followed up with a mighty strike. The dragon soars with regret, which shattered the sword in Murong Fu's grasp into a myriad of fragments, scattering them towards the advancing throng, creating a scene of chaos and disarray. Upon the destruction of his sword, Murong Fu swiftly altered his approach, employing the eagle claw technique and channeling his internal strength into his hands, the air crackling with the fierce wind generated by his powerful strikes. Xiao Feng was renowned in the martial world for his formidable dragon subduing 18 palms, which he executed with a harmonious blend of vigor and grace. However, his foundational strength would prevail. If Morong Fu had opted for agility, he might have lasted several exchanges, but to match strength with Xiao Feng was a misguided endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Morong Fu raised his elbows slightly, his right fist and left palm poised for a direct strike, unleashing the technique stepping on frost, ice approaches. This palm, embodying both defensive and offensive elements, served as a counter to the assault. Xiao Feng initially defended against Morong Fu's eagle claw strikes with stepping on frost. Ice approaches, then, seizing the momentum, executed a powerful counter with shocking 100 miles, thrusting both palms forward. The impact from their brief collision sent Morong Fu hurtling backward as if struck by a truck, stumbling a few steps before losing his footing, only to be saved from falling by the quick reflexes of Deng Baichuan. "Young master, catch the sword." At the side, Deng Baichuan hurriedly extended the long sword in his hand. Morong Fu received the sword flung by Deng Baichuan, his spirit invigorated as he advanced to launch a fierce attack. Employing the renowned swordsmanship passed down in the Morong family, a skill revered throughout the martial world, his movements flowed seamlessly, akin to the gentle ebb and flow of clouds and water, enveloping him in a radiant aura. Yet, regardless of Morong Fu's ferocity, Xiao Feng merely countered with a series of dragons subduing palms, effortlessly rotating his palms through numerous exchanges. After several rounds, it became apparent that Morong Fu was faltering, on the brink of defeat, prompting the crowd to stir restlessly, with those in the front row beginning to step forward. In Sun Ye's heart, Xiao Feng was an embodiment of righteousness, having averted a war, and he felt compelled to lend assistance. Observing the commotion among the confused masses, Morong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan were poised to intervene, and Sun Yi realized that with so many participants, it would be difficult to halt the ensuing chaos. Even Duan Zhichun and Duan Yu were preparing to take action, for despite their flaws, this father and son duo upheld a sense of duty. "Hero Xiao, allow me to lend you a hand," Sun Yi declared, turning to Wu Xingyun. "Shizubo, shall we compete once more to see who can subdue more opponents?" Focusing solely on sealing their acupoints without inflicting harm? What do you think? Despite the confusion among the onlookers, most of them were individuals of integrity, at least on the surface, and Sun Yi wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. "Very well, let us have a contest." Over the past few days, Wu Xingyun had never held the upper hand in strength, only managing to gain an advantage through technique. However, he had progressed from an initial overwhelming dominance to a slight edge in their encounters, just as Xiao Feng began to react. He had yet to speak when he saw Sun Yi and a small girl beside him dart out with remarkable speed, their movements elegant, leaving only two fleeting shadows in their wake. Upon hearing their exchange, Duan Zhichun was about to step forward but halted upon seeing Wu Xingyan. Realizing he was too late to intervene, Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun entered the crowd like tigers among sheep, rendering everyone motionless in their wake, each individual frozen in place as they were struck at their acupoints. The duo navigated through the throng, and their passage could only be described as a scene of utter chaos. "Go for it, my lord. You can do it, esteemed master." Qing Luo stood on the sidelines, observing the fierce battle without any intention of intervening. She leisurely watched alongside Yu Yin and Mei Jian, utterly unconcerned for Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun's safety. Even Zhu Jian and Yu Yin, caught up in their excitement, found time to cheer for the two, playfully competing over whose voice was louder. In the midst of the fray, Duan Yu turned to the source of the cheers and was elated to see the fairy sister. However, upon hearing Yu Yin call out "my lord," he felt an overwhelming sense of despair, despite having previously been aware of the situation. While the battle raged on outside, the contest within remained equally intense. Xiao Feng successfully shattered Morong Fu's sword once again within the span of 20 exchanges. Meanwhile, Feng Boyi hurled his dagger at Morong Fu, who caught it and resumed his dance of combat. Yet, Morong Fu's swordsmanship lacked the exceptional caliber of his family's renowned techniques, and he faltered before reaching 10 moves. With a single strike of Flying Dragon in the sky, Xiao Feng sent him flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Upon Morong Fu's fall, Xiao Feng did not pursue him. Instead, he paused to survey his surroundings. Earlier, he had merely observed the battle from the corner of his eye, noting that nearly all the warriors were attacking Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun. Now, however, he noticed that all were lying motionless on the ground, having been rendered immobile by acupoint strikes. The contest between Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun was nearing its conclusion. Drawing upon his previous experience with the one-yang finger technique, Sun Yi adeptly alternated his strikes, primarily employing long-range acupoint attacks with remarkable speed. Although Wu Xingyun's Tianshan Jime hand was exquisitely intricate, it could not surpass the potency of Sun Yi's dual-handed force. The martial prowess of the surrounding participants was relatively modest, had they all possessed the caliber of Murong Fu. Sun Yi's acupoint striking speed would undoubtedly have paled in comparison to Wu Xingyun's. As the two continued to exert their efforts, Xiaofeng observed that there were still a few individuals remaining near them. He initially intended to assist Wu Xingyun, only to be dismissed by her with a curt command. "Go help that young rascal. I have no need for you here." Wu Xingyun's authoritative tone startled Xiaofeng. Yet he complied, recognizing that she was quite capable of handling the situation. He promptly advanced to lend his support to Sun Yi, focusing primarily on acupoint strikes as well. Sun Yi, indifferent to the outcome, accepted the possibility of defeat. However, upon concluding their bout, Wu Xingyun remained unsatisfied, determined to secure victory. She aimed to strike Murong Fu's acupoints as well. Just as she was about to approach, a gray-clad monk obstructed her path from several meters away. It turned out that Murong Bo had arrived on the scene unbeknownst to anyone. "You little rascal, step aside." Wu Xingyun initiated her attack, and Murong Bo could only employ his signature skill, the Dozhuan Xingyi, to barely defend himself. A misstep could have easily led to his defeat. Ultimately, he managed to escape through a combination of Dozhuan Xingyi and Sana Finger, quickly creating distance to prepare for a ranged counterattack. From a distance, Xian Ci witnessed this exchange with astonishment, and soon after, a realization dawned upon him, transforming his surprise into indignation, though he maintained a facade of composure. "Who exactly are you to assist this chitin man, Xiaofeng?" "I am the Tianshan Tong Lao of the Tianshan Lingjiu Palace. As for helping him, I shall do as I please," Wu Xingyun retorted disdainfully. Murong Bo's skill was commendable, having not been subdued by a single strike. Yet, this was partly due to Wu Xingyun's own lack of focus. At the very least, all those Wu Xingyun had incapacitated had not required a second move. Sun Yi, however, struggled to predict his opponent's actions. Consequently, some individuals resorted to second and third strikes, but they too were swiftly subdued. "Tianshan Tok Lao? That is impossible. She has been renowned for over 40 years. Murong Bo exclaimed in disbelief. "This year, I am 97 and still in my prime. What do you doubt it?" Wu Xingyun replied with scorn, her voice increasingly frail yet assertive. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback, but upon reflecting on her remarkable skill and formidable inner strength, they could hardly contest her age. All eyes then turned to Sun Yi, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Why are you all staring at me? I am merely 20 years old, and that is the truth. I am younger than both of them." He gestured towards Xiaofeng and Murong Fu. Yet the crowd collectively rolled their eyes at him. "Your extraordinary martial prowess at merely 20 years of age is even more astonishing compared to Tianshan Tong Lao." To the collective perception of the onlookers, both individuals appeared to be quite extraordinary. One, nearly a century old, possessed the visage of a 30-year-old, while the other, merely in his 20s, exhibited martial prowess comparable to that of a venerable master. They were both anomalies, albeit of differing natures. Seizing the moment when others were momentarily distracted, Sun Yi called out to the tree at the edge of the arena, inviting the esteemed one to reveal himself as well. In an instant, another cloaked monk emerged, positioning himself near Xiaofeng, who immediately exclaimed, "Benefactor." However, before further dialogue could ensue, Sun Yi interjected, emphasizing the urgency of resolving matters today. "It would be best for both of you to reveal your identities. Let us clarify everything once and for all." Sun Yi spoke to Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan with a tone of grave seriousness, causing a palpable tension to rise within the hearts of both men. As they realized that escape was no longer an option today, Xiao Yuanshan, who had been contemplating his next words, decided to express that grievances should be settled, and thus promptly removed his mask. At that moment, Xiaofeng was filled with exuberance, exclaiming, "You are my father." Xiao Yuanshan burst into hearty laughter and replied, "Indeed. My dear child, I am your father. Our resemblance is so striking that there is no need for recognition. It is evident to all that I am your progenitor." He then extended his hand to unveil a tattoo of a wolf's head emblazoned upon his chest. Xiaofeng followed suit, revealing his own chest adorned with a similar verdant wolf's head. Standing face to face, they suddenly raised their voices to the heavens in unison, their cries echoing like a tempestuous wind resonating far and wide. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, feeling as though thunder rumbled in their ears. The 18 riders of Yinyun drew their long blades, responding with fervent cries, and though their number barely reached 20, their presence was formidable. As if they regarded the gathered crowd with utter disdain. The assembly erupted once more in astonishment as the day's events unfolded with a bewildering array of twists and turns. In that moment, Xiaofeng produced a facsimile of the final letter penned by Xiao Yuanshan, which served as a pivotal advancement in the narrative. Xiao Yuanshan spoke in a somber tone. The majority of those responsible for your mother's demise have perished by my hand. Yet, the chief perpetrator, the great villain, remains alive to this day. My child, what do you propose we do about him? Xiaofeng, filled with urgency, inquired, who is this man? Xiao Yuanshan continued. Yet his gaze shifted towards Duan Yanqing rather than addressing Xianxi directly. This must be the one notorious for his heinous deeds. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of Lady Yi? Sun Yi interjected. Uncle, there is no need to inquire further. I have already slain Yi Ernyang. Not only her, but also Yin Zhanghe has met his demise at my hands. Beside him, Duan Yanqing merely snorted, remaining silent, while the ruffian Yu Laosan also refrained from speaking, seemingly aware of the fear that enveloped them. With that in mind, I shall speak plainly. Xianxi, you once had a son, did you not? One born of Yi Ernyang. In the past, you took the life of my beloved wife and snatched away my only child. Thus I wish for you to experience the anguish of having your son abducted, his fate unknown, causing you sleepless nights filled with worry. Do you comprehend the torment? Would you like me to reveal the identity of the perpetrator? Surely, you are acquainted with him. If you choose to deny it, that is acceptable. I can simply end his life now and present his head to you. Amipa. Xianxi sighed deeply, opting not to respond further. However, those surrounding them seemed to ponder the implications of his silence. A lack of denial could, in a certain light, be seen as an acknowledgement. I am also aware that Yi Ernyang had a son. This is common knowledge. Yet, it need not be spoken today, for from his birth, his martial prowess has been insufficient, and revealing his identity could only bring him harm. Sun Yi interrupted Xiao Yuanshan's words, shifting the conversation once more. However, should not Abbot Xuanzi provide an explanation? At the very least, your blind adherence to the information has undoubtedly led to the commission of grievous acts, has it not? Furthermore, the martial prowess of Lady Yi is a result of your teachings. You must bear at least half of the sins she has committed over the years. Would you not agree? Amitabha, indeed, I, a humble monk, have committed immeasurable sins, and this is an irrefutable fact. Today, I shall certainly provide Master Xiao with an explanation. Xuanzi's tone was resolute, indicating he was prepared for the inevitable conclusion. The honor of the Shaolin Temple and the life of his son were at stake, and thus, self-sacrifice appeared to be the only recourse. Since you have expressed yourself so, I, Xiao, shall await your response in silence. Xiao Yuanshan refrained from further investigation, yet left room for future discourse. You, esteemed elder, might as well remove your mask. Even if I harbored ill intentions, escape would be futile, especially with your son present here. Would you not concur? Sun Yi spoke once more, his tone laced with jest, yet laden with veiled threats. Setting aside the matter of Xianxi, vengeance is one thing, but it would be best not to involve Suzhou, for he is entirely blameless. In the current circumstances, should Suzhou remain unscathed, Xianxi would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Nevertheless, Suzhou himself has not received the care of his parents and ought not to be dragged into this turmoil. Exposing him without extraordinary circumstances would only serve to harm him. Once an individual acquires power, they often cease to accommodate others, save for kin or those of equal strength. This reflects the unfortunate aftermath of pursuing strength in the world of Dragon Ball, neglecting the cultivation of one's spirit. Sun Yi also reflected that this was not in keeping with his usual demeanor. He remained quite humble. And it must surely be that the author had exerted control over him. What you say is true. Morongbo lamented helplessly, yet powerless to alter the situation. When the veil was lifted, Morongfu was taken aback, exclaiming, Father Amitabha. At this moment, Xuanzi let out a deep sigh upon witnessing the scene. Master Morong, many years ago, your deceptive reports led to the tragic deaths of countless innocents outside Yanmingwen 30 years prior. Have you ever felt a twinge of remorse? When I first heard of your demise, I believed you to be merely gullible. However, it now appears that your actions were premeditated. As for the abbot, do not entertain thoughts of his repentance, for he is indeed a descendant of the great Yin, perpetually plotting for the restoration of his nation. Sun Yi spoke with a hint of sarcasm, asserting that there was no need to be courteous to those who do not recognize themselves as Han. He noted that Xiao Feng, a Khitan, also had ancestral ties to the Central Plains, at least without having experienced profound suffering in the perceptions of later generations. Khitans were considered part of the Central Plains. Xianxi slowly remarked, "I see. Master Morong. Today I have come to learn that your esteemed Morong clan from Suzhou is indeed of imperial descent, with grand ambitions. Thus, your intention behind the false messages becomes clear. However, your grand schemes are ultimately destined to fail. Would it not be a tragic waste of countless innocent lives?" Morongbo replied, "The planning is in the hands of man, but the outcome rests with the heavens. Enough of this. Since you two claim to be descendants of the Xianbei, I have no further words to say. Xiaohiro, you and your father have grievances to settle. Naturally, no one will interfere. As for Abbot Xianxi, let the Shaolin Temple handle the matter as it sees fit." Sun Yi interrupted the conversation between the two. "I have one more question. After I ask, the old monk will certainly accept the punishment dictated by the temple rules. Previously, it seems that my junior brother Xianbei, who has emerged in the martial world, must have discovered some clues regarding your actions. Moreover, the esteemed hero Ku from the Funyo sect, I presume, fell victim to your schemes for his wealth. And what of the deputy leader of the Beggars sect, Madame Ma, and Bai Shijing? What led to their demise at the hands of either Master Morong or Master Xiao?" Xianxi spoke with a calm demeanor, yet an unspoken affirmation lingered in his words. "The abbot is indeed remarkable. But it is unfortunate that during my years of hiding in your esteemed temple with this brother Xiao, you remain oblivious to everything." Morongbo chuckled, not uttering a word, yet slightly shifted his body, delivering a powerful punch to a nearby tree, producing a cracking sound that echoed with the might of the Weitua pestle. Simultaneously, he revealed the secret of Xiao Yuanshan's concealment within the Shaolin Temple, intending to leverage Shaolin's strength to detain this individual, a strategy that would leave both sides at a disadvantage. The expressions of the dozen or so elderly monks in Shaolin changed dramatically. Beside them, Cui Baiquan and his disciple, Gui Yanji, erupted in fury but found themselves unable to move. Xiao Yuanshan then added, "Bai Shijing was slain by my hand. But Ma Yuan was betrayed and killed by his wife and by Shijing. The conflict was witnessed by Prince Duan. The truth will be revealed upon your inquiry, Abbot." As he spoke, Xiao Yuanshan turned his head toward Morongbo. "We have clashed several times without a clear victor. Yet I had not realized you were the mastermind behind it all. Today, we must settle this matter of life and death." "Indeed," Morongbo replied defiantly, prepared for confrontation at the Martial Arts Assembly. Although his initial intent was to assist his son in claiming the title of leader of the martial world, he now seemed eager for battle. Morongbo feigned a forward charge, but upon the attack of Xiao Feng and his son, he abruptly veered left, seizing Morongfu as he aimed to retreat into the Shaolin Temple, seeking refuge within its defenses. The situation made it evident that he and his son could not contend with Xiao Yuanshan and his son. The four of them dashed towards the rear of the Mahavira Hall and swiftly ascended to the rooftops, their figures vanishing amidst the yellow walls and azure tiles of the Shaolin Temple. Behind them, Deng Baichuan and his companions refrained from joining the assault on Xiao Feng and thus remained unrestrained, but as they attempted to assist, the monks of Shaolin obstructed their path. Realizing they could not breach the scene, tensions escalated, and chaos began to unfold. Indeed, Shaolin Temple is a blessed ground of the Buddhist faith," one remarked, eliciting astonishment from the crowd until he continued, "a haven for raising illegitimate children." Instantly, the monks present glared at him with indignation. But then Xianxi began to issue commands. "Several junior brothers, proceed to arrange the Arhit formation within the temple. We must not allow Shaolin's martial arts to spill out. The remaining brothers of the Xian generation shall return to the temple to intercept the masters." At once, several elder monks responded, "Yes, we shall heed the abbot's orders," and promptly hurried towards the temple. Xianxi proclaimed loudly, "Today, I am fully aware of the weight of my sins, which tarnish the reputation of our temple. Junior brother Xianji, according to the rules of our monastery, you are to administer 100 strikes. As the abbot, I shall accept double the punishment." Seeing Xianji attempt to interject with counsel, he raised a hand to stop him and continued, "The millennia-old reputation of Shaolin Temple cannot be tarnished by my actions. I must bear the brunt of the punishment." Kneeling upon the ground, before the majestic Buddha statue in the Great Hero Hall, he lifted his monk's robe, exposing his back. Quietly awaiting his punishment, resolutely deciding to atone with his life, without employing any inner strength for protection. Instantly, Those surrounding him were rendered speechless. They believed that as long as one did not confess, there would be no repercussions, and that in a few years, this incident would fade into oblivion. Little did they anticipate such a dramatic scene unfolding before their eyes. With tears streaming down his face, Xuanji solemnly declared, "Yes. Enforce the law, monks." The two law-enforcing monks clasped their hands and bowed, saying, "Abbot, we regret the necessity." The assembly of monks, upon hearing the law enforcers enumerate the punitive strikes, hung their heads low, silently reciting Buddhist chants. There were indeed onlookers eager to intercede on his behalf. However, before Xuanji could respond, Xuanzi firmly rejected their pleas, proclaiming in a clear voice, "We appreciate your kind intentions, but the precepts are as unyielding as mountains and must not be compromised. Law enforcers, proceed with the punishment." The two law enforcers, having momentarily paused, resumed their task upon sensing the abbot's unwavering resolve, delivering their strikes with a count of 1, 2, and so forth. After administering 200 strokes of the rod, blood stained the ground, while Xuanzi mustered his vital energy to shield his heart, preventing himself from succumbing to the pain. The two law enforcers stood the punishment rod upright and reported to Xuanji, "We respectfully inform you, Abbot Xuanzi has completed his punishment." Xuanji nodded, at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yi nodded, a man of responsibility. Had it not been for the transgressions of Yirnyang, his fate would not have been so dire. He crouched down, leaning toward Xuanzi's ear, and whispered, "Your son is named Suzhu, the one with the honest demeanor. I hesitated to reveal this for fear of bringing him harm, yet I wish to fulfill a desire of yours before your passing." Xuanzi turned his gaze toward that direction, smiling as he nodded in understanding. "I see now, he is indeed a good child. I never would have imagined he was my son. Today, I express my gratitude to young Master Sun, but as my liberation approaches, I find myself unable to repay you." He then turned to the assembled monks. "For over 2 decades, I have been aware of my transgressions against the great precepts. Yet I dared not confess to my fellow monks. Today, I am granted the opportunity for complete release, free from all attachments and fears, and thus I may attain peace." He recited a verse. "In this world of existence, desires and affections abound, with troubles and suffering aplenty. Liberation is the true joy." Having spoken, he slowly closed his eyes, a serene smile gracing his face. The surrounding crowd wore solemn expressions, filled with respect for Xuanzi. Despite his past mistakes, his courageous acceptance of death commanded admiration. At that moment, unexpectedly, one of those restrained by Sun Yi stirred. It was Master Dao Qing from Pudu Temple. The onlookers were astonished. How could Master Dao Qing possess such formidable inner strength? Had he so swiftly dispelled the energy within his meridians? Very well. The others may rise as well. When I sealed your meridians, I left but a trace of inner strength. It is now time to release you." Before Sun Ye's words had fully settled in the air, a few astute individuals, having witnessed Master Dao Qing's earlier actions, began to rise as well. Among them, several, led by Master Dao Qing, approached Shin Siai, bowing solemnly. The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of profound respect. Half of the attendees gradually stood up, and Xianji's face brightened with joy, as this meant he could allocate a portion of them to assist within the temple. The personnel left behind and those who had just returned would likely be unable to contain the likes of Xiao Yuanshan and his companions. Subsequently, Xianji addressed the members of the Beggars sect. "Elders, shall we proceed to our humble temple to discern the situation?" The 3 elders of the Beggars sect, Song, Chen, and Wu, responded in unison, "Excellent, excellent. Brothers of the Beggars sect, let us make our way to Shaolin Temple." They left a few individuals behind to guard those whose acupoints remained ununlocked, while the rest, led by the Shaolin monks, along with the Beggars sect and several heroes from the Central Plains, raised their voices in unison and surged toward the temple. Wu Xingyun and her companions also departed from the scene, joining the throng to witness the unfolding spectacle. Sun Yi remained, directing his gaze at Jamozi. After all, given the current circumstances, as long as Xiaofeng and his son were not besieged, they would likely not suffer any immediate losses. Moreover, Sun Yi was not a caretaker. He sought companions to journey alongside him, rather than mere subordinates. Thus, he prioritized attending to his own affairs first. Jamozi, feeling the intensity of Sun Ye's stare, hesitated to make a move, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to his capture and demise. "Monk, it would be prudent for you to relinquish that scripture you seized from Yutan, for I have a keen interest in it," Sun Yi stated. Jamozi's expression remained unchanged. Yet internally, he jolted, pondering how Sun Yi was aware of the scripture's existence. However, He merely laughed it off, responding, "Young master Sun jests. This humble monk possesses numerous scriptures, all for the study and comprehension of Buddhist teachings. I am quite unaware of which one you refer to. It is the I Ching Jing. I wish to borrow it for 3 days. What say you?" Sun Ye's tone was calm, yet it carried an air of certainty that Jamozi would not dare refuse. "Since the young master requires it, I shall naturally present it with both hands." Jamozi replied earnestly, extending the scripture with sincerity, though the veins on his hands bulged, betraying his reluctance. Despite his unwillingness, Jamozi recognized that he could not contend with Sun Ye. A few exchanges would see him subdued, and escape was not an option. Thus, he chose to forego resistance, hoping that the other would honor the principle of borrowing and returning. The Shaolin monks stationed nearby were taken aback by this turn of events. However, the few individuals present were unable to intervene, and one hurriedly entered the temple to report to the senior monks of the Xian character generation, who held authority. Upon receiving the scriptures, Sun Ye promptly followed into the Shaolin temple, making his way directly towards the scripture pavilion. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the pavilion, where he encountered Duanyu, who had just reached the location as well. Xuanji was inquiring with the gatekeeper about the whereabouts of Xiao Yuanshan and his companions, indicating that the four had indeed fled from this direction. Having resided here for decades, they were intimately familiar with the surroundings. After navigating through a grove of bamboo, Sun Ye continued to trace Xiao Feng's path to the scene, where he beheld Li Qingluo and several others observing the combat, accompanied by 7 or 8 Shaolin monks. Meanwhile, Wu Xingyun, who had come with the crowd, was already engaged in a standoff with an elderly monk clad in robes, both sides surprisingly evenly matched. It appeared that the opponent was indeed the sweeping monk. However, why was it Tong Lao who was clashing with him instead of Xiao Feng and his companions? Amiba, Master Wu, please refrain from entangling yourself further. I have renounced worldly ties for many years and now bear the Dharma named Xianyi. The grievances of the past have long since turned to dust, carried away by the winds. Very well, let it be Xianyi. You have certainly been adept at evading confrontation. Ever since that fateful moment 60 years ago, when you and the vile Li Qiushui ascended Tianshan together, our enmity has remained unresolved. Wu Xingyun spoke with clenched teeth, his expression fraught with indignation. Back then, your treachery forced my grandmother to seek refuge on Tianshan. By the time she returned, only that wretched woman could be found, and your trail had vanished, hiding away in the Shaolin temple. Today, you stand alone, and when my allies arrive, we shall see how you fare. The 2 pairs of fathers and sons confronting each other were equally astonished. Xiao Yuanshan paused for a moment, a cold smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. The monks of Shaolin, meanwhile, whispered amongst themselves, seemingly inquiring if anyone had heard of this Dharma name. Xiao Feng, too, remained speechless. His nature did not lend itself to taunting, and he stood with furrowed brows, contemplating the hidden dangers in the martial arts that Xianyi, the sweeping monk, had previously mentioned. The martial arts of Shaolin were intended to strengthen the body, protect the law, and vanquish malevolent forces. Any practice of martial arts must be rooted in compassion and benevolence. If not grounded in Buddhist teachings, one would inevitably suffer harm during their training. The deeper the cultivation, the greater the injury to oneself. Amiba, Master Wu, I have long since severed my ties to the mundane world. All worldly concerns have dissipated like smoke. Today, I have come merely to save the lives of the 2 benefactors. If you still harbor resentment, after I have ensured the safety of Xiao and Morong, I shall stand still and allow you to strike me 3 times in retribution, if it pleases you. Just then, Sun Ye arrived at the scene, prompting Tong Lao to momentarily cease her assault and step beside him, intending to observe. With Sun Ye present, the 2 would undoubtedly be able to overpower their opponent. After all, one could escape a monk, but could one truly escape the temple? The elderly monk, Xianyi, remained impassive, silently approaching the seemingly indifferent Xiao Yuanshan and Morong Bo. Xiao Jusher, have you felt a subtle pain in your lower abdomen at the Liaomen anti-acupoints? Is the numbness at your Yuan acupoint intensifying? Morong, the master, suffers the torment of a myriad of needles piercing his acupoints at Yangbai, Linshuan, and Fengfu 3 times daily. Yet, what can be done? Xiao Yuanshan shuddered, acknowledging, the enlightened monk sees clearly. It is indeed so. Xiao Feng's apprehensions transformed into stark reality. Having observed his father's pallor earlier, he was now utterly convinced. He hastened forward, kneeling on both knees, beseeching the monk, who was already aware of his father's ailment, to extend his benevolence and offer salvation. Morong Bo's countenance shifted dramatically, causing his entire being to tremble slightly. The afflictions at Yongbai, Lianshuan, and Fengfu were akin to countless needles piercing him, an unbearable agony experienced thrice daily at dawn, noon, and dusk. Regardless of the miraculous elixirs consumed, none offered any respite. Although this moment was not typically one of pain, the turmoil within him erupted unexpectedly, rendering him speechless. He did not suppress his anguish, but knelt before his long-lost father, trembling and unable to articulate his distress. After a brief exchange, Xuanya first eliminated Morong Bo, providing Xiao Yuanshan a sense of relief, and then took the opportunity to treat Xiao Yuanshan similarly, astonishing both Xiao Feng and Morong Fu. Yet neither moved to intervene. Morong Fu was powerless to act, while Xiao Feng, eager to strike, was restrained by Sun Yi. Old monk, if it is as you say, please commence the treatment now. I can faintly sense that both of them still possess a glimmer of life. As Sun Yi spoke, he carefully sensed his surroundings and remarked that upon his arrival at the scene, he had noticed the old monk emanating a spiritual energy characteristic of the Buddhist order. Although Sun Yi had not yet reached the level of Sun Wukong, capable of perceiving the thoughts of others, his inner strength and chi had nurtured his spiritual awareness to a certain degree, allowing him to faintly sense the external conditions. His next step upon returning to the Dragon Ball world would be to contemplate studying martial arts in the divine realm, though he was uncertain if he could ascend. By intuition, he inferred that it was highly unlikely at this moment. Sun Yi reflected inwardly, finally feeling that he had officially surpassed the current Wukong. Xian Yi remained silent after hearing this. Yet both Xiao Feng and Morong Fu gazed at Sun Yi with expressions of delight, eager for an explanation. When suddenly they heard a commotion. Noticing Xian Yi gradually departing with Xiao Yuanshan and Morong Bo, the two hurriedly gave chase. The rest quickly followed suit, while Sun Yi trailed behind at a leisurely pace, mindful of the lighter footwork of Mei Jian and the others, ultimately falling to the rear. Upon Sun Yi's arrival, he observed Xian Yi aiding the two in their cultivation. Sensing a fluctuation in spiritual energy, he decided to extend his own spiritual force outward. As he attuned to their methods, he simultaneously enveloped Xiao Yuanshan in a subtle, protective barrier, mindful of the rumored techniques of the Buddhist sect, though their authenticity remained uncertain. It was prudent to err on the side of caution. Suddenly, the old monk Xian Yi intoned, "Halt. Join hands. Let our inner energies resonate, balancing yin and yang, transforming yang into yin. The ambitions of kings and the depths of blood hatred shall return to dust, vanishing into the formless." As their inner energies intertwined, their faces gradually shifted from flush to pallid. After a moment, both opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging a knowing smile. Xiao Yuanshan and Morong Bo fell to their knees, beseeching the holy monk for acceptance. Observing his father kneel, Xiao Feng and Morong Fu followed suit. During this period, Sun Yi meticulously scrutinized Xian Ye's healing methods, and through his dispersed spiritual energy, he faintly sensed another wave of spiritual energy. It seemed plausible that this was indeed a form of Buddhist purification. However, the core issue with Xiao Yuanshan lay in his prolonged exposure to the Buddhist aura, which clashed significantly with his own spirit, filled with hatred, leading to a dangerous dissonance reflected in his body. A change was imperative to halt the exacerbation of this peril, if not eliminate it entirely. Should he fail to transform his spiritual energy, he would have to forfeit his martial prowess. Yet, decades of latent issues had already eroded his physical foundation. Without the support of inner strength, his body was on the verge of collapse. Thus, the sole remedy remaining required them to undergo a life-and-death experience that would lead to profound enlightenment, allowing their spiritual energy to be infused with the Buddhist aura. Following this, they would continue to study the sutras, passively transforming the fluctuations of their spiritual energy to gradually eradicate the impending danger. Of course, with Sun Ye's protective barrier in place, Xiao Yuanshan would not be wholly affected, but it was certain that he would need to study the sutras at Shaolin first. Thereafter, Xian Yi commenced his teachings. Sun Yi listened intently, contemplating the content, and seized the opportunity during the monk's discourse to inquire about the cultivation and application of spiritual energy. Yet, a critical point remains elusive, leaving a coherent understanding unformed. During this period, I attempted to tenuously sense the external spiritual energies of others. However, clarity still evaded me. After the lecture concluded, Sun Yi earnestly invited the revered monk to engage in mutual verification. Sun Yi summoned his inner energy, and a faint glimmer of white light subtly emanated from his body, though its intensity was barely perceptible. The onlookers around him mistook it for the mere reflection of sunlight. Yet only Xian Yi discerned the truth. Amidst, the practitioner's skills have reached this remarkable stage, truly commendable. With his palms pressed together in reverence, Xian Yi chose to maintain his defensive stance, letting down his aura barrier while standing still, ready to withstand any impending challenge. Sun Yi gathered energy in both hands, yet refrained from unleashing it. Instead, he gently placed his hands upon the energy barrier, attentively sensing the fluctuations of mental power, the circulation of energy, the confluence with the surrounding environment, and the interaction with his own body. Xian Yi exhibited no anger, but rather channeled his inner strength to the utmost, enabling Sun Yi to perceive more clearly. After expressing gratitude for the master's teachings, he respectfully inquired, "Might I ask, Master, to which school of Shaolin does this art belong?" Sun Yi employed his mental prowess for a while before lowering his arm and bowing respectfully to the venerable monk. "You are too kind, esteemed benefactor. I have merely mastered the formidable skill of the indestructible body since my entry into the order." The other party, having cultivated Buddhist teachings, had enhanced his mental strength to a significant extent, effectively breaking through previous limitations. He could manipulate his internal energy through acupoints, gathering it externally. This indicated that his internal energy, much like Sun Ye's, could be unleashed entirely under the guidance of mental control. Whether in offense or defense, he could achieve complete manifestation. It was evident that during his previous confrontation with Wu Xingyan, he had held back. Achieving such a level within the realm of Tianlong is indeed a formidable challenge, necessitating the discovery of proactive mental cultivation methods within the scriptures. This is akin to the external sensing of energy required in the Dragon Ball universe. Sun Yi sat in contemplation, neither continuing his discourse nor acknowledging Wu Xingyan's calls, his focus entirely absorbed in thought. After careful reflection, comparison, and consultation, Sun Yi began to grasp certain truths. Overall, the cultivation methods in the Dragon Ball universe and the Heavenly Dragon realm each possess their own advantages and disadvantages. In the early stages of cultivation within the Heavenly Dragon realm, one relies on the synergy between the energy that actively enters the body's acupoints and the life energy within the meridians, requiring neither exceptionally high effort nor mental fortitude, but rather a harmonious affinity between the physical form and energy. Moreover, once inner strength is cultivated, it instinctively circulates along the meridians, autonomously nourishing the body, enhancing its potential, and augmenting strength to a slight degree. The inner strength is more easily controlled within the body, yet this may result in insufficient exercise of mental power. Upon reaching a certain threshold, one may encounter a stagnation in the growth of inner strength due to insufficient external energy density, necessitating the exploration of mental cultivation methods to enhance mental power, thereby actively drawing in external energy to stimulate the growth of inner strength. This process of mental cultivation and its overflow beyond the corporeal form represents the greatest bottleneck. Conversely, in the Dragon Ball universe, cultivation is heavily reliant on innate talent. Ordinary individuals must exert considerable effort to transcend their physical limits to awaken the energy of their cells, known as qi. However, once qi is activated, it naturally nourishes the mental power, effectively opening the pathway for mental energy to overflow beyond the physical realm. As qi reaches a certain level, mental power will spontaneously manifest beyond the body, achieving a level akin to that of the sweeping monk. Yet, this phenomenon lacks the immediacy of inner strength. No one can ascertain when they will awaken qi, and prior to that, one can only experience an increase in physical strength. Individuals with exceptional talent, such as Sun Wukong, require only regular training to generate qi. The qi produced will inherently nourish the mental power to a degree sufficient for it to transcend the physical form. Of course, once the physical body reaches its limit, the growth of qi will naturally cease, resulting in a stagnation of the passively enhanced mental power, ultimately necessitating the exploration of methods for mental growth, which in turn will stimulate the growth of qi. From a comprehensive comparison, the emergence of meridians and acupoints has significantly lowered the barriers to cultivation. Furthermore, meridians serve as the innate evolutionary pathway of the physical body, through which spiritual energy can circulate, naturally nourishing cells, rendering them more resilient, and even slowing metabolism to extend lifespan. Thus, in the future, one must certainly not abandon the pursuit of meridians and inner strength, and if one engages in spiritual cultivation, a transformation may also be feasible. Sun Yi raised his head in contemplation, only to find Wu Xingyan still locked in confrontation with the venerable Master Xian Yi. As he approached to listen more closely, A sense of ease washed over him. Master Wu, the monk intoned, I have allowed you to strike me 3 times. Do you feel any sense of relief? If not, I can endure 3 more strikes until your anger subsides. Master Xianyi remained steadfast, a smile gracing his lips. Wu Xingyan felt an indescribable frustration. The sight of the other's grin only served as a deeper mockery. Having failed to affect his opponent with the previous strikes, he found himself at a loss for words. With a cold huff, he turned and walked away. Sun Yi smiled, bid farewell to the few individuals across from him, and turned to depart. Choosing to wait at the foot of the mountain, he looked forward to enjoying a drink with Xiao Feng, considering it a step toward friendship. Over the course of several days, Sun Yi meticulously documented the I Ching Jing, subsequently exchanging the original manuscript for the foundational meridian and acupoint analyses accumulated over centuries within the Shaolin Temple. What lay ahead was the anticipation of Xiao Feng's final moment, which might require a year's time. This duration should not be squandered. The aircraft was converted to autopilot, automatically seeking renowned Taoist temples amidst famous mountains and rivers, as the Taoist visualization methods were well known, even to Tong Lao. In addition to this, he immersed himself in the learning system of the shuttle, receiving a scientific education. None of the 8 could escape this endeavor, even though Sun Yi had a slightly stronger foundation. However, he had already returned the high school-level subjects of mathematics and chemistry to his teachers, necessitating a recommencement of his studies. At the beginning of their learning journey, the group felt their worldviews profoundly challenged. The systematic scientific consolidation and summarization methods proved exceedingly practical in the research of meridians and acupoints, which had accumulated fragmented experiences over hundreds or thousands of years. While Sun Yi had initially approached his research with scientific methods, his foundational knowledge did not quite measure up to that of Tong Lao and Yu Yin. Among the group, only Yu Yin's learning pace was slightly faster, thanks to her remarkable photographic memory. With her ability to analyze martial arts techniques in her mind, mathematics, especially solid geometry, was no challenge for her. And her spatial imagination capabilities were exceptional, promising to be immensely useful in future advanced studies. Each individual occupied a learning pod resembling a Dragon Ball flying device, only able to emerge after completing a day's coursework, with a minimum requirement to enter once daily. Thus, they engaged in a friendly rivalry in their studies. During their learning process, they also participated in a form of trial, a learning space closely aligned with realistic rules, akin to a gaming environment, where each person experienced the developmental trajectory of a distinct world. The trial involved confronting civilizations of equivalent societal advancement, compelling individuals to learn whatever knowledge they deemed necessary. Countless opponents awaited them, each representing various developmental histories. Only through learning and uniting in camaraderie could they ascend and progress. Advancement was the key to eternity. After a year, the slowest among the group had completed the curriculum of the 2nd year of junior high, yet their subsequent learning speed diminished significantly, even reaching a standstill. Sun Yi has completed his senior year curriculum and is now undergoing the trials of modern civilization, quietly awaiting the emergence of others for a breath of fresh air. Within a few hours, the other 7 women gradually made their way out, finding Sun Yu seated in the living room, prompting them to join him in tranquil repose. Is there something on your mind today, son? One inquired. Not at all. 6 months ago, I elevated my energy and inner strength to your level. Currently, the energy density of this world cannot support any further enhancement of my physique. We shall have to wait until we return. And now, the opportunity to return has indeed presented itself. 6 months prior, when Sun Yi reached his limit, he had already stated that their destination was not overseas, but rather another realm. Thus, everyone was mentally prepared. Even Qing Luo had liquidated her assets, carrying all her secret tomes with her, ever ready for departure. Has it come? What opportunity? Did you not mention bringing a few others along? Specifically, who? Xiaofeng? Wu Xingyun speculated. It made sense, given that in this world, there were only a handful of renowned individuals with commendable character and sufficient talent. Sun Ye's expression confirmed her guess. Can he accompany you? I cannot say for certain. I can only assert that there is a possibility. Sun Yi paused for a moment, uncertain and unable to provide assurance. Yet he could assert that a Zhu was still alive. Moreover, with his own intervention, the chances of success should be significantly enhanced. Enough of that. Let us board the aircraft, for there is still time. By the time Sun Yi piloted the plane to Yanmen Pass, a standoff had already ensued between the two parties. Sun Yi observed intently. The timing appeared fortuitous, as there had yet to be any casualties. Below, The leader of the Liao army was laughing heartily, adorned in opulent attire. Presumably the emperor of the Liao state himself. Sun Yi turned to observe Song Jun, but was suddenly startled to see two figures darting out beside Xiao Feng. They were none other than Duan Yu and Xiao Yuanshan. It appeared that even after his enlightenment, Xiao Yuanshan retained his original thoughts. After all, for 3 decades, his two obsessions had been vengeance and his son. Following Xiao Feng's predicament, he could hardly be at ease. Perhaps it was also because Sun Yi's intervention that he had not been completely transformed. The two pondered and realized that the only recourse to avert this crisis lay in capturing the Liao Emperor as leverage. However, it seemed the opposing side had already made ample preparations. With a commanding shout from Yel Hongji, hundreds of shield-bearers surged forth to shield him. In terms of martial prowess, Duan Yu surpassed Xiao Yuanshan, as his internal energy was nearly on par with that of Tong Lao, having reached the pinnacle of worldly limits. To advance further would require the cultivation of mental fortitude, complemented by the invincible 6 Meridians divine sword technique, making it feasible to penetrate the shield formation. Conversely, Xiao Yuanshan's abilities were somewhat lacking, although his in-depth study of Buddhist teachings over the past year had alleviated some personal shortcomings and led to progress in his martial skills. He was still only comparable to the current Xiao Feng, if not slightly inferior. Even if he were to charge in, given the current situation, it would be challenging to make a significant impact, serving merely as a distraction. Nevertheless, as a veteran military leader, Xiao Yuanshan was still somewhat more formidable in a frontal assault compared to Duan Yu. The latter relied on the floating step technique, gliding gracefully like a fish, deftly maneuvering through the narrow gaps between spear and axe wielders with minimal presence. In contrast, Xiao Yuanshan barreled through with his weapon in hand, forsaking the subtlety of martial arts for brute force, unleashing his internal energy and strength to their fullest extent. His momentum was significantly more imposing, drawing the attention of a substantial portion of the adversary's forces. Yet, with insufficient internal energy, such an all-out effort could only be sustained for a limited time. As the saying goes, rigidity cannot endure. After breaching several layers of defense, Xiao Yuanshan began to slow down. Time, after all, was unforgiving. And while his internal energy could still hold out, it was waning. However, the body's explosive power could no longer exert its maximum strength. Behind, Xiao Feng found himself caught between two nations, burdened by the traditional Confucian education of the Han people, now in a dilemma. Yet, the most crucial task was to prevent the outbreak of war. Thus, he watched as the two charged forward, even as Xiao Yuanshan slowed down. He too had the inclination to rush ahead. Before Xiao Feng could take action, Sun Yi in the skies began to intervene. The aircraft descended, plunging towards Xiao Yuanshan's location. When it was a mere 100 meters from the ground, the plane leveled off, circling around Yilu Hongji, simultaneously activating the energy cannons on board. In an instant, 2 rows of energy projectiles, firing 10 rounds per second, erupted amidst the crowd, advancing in the direction of the aircraft, raising clouds of dust on the ground as the Liao soldiers were thrown into disarray. Within a radius of several hundred meters around Yilu Hongji, all personnel were instantly obliterated. Those who could fled, while others pleaded for mercy, leaving only a few who raised shields to protect him. The aircraft continued its assault, while several women on board wielded firearms and used loudspeakers to urge surrender. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. The aircraft circled the area, and as the surrounding Liao army witnessed the aircraft and its devastating power, most knelt in supplication, while a few scattered in all directions, vanishing from sight. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yuanshan and Duan Yu dashed forward, swiftly subduing 2 generals and several soldiers who had shielded Yilu Hongji. In such a dominant situation, neither wished to inflict harm. After all, Duan Yu had studied Buddhism since childhood, and Xiao Yuanshan was well versed in Buddhist philosophy, being of his own kin. Upon reaching Yilu Hongji, however, he did not yield, drawing his prized blade and swiftly striking at Duan Yu, only to have his weapon shattered by a wave of sword energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanshan quickly stepped forward to seal his acupoints. Let us go. They both commanded in unison, lifting Yilu Hongji's imposing form from his steed and hastily retreating. Duan Yu and Xiao Yuanshan, having subdued Yilu Hongji, quickly withdrew, traversing the battlefield and bringing him before Xiao Feng in a matter of moments. During this time, most Liao soldiers lay prostrated on the ground, while a few generals cried out desperately, attempting to rescue their leader, only to be driven back by Duan Yu's sword energy shattering their weapons. The two gathered before Xiaofeng, their expressions considerably relaxed. Xiaofeng merely sighed, saying, "Father, please release the emperor of the Liao dynasty. I have matters to discuss with His Majesty." Upon hearing this, Sha Yuanshan also set down Yi Lu Hongji, yet remained tense, positioned behind him to prevent any escape. At that moment, they noticed a figure descending from the sky. It was Sun Yi. From several dozen meters above, Sun Yi's form gradually descended, employing the Ling Bo Wei Bu technique, gracefully floating in midair. This technique, reliant on internal energy, creates a force field around the practitioner, operating on principles akin to magnetic levitation, where the force field repels the energy field of the world, thus generating a levitating effect. However, in the realm of Tianlong, the strength of the energy field was insufficient, and the existing internal energy could not adequately support a person's weight. However, it is entirely unproblematic to play a certain role in alleviating the burden. "Brother Xiao, Sun has come to offer assistance." Suspended in midair, Sun Yi began to shout, requesting Brother Xiao to decide how to deal with these Liao soldiers. "In this case, I must first express my gratitude to Brother Sun. Given that today's events pertain to the delicate situation between Song and Liao, Xiaofeng did not refuse, but resolutely resolved to repay this favor when opportunity arises. He then turned to Yel Hongji and said, "I dare to speak, but I only wish for your Majesty's solemn promise." Yel Hongji laughed heartily and replied, "There are very few matters in this world that I cannot accomplish. Speak freely." Xiaofeng stated, "I require your Majesty's assurance to withdraw immediately, and throughout your Majesty's life, no Liao soldier shall cross the borders of Song and Liao." Yel Hongji's expression darkened significantly as he replied in a low voice, "Do you dare to threaten me? What if I refuse?" Sun Yi interjected, suggesting that if there was any dissent, they could simply end the life of the individual in question today, and later, when a new emperor ascended the throne in Liao, they could interrogate him once more. Alternatively, they could annihilate the hundreds of thousands of troops present at that very moment. Yet, all it required was a single word from him. Xiaofeng, however, paid no heed to Sun Yi's assertions, resolutely following his own train of thought, and proclaimed aloud, "Then I shall accompany your Majesty to the end, in a conflagration of jade and stone. Our bond of brotherhood was forged in that distant time, and we once swore to perish together on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year." Yel Hongji felt a shiver run down his spine. Though Xiaofeng dismissed Sun Yi's words, they were, after all, friends. He mused, "Xiaofeng is a man unafraid of heaven or earth, a desperate rogue who speaks with unwavering conviction. Should he refuse to acquiesce, I fear he might indeed take action against me. Moreover, there exists an even greater threat behind him. Given the current situation, even a prepared defense would be utterly vanquished on the battlefield. Thus, yielding would be the wiser course." With a hearty laugh, he declared, "I, Yel Hongji, would gladly trade my life for decades of peace between the Song and Liao nations. My good brother, it appears you hold my life in high esteem." To which Xiaofeng replied, "Your Majesty is the sovereign of Liao. In all the world, can there be anything more precious than your Majesty?" Yel Hongji chuckled heartily, offering no further response. He turned his gaze to the distance, where several hundred soldiers halted their advance, having been struck by missiles from the aircraft above. This defeat had cost them dearly. These few hundred were his most loyal subordinates, upon whom he would need to rely in the future. Furthermore, under the onslaught of such divine weaponry, these men could not press forward. Therefore, he commanded them to remain where they were. "You need not approach any closer. Stay put and await my discussion with my brother." With that, he drew a beautifully crafted wolf-tooth arrow from his quiver, bending it in half and casting it to the ground, stating, "I have granted you my consent." Xiaofeng bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, your Majesty." Yel Hongji turned once more and noticed that Sun Yi and Duan Yu were watching him in silence. He unsheathed his prized sword, raising it high above his head, and proclaimed loudly, "The armies of Great Liao, heed my command. The northern return and southern campaigns are hereby ceased. Throughout my lifetime, I shall not allow a single soldier from Great Liao to infringe upon the borders of Great Song." With those words, his sword fell, and the drums of the Liao army began to beat once more. The Song troops at Yinmen Pass and the assembled heroes below rejoiced upon hearing the Liao Emperor's order to withdraw, along with his vow that no soldier would trespass their borders for the rest of his life. Xiaofeng bowed, saying, "I bid your Majesty a safe return to the ranks." Sun Yi nodded beside them, waving at the aircraft soaring above. Suddenly, The plane approached from a distance and halted 3 meters above Sun Yi and the others, its occupants remaining aboard. Yi Liahongji, filled with both surprise and delight, chose not to appear weak. Instead, he strode forward briskly, followed by hundreds of loyal followers galloping to shield him. Once among the protective ranks of his guards, Yi Liahongji mounted his steed and departed, dispatching trusted aides to reorganize the troops en route. Although the army held a degree of trepidation towards the aircraft above, they were now visually distanced from it. Thus, while minor chaos ensued, it did not alter the overall situation, as hundreds of thousands of soldiers retreated in an orderly manner. Turning back, Yi Liahongji noticed Xiaofeng still standing motionless. With a cold sneer, he proclaimed, "King Xiao, you have rendered immense service to the Song dynasty, and high rank and wealth are surely within your grasp." Xiaofeng replied loudly, "Your Majesty, I am a Khitan. Today, I threaten your Majesty and become a great sinner of my people. How can I face the world thereafter?" He picked up 2 broken arrows from the ground, channeling his internal energy to plunge them into his own heart. As he watched the Liao army depart, Sun Yi signaled for the aircraft to descend. During its descent, a sudden noise from behind drew his attention, revealing a startling scene. Now only a few steps away from Xiaofeng, Sun Yi immediately gathered his energy, unleashing a shockwave that knocked the arrows from Xiaofeng's grasp. Seizing the moment while Xiaofeng was unprepared, Sun Yi swiftly restrained him and urged him forcefully. "By preventing this war, you honor the nurture of the Song people and the lineage of the Liao. You have wronged no one. Moreover, you, Xiaofeng, are a great hero. Why not consider your family? If you cannot remain in the Song or the Liao, then take your family and journey with me overseas, never to return. It is time for you to spend quality moments with a Zhu." At that juncture, both Duan Yu and Xiao Yuanshan were taken aback, relieved that Sun Yi had interrupted Xiaofeng's actions. Just then, a Zhu pushed through the crowd, rushing to Xiaofeng to inspect him, and upon confirming he was unharmed, she burst into tears, unable to contain her emotions, sobbing and expressing her relief. Aziz followed closely behind, hesitant to rush in while her sister Zhu was present. Furthermore, given Xiaofeng's safety, it was uncharacteristic for her to weep openly. After a brief struggle to hold back her emotions, Aziz ultimately succumbed, leaping forward to embrace Xiaofeng, calling out, "Brother-in-law." The beggars of the beggars sect surged forward, with Wu Chanfeng exclaiming, "Leader Qiao, though you are a Khitan, you are a hero 1,000 times greater than we hapless Han. Leader Qiao is a great hero, embodying great compassion and righteousness. You honor all, serving as a model for us all." Yet, Xiaofeng stood with his back to the crowd, contemplating self-harm, leaving the gathered heroes unaware of his intentions. With Zhu crying, Xiaofeng remained unmoving, leading everyone to believe he had indeed taken his own life, filling their hearts with profound sorrow. "All right, Brother Xiao, I shall now release you from your restraint. Since you feel unwelcome in both the Song and Liao, let us take your family and depart overseas. Now is the perfect time for farewells with our friends present." As Sun Yi spoke, he unfastened some of the acupoints on the other party, restoring their ability to move, while his gaze remained fixed on Xiaofeng's actions. In the original world, the individual believed there was no place for them in this vast universe. And with their only beloved already deceased, it was only natural to consider suicide as a final resolution. However, now that family remained. Even if Xiao Yuanshan had taken vows, the bonds of kinship had not diminished. This act of self-harm was likely a momentary impulse driven by extreme thoughts. After being freed from his acupoints, Xiaofeng did not exhibit any extreme actions. He merely patted Zhu's back gently, offering a silent consolation. The heroes of the Central Plains behind him soon realized that the suicide attempt had failed, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Changfeng, leading the beggars sect, knelt before Xiaofeng, exclaiming, "Master Qiao, we implore you to return and lead the beggars sect once more." The disciples behind him were filled with hope that Xiaofeng would acquiesce. After all, those who had come to rescue him were undoubtedly hoping for his return, while those who wished otherwise, such as Quan Qing, had not even shown up. "Brothers," Xiaofeng proclaimed, "although I am a Liao person, raised by the Song after today, I shall find no face to remain in the Liao, nor to return to the Central Plains." He paused momentarily, then continued slowly, "From this day forth, I shall lead my family far away to a distant land, living under an assumed identity, dedicating the rest of my life to compensating for the unwavering loyalty of my wife during these perilous times. Today, I bid farewell to all my brothers. I know not when we may meet again, so I urge you all to take care. To my brother, who has saved me time and again, I shall do my utmost to fulfill any request you may have. Master Chiao. The assembly, particularly those from the beggar's sect, were choked with emotion, overwhelmed by sorrow. As Xiao Feng bid farewell to the crowd, the atmosphere was steeped in profound sadness. Sun Yi, having little personal connection with the others, simply directed the plane to land after the Liao army had retreated, awaiting Xiao Feng as farewell. After a while, Xiao Feng approached with Xiao Yuanshan, a Zhu, a Zi, and Duan Yu, his face still marked by the melancholy of parting. Young master son, might we return to Dali for a brief visit? I wish for a Zhu to reunite with her parents, and a Zi to return to her family. Afterward, I shall accompany my brothers overseas. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Elder brother, why not stay in Dali henceforth? Your tranquil life there would be free from disturbance. Duan Yu's eyes lit up as he believed he had found a suitable solution. Before Sun Yi could respond, Xiao Feng firmly declined. Second brother, there is no need to persuade me further. If my father and I were to go to Dali, we would become the targets of suspicion from the Song, Liao, Tubo, and Shixia, which would undoubtedly bring harm to Dali. Xiao Feng appreciated Duan Yu's suggestion and appeared relaxed, yet he resolutely refused. Indeed, given the circumstances of your brave charge today, even an emperor would regard your gathering with great apprehension. Sun Yi elucidated the reasons, and Duan Yu immediately understood, his expression transforming into one of profound displeasure. You may proceed directly. My aircraft is in flight and should arrive in Dali this evening. In the realm of Dragon Ball, most flying vessels are compact, accommodating around 7 or 8 individuals comfortably. However, should the number exceed that, a larger vessel is requisite. At that time, a sufficiently spacious one was procured, yet thankfully, it sufficed for the journey. Sun Yi released the aircraft and opened the door, inviting several individuals aboard: Xiao Feng, a Zhu, a Zi, Duan Yu, and 4 loyal guards, making a total of 8 persons. Xiao Yuanshan had already set off for Shaolin Temple. And despite Xiao Feng's earnest attempts to persuade him, he remained resolute in his decision. It seemed that the previous attempt at enlightenment had yielded at least a 90% success rate. Sun Yi summoned Qing Luo and several others, and together they boarded the large aircraft. Sun Yi stepped forward to pilot the aircraft. Upon takeoff, the heroes of the central plains below bid farewell, and Xiao Feng also waved goodbye to the crowd through the window. As the plane gradually distanced itself, Xiao Feng and the others returned to their seats. Upon seeing Yu Yin, Duan Yu instantly perked up, casting aside thoughts of their earlier parting, and eagerly surrounded Yu Yin, incessantly calling her fairy sister. Enough, Master Duan. Remember that Yu Yin is also your sister. There is no need for such fanciful thoughts. With a casual demeanor, Sun Yi spoke, yet Duan Yu appeared anything but relaxed. His expression fell instantly. Even though he was aware of this fact, there was no need for it to be reiterated each time. Beside him, a Zhu stifled a laugh, fully aware of her brother's flaw, while a Zi couldn't help but mock him aloud. However, Sun Yi shifted the tone of the conversation, inquiring whether Duan Yu was curious about the identity of the statue in the Longhuan Blessed Land. He added that he knew a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yu Yin, one with no blood relation to him. Do you wish to know who she is? Really? Young master son, do tell me. Upon hearing Sun Ye's words, Duan Yu's spirit soared, resembling an exuberant puppy. Sun Yi elongated his voice, and Duan Yu, being a sincere individual, nodded earnestly. Well then, let me share it with you. Sun Yi ceased his jesting, glancing at the crowd before hastily turning his attention back to the sky outside the aircraft. Fortunately, it was currently flying at a low altitude and at a leisurely pace, with no other planes in sight, thus averting the risk of an aerial disaster. The statues within the Longhuan Blessed Land were crafted by Yu Yan's grandfather, the esteemed Mr. Wu Yazi, whom we encountered on Legum Mountain, with the figures modeled after Yu Yan's grandmother, the enchanting fairy sister whom you so ardently admire, now in her 90s. Humph. Wu Xingyun scoffed dismissively, no longer inclined to listen, and turned to observe the 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, engaged in their playful antics. Sun Yi stifled a laugh as he continued his narration, while a Zi had already burst into laughter, causing Duan Yu's embarrassment to deepen. However, it is worth noting that the matriarch currently holds the position of Empress Dowager in the Western Xia, with a granddaughter who is a princess resembling her greatly. If you are inclined, you might consider seeking her hand in marriage. Really? That is splendid. Duan Yu's embarrassment vanished instantly, and he exuded the essence of spring. As they conversed, the airplane glided through the sky, albeit slowly, yet it was certain they would arrive in Dali by evening. Upon reaching the capital of Dali, They disembarked a few miles outside the city as the gates were on the verge of closing. Four royal guards approached the city gate to present their credentials and procure several horses, and together, they made their way toward the palace. During this journey, Duan Yu recounted his experiences over the past year. It turned out that after leaving Shaolin, he had initially been entangled with Jiao Emoji, who sought to obtain the Six Meridians divine sword. Yet, during a surprise attack, Duan Yu managed to absorb Jiao Emoji's internal energy, leading him to seemingly attain enlightenment and return to Tubo. Subsequently, Duan Jinchun was once again abducted by Duan Yanqing while on an outing. This time, there were no imperial marriage arrangements from Western Xia, nor was there interference from Wang Foreign. Nevertheless, the situation unfolded similarly, with Duan Yanqing seizing the opportunity to capture Duan Jinchun and his various lovers, coercing them to relinquish the throne. The only difference was that Duan Yu was not kidnapped this time. During this ordeal, Murong Fu intervened, but ultimately, Duan Yu received news from Abai regarding Duan Zhengchun being targeted by the new four great villains and rushed to the scene to rescue the severely injured Duan Zhengchun and others. Alas, in the end, Duan Yu arrived just a moment too late, resulting in the deaths of Gan Baobao and Qin Hongyan. Duan Yu refrained from harming Murong Fu, as the information was relayed by Abai. Although there were some misunderstandings along the way, he spared Murong Fu's life. Unbeknownst to Duan Yu, before his arrival, the four great generals had already turned against Murong Fu, and after suffering several defeats at Duan Yu's hands, Murong Fu could not bear the humiliation, leading to a mental breakdown. Duan Yu contemplated taking action against Duan Yanqing but was halted by Dao Baifeng, who could not bear to see Duan Yu commit a grave error. She refrained from revealing that Duan Yanqing was actually Duan Yu's biological father, knowing that such revelations would only stir suspicion. Duan Yanqing initially gave little thought to this, yet after Dao Baifeng returned and took vows at Yisu Temple, a sense of guilt shadowed her. Duan Jingchun began to harbor suspicions, which deepened through various investigations. Initially, he considered other possibilities, but one day, under pressure, Dao Baifeng confessed everything, revealing the truth. This was shared privately among the three, but Duan Yu, with his exceptional martial skills, managed to eavesdrop. Of course, Duan Yu did not disclose this information. He merely mentioned defeating Duan Yanqing and the subsequent event of Duan Yanqing becoming a monk in Dali. As for the rest, Sun Yi inferred from Duan Yu's demeanor that Duan Zhengchun had not ascended the throne. Even in the solitude of his home, immersed in the study of Buddhism, there lingered a semblance of renunciation within him. He resolutely turned away from the visits of several lovers, likely due to the profound wounds he had sustained. Dao Baifeng, too, was engaged in ascetic practices within the temple, having not encountered Duan Zhengchun for nearly a year. Such accumulated information strongly suggests that Duan Zhengchun might have already discerned the true lineage of Duan Yu. The group that had come to visit would rest for 3 days within the royal palace before embarking on their journey. Duan Yu hastened to inform Duan Zhengchun and his mother, Wan Xingzhu, to join their gathering. After all, as Sun Yi remarked, returning from overseas would be fraught with difficulties, with visits back home occurring once every 3 years being a fortunate occurrence, and the possibility of never returning again looming large. Upon their reunion, a lively atmosphere prevailed, and Sun Yi and the others chose to withdraw, accompanying Duan Yu's attendants to a side hall for rest. During the 3-day interval, they refrained from interrupting the gathering of Xiao Feng and his companions, instead wandering the city to admire its sights. It was during this time that they learned of Duan Jingchuan's formal ordination at the Tianlong Temple. On the very next day following Duan Yu's return, after the father and daughter reunited, they proceeded to the temple for his formal ordination. That evening, Sun Yi, unable to shake off the lingering thoughts of acquaintances, took the time to venture outside the city to the Yushu Temple to check on Dao Baifeng's condition. Upon arrival, he discovered that Dao Baifeng had succumbed to intoxication, seemingly drowning her sorrows in drink. Noticing the absence of others, Sun Yi descended to assist her. "Why have you come again?" Dao Baifeng slurred, her eyes clouded with drink. "Were those previous encounters not initiated by you?" Sun Yi chuckled, teasing her lightly. "Leave," Dao Baifeng retorted, her anger palpable yet weakened, exuding a peculiar charm amidst her disheveled state. Sun Yi lifted his companion and, employing lightness skills, gracefully departed from the Yusu Temple, soaring towards the distant wilderness. He found a clearing and set down a glass-roofed house, gently placing the occupant onto the bed. Before Sun Yi could utter a word, Dao Baifeng, with a swift motion, tore his clothing without him moving an inch. As the moon ascended to its zenith, under the dim light, After several moments of hesitation, Sun Yi approached. It was only in the latter part of the night that he returned to the Dali Imperial Palace. The following evening, Sun Yi revisited the house. Seizing a moment of unawareness, he rendered the occupant unconscious and placed them into a life support device, intending to take them along, even securing the house itself. Although Dao Baifeng appeared somewhat reluctant at present, time would surely alter her disposition. 3 days later, as the moment of departure approached, Duan Yu hosted a farewell banquet at the palace at noon. During the gathering, a Zhu inquired about the whereabouts of the princess, to which Duan Yu simply replied that Dao Baifeng was unwell. Later, Sun Yi learned that Dao Baifeng had previously left a note at the Yusu temple stating her intention to seek solace, planning to indulge a drink and venture into the martial world the following day. In the days that followed, the Duan family deliberated. Azi adamantly refused to return to Dali, insisting on accompanying Xiao Feng. Duan Zhichun had already renounced worldly ties, and even Ruan Xingzhu was absent. Ultimately, Ruan Xingzhu resolved to leave alongside Zhu, ensuring mutual support in the future. As the group gathered in the grand hall, the farewell banquet concluded, and it was time to depart. Beneath the afternoon sun, both individuals bore solemn expressions, their shadows frozen in stillness, casting a melancholic atmosphere that brought a chill to the air. Elder brother, take care. Duan Yu clasped his fists, reiterating the words spoken over the past few days. Yet his expression was imbued with genuine emotion. You too, take care. Xiao Feng responded with equal gravity, acutely aware that this parting might be their last. Ruan Xingzhu prepared to leave, having previously informed Duan Zhengchun, yet he ultimately did not attend the farewell, seemingly having transcended worldly concerns. After exchanging farewells, the group of over 10 boarded a plane, directed by Sun Yi, and soared towards the outskirts of the city. Approximately 10 minutes later, the aircraft descended into a valley. Sun Yi lowered his head and beheld the very sight of the Longhuan blessed land, commanding the aircraft to come to a halt as everyone disembarked in succession. They had now entered the confines of the spatial passage. Returning would require merely 1/10 of the energy expended upon arrival. Each additional individual necessitated an increase of 1/10 of that energy for the safeguarding of their consciousness. Otherwise, even if their bodies were shielded by the passage, their intellects would be susceptible to annihilation by the energy from beyond the world. By retracing their path, they could conserve the energy required for the 9 individuals, and now, with Xiao Feng, a Zhu, a Zi, Ruan Xingzhu, Wu Xingyun, Mei Jian, Lan Jian, Zhu Jian, Zhu Jian, Qing Luo, Yu Yan, Baifeng, Wu Yazi, and Sun Yi. They totaled 14 souls, anticipated to consume 2.1 units of energy equivalent to the amount gathered over 2 months. Was this not the Longhuan blessed land? How had they arrived here? The scenery was still quite pleasing. Chang Luo was first astonished, then filled with joy, for this was the place of her childhood. This was indeed my origin and the optimal route for my return. With these words, Sun Yi opened a shimmering portal approximately 1 meter wide and stepped through, followed by the others who stood momentarily in bewilderment before entering in a single file. Inside, the unchanging silver-white walls embraced them, though 2 unutilized life support devices adorned the corners. Upon entering, Wu Xingyun eagerly advanced, approaching Wu Yazi to continue his observations, sensing some vital signs. The others, however, were intrigued by another life support device, which was opaque and rendered its interior invisible. Consequently, no further inquiries were made, except for Qing Luo, who seemed to sense something amiss. She pinched Sun Ye's waist with surprising force, catching him unprepared, causing his lips to twitch as he nearly cried out. In a desperate attempt to escape his torment, Sun Yi hurriedly stepped forward, calling out, "Xiao Ai." A luminous white orb materialized, piquing the curiosity of those behind him, who exchanged glances before directing their full attention to the glowing sphere. "I am here," it responded, ready to initiate the return journey. The return journey could be navigated through several modes, from which the user must choose. Subsequently, Xiao AI projected various return modes, though most were inapplicable, leaving Sun Yi momentarily disappointed. The first mode represented the most conventional method of return, allowing the shuttle to expend 0.1 units of human energy to convert human temporal fluctuations, enabling the time-space disturbances of the Tianlong world to be proportionately transformed into those of the Dragon Ball world without attracting undue attention. However, the duration spent in the Tianlong world would be mirrored in the passage of time within the Dragon Ball realm. The second mode involved a high-dimensional anchor, facilitating departure from the Dragon Ball world at the very instant of leaving. Yet, This method would result in a mismatch between the temporal fluctuations of Sun Yi in the Tianlong world and the elapsed time in the Dragon Ball world, triggering an instinctive reaction from the latter. The probability of detection by the supreme ruler of the world, Zeno, would soar to 99.9. To conceal this from Zeno effectively, it would require an energy expenditure beginning at 100,000 units, with no upper limit. The third mode entailed identifying the elongated temporal fluctuations within the Dragon Ball world. By recording these with the shuttle, Sun Yi could adjust his own temporal fluctuations according to the established patterns. This approach would allow for the manipulation of time within limits without eliciting a response from the Dragon Ball world, while still benefiting from the high-dimensional anchoring feature. Note, this option is unavailable without the recorded elongated temporal fluctuations. The fourth mode necessitated an expenditure of energy to communicate with the world's consciousness, disregarding the temporal anomalies present. The energy required to secure a personal passage in a high-level world like Dragon Ball typically ranged from 10,000 to 100,000 units. However, the energy required for a world ruler's passage remains unknown. Note, this communication would inevitably be detected by the world ruler and is not recommended for use. After Sun finished reading, he was left speechless. Was there really no choice but the first option? If he were to return and enter the time room, he might be able to select the third option. But for now, no other alternatives were available. I choose the first option. Furthermore, let us transmit the language of the Dragon Ball world to them as well. Very well. The challenger has chosen the first method, along with the language infusion of 13 portions, expected to consume 363 units of energy. Do you confirm? Let us initiate it quickly, no time to waste. The others beside him had not fully grasped the situation, but suddenly a new language flooded their minds, leaving them astonished. However, this emotion was swiftly overshadowed by the ensuing events. There was still no significant commotion. Only the wall to the left of the location where the light gate had recently closed began to illuminate. Ultimately, the light gate opened, and Sun Yi stepped through first, followed by the others, who exited in amazement. They found themselves once again in the desolate wilderness, each person emerging sequentially from the light gate. And they lifted out 2 life support devices without even bothering to free Dao by phone. Thus, they were loaded onto the aircraft and set off toward Baozi Mountain. Having not seen his master for 5 years, Sun Yi felt increasingly exhilarated as they approached Baozi Mountain, his hands and feet trembling involuntarily, causing the plane to vibrate slightly, which did not escape the notice of the sensitive Xiao Feng and others, who all chuckled warmly. The aircraft reached maximum speed and, after half an hour, arrived above Baozi Mountain, beginning a gradual descent. During this process, Sun Wukong heard a sound and came out to investigate. With silver-white hair and a few wrinkles on his face, he appeared remarkably sprightly, showing no signs of aging. As soon as the plane touched the ground and had not yet completely come to a halt, Sun Yi flung open the hatch, transforming into a blur before Xiao Feng and the others, darting out of the aircraft with such speed that even Sun Wukong was taken aback. At that moment, it became evident that Sun Yi was merely 21 or 22 years old. Haha, Xiao Feng laughed heartily from behind. Indeed, one can hardly tell he is only 2 years older than us, Zhu Jian chimed in playfully from the back. All right, enough teasing. Let us all disembark together, Zhu declared, and with smiles, they made their way outside the plane. Sun Gohan surveyed the young man before him, who had matured over the past few years. Indeed, he could now be considered a youth. A profound sense of joy filled his heart, for the mere sight of him, alive and well, brought nothing but delight. Moreover, judging by the speed displayed moments ago, he had already matched Gohan's own prowess. As Sun Ye's shadow flickered, he swiftly found himself before Sun Wukong, kneeling on the ground, memories flooding his mind. When he had come to seek guidance in his teenage years, Sun Wukong had taken him in without hesitation, imparting skills over their 5 years together. Each moment of concern and encouragement from Sun Wukong during times of despair had been invaluable, and the gifts prepared with great care at their parting lingered in Sun Ye's heart. Gazing at the elder before him, his eyes glistened with emotion. Master, Sun Yi exclaimed. Come, child, rise. Stand up, Sun Wukong replied, equally moved to tears as he helped Sun Yi to his feet. His voice choked with emotion and his eyes slightly reddened, struggling to hold back the flood of tears. Over the years of companionship, Sun Wukong had come to regard both Sun Yi and Goku as his own children. In these nearly 4 years, he had not received a single word from Sun Yi. Were it not for his faith in his disciple, he might have feared the worst for him. Why haven't you sent any word for these years? You worry this old man to death, he mused. Though his countenance bore no trace of reproach, the joy bubbling within him was palpable. "By the way, Master, where's Goku? I haven't seen him," Sun Yi inquired. His excitement tempered as he scanned his surroundings. "Goku? His strength has surpassed what it was when you left. A few days ago. A girl passed through here seeking the Dragon Balls, and she seemed quite remarkable. So, I sent Goku out to train with her," Sun Wukong said, his face lighting up with pride. He cherished his two disciples, both gifted and of pure heart, worthy successors to his legacy. "Ah, little Yi, have you made any friends while you were away? Do introduce them to your master." Sun Wukong beamed, suspecting that many of the returning faces were young women. Perhaps indicating Sun Yi had found a romantic interest. "Yes, Master. Everyone, this is my master, Sun Wukong. Master, look, this is my wife, Li Qingluo. And this is my wife, Wang Yuyan. And this is my wife Li Qingluo's master, Wu Xingyun. And this is..." Sun Yi smiled as he introduced everyone. After a round of introductions, Sun Wukong led the group into the room for casual conversation. Before long, the afternoon had arrived, and Sun Yi announced his intention to prepare a special dinner featuring barbecued dinosaur from the Dragon Ball world. This would also serve as an opportunity to test the martial arts techniques from the Tianlong world within the Dragon Ball realm, particularly the Six Meridians Divine Sword technique, which had proven difficult to utilize previously. However, it seemed that Xiao Feng and Sun Wukong were somewhat restless as well and decided to join him. Feeling overwhelmed by the number of women present, as the three men stepped outside, they were greeted by a chorus of laughter from within the house. Exchanging amused glances, they chuckled softly together. "Master, could you please clear a space of a few hundred square meters for us? We will need accommodations for everyone tonight. I have a few capsules, one for Xiao Feng and Zhu, a larger one for the four ladies, Wu Shibo, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Z and Aunt Wan can share one, and my wife and I will take another. The space required is rather significant." As soon as Sun Yi finished speaking, Sun Wukong burst into laughter. This was a simple task. With a bit of skill, he could accomplish it in mere minutes, for it was indeed his forte. He readily agreed, saying, "All right, you go ahead, but don't forget to bring back plenty. Make haste." "Very well, Brother Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Sun Yi gathered his energy and, buoyed by the immensely powerful energy field surrounding him, he effortlessly levitated into the air, gliding silently into the distance. Having flown for just over 10 minutes, he ventured beyond Sun Wukong's usual hunting grounds and soon spotted a herbivorous dinosaur leisurely stretching its neck to nibble on the leaves of a tree, a creature not particularly large, yet comparable in size to an elephant. "What a stroke of bad luck for you. Today you shall be the feast for my friends," Sun Yi thought to himself. Extending his hand and channeling his inner strength in the manner of the Six Meridians sword, he launched it. In an instant, a blade of energy pierced through the neck of the dinosaur from several meters away, despite its armored scales. Truly, the Six Meridians sword was formidable. The principles behind its power remained a mystery for now. Perhaps he would delve into that later. For the moment, it was prudent to transport the dinosaur back home. With a firm grip on the dinosaur's leg, he continued his flight toward the riverbank. The blood left by the dinosaur attracted a multitude of fish, and employing the same technique, he caught a large fish, lifting it with his left hand as he began his return journey. Upon arriving home, he found everyone gathered outside. The clearing had been prepared, and several people were busy setting up the barbecue. Fortunately, a small river nearby made cleaning the catch quite convenient. The group was taken aback as they beheld Sun Yi soaring toward them. After he set down the dinosaur and the sizable fish, Z, along with Mei Jian and the other four maidens, encircled him, their eyes betraying their astonishment, unable to endure the gaze of the other party, which felt akin to observing a monkey's antics. Sun Yi had no choice but to confess. "All right, dear ladies, cease your staring. Here, with a mere application of the Lingbo Weibu technique, you can soar through the air. I suspect other skills may have similarly improved. You may wish to test this for yourselves later. Now, let us hasten to prepare a meal. It would be wise for you to learn, lest you find yourselves unable to marry in the future." With a playful tone, Sun Yi admonished, "Iz, do not be mischievous, come here and help tidy up." Zhu, unable to suppress her amusement, called out to Az as the group marveled at the dinosaur. Suddenly, Sun Wufan approached, effortlessly lifting the dinosaur and casting it aside by the riverbank, before commencing the task of gutting it. Sun Yi joined in, handling the sizable fish with care. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Xiao Feng arrived with the barbecue equipment that Zhu and the others had prepared, setting it up with efficiency. Sun Yi was the first to finish with the fish. He carried it over to the table, concentrated energy into his hand to form a knife, and deftly sliced the fish into 1 centimeter thick pieces, placing them upon the grill. With ladies present, it was prudent not to roast the entire fish. The dinosaur was also prepared, as Sun Wufan divided it into several portions, one for each person. Each piece was placed on a skewer and set to grill, with everyone pitching in to assist with the cooking and basting. Before long, plates of beautifully charred, golden brown meat were presented on the table. Xiao Feng and the others had never encountered such substantial portions of grilled fish and meat, and the flavors were exquisite. After indulging in a hearty feast, the ladies found themselves quite sated, particularly the lively Ah Zi, Yu Yan, and Mei Jian, who, unable to control themselves, settled into their chairs to digest. The gentlemen appeared unaffected, as Xiao Feng and Sun Yi engaged in a friendly exhibition of martial arts post-meal. Sun Wufan, intrigued by their techniques, could not resist joining the fray. Following an exhilarating exchange among the three, Sun Yi withdrew first. Turning back, he noted that dusk was approaching, and suddenly recalled an important task he had neglected. He promptly retrieved the housing capsules, having meticulously selected 4, and spaced them apart before designating them to the group. Brother Xiao, you and Zhu shall reside in this particular house. Sun Yi pointed to a 2-bedroom apartment and remarked. Azi and Aunt Ruan reside in the adjacent unit, while the 5 of you will occupy the largest one, which is a bit further away. As for us, we have chosen a spacious and soundproof house, located several dozen meters away to prevent any noise from disturbing us at night. Sun Yi sensed that tonight would not be particularly easy. He suddenly remembered that Dao Baifeng was still in the life support device, so he released her as well. Upon emerging, Dao Baifeng remained silent, her demeanor seemingly subdued. She surveyed her surroundings, recognizing only one person, Ruan Xingzhu. Sun Yi embraced Ruan, and Dao Baifeng revealed a smile that was hard to articulate. Come, let us embark on a new life together with my husband. Let us uplift our spirits. Ruan Xingzhu appeared to recognize Dao Baifeng as well, yet she chose not to speak, lost in her own thoughts. She cast a deep glance at Sun Yi, as if she were only now truly seeing him. Nevertheless, her expression revealed no hint of differing emotions. She remained entirely composed, betraying no thoughts at all. Sun Yi warmed up the food from earlier, and as Dao Baifeng sat down for her meal, Sun Yi and the others gathered together to discuss their next course of action. Since they had all arrived at this point, they decided to embark on their subsequent endeavors starting tomorrow. Sun Yi spoke these words, while a few others nearby listened attentively. Brother Xiao, how about you familiarize yourself with my master's way of life here? You can also get acquainted with the local cultivation methods. What do you think? Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, saying, that sounds good. We are strangers in this place, so I will rely on your arrangements. Excellent. It is settled then. Tomorrow, the wizard and I shall set off to find something to heal the injuries of Wu Yazi's grandfather. As he spoke, Sun Yi turned to his master. Master, could you take some time to teach my brother Xiao the martial arts of the Turtle Immortal School? His talent surely surpasses mine. Very well. Sun Wufan replied with a smile, having discerned from their brief interactions that Xiao Feng was indeed a good-hearted individual. By the way, master, do you happen to know the direction to Jialan Tower? I may need to consult my master, the Turtle Immortal, who resides on a small island in the south. As for the exact location, I am not entirely sure. I'll call you tomorrow to inquire. Sun Wufan pondered for a moment. All right then, master. I shall take my leave and retire for the night. Sun Yi shrugged, glancing at Dao Baifeng, who had taken a couple of bites before drifting off into thought. He quickly ushered the 3 girls toward their room. From the outside, the house appeared unremarkable, but inside it contained only a single room with a large bed. Another sleepless night awaited them. The following morning, the rising sun stirred the occupants awake. They hastily resolved their breakfast with the leftover roasted meat from the previous night. But Dao Baifeng still did not emerge to join them. With no other option, Sun Yi took the breakfast inside. Fortunately, her mood seemed improved, and she was sharing laughter with Qing Luo in her pajamas, suggesting that her reluctance to meet Ruan Xingzhu was the only issue. Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, come out for breakfast. Do you still want your husband to feed you mouth to mouth? Sun Yi teased with a playful grin, pulling both girls into his embrace. Ready to act? The lovely ladies blushed and playfully shoved him away. Moments later, they emerged dressed and carrying their breakfasts, ready to eat. After their meal, armed with the address provided by Sun Wufan and clarified directions from Sun Wukong, Sun Yi gathered the 2 houses and set off with his companions, first seeking out Wukong. This time, There were 10 people departing for the Turtle Immortal's residence, which was not an insignificant number, and they would be utilizing the large aircraft from before. However, this time, everyone had tasks to attend to during the flight. Due to what Sun Yi mentioned yesterday that one could fly using the Lingbo Weibu technique, Wu Xingyun began to instruct the Mei Jian 4 maidens in the art of Lingbo Weibu aboard the plane. After several days of practice, they attempted to take flight every hour, but ultimately, they were unable to ascend collectively. The reason lay in their insufficient internal energy, which failed to create a closed loop as required by the Lingbo Weibu's operational route. Thus, the energy field surrounding him was incomplete, rendering him incapable of lifting his entire being. 3 days later, as Mei Jian and her companions, disheartened, ultimately accepted their inability to fly, they found themselves in a vast desert. Above them blazed the scorching sun, while below stretched an endless expanse of yellow sand. The oppressive heat left them utterly devoid of spirit. Despite their internal strength providing some protection, they yearned to escape this desolate place quickly. Suddenly, Sun Yi spotted a dark figure on the ground and began to descend to examine it more closely. If it were a survivor, he could extend a helping hand. If it were a local, he could inquire for directions. Upon descending to 30 meters, Sun Yi, through careful observation, noticed a small creature flying beside the figure and was struck by a realization. It was Lu Ping. However, upon seeing him, Sun Yi felt a wave of confusion. Was Wukong not yet here, or had they simply never crossed paths? Not dwelling on it further, Sun Yi halted the aircraft and stepped out of the cabin, intending to ask a few questions, only to be met by an approaching figure. Instinctively, he unleashed a shockwave. Lu Ping, pondering the sudden halt of the aircraft, grew cautious and observed a man emerging from it. Still contemplating, he noted that he hadn't had an encounter in months. And since the figure before him was not a woman, he charged forward. Yet, before he could reach the plane, he was sent flying by Sun Yi's shockwave. "Young Master Lu Ping, what has happened to you?" Pua Lu, anxiously soaring to Lu Ping's side, supported him while calling out in alarm. After several frantic utterances from Pua Lu, Lu Ping finally regained his senses from the initial shock. Fortunately, Sun Yi had merely acted on reflex and did not unleash his full strength. In fact, due to the nature of the narrative, he had even tempered his force. Consequently, Lu Ping, with his extraordinary physique beyond normal limits, sustained only minor injuries. Sun Yi soared into the air and landed before his counterpart, prompting Lu Ping to immediately rise. Eyeing Sun Yi with vigilance. "Who are you? What is your intention?" "Perhaps I should be the one inquiring about your purpose," he replied. "I halted merely to ascertain if anyone was in need of assistance. Should you be a local, I merely wish to ask for directions." Sun Yi found himself in a state of bemusement. The demeanor he exhibited was unmistakably fierce, yet he still dared to inquire of me, without uttering another word. Sun Yi produced a photograph of Sun Wukong and placed it before Lu Ping. "Have you encountered him?" "Indeed," Lu Ping replied with a tone laced with bitterness, revealing an underlying sense of helplessness. It became evident that he had previously suffered defeat at Wukong's hands. However, it was understandable. During a casual conversation with his master, he had gleaned that Wukong's skills had surpassed the level at which Sun Yi had last departed, now operating on a comparable plane of prowess. Hence, the master had consented for him to accompany Bulma on her expeditions. For Lu Ping, who had just recently transcended the limits of human capability, being bested by Wukong in a single move was indeed a commonplace occurrence. A closer inspection of Lu Ping's face revealed the remnants of bruises, and he was missing a tooth, indicating that he had been rather soundly defeated. Which direction did he take? Was it towards Frying Pan Mountain? How did you know? Lu Ping's face was a canvas of astonishment. That is precisely right. Well then, my boy, I have confirmed Wukong's whereabouts through you. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. If you aspire to rise above the mundane in the future, forsake the life of a brigand. Instead, consider honing your martial skills or seeking a respectable vocation. With your appearance and abilities, you are bound to excel. After Sun Yi finished speaking, he departed without a backward glance, leaving Lu Ping standing in place, bewildered for quite some time. He himself had not anticipated that he could evade disaster once more. As Sun Yi turned and boarded the aircraft, he meticulously studied the map, finally discerning the correct direction before setting off. Several hours later, he arrived at Frying Pan Mountain, only to find that the surrounding flames had seemingly extinguished, likely having done so several days prior. With no other option, Sun Yi descended once more to seek out his master, the Bull Demon King, for clarification. After numerous inquiries, he finally ascertained the current situation of Sun Wukong and his companions, and promptly accelerated towards the direction indicated by his master. Given Wukong's current prowess, they would undoubtedly be unable to thwart him this time, so it was imperative to hurry and prevent Bulma from squandering this opportunity for a wish. Fortunately, there have been no reports of a sudden transition from day to night, suggesting that the wish had yet to be made. Sun Yi increased the aircraft's speed to its maximum. As dusk approached, he continued his flight. Suddenly, a flash appeared ahead. It seemed that something had darted past. Perhaps a dinosaur or a bird-like creature. Sun Yi, just now it seemed like a few individuals were riding on clouds. Wu Xingyun suddenly exclaimed, startling Sun Yi. Riding on clouds. Could it be? Sun Yi promptly adjusted the aircraft's direction, executing a wide arc before finally aligning it for a distant observation. Indeed, it was Goku, seated upon the familiar yellow nimbus cloud, his height not significantly imposing. This could likely be attributed to the fact that pure-blooded Scions typically experience growth only after reaching adulthood. In Goku's embrace was a striking teenage girl with blue hair, exuding a vibrant energy. She remained chatty and restless, whether due to a fear of heights or an excess of vitality. Presumably, this was Bulma. It seemed that even without a vehicle, they were undeterred. After all, one cannot allow the living to be stifled, can they? Accompanying them was a diminutive figure with a pig's head and a human body, unmistakably Oolong. A closer inspection revealed that Oolong was being carried on Goku's back, while Bulma was held in Goku's arms, her lower body suspended through the nimbus cloud. Sun Yi was about to bring the plane closer when he suddenly noticed that the aircraft ahead began its descent. Below, in the distance, stood a castle. And in that moment, Sun Yi understood. It seemed he had arrived at his destination. Sun Yi came to a halt, quietly observing Wukong's prowess. In the original narrative, Wukong, possessing strength comparable to Lepin, encountered no danger. Thus, the present circumstances were unlikely to pose any threat either. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Sun Yi dispatched several mechanical insects to accompany Wukong, with one even clinging directly to Oolong. He remained stationary, aware that moving closer would risk detection by the adversary's surveillance. Within the castle opposite, in a monitoring room, a girl, a dog-headed man, and a diminutive figure intently scrutinized the screens before them. They were none other than the trio known as the Mixed Rice Gang. Great King Mixed Rice, we are but one Dragon Ball away from completing our collection, exclaimed the long-haired girl Mai, her face alight with uncontainable excitement. Ha ha. I have awaited this moment for many years. We are finally on the brink of assembling all 7 Dragon Balls. The Mixed Rice King laughed maniacally. My Shio, activate all mechanisms immediately. We must capture that monstrous child. Yes, Great King Mixed Rice. Mai and Shio chorused in unison as they hurried to the computer to commence their tasks. Meanwhile, Wukong and his companions descended to the ground, gazing at the castle before them. Wukong, this is the place. Let us swiftly enter and reclaim the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. The previous ambush that led to the theft of the Dragon Balls and capsules had fueled her anger throughout the journey, and now she was eager to unleash it. However, she dared not act alone and instead called upon Wukong. All right, Wukong readily agreed, stepping forward to push open the grand doors. As the doors creaked open, an elongated and dimly lit corridor lay ahead. Just as Bulma reached the entrance, a chilling breeze swept through, igniting 2 rows of wall lamps. Yet, the illumination was feeble, casting an even more eerie atmosphere. Bulma and Oolong instinctively shrank behind Wukong, cautiously stretching their heads to peer down the corridor. Let us go? Wukong's clear voice rang out, unperturbed, as he strode forward. Bulma and Oolong had no choice but to stealthily follow in his wake, glancing around warily, prepared to retreat at any moment. Observing from a distance, Sun Yi could hardly suppress a chuckle. In the dimly lit corridor, Wukong forged ahead as the vanguard, while Bulma, mustering her courage, gradually trailed beside him, and Oolong remained steadfastly behind. Little did he know that should danger arise, Wukong's evasion would leave him vulnerable. Hey, Bulma. How far are we from the location of the Dragon Balls? Oolong suddenly inquired, his voice echoing ominously, startling Bulma. You idiot, Oolong. Don't startle me like that. Bulma retorted, delivering a firm tap to Oolong's head, her tone decidedly harsh. She quickly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, magnifying the view. This way. Bulma pointed in the direction of the castle's center, where the Dragon Balls were located. In the monitoring room, the Mixed Rice King grew anxious. My Shio, have the mechanisms been activated? Reporting, Great King Mixed Rice. The mechanisms have been set in motion. The 2 individuals immediately stood at attention, swiftly reporting the situation. On his end, Wukong sensed something unusual. Suddenly, his ears perked up. Do you hear that? Is there a sound approaching? Is there? Bulma and Oolong pondered, only to soon discern the noise growing louder. Before the trio could speculate on the source of the sound, a massive, round boulder came rolling towards them from afar. Run! Bulma and Oolong turned to flee. However, Wukong remained steadfast, standing firm with his hands resting on his hips, gathering energy. Kamehameha! Bulma glanced back and, upon witnessing Wukong's stance, instantly recalled the posture of Master Roshi from Frying Pan Mountain. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. How could Wukong be so powerful at his age? Run, Wukong! She shouted anxiously. Just as she was about to turn and escape, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. Ki blast! Wukong unleashed a wave of energy from his hands, which collided with the boulder with a resounding boom. The force momentarily blinded Bulma and Oolong, but when the dust settled, they beheld the remnants of the shattered stone scattered about. Stunned into silence, Bulma eventually regained her composure and exclaimed with delight, Wow! Wukong, you're incredible! Let us hurry through the wall. To her astonishment, this fellow was extraordinarily formidable. In the control room, the mixed rice team stared in awe at the surveillance footage. What kind of creature is that? They gasped. Quick! Mai and Xiao, activate the other mechanisms, shouted mixed rice. Before they could proceed, a sound like something slicing through the air caught their attention. Several gleaming projectiles sped towards them, prompting Bulma and Oolong to quickly take cover behind Wukong, their eyes alert in the direction of the noise. Wukong swiftly drew his Rui Jingu Bang and, with a few deft swings, sent the incoming weapons crashing to the ground with a series of bangs. After a few minutes of waiting, when Bulma saw no further traps, she urged Wukong to break through the wall, advancing directly towards the castle's heart. Despite encountering several mechanisms along the way, Wukong demolished them with sheer force, akin to a tank carving a path through obstacles, impervious to even the most formidable traps. Outside the castle, Sun Yi and others watched the unfolding drama on video, while Wu Xingyun and his companions marveled in disbelief. As for Yu Jian and the others, whose martial prowess was lacking, they found the spectacle utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, in the castle's center, mixed rice was in a frenzy, darting about like an ant on a hot pan, desperately seeking a solution. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Mai's mind, and she proposed an idea. Boss Mixed Rice, what if we use hypnotic gas? We can place the strongest tempered materials in their path, and then release a large volume of the gas. Once they are incapacitated, we can snatch the Dragon Balls and make our escape, followed by an immediate wish. What a splendid idea, Mai. Once my wishes are granted, I shall reward you handsomely. The mixed rice dish leaped with excitement, exclaiming, Mai, Xiao, quickly activate the mechanism. After a flurry of hasty maneuvers, the trio finally succeeded in releasing the hypnotic gas from the third to last mechanism. Goku and his companions remained blissfully unaware as they advanced in a straight line, just a wall standing between them and their destination. With a resounding crash, Goku shattered the wall, stepping inside without noticing the dense white gas that filled the space. As he struck the wall once, then again, he found that his strength was insufficient to break through, just as he prepared to exert more effort. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. What is happening? I feel a bit drowsy, he mused. Behind him, Bulma and the others also experienced slight lightheadedness, and Bulma, noticing the dispersing white gas, immediately realized it's the hypnotic gas. In no time, all three succumbed to unconsciousness. The mixed rice trio, observing the situation from the control room, erupted into jubilant cheers. Hooray! They promptly donned gas masks and rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, the sight of Goku only fueled their frustration. In a sudden burst of energy, the mixed rice dish kicked towards Goku. Ouch! It exclaimed, quickly covering its foot and removing the gas mask to blow on it, feeling as if it had kicked a stone. Upon inspecting what it had kicked, it discovered a Dragon Ball. Dragon, the mixed rice dish began to exclaim, but was abruptly overcome by dizziness, collapsing to the side. Mixed Rice King, Mai and Xiao gasped, rushing over to place the gas mask back on him. They then noticed the Dragon Ball beneath their feet, filling them with elation as they hastily gathered it and the mixed rice dish to return. Outside, Sunny observed Goku lying unconscious and immediately sobered. Master, stay here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Without waiting for a response, he soared into the air, employing the accelerated flight technique he had recently perfected, using his inner energy to float and hasten his speed. With a resounding boom, Sun Yi propelled himself forward, hurtling towards the castle without a moment to search for an entrance, heading straight for the castle wall. uncertain of Goku's condition and whether he might be harmed. He pressed on, disregarding the myriad of traps and obstacles that presented no danger to him. Upon nearing the halfway point, he spotted the wall Goku had demolished and swiftly altered his course, racing along the path of destruction. Upon reaching the scene, he found Goku and the others sprawled on the ground, and he approached to check their breathing. Fortunately, I was merely rendered unconscious, and there are no further complications. Upon inspection, I noticed that the pockets on Wukong had been unfastened, and the Dragon Balls had been taken. In the distance, the silhouettes of the three individuals who had been devouring a mixed rice dish were gradually receding. As they turned a corner, their figures vanished entirely. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Sun Yi turned to find that Master Wu had followed him. "Master, please keep an eye on Wukong and the others while I retrieve the Dragon Balls." With these words, Sun Yi boldly surged forward, arriving at the location where the three had disappeared, only to discover that it was not merely a corner, but rather a concealed mechanism. A surge of energy emanated from Sun De's right hand, obliterating the wall, revealing an ascending elevator within the mechanism. Sun Yi glanced upward at the passageway, crouched down, and propelled himself with great force, soaring upward like a cannonball. As he ascended, the energy wave in his hands surged dramatically, with a resounding explosion. He broke through the castle's walls, racing skyward. In the surveillance room, Zehofen awakened and began counting the Dragon Balls, his excitement growing with each number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He had finally gathered all the Dragon Balls. After repeating the count several times to confirm its accuracy, his pride swelled as Mai and Shou congratulated him. Laughing maniacally, he commanded his subordinates, according to the plan, activate the mechanism and imprison this creature with special alloys. Zehofen, let's make a wish first. Otherwise, we might not be able to contain that monster once it awakens. Shou cautioned anxiously, his demeanor submissive. As Mai approached the surveillance screen to initiate the mechanism, she suddenly exclaimed, "Zehofen, come quickly. Another monster has broken in." Before Zehofen could reach the computer, a thunderous roar erupted from the interior of the adjacent wall, and a beam of light shot from the castle into the sky through the circular skylight. With another explosive sound, the elevator doors that the trio had just exited were kicked open, and Sun Yi flew in right behind. Who dares to intrude upon the domain of the great Zehofen? The trio began to question, but before they could finish, they saw Sun Yi raise his hand towards them, a brilliant light emanating from it. Reminded of the moment when Sun Wukong shattered the boulders, they swiftly began to flee. However, the Zehofen trio was unable to escape. They were struck directly by Sun Ye's energy wave, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, rendering them unconscious. Sun Yi then turned his gaze to the center of the room, where a glass-covered pedestal displayed the 7 Dragon Balls, pulsating with a vibrant orange glow. Stirring immense excitement within him, his wish was within reach. Sun Yi quietly counted once more, confirming that all 7 Dragon Balls were indeed present. He promptly stowed them away, without sparing a glance at the trio, and retraced his steps along the passageway. Upon returning to Goku's side, Sun Yi was pleased to find Goku already on his feet, scanning the surroundings, seemingly unaware of the wizard's presence, as if he had just risen. "Long time no see, Goku." Sun Yi beamed, standing a short distance away. Hearing the voice, Goku swiftly turned his head. "Wow, brother Sun," Goku exclaimed with astonishment, his tone brimming with excitement, disregarding the others nearby as he rushed towards Sun Yi. With a smile, Sun Yi knelt down and embraced Wukong, who had trained alongside him for 5 years, essentially growing up together. "All right, Wukong, let us step outside for a moment. Brother Sun, someone has stolen my Dragon Ball, and I still need..." Before Wukong could finish his sentence, Sun Yi revealed the package in his hand. "The Dragon Ball is with me. Let us head out first. Master, you should come along as well. This is the item that can rescue our esteemed father-in-law." "Very well." Wukong readily agreed, as he had always been one to act without overthinking. Thus, Wukong carried Bulma on his back while Sun Yi held on to the package containing the Dragon Ball, and Wu Xingyun silently followed behind, fixated on the package, eager to discern its significance. Before long, the group retraced their steps along the path Sun Yi had created, and he quickly approached the aircraft to activate it. Once everyone was aboard, Sun Yi closed the hatch and deftly maneuvered the aircraft to ascend slowly. As the aircraft reached a certain altitude, the engines roared to life, and with a jolt, it left behind a thunderous sonic boom and a luminous trail that gradually faded into the distance. The passengers inside were filled with curiosity. "Are you really Sun Wukong? You're quite small." "Indeed. I heard you're already 12 years old. Is that really you, Sun Wukong?" "It's hard to tell." "Little brother, How is it that you possess such remarkable strength? The four surrounding Wukong, armed with bamboo swords, gazed at him with intrigue, with even Jujian reaching out to touch Wukong's cheek. All right, Aju, let us maintain some decorum. That's rather impolite. And you three, come sit down. Wukong, please place Bulma and the others in the back seats. Sun Ye's voice shattered the awkward silence enveloping Wukong. Oh, brother Sun, how do you know her name is Bulma? Do you know her as well? Wukong inquired with a look of surprise directed at Sun Yi. I don't know her personally. I merely heard from my master that you were accompanied by a girl named Bulma. Ah, Wukong nodded in understanding. So, how has your journey been? Do you share with your senior brother? Certainly, Wukong replied, and began recounting his adventures with great enthusiasm. Through Wukong's vivid narration, Sun Yi came to realize that all these differences stemmed from the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused. First, Wukong's enhanced abilities led to a victorious encounter against Lepin, leaving the opponent injured and preventing any further confrontations. Then, during their encounter at Frying Pan Mountain, they met the Bull Demon King, who implored Wukong to seek out Master Rashi. Upon witnessing Master Rashi's remarkable skills, Wukong resolved to train under him henceforth. As Wukong described Master Rashi's martial prowess, expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of Wu Xingyun and the others. Yet, observing Wukong's innocent demeanor, it seemed improbable that he would fabricate such tales. Finally, after departing from Frying Pan Mountain, they found their vehicle damaged by a group of mixed rice enthusiasts, which led them to this very place. Following the trajectory of the Dragon Balls, Sun Yi, intrigued by the possibility of Wukong and Chi-Chi's reunion, inquired, Wukong, did Chi-Chi say anything to you when you departed from the Frying Pan Mountain? Not at all. Why do you ask? Sun Yi refrained from further questioning, appearing contemplative. It seemed that Chi-Chi would no longer be associated with Wukong. Later, Sun Yi learned that when Wukong had just ventured out with Bulma, he had been cautioned by his master against treating girls as he would. However, due to Wukong's height and the fact that he was merely 12 years old, Bulma, in her naivety, found herself in a precarious situation where Wukong had unwittingly removed her undergarment while she slept, resting it on his thigh throughout the night. It was only when Bulma awoke the following morning, in a fit of anger, that Wukong realized the inappropriateness of his actions in that particular area. This incident ultimately deterred him from pursuing Chi-Chi any further. Returning to the present, Sun Yi guided his companions through the air for a while before locating a suitable clearing, where he summoned a dwelling. He placed Bulma onto the bed within, while Oolong settled onto the sofa, and the group stepped outside. What is the purpose of this object? Can it cure Wu Yizi? Wu Xingyan squatted on the ground, curiously prodding the package containing the Dragon Balls, his face alight with intrigue. Absolutely. There is even a strong possibility that it may restore both of you. Sun Yi replied, waving his hand to open a spatial portal. He retrieved Wu Yizi from the interior of the shuttle. The 7 Dragon Balls were extracted and arranged upon the ground, pulsating with a rhythmic orange glow that had not ceased since they came into contact with one another. What are the next steps? Wu Xingyan inquired, his expression brimming with anticipation as he followed closely beside Sun Yi. Now, we shall summon the eternal dragon. Sun Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, and then called out loudly towards the Dragon Balls on the ground. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. After his fervent declaration, he stood still, captivated by the spectacle. Although he had heard of the Dragon Balls and watched the animated series, witnessing the phenomenon in person was a first, an opportunity to broaden his horizons. The 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker with increasing intensity, the buzzing sound growing more pronounced. In the original tale, the emergence of Shenron would plunge the world into temporary darkness. However, it was already night, making the difference negligible. Yet, the moon was soon obscured by dark clouds, rendering it invisible. A few individuals stood quietly before the house, observing the scene in hushed awe, none daring to speak, illuminated by the orange glow of the Dragon Balls. With a resounding crash, thunder echoed through the night, and the orange brilliance of the Dragon Balls intensified, creating a magnificent display in the sky. Before long, a majestic, elongated green dragon spiraled amidst the dark clouds, its eyes shimmering with a red luminescence as it gazed down below. Unbeknownst to Sun Yi, the deity within the temple was closely monitoring his every move, fully aware of his actions. After all, the summoning of Shenron was a significant event. If it fell into the hands of an ambitious individual, it could incite considerable chaos. Upon realizing that the one who had summoned Shenron was none other than Sun Yi, the deity breathed a sigh of relief. After all, a disciple of Master Rashi was considered one of the foremost martial artists on earth, a figure of considerable interest. Although Sun Yi cannot be described as entirely devoid of impure thoughts, it would be fair to characterize his nature as fundamentally virtuous. Of course, one must add a caveat that he possesses a certain degree of lechery. To the one who has collected the Dragon Balls, speak forth your wish. I hold the power to grant it, but you may only have one. Gazing upon the magnificent dragon in the sky, an unmistakable joy illuminated Sun Yi's countenance, mirrored by the uncontainable delight of Wu Xingyun beside him. Hurry, young son, quickly declare your wish. Dragon, I wish for you to heal the injuries of both him and her. Is that possible? Regrettably, that constitutes two wishes. I can fulfill only one. The dragon, after a moment of silence following Luo Lan's request, resonated with a voice that echoed through the surroundings, instantly dampening Wu Xingyun's exuberance. Though somewhat disheartened, she quickly turned to Sun Yi. Young son, just heal Wuyazi. I can find another way to address my own injuries. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Sun Yi had already spoken. Then let the bodies of all present be restored to a state of perfect health. In an instant, the dragon's eyes emitted a crimson glow, and its voice reverberated loudly across the space. Wu Xingyun felt an immediate change within her body, her vision shrinking until her height stabilized around an impressive 1.80 meters. Akin to Sun Yi, the onlookers also experienced a sensation of relaxation throughout their bodies. Yet, simultaneously, they felt a sense of amusement. Even the celestial beings above found themselves in a state of amused disbelief, as a single wish was transformed into a different expression and thus granted. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. As Sun Yi stood before the life support apparatus, Wuyazi suddenly opened his eyes, his expression one of incredulity that revealed the depth of his astonishment. He then beheld the dragon in the sky, momentarily rendered speechless. After the dragon had granted the wish, the dragon balls on the ground began to levitate, and the celestial dragon gradually faded from view. Subsequently, the dragon balls transformed into 7 radiant points of light, scattering across the globe, while the darkened sky returned to its luminescent state under the moon's gentle glow. Sun Yi stepped forward to assist Wuyazi, while Wu Xingyan hurriedly came to support him as well. Junior brother, you have finally awakened. In her excitement, her voice became clear and powerful, a familiar tone that prompted Wuyazi to turn his head, though he did not recognize the woman before him. Who are you? It is I, Wu Xingyun, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with exhilaration. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from within the room, prompting Sun Yi to create a private space for the two and urging everyone present to return to their quarters. Inside the room, Yukong had already arrived, and Bulma was questioning him about what had transpired, wondering why she found herself lying in a bed upon awakening. It was Brother Sun who came to our rescue. Brother Sun? Is he the other disciple of your master that you frequently mention? Indeed, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Then surely we have retrieved the Dragon Balls. We have indeed reclaimed them. However, Brother Sun has already fulfilled his wish, Yukong replied candidly as ever. Then that settles it, Bulma remarked. While we have recovered them, I was in a rush to save someone, so I made my wish first. If you still wish to gather the Dragon Balls a year from now, I will assist you then. How does that sound? As Sun Yi entered the room, he interjected with a smile before Bulma could finish her sentence. Given Bulma's exceptional research abilities, it was imperative to enlist her for the study of evolution. Save people? Bulma inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. Have you noticed the man and woman outside? They're the ones. Through the window, Bulma spotted Wuyazi and Wu Xingyun standing at the door. Before she could respond, Sun Yi continued, do not be deceived by their youthful appearance. In truth, they are both nearly a century old. Would you not wish to learn their secrets for preserving youth? After all, having taken advantage of their wishes, and given that we are not adversaries, it is only fair to offer some form of compensation. Moreover, while the widespread dissemination of such skills may not be feasible, a small-scale sharing is essential for those seeking kindred spirits in the pursuit of evolution. The goal of immortality is far too grand and elusive, akin to chasing mirages. It is the tangible allure of more realistic desires that better galvanizes human effort. Really? I don't believe it, Bulma exclaimed, skepticism evident in her voice. Skepticism is understandable, but I can allow you to verify. With your scientific acumen, determining a person's lifespan should be quite effortless for you. That is true. Bulma nodded in agreement. However, she quickly added, if it proves to be genuine, then as long as you share your techniques with me, I shall overlook your unauthorized granting of wishes. At worst, I can seek out the Dragon Balls again next year and make my wish then. What wish do you intend to make with the Dragon Balls? Sun Yi asked, seeking clarification. Of course, I wish to find a handsome man. Bulma responded without hesitation, her seriousness apparent. Well, you need not wish for that. In 4 to 5 years, I will ensure you meet a handsome gentleman who will undoubtedly satisfy you. How does that sound? Really? Indeed, absolutely genuine. I guarantee your satisfaction. Sun Yi glanced back at Wukong, realizing that he would take him to the sacred temple's time chamber. However, Wukong remained blissfully unaware, still grinning foolishly. Moreover, his character was undeniably dependable. What do you think? All right, since you insist, let it be settled. Bulma's face radiated with excitement, although the Dragon Balls were lost this time. Having these 2 requests was indeed a gain. At that moment, the 2 individuals outside had sufficiently bonded and walked in together. However, while Wu Xingyan appeared cheerful, Wu Yazi seemed somewhat awkward, clearly struggling to adapt to the current situation. Father-in-law, master, what do you plan to do? I am about to seek a new place for cultivation. Shall I first escort you to my master to help you acclimate to life here? Father-in-law? Even with prior preparation. Wu Yazi was taken aback by Sun Ye's revelation and was left puzzled. Very well, then let us return to that mountain we were at before. Wu Xingyan interjected directly. All right, I will take you there tomorrow morning. For tonight, let us rest here. Sun Yi entrusted a housing capsule to Wu Xingyan once more. The following day, he first escorted Wu Xingyun and her companions back to Baozi Mountain, allowing Qing Luo, Bai Feng, and Yu Yin to remain there. Subsequently, he set off with Wukong towards the island where Master Rashi resided. He intended for the ladies to train under Gohan, mastering the fundamental techniques of the Turtle School, thereby facilitating the harmonious development of their chi and internal energy, ensuring they would not lag in their progress. After all, during the upcoming period of training at Galinta, it would indeed be inconvenient to bring his wife along. He had to persuade them earnestly before they finally acquiesced. Sun Ye's journey to the Kalen Sanctuary was not solely to learn the methods of chi manipulation from the immortal. He also sought the miraculous healing herb, the Xian Do. In the early arc of Dragon Ball, they appeared to hold little value, merely alleviating hunger. However, as the story progressed, it transformed into a life-saving treasure, capable of swiftly restoring vitality and instantaneously healing any wounds. Regarding Bulma's desire to master the techniques of the Zio Wuxiang or the timeless, ageless longevity skills, Sun Yi had already discussed it with Wu Yazi, who had no objections. After all, Bulma's beauty and intellect indeed met the discipleship criteria of the Xiaoyao sect. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether Bulma could even learn internal martial arts, as a lack of meridians and acupoints would make such mastery exceedingly difficult. Thus, before departing, Sun Yi instructed Bulma that upon his return, he would assist her in cultivating her meridians, and at that time, he would also bring Goku along. Sun Yi piloted a maglev aircraft, journeying alongside Wukong, who rode on his cloud, as they made their way to the Turtle Hermit's abode under Wukong's guidance. As Sun Yi descended, Master Rashi was leisurely reclining in his rocking chair, basking in the gentle warmth of the sun. In his hands, he held an indescribable magazine, which he was perusing with great interest, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of Sun Yi and his companion, or perhaps choosing to ignore it. Wukong approached Master Rashi, noticing that the elder had not acknowledged him, and called out loudly, "Master Rashi." "Who?" Master Rashi appeared startled, uncertain of the reality before him, then turned to Wukong. "Ah, it's you again. What brings you here?" "I've come to train with you, Master Rashi," Wukong replied with his characteristic candor. Though Master Rashi was already well acquainted with his demeanor, he merely shifted his gaze towards Sun Yi. "Greetings, Master. I am Sun Yi, a disciple of Master Gohan. I have come to inquire about the location of the Korin Tower." "A disciple of Gohan?" Master Rashi scrutinized Sun Yi, noting that his physique indeed bore the hallmarks of turtle school training, and with Sun Wukong at his side, there was no doubt of his honesty. After a moment of contemplation, Master Rashi raised his staff and pointed in a certain direction, indicating the way to Korin Tower. "If you ascend Korin Tower, do remember to send my regards to the sages residing there." "Certainly, Master." Sun Yi bowed respectfully and then produced a capsule along with a map, saying, "Could you kindly assist me, Master Ancestor, by marking a designated area on the map?" The turtle sage accepted the map and, with a swift stroke of his pen, marked the location. Sun Yi carefully took the map and tucked it away. "I shall take my leave now." This is to cover the expenses for Wukong's training under your tutelage, and I also bring you a token of filial piety on behalf of my master. Wukong's appetite is equivalent to that of 30 to 50 ordinary individuals, so consider this a gesture of goodwill. Please do not decline. Initially, the turtle sage was reluctant to accept the capsule, but upon hearing Sun Ye's words, he hastily took it. As the turtle sage grasped the capsule, Sun Ye turned to board his aircraft. Sun Ye, if you wish to continue your training, it would be prudent to forego any means of transportation and walk the entire distance to Jialan Tower. The turtle sage interjected, stopping Sun Ye. Sun Ye pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, deciding that this would be the course of action, regardless of the various situations they might encounter along the way. However, given Sun Ye's current prowess, he felt no imminent danger. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, he had also retrieved the Rui Bang. The sky was high and clear, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. The azure expanse above melded seamlessly with the deep blue sea. And as far as the eye could see, countless perils lay hidden. Sun Ye bent down to secure his burdens, fastening his compass and other equipment. After bidding farewell to Master Rashi and Wukong, he strode into the sea without looking back, swimming resolutely in one direction. For an extended period, Sun Ye traversed the ocean and crossed rivers, running tirelessly across land, scaling mountains without deviating from his path. He witnessed the bustling activity of farmlands, the trivialities of life. He experienced the charm of small towns, yet felt the weight of life's hardships. He navigated through the incessant traffic of sprawling metropolises, all in pursuit of a livelihood. Until at last, he encountered the breathtaking vistas of primordial forests and the primal existence of hunting and fishing. Ultimately, Sun Ye arrived at his destination. Over the course of a month and a half, he witnessed much, which further solidified his desire to grow stronger, purified his convictions, and dispelled the myriad distractions that had recently plagued his mind. Only by becoming stronger could he seize his destiny, freeing himself from the relentless toil for survival. Sun Ye unfurled the map, meticulously calculating his route. He then cast his gaze into the distance, noting the terrain depicted on the map. Beyond the hill that lay ahead, he was nearly at his destination. As the saying goes, a mountain in sight makes a horse weary. Although it was merely a small hill, the journey from site to summit proved to be quite considerable. After nearly 2 hours of arduous ascent, Sun Ye finally reached the pinnacle. Sun Ye stood atop the small hill. The breeze at the summit was gentle and refreshing, providing a delightful sensation. From this elevated vantage point, the previously unseen Galinta emerged abruptly within his line of sight. It appeared that the overall distance could be traversed in just over 10 minutes at full speed. Sun Ye took a moment to compose himself, indulging in a modest lunch before adjusting his attire. "Galinta, here I come," he exclaimed, feeling invigorated as he surged forward towards Galinta with unwavering determination. At the base of Galinta, the guardians, Bola and his son Upa, were partaking in their midday meal when they heard the commotion and began scanning their surroundings. In the distance, a formidable figure was rapidly approaching. Bola rose, casting a wary glance in the direction of Sun Ye. Before long, Sun Ye had drawn near, and upon observing the duo's attire, he recognized them as characters from the original narrative. "Greetings, you must be the guardians of Galinta. I am a martial artist hailing from the east, here to undergo the trials of Galinta and ascend to learn martial arts from the immortals." Sun Ye stood firm and bowed respectfully. It turned out he was a martial artist drawn by reputation. "You wish to challenge the Jialan Tower at such a young age?" Upon hearing this, Bora also lowered his weapon and approached. "Indeed, my ancestor, the esteemed Master Wu Tian, once ascended the Jialan Tower, and it is in accordance with his guidance that I have come here." Bora pondered for a moment and replied, "Master Wu Tian? There seems to be a legend surrounding him. Since you have heard of it, you must also be aware of the perils of climbing the tower, correct?" "Yes, I am well aware of the dangers involved in the ascent, yet I have come fully prepared." Sun Ye wore a resolute expression. Bra began to relent, stepping aside to reveal the pathway leading to Galinta. Sun Ye adjusted his state of mind and commenced his ascent of the Galinta. Under the watchful gaze of Bora, Sun Ye stepped forward, using both hands and feet to scale the textured stone carvings of the Galinta, climbing steadily upward, one step at a time. At present, Sun Ye's combat prowess is comparable to that of Goku during his initial arrival in this realm. Although there may be some disparities in physical attributes due to their respective races, the qualitative differences are not substantial. The primary distinction lies in the realm of potential. Sun Ye ascended steadily, and after a day and a night, he still had not glimpsed the summit of the tower. Yet, undeterred by this, He paused only when hunger struck, securing himself with a rope to partake in a meal. During this interlude, as he practiced his internal cultivation, he sensed a peculiar acceleration, as if his inner strength was silently augmenting. Was it merely an illusion? Regardless, he understood that he must persist in his ascent. Soon, evening descended, and just as Sun Yi was about to lower his gaze to retrieve his food, a casual glance upward revealed, to his astonishment, that he seemed to be nearing the pinnacle. Sun Yi finally beheld the culmination of Galinta, that oblate spheroid structure, a grand edifice measuring dozens, if not hundreds, of meters in diameter. At last, he had arrived at Galinta. Sun Yi took a moment to compose his excited heart, employing both hands and feet to hasten his ascent. With agility, he slipped through the circular opening of the spherical structure, realizing that this abode was also enchanted, rendered invisible from afar, much like the tower itself. It was only when he was nearly upon it that its presence became apparent. Upon reaching the summit of the tower, he found himself in an expansive, vacant chamber, save for 3 jars positioned along the edges of the walls and a staircase leading further. Without pausing on the subsequent level, Sun Yi swiftly ascended the stairs. The upper area, designated for habitation, mirrored the emptiness of the lower level. Not far from the staircase stood a white figure, roughly the height of Wukong, who grasped a cane in hand. "Greetings, esteemed Master Galan," Sun Yi addressed. "I am Sun Yi, a disciple of the Turtle Hermit School." Sun Yi, as always, greeted warmly. After Sun Ye's arrival, the immortal Galan had stood atop the Galan Tower, observing Sun Ye's demeanor and, more importantly, scrutinizing the nature of his aura. Although Sun Yi may not be an epitome of extreme righteousness, after gaining power, he has shown no inclination to succumb to his desires recklessly. Thus, upon Sun Ye's greeting, the immortal did not refuse, but merely nodded slowly. "Indeed, I am the immortal Galan." Nodding slightly, he added, "However, Sun Yi, you may simply call me immortal. Have you come here for a specific purpose?" "Very well, immortal. I have heard that the Galan sacred land is the origin of martial arts on earth, and I have come today to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation." Sun Yi naturally adhered to the host's wishes. The immortal, shaking the sandalwood staff in his hand, squinted and spoke. "As for cultivation, I possess a divine elixir that, once consumed, will enhance your strength." As he spoke, the immortal lifted a uniquely adorned flask with his staff. "If you obtain it, I shall not only grant it to you, but also impart the wisdom of mastering the art of power augmentation." Sun Yi was acutely aware that the bottle hanging from the immortal's staff contained nothing but ordinary water. However, the essence of training under the immortal was to seize the bottle. Faced with the immortal's current demand, Sun Yi would certainly not refuse. The true cultivation of Galinta is about to commence. Sun Yi, disregarding the energy expended during his previous ascent, subtly moved his hands and feet, preparing to strike at any moment. The immortal, perceiving Sun Yi's stance, bellowed, "Come forth, Sun Yi. Let the contest commence." The voice seemed to carry a hint of mental force, compelling Sun Yi to lunge forward involuntarily. Seizing this momentum, Sun Yi launched his attack. "Here I come." Sun Yi let out a booming shout to bolster his spirit and began to seize the water bottles. Although the training of the immortal appeared straightforward, the actual commencement proved to be quite challenging. Sun Yi must keenly observe the movements of the immortal and make predictions accordingly. Only upon fulfilling this prerequisite can one attain the fundamental physical fitness required to ultimately seize the water bottle. Sun Yi struggled to meet even the most fundamental requirements of qi. Initially, the celestial beings believed that his speed in ascending the tower indicated he could fulfill the necessary criteria. However, a portion of his qi energy was circulating within his meridians, and his physical strength was insufficient to unleash his full potential. Consequently, Sun Yi could not escape the fate of endlessly climbing up and down. Over the next several days, he made 3 round trips, and after each ascent, he sought further training from the celestial beings, even becoming quite familiar with the Bra father and son duo. After 3 attempts, Sun Yi's basic energy finally aligned with the demands for seizing the vial, and his cultivation officially commenced anew. During the training, each interaction required Sun Yi to conceal his own actions while simultaneously anticipating those of his opponent. Sun Yi must meticulously control his bodily movements, and with the thin air at the summit, he quickly finds himself breathless after only a brief exertion. At this juncture, it becomes essential for Sun Yi to rest, allowing his body to acclimatize. During the subsequent hours, he indulges in celestial beans when hunger strikes and takes respite when fatigue sets in. Time swiftly passes, and after half a month of practicing this predictive physicality, Sun Yi finally begins to see some progress, fully adapting to the high-altitude environment. However, he realizes that not only must he anticipate his physical actions, but he must also attune himself to the fluctuations of energy. Thus, Sun Yi resorts to the most rudimentary methods, mimicking his opponent's breathing and the flow of energy, even employing his nascent mental prowess to simulate the opponent's psychic waves. Throughout this period, the celestial being occasionally conjures the illusion that with just a slight effort, Sun Yi could seize the water bottle, yet he ultimately fails each time. This scenario repeats, highlighting not a mere slight difference, but a substantial gap in capability. As 3 months pass, Sun Yi's martial skills advance rapidly. Akin to a sponge absorbing a deluge of wisdom from the celestial mentor's teachings, the celestial being watches in astonishment. For Sun Yi's rate of improvement now surpasses that of Wu Tian. This could be attributed to the fact that Sun Yi arrived in a stronger state than the turtle sage did in his time. This will not do. The celestial being admonishes. You must learn to regulate your breathing. Any disruption will throw off your rhythm, revealing vulnerabilities in your movements. As he shakes the water bottle in his hand, his eyes narrow into slits. Suddenly, the celestial being launches an attack on Sun Yi, his soft, feathery claws striking him, producing a series of crackling sounds as Sun Yi is propelled several meters away, skidding across the ground. In recent days, the celestial being has observed that Sun Yi instinctively engages in full defensive maneuvers when channeling his energy, only accelerating to counterattack when on the defensive. The celestial being ambles over, his rotund figure supported by a cane, and astonishingly, the water bottle atop the cane remains perfectly steady, not a drop spilled. Suddenly, Sun Yi sprang into action, compressing his entire energy into his feet and hands. With a swift movement of his right foot, he propelled himself forward, the energy coursing through his meridians rapidly seeping out to bolster his defense. A fleeting shadow darted through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before the immortal, only to shift positions and launch an assault towards the target upon the immortal's staff. The immortal's eyes narrowed with intensity, preparing to evade. A change swept across the immortal's countenance, his white hair bristling slightly. Remarkably, Sun Yi had transformed into a mere afterimage, his true form already behind the immortal. In a critical moment, the immortal's staff contracted downward, causing Sun Yi's hand to grasp at empty air. Immediately, a resounding crash echoed as the immortal's corpulent body was propelled slightly upward, one foot aimed at Sun Yi in a swift kick. Sun Yi deftly blocked the opponent's kick with his right hand, while his left foot swiftly stepped forward, shifting his body to the right as he reached for the bottle. In the blink of an eye, his hand grasped the bottle, lifting it upwards, causing it to detach from the sage's staff, while his body gracefully retreated, propelled by the force of the opponent's attack. After a few steps, Sun Yi halted in place, exclaiming, "Sage, I have secured it." One can sense an exhilaration restrained within Sun Yi's tone. Thus, the celestial being's training has come to an end. With the conclusion of the training, the immortal, disinclined to engage in further martial arts, waddled over with his corpulent figure swaying gently. "Well, there is nothing more for you to learn from me. This bottle contains nothing but ordinary water. Feel free to drink if you wish, or you may return it to its original place," the immortal remarked, gesturing towards the elevated platform in the center. "No problem." Sun Yi, without a hint of doubt, responded with alacrity and then raised his hand to hurl the water bottle towards the elevated platform, where it landed precisely in the center. Sun Yi closed his eyes and attentively sensed within himself the power coursing through his body had nearly doubled. He could now exert approximately 120 units of strength, which was comparable to the usual state of Master Rashi. However, he still fell short in terms of muscular form compared to the esteemed martial artist. Sun Yi could not help but reveal a smile, and in an instant, his grin began to blossom. Soon thereafter, the smile on Sun Yi's face diminished, returning to a gentle expression as he gazed at the immortal. "Greetings, immortal. May I ascend further?" "Ascend further? What is your intention?" The immortal's countenance shifted, and though he hesitated, after a moment's contemplation, he posed the question. "I have heard tales of the temple above, and thus I seek to continue my journey in pursuit of enlightenment." Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Yi firmly prioritized his cultivation. Even if he wished to document the temporal fluctuations of the spiritual time house, that would merely be a secondary endeavor. Let him ascend. An ancient voice resonated in the ear of the immortal. However, it seemed that Sun Yi was entirely oblivious, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the immortal before him. Perhaps influenced by the divine presence or the potency of mental energy, the deity in the shrine furrowed his brow. He had previously sent a message to the immortal below, foreseeing that Earth would soon face various crises, and that the child below could potentially be one of its saviors. Upon hearing the words whispered in his ear, the immortal let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he need not concern himself further. Now, go retrieve the Rui Bang. It is essential to have it in order to ascend. As soon as the immortal finished speaking, Sun Yi smiled, producing a capsule from his hand and tossing it to the ground. With a soft thud, a red staff landed at his feet, the Rui Bang that he had received from Wukong before his departure. You may ascend first, the immortal remarked, seeing that Sun Yi was already prepared, and led him to the pinnacle of the Gallon Tower. There, they found a stone platform with a central indentation, into which Sun Yi inserted the Rui Bang, fitting it perfectly. The Rui Jingu Bang, indeed, was magnificent. Sun Yi grasped the tip of the Rui rod, and with a command that left the celestial beings baffled, he was whisked away into the sky. 2 months later, Sun Yi descended from the celestial palace, and upon hearing a loud call from above, the immortals hurriedly peered out. Immortal, I have returned. Indeed, it was Sun Ye's voice echoing from the heavens. Standing aloft in the sky, reflecting on the experiences of the past 2 months and the surging energy that filled every cell of his being, Sun Yi felt a whirlwind of emotions. The Spirit Time House, under the pretext of Sun Ye's urgent desire to return and accompany his wife, granted him entry, allowing him to linger for nearly 2 years over 2 separate occasions. Now, Sun Yi wielded the singular new skill he had acquired during these 2 months, flight. This form of flight, akin to the graceful movement of the wave step, differed fundamentally in its principles. One resembled magnetic levitation, while the other was akin to jet propulsion. The wave step utilized an internal energy cycle to create a force field around the body, employing principles similar to magnetic levitation to float, subsequently using the physical body to tread upon air or ethereal currents to accelerate. For those devoid of qi, it merely represented a form of lightness akin to walking on air. Conversely, qi flight involved forming an energy membrane around the body that repelled external spiritual energy to counteract gravity, thereby enabling jet-like propulsion, which, while simpler, consumed more energy. This distinction rendered it challenging to master before sensing qi, yet once sensed, it could be learned swiftly. Naturally, the immutable truth remained that the greater the speed, the higher the energy consumption. Other learning endeavors involved active cultivation rather than mere skill acquisition. Initially, there was the trial of meditation. For one as mentally complex as Sun Yi, finding stillness proved a formidable task. Following this, he donned bells on his person to withstand the attacks of Bobo, ensuring the bells remained silent amidst his evasions. These 2 tasks consumed a month and a half of Sun Ye's time, even with his prior experience in Taoist meditation skills from the Dragon Realm. Ultimately, the goal of his learning was to transform his state of mind into emptiness, achieving tranquility akin to the sky, swiftness like lightning, and consolidating all sensory perceptions, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, body, and spirit, into a singular unity. This integration of essence, energy, and spirit allowed for a pathway of cultivation, with internal power establishing connections among the 3. Not only were the senses unified, but strength could also be unified when necessary. However, the essence of internal power remained primarily rooted in the qi of the 3, resulting in each unification being but a temporary state. However, it also lays a solid foundation for Sun Ye's future evolution. He merely needs to discover a means to harmonize the 3 elements of spirit, energy, and essence, thereby consolidating his entire strength into a singular force, which will promptly unveil the path to his evolution. There exists a state of mind that remains somewhat unclear, yet Sun Yi has given it considerable thought. Just as the 4 celestial gateways of heart, body, spirit, and energy are referenced in the novels of his previous life, they serve as significant guidance. The power of the heart can be likened to willpower, though it is not entirely synonymous. It can also be considered an essential component on the path forward, much like the legends of his past life, where the cultivation of the self requires tenacity, and unlocking one's genetic potential demands courage. The heart's condition knows no hierarchy, but merely differentiates the paths one may take. As expressed in the verse by Shinshio, the body is the Bodhi tree, the heart is like a bright mirror stand. Constantly strive to wipe it clean, lest dust alight upon it. As for the words of the 6th patriarch, Sun Yi finds them rather perplexing and utterly incomprehensible, thus choosing to set them aside for the time being. Much like the principles illustrated in Swallowing the Stars, the state of mind recognizes no superior or inferior. As long as one continues to progress without faltering, one shall not betray the essence of their life. Esteemed immortal, I have come to seek some immortal beings for the purpose of healing and cultivation in the future. Sun Yi performed a bow and then opened a capsule, casting it onto the ground. Regardless of whether you bestow upon me the celestial beings, these offerings are what I ought to present as I learn martial arts from you. You rascal. The immortal chuckled, generously gesturing towards the jar of celestial beings. Do you desire the celestial beings? These are originally intended for the martial artists who ascend the tower. Since no one has come, feel free to take them if you wish. Sun Yi grasped the jar of magical beans, which weighed approximately 12 pounds and contained around 6,000 to 7,000 beans, with about 400 to 500 beans packed. He deemed it sufficient for the time being and took his leave. Eager to return home, after filling the jar, Sun Yi requested a nimbus cloud from the celestial being. He then mounted the cloud and soared towards Baozi Mountain. As Sun Yi ascended, the celestial being muttered to himself, doubting whether Sun Yi appeared capable of riding the nimbus cloud. What he did not realize was that Sun Yi had studied the nimbus cloud during his training and had inquired about it with the heavenly deities, solidifying his understanding. The nimbus cloud identifies its passengers through mental vibrations, as long as one's spirit is positive and their mental energy remains calm while riding. They can ride the cloud without issue. This explains why, during his quest for the Dragon Balls, Wukong had heard tales of many ancient beings capable of riding the nimbus cloud. Meanwhile, during Sun Yi's cultivation, others were not idle either. The characters from the original narrative were intensifying their training. Wukong and Krillin continued their rigorous exercises under Master Roshi, while Lan Chi remained involved in the storyline, cooking for the group at Roshi's abode. Lu Ping was honing his Wolf Fang fist in the mountains. Even Xiao Feng and Yu Yan, who had accompanied Sun Yi, had cultivated their own energy and were solidifying their foundations. On that particular day at Baozi Mountain, Yu Yan, Qing Luo, and Bai Feng concluded their regular training and engaged in light-hearted conversation with Mei Jian and others. As for Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi, they were undoubtedly indulging in their own romantic world. It had been half a year since Sun Yi's departure, and it seemed about time for his return. Yu Yan complained, expressing her longing after such an extended absence. It appears you missed your husband, Mei Jian, and the others chimed in, stifling giggles. As Yu Yan had been vocal about her feelings lately. However, when they teased her, she would feign annoyance, knowing they were merely jesting. Just as they were laughing and Yu Yan's discomfort began to show, a sound resonated from outside. Meanwhile, as Sun Yi hurried towards Baozi Mountain, he enveloped himself in energy, urging the nimbus cloud to accelerate. The sound that Yu Yan and the others heard was the result of Sun Yi breaking through the wind. When Yu Yan and the others emerged, Sun Yi had already halted directly above Baozi Mountain, his excitement indescribable. He leapt from the nimbus cloud, plummeting straight downwards. Upon calculation, it had been exactly 180 days since his departure. Umph, you unfaithful man. What difference is there now between you and someone surnamed Duan? Does half a year mean nothing to you? Could you not have returned sooner? Qing Luo was the first to speak, though her expression suggested a mix of feelings, her mental vibrations revealing a predominant concern beneath her words. Sun Yi remained silent, instead opting to approach and embrace the three individuals warmly. As for Mei Jian and the others, they had long since departed, yet it seemed they did not shy away. From a distance, they all craned their necks to observe. My apologies. I have been away for 2.5 years, and I have missed you all dearly. Sun Yi embraced for a moment, and the group entered the house to converse. After being apart for half a year, the four had an abundance of words to share. Before long, evening had arrived, and the four of them finally stepped out of the door. It was only then that Sun Yi noticed that Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi had already departed from Baozi Mountain, taking with them a small dwelling. Xiao Feng had just returned from his training with Master Wu Fan and was engaged in some activity within the house, while Aju and Ruan Xingju busied themselves with the preparation of a meal. Over the past 6 months, Qing Luo and the others had tended to the flowers and greenery. The vines entwined gracefully, and the verdant trees swayed gently, filling the air with a subtle, fragrant aroma. Apart from the distant echoes of howling wolves and roaring tigers, everything felt remarkably harmonious. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped gently on the door. Click. The door creaked open, revealing Master Wu Fan, freshly bathed. Master, I have returned. In Sun Yi's eyes, there was a flicker of excitement, yet he seemed at a loss for words. Opposite him, Wu Fan mirrored his sentiment, simply uttering, it's good to be back. Come, everyone, let's have a meal. In the distance, Qing Luo and her companions assisted Xiao Feng's family in setting the table, arranging the chairs and dishes with care, preparing for the feast. Around the dining table, several men engaged in their own conversations while the ladies joyfully exchanged words. Sun Yi was recounting various aspects of cultivation to a few individuals, while Master Gohan and Xiao Feng listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. Naturally, Sun Ye's narrative was somewhat abridged, omitting the more arduous experiences to spare his family from worry. Gohan and Yu Yan, among others, speculated on the challenges of cultivation, as they were well aware of the difficulties inherent in mastering one's energy. By the way, Master, where have my father-in-law and uncle gone? Yu Yan inquired, while Qing Luo remained quietly attentive, showing no objections to Sun Yi's address. Her expression serene and adorned with a gentle smile. Others present had also gleaned some information, yet they had long departed from their original world. Moreover, since everyone had come of their own volition, at least for now, they chose not to concern themselves with others' affairs. Master Gohan, however, believed that the more talented his disciple's spouse was, the better. Much like contemporary parents, he never perceived any faults in his own children. Oh, they have accompanied that girl named Bulma to West City. It seems she is engaged in some research, Master Gohan remarked, continuing to compete with Xiao Feng and Sun Yi for food. Really? Then tomorrow, I, along with Qing Luo, Yu Yin, and Bai Feng, shall seek them out. It would be an excellent opportunity to consult Bulma about scientific knowledge. Well, if you wish to go, then by all means. Learning more is certainly beneficial, Master Gohan replied. Before he could finish, Mei Jian and the others eagerly sprang to their feet, exclaiming in unison, "We want to go too." Very well, then let us embark together. Xiao brother, if you wish to join, you are welcome to accompany us. Sun Yi cheerfully agreed. No, I prefer to continue my cultivation here, Xiao Feng replied, exchanging a knowing glance with the Zhu, both sharing a smile. Shortly thereafter, Yu Yin, having achieved some mastery of her energy, joined the fray for food alongside the others. The following morning, after bidding farewell to Son Gohan, Sun Yi and his companions set forth for West City. Before long, they arrived at West City by plane, then switched to 2 cars to enter the city. Following Bulma's provided address, they made their way to a grand villa. Upon arriving at the entrance, they beheld a magnificent residence towering dozens of meters high. Indeed, it was Bulma's home. After all, in the original narrative, Bulma's father was known to keep dinosaurs within the house and ride a bicycle, so it was not surprising that the abode was quite substantial. In a moment of inspiration, Sun Yi suddenly felt compelled to experiment with the Xiao Yao sect's soul-searching technique. Father-in-law, master, I am here. Meanwhile, in the villa, Bulma was diligently exploring the critical nodes of inner energy. With the aid of various scientific instruments, she had observed the existence of spiritual energy and was dedicated to researching its properties alone. However, regardless of the materials Bulma employed to interfere with the spiritual energy, all her attempts ended in failure. It was only through the indirect application of human-controlled energies such as light, fire, electricity, and even shockwaves that she could influence the spiritual energy. Yet the precise principles behind this effect remained elusive. As Sun Yi's soul-searching technique took effect, Bulma faintly heard some sounds, momentarily distracted. However, she quickly refocused on the data regarding the changes in spiritual energy before her. On another side, Wuyazi and Wu Xingyun were taken aback, but soon filled with joy. Mrs. Griffiths, my apprentice has arrived, just at the door. Please have the robot open it. Just as Mrs. Griffiths was about to respond, a voice emanated from the nearby robot, relaying a message from the doorbell. Hello, I am Sun Yi, a friend of Bulma. Is she home? Mrs. Griffiths promptly instructed the robot to open the door while also calling for Bulma, informing her that someone named Sun Yi had come to visit. Upon their meeting, Sun Yi inquired about Bulma's research progress, to which Bulma began to explain. It turned out that Bulma had successfully collected and observed spiritual energy particles. The essence of spiritual energy resembled light, possessing dual characteristics of matter and energy. Just as concentrated light can produce a laser, spiritual energy can transform into light, electricity, heat, and kinetic energy when multiple particles coalesce. Under certain conditions, spiritual energy can also combine with matter to generate various substances with extraordinary properties. As for the methods of transformation and combination, they would have to explore gradually. Bulma had gained an understanding of the direction and function of inner energy. Coupled with Sun Yi's relevant research experience, the two exchanged ideas and formulated hypotheses. The energy that Sun Yi was cultivating was a pure essence, a combination of qi without the influence of divinity, merely controlled through mental focus. It was precisely because the chi was devoid of divine participation that it could not solely drive the evolution of life, and immensely powerful, even transformed. Mental force was required to actively propel human evolution. During the cultivation of inner energy, the body's life magnetic field would fluctuate. And this life energy inherently carried the information of the life magnetic field itself. Thus, it is only when one's internal energy cultivation reaches a profound level that it can guide the vital energy and spirit deep into the fundamental layers of the body, facilitating evolution. The life essence extracted from the body is considered the essence in the process of refining essence into energy. Subsequently, it is essential to refine energy into spirit, refine spirit into the void, and ultimately unify the void with the Tao to complete the inherent process of human evolution. The meridians within the body serve as a shortcut bestowed by the world. Currently, Buma's research has focused on the nature of these meridians. Buma has also conducted foundational studies on the meridians of Wu Xingyun and another individual, comparing them with her own physical condition, believing there are aspects yet to be comprehended. Sun Yi had no choice but to elucidate the content conveyed by the system to Bulma, explaining that meridians and acupoints constituted a miniature energy-guiding self-circulating system and a natural sensory enhancement device. Upon hearing this, Bulma suddenly understood. The very name suggested that although meridians themselves might be a product of the world's creation, they could undoubtedly be artificially manufactured, albeit requiring profound scientific knowledge and expertise. Which made perfect sense. Bulma was eager to return to her research, but was interrupted by Sun Yi. Bulma, could you assist in constructing a gravity device? Gravity is indeed an expression of the energy characteristics of matter, and it should exert some influence on spiritual energy. Without looking back, Bulma made her way to the laboratory, during which she exchanged a few words with Dr. Briefs, seemingly assigning the task of building the gravity chamber to her father. Dr. Briefs approached Sun Yi to inquire about the specific conditions, further confirming Sun Yi's suspicions. After receiving the detailed requirements from Sun Yi, Dr. Briefs also turned and entered the laboratory. Sun Yi chuckled to himself, realizing that both father and daughter shared a similar disposition. He then bid farewell to Mrs. Briefs, leaving Mei Jian and her 3 companions behind, as he and his party of 4 set off for a leisurely stroll. Within just a week, the gravity chamber he requested had arrived. It could currently support a gravitational force 10 times that of Earth, which was more than sufficient for his needs. With the World Martial Arts Championship only 4 months away, Sun Yi's martial prowess had surpassed that of both Wukong and Master Rashi by a slight margin. Thus, he was determined to seize the opportunity to claim the championship, as future victories were uncertain. After all, Sun Wukong had a history of surpassing those stronger than himself upon their second encounter, unless, of course, the opponent possessed similarly extraordinary abilities. Following the martial arts competition, Sun Yi planned to embark on another journey through time and space. He intended for Qing Luo and Bai Feng to cultivate their internal energy before then, enhancing their self-defense capabilities. With the gravity chamber now at his disposal, it transformed into a joyous sanctuary for the family. They gradually increased the gravitational intensity. Starting from the lowest setting, Sun Yi had already acclimated to the tenfold gravity of the time chamber, so he faced no issues. However, the 3 women still needed time to adjust. They began with a mere 1 times gravity, allowing them to acclimatize to the slightest changes. After all, while their muscles might cope, their internal organs required some adaptation. At this moment, the 3 women focused intently on perceiving the subtlest shifts within their bodies, sensing the natural adjustments occurring under the weight of the gravity. Even their breathing seemed to carry a bit more heft. They ran, leaped, practiced their punches, and wielded their swords, as if returning to the final stages of their martial training, embarking once again on the fundamental exercises. As Sun Yi practiced alongside several women, he occasionally exchanged tender glances while executing a few moves, deepening their connection by day and reinforcing it through shared slumber by night. During this period, the emotional states of the women fluctuated, and the shadows that once lingered in their hearts seemed to gradually fade away, leaving only an unbreakable bond among the 4 of them. Thus, within a span of 2 months, Qing Luo and Bai Feng cultivated their internal energy, and now all that remained was to await the arrival of the martial arts conference during their training. Ultimately, the gravity in the gravity chamber remained at 5 times Earth's, and Sun Yi's combat prowess saw only a marginal increase during this period. It became evident that to achieve significant advancement, He would need to seek knowledge from other worlds to propel the evolution of life as a whole. During this time, Sun Yi made a pivotal decision. His future path of cultivation would focus on enhancing strength coupled with scientific research to ultimately drive evolution. Therefore, throughout these 4 months, his explorations in the realm of combat also continued unabated, reaching the nuclear era. Sun Yi, through the accumulation of points, obtained the most substantial mind module system available for exchange in the early stages of the shuttle. This system has the remarkable ability to seal away one's own laziness and negativity, allowing individuals to retain their aspirations for progress and not become ensnared in mere indulgence. At long last, the time has come. For months later, Sun Yi had previously informed Bulma of his intention to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Hence, Bulma, accompanied by Oolong, who resides at her home, came along primarily to catch a glimpse of Goku. Papaya Island, chosen as the venue for the esteemed tournament, is equally renowned as a picturesque tourist destination. Although the name of the World Martial Arts Tournament exudes grandeur, it may have once been a highly regarded event. However, its current significance appears to be rather diminished, relegated to a mere provincial competition. After all, a prize of only 500,000 is scarcely enough to cover a meal for Goku, even if one were to divide it among 100 participants. Considering the tourist area's prices, it would amount to merely 10 to 20,000. Upon disembarking from the plane, Bulma was scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Yet the throngs of people rendered visibility nearly impossible. Sun Yi led the 3 women in a particular direction, following the aura of Yukong. Behind them, Wu Xingyun and several others, including Bulma, decided to follow suit, while Oolong transformed into a flying creature, soaring above them. Initially, Bulma felt a tinge of confusion. But as the group squeezed through the crowd of disembarking passengers, they were startled by a distant female scream. Pervert. They beheld a lecherous old man with a vivid crimson handprint emblazoned across his face, none other than Master Rashi. Nearby, Yukong and others were scanning the surroundings. Ahem. Sun Yi walked over and cleared his throat. Yukong, and greetings to Master Rashi. Master Rashi, with an air of solemnity, coughed lightly and regarded Sun Yi with a profound gaze. The effortless grace he exhibited seemed to embody the essence of returning to simplicity. Perhaps this is what the elevated realm of martial arts truly represents. Master Rashi's perceptiveness remained astute. Although he had not undergone the training of Qi martial arts in the celestial realm, centuries of experience had rendered his mastery enigmatic, the extent of which remained a mystery to all. He then encountered Bulma, greeting her warmly. It has been quite some time. You must be the young lady named Bulma, correct? Indeed. Over a year has passed, and you have grown more beautiful. His tone took on a playful note. Ah, it's brother Sun, along with Bulma and Oolong. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, and smiles adorned the faces of Sun Yi and Bulma. He was an exceptionally innocent child. Let us go together to register. As Sun Yi spoke, he proceeded to introduce several individuals to one another, fostering familiarity among them. Master Rashi, allow me to present my father-in-law, Wu Yazi, alongside his senior disciple, Wu Xingyun, as well as Mei Jian, Lan Jian, Zhu Jian, and Zhu Jian. And here, as I often mentioned before, is Yukong, accompanied by my revered Master Rashi. Master, may I inquire who these individuals beside you are? Ah, this is my disciple, Krillin, and this is Lan Qi. You may address each other as equals. Greetings to all. The newly introduced individuals exchanged pleasantries, then turned their attention toward the registration area for the martial arts tournament. In recent days, Sun Yi and Wu Yazi had deliberated on the necessity of advancing the evolution of life. They concluded that it could not rely solely on a few individuals, but rather must involve a broader gathering of disciples to collectively propel progress. Thus, their aim this time was to establish a reputation, followed by the development of techniques applicable within the Dragon Ball universe in order to attract more disciples. The registration venue was a grand temple located on Papaya Island. During the registration process, the group collectively signed up: Sun Yi, Wukong, Krillin, Wu Yazi, Wu Xingyun, and Yu Yan, while Qing Luo and Bai Feng also joined in to avoid being left out. However, it appeared that Master Rashi did not register, merely pausing for a moment beside Sun Yi. After completing the registration, the group gradually entered the preliminary competition venue. The preliminaries commenced with participants drawing lots to prepare for the upcoming matches, which included over 140 competitors. Yet, only 8 would advance to the finals, competing across 8 arenas simultaneously. After the draw, the participants gathered to verify their matchups. It seemed that Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi were set to face each other, while Bai Feng and Sun Yu were also matched. Although, barring extraordinary abilities akin to Jiaozi, it was unlikely that circumstances would align perfectly with everyone's desires. The morning was reserved for all participants' preliminaries, while the official tournament would commence in the afternoon. The initial phase of the world's greatest martial arts tournament required an internal selection process, where all competitors would first engage in elimination matches within the competition hall, determining the top 8 who would subsequently compete on the outdoor stage. This time, only a little over 140 contestants participated. Compared to the grand scale of fighting and boxing events, the world's greatest martial arts tournament had somewhat lost its luster. The preliminary rounds progressed continuously. A defeat meant a ruthless elimination. Sun Wukong and the others each triumphed over their opponents, notably resolving their matches with a single technique. The internal elimination rounds passed swiftly, and by noon, the 8 finalists had emerged: Sun Wukong, Lan Fong, Krillin, Sun Yi, Wu Yazi, Yu Yan, Lu Ping, and Qing Luo. Unfortunately, the brutish characters from the original tale, such as Namu and Jiren, faced an unfortunate fate, being eliminated in the preliminary rounds. In the midst of the unfolding events, Nameless encountered Sun Yi, only to be swiftly defeated. However, the wise Master Rashi seemed to perceive the underlying circumstances and, much like in the original tale, took the initiative to assist Nameless in alleviating the hardships faced by his hometown, prompting Nameless to return home with a heart full of gratitude. Wu Xingyun, upon meeting Wu Yazi, chose to concede without engaging in any confrontation, as did the others when faced with their compatriots. Ultimately, the elderly wizard led everyone to the audience area, using his internal energy to push aside those in front, thereby claiming the prime positions in the martial arts arena, selecting a spot nearest to the competitors. All right, esteemed participants, the top 8 have been determined. Please approach me to draw lots, so we may ascertain your opponents and the order of the matches, proclaimed a man clad in a suit and sunglasses, microphone in hand, with a flourish of his golden locks. The host's eloquent introduction marked the official commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The first match featured Sun Wukong pitted against Lan Fong. With a nimble leap, Wukong ascended to the half-meter high stage. "Wukong, you must prevail," cheered Bulma and Oolong from the sidelines. His opponent, a striking girl with cascading purple curls, stood poised on the platform. Unfazed, Wukong joined his palms in greeting. "Hello?" Lan Fong, nonchalantly casting a glance at Wukong, remained silent, seemingly unaffected. This little boy was easily swayed. She possessed a sweet visage, with fair skin, luscious red lips, and a curvaceous figure that exuded a blend of allure and charm. Typically, one would hesitate to strike her, but Wukong was an exception in this gathering. "Hello," Lan Fong replied with a playful smile directed at Wukong. As he pondered her intentions, she swiftly approached him, launching a fierce downward kick aimed directly at Wukong. Remaining unfazed, he calmly extended his hand to intercept her strike. Fortunately, she wore trousers. Had it been a skirt, the situation could have been quite embarrassing. Subsequently, Lan Fong unleashed a series of vigorous attacks, all of which Wukong effortlessly countered with a single hand, not once shifting his position. In a moment of desperation, Lan Fong flashed a coy smile and said, "Little brother, if you concede, I will agree to a date with you after the match." "What is a date? Why would I concede?" Wukong inquired curiously, eliciting laughter from the audience, who found amusement in his innocence. "Wukong, you must throw this woman off the stage," Bulma shouted from the stands, her tone tinged with urgency. "Ah," Wukong responded with enthusiasm. Lan Fong, having assessed Wukong's sincerity, decided it was time to unveil her ultimate technique. She turned, shedding her outer garment, and playfully inquired, "What do you think? Pure-hearted young man, dare you not look at me any longer?" Beside me, Krillin and Master Rashi wore expressions of sheer excitement, while the audience erupted in fervent cheers, all enviously contemplating Goku and secretly wishing they could take his place as her opponent. This young boy is utterly oblivious. Only Bulma scoffed dismissively, uttering a derisive tch. Goku, initially brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of witnessing higher martial arts and extraordinary techniques, was soon engulfed in confusion upon witnessing the unfolding scene. "What is this?" Then, he observed Lan Fong sauntering over leisurely, her demeanor flirtatious, and she declared, "If you do not make a move soon, I shall commence my attack." Ah, truly an exquisite physique. Among the crowd, Master Rashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he leered at Lan Fong's exposed form, offering unsolicited commentary. As Sun Wukong observed the crowd's uproar, Filled with peculiar utterances, he curiously inquired, "What is there to behold in being unclothed? I once saw Bulma in her natural state, and even spent a night beside her. It left me rather indifferent." The audience erupted into laughter, mistakenly believing Bulma to be merely a young girl. Only a few familiar faces cast teasing glances at Bulma, who, blushing fiercely, shouted, "Wukong." Upon hearing his name, Wukong turned his attention toward her. Meanwhile, Lan Fong, seizing the opportunity as Wukong looked away, dashed to his front, ready to launch another attack. Her palm flushed with energy as she aimed a direct punch at Wukong's head. Wukong, unaffected by the blow, merely glanced back at her. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Lan Fong forced a strained smile and declared, "Host, I concede." "Very well. In the first match, contestant Wukong emerges victorious. We shall now proceed to the second match." Wukong stepped down from the arena to stand beside Bulma and Master Roshi. Both Roshi and Krillin regarded him with bemusement, whispering, "Wukong, did you see Bulma unclothed?" Krillin turned to glance at Bulma, his eyes brimming with the thrill of gossip and envy. "Indeed, I was curious about what a girl looks like beneath her garments. So, after Bulma fell asleep, I took a peek and somehow ended up resting my head on her lap. Isn't that right, Bulma?" Wukong's innocent gaze elicited laughter from Sun Yi, his voice carrying unabated, fully audible to Bulma, who felt compelled to respond. "Wukong," Bulma shouted emphatically, then turned and hurled Oolong away, which Wukong caught effortlessly. "Humph, I shall ignore you," Bulma retorted, her cheeks aflame as she turned away, sulking. "Oh, right, Bulma said not to mention that." Wukong scratched his head, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Meanwhile, the second match commenced, featuring Krillin against Wuyazi. "Go, Krillin!" Wukong cheered, turning to support his friend. After a moment, Bulma also turned her attention back to the match. The duel proved to be quite thrilling. Krillin, adept in energy manipulation, excelled in explosive attacks with a combat strength estimated around 75 to 80. In contrast, Wuyazi specialized in inner strength. Although he had experienced an increase in power due to the dense spiritual energy of the Dragon Ball world, his training methods had not fundamentally changed, rendering him less aggressive and reliant on evasion. With a series of clashes, Krillin and Wuyazi exchanged blows, both giving their all. Yet Wuyazi found himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, he began to adjust his strategy, trying to engage from a distance. "Krillin, you can do it," Wukong encouraged. Krillin seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault against him. After a flurry of attacks, Wuyazi managed to evade with remarkable agility, maintaining a semblance of ease in the arena. The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were characterized by their flair, captivating the audience and eliciting fervent applause. Krillin, however, found his confidence waning, believing that Wuyazi had yet to unleash his full potential. Ultimately, Wuyazi's energy surpassed Krillin's, with a total power level around 120, leading to his victory due to superior endurance. As the results of the match were announced, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Although the spectators could not comprehend the intricacies of the contest, they were swept away by the spectacle, their excitement infectious. "Do not be disheartened, Krillin. You are already quite formidable. Your opponent is decades older than you," Master Roshi consoled Krillin before reflecting on Wuyazi's martial prowess, realizing he had never encountered such a style before. Indeed, Krillin nodded, regaining his confidence upon further contemplation, and resolutely declared, "Next time, I shall defeat him." Nonetheless, making it to the top 8 in his first competition left Krillin feeling fulfilled, especially considering that his senior brothers at Daling Temple hadn't even reached this stage. Thank you to both competitors for the thrilling match. Wuyazi emerges victorious, and next up is the contest between Wang Yuyan and Li Qi Luo. The third match featured the duel between Yuyan and Qing Luo. Before it commenced, Sun Yi pulled the host aside for a hushed conversation, sharing various tidbits that served as promotional points for the event. The host, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and announced, "Hello everyone. I have just learned that the two competitors about to take the stage are a mother and daughter duo. Can you guess who is the mother and who is the daughter?" The host's enthusiasm grew with each word. When Qi Luo and Yuyan entered the arena, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Yuyan, a quintessential beauty, was not yet 20 and, augmented by the Xiaowuxiang technique that delayed aging, appeared to be a vibrant 18-year-old. Qing Luo was equally striking, having inherited her looks from Wuyazi and Li Qiushui. The beaming divine skill also bestowed a youthful radiance upon her. Despite an air of maturity, she seemed to be merely in her 20s, hardly resembling a mother to someone as youthful as Yuyan. Yet, Discerning eyes could easily deduce that if the two were indeed mother and daughter, it was undoubtedly Li Qingluo who was the mother. Among the top 8 was also a competitor related to them, the father of Li Qingluo. The crowd buzzed with speculation as the two began their duel. Gracefully dancing as they had in their daily practice, it resembled a captivating dance, with each gesture infused with the elegance of Eastern artistry. The two individuals, both embodiments of exceptional beauty, showcased the ethereal and graceful essence of the martial arts of the Shaoyao sect. Their encounter was akin to a celestial performance, with the term Shaoyao fully realized in their movements. The onlookers had never witnessed such effortless grace, a nonchalant mastery that left them entranced. The mother and daughter duo engaged in their practice with a semblance of seriousness, skillfully creating a mesmerizing spectacle without exerting their full strength. Only those with discernment, such as Master Rashi, could perceive the underlying danger, while the rest could only grasp the perilous nature of their exchange through the impact of their force against the walls. After half an hour, the two concluded their session, with Qingluo conceding defeat, as Yu Yin wished to engage in direct practice with Sun Yi. Some spectators yearned for more, but the golden-haired host, recognizing their eagerness, could only soothingly announce the commencement of the next match. Subsequently, the fourth bout of the quarterfinals unfolded, featuring Sun Yi against Li Ping. As Sun Yi took the stage, a smile graced his lips, for it was evident that his opponent recognized him. The outcome of this battle seemed devoid of suspense. "You are Li Ping, aren't you? I never anticipated seeing you at the World Martial Arts Tournament," Sun Yi remarked. "Indeed. It was under your guidance that I emerged from the desert. Throughout these years, I have traversed various lands, honing my martial skills with the sole purpose of defeating you and that child named Sun Wukong. Now, the moment of my vengeance has arrived." Lu Ping's expression was resolute. Despite the gravity of the situation, he exuded confidence, bolstered by the enthusiastic cheers of Poirot and several lovely maidens behind him. The encouragement from the crowd seemed to invigorate Lu Ping, prompting him to boldly advance and launch an assault on Sun Yi. For a moment, it appeared as though Sun Yi had no means to retaliate, merely engaging in a defensive dance reminiscent of his encounters with Wu Yizi and others. Competitors who had reached the top 8 were undoubtedly formidable, including characters such as Lan Fong and Ji Lang from the original narrative, alongside the current Lu Ping. While the strength of Namu could not compare to that of Sun Yi and his peers, he was nonetheless regarded as a formidable contender among Earthlings. Just as Lu Ping, with astonishing speed, narrowed the distance to Sun Yi and seized the opportunity to initiate a fierce onslaught, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Sun Yi casually executed a phantom punch, appearing behind his opponent with an ethereal grace. With a gentle yet decisive strike, he sent Lu Ping tumbling off the stage, eschewing the dramatic gust of wind typical in such encounters, which would have added to the impact. The entire movement flowed seamlessly, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned and unable to react. Observing this, a nearby monk hurried over to assess the situation, but before he could reach Lu Ping, the latter had already risen to his feet. With Lu Ping now outside the ring, Sun Yi was declared the victor. Next, we invite the competitors Wukong and Wuyazi to the stage. As the announcer proclaimed, Wuyazi and Sun Wukong ascended the platform. Among the contenders in this martial arts event, one stands as the oldest at the age of 99, while the other is the youngest at merely 12 years. Wuyazi, the father of the previous competitor Li Qingluo, leads the Xinxia sect, a renowned martial arts school. Notably, 3 of the top 8 competitors hail from this sect. Wukong and Krillin are disciples of the legendary martial artist Master Wu Tian, further heightening anticipation for their duel. While Wukong's tender age of 12 might not be surprising, given his stature, Wuyazi's astonishing age of 99 is beyond anyone's expectations. In the world of Dragon Ball, even martial artists do not typically enjoy extended lifespans. Reaching old age often brings frailty. Yet, Wuyazi appears to be in his 30s, defying such norms. In comparison to the previous matches, the duel between Wuyazi and Wukong promises to be of superior caliber. One wields chaotic energy, while the other possesses an indomitable physical form. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, Wuyazi's internal energy has grown exponentially, reaching approximately 120. With no upper limit in sight. After witnessing the full extent of his power, he has been experimenting with ways to utilize his energy without the constraints of meridians, ultimately realizing that only by enhancing his mental fortitude can he achieve this goal. Wukong, benefiting from his inherent racial advantages and a mastery of energy techniques that surpass internal power in both offense and defense, currently boasts an energy level around 110. Having started his training early under the guidance of Master Gohan, Wukong's foundation is inherently stronger than Krillin's, making their disparity seem reasonable. And it is likely that this gap may never close. Armed with the experience from his previous bout, Wuyazi dared not approach Wukong directly, opting instead to engage from a distance with sword energy and techniques such as the air slash. The audience was captivated by the power of Wuyazi's attacks, wondering about their might, only to witness Wukong effortlessly disperse them with a casual flick. It was only after exchanging several blows that Wuyazi's palm energy finally struck the ground. Suddenly, the ground was marked by an array of palm prints and sword scars, with 2 palm prints striking the same spot on the surrounding wall, causing a portion of it to collapse. It was at this moment that the crowd began to sense the danger, hastily retreating. In an instant, the figures of Wu Xingyun and his companions, who had effortlessly dispersed 2 waves of energy, became visible. Lu Ping appeared to take note of this group, his expression suggesting a desire to approach them. However, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately retreating with the crowd. Apart from Sun Yi, none of the others paid much attention to Lu Ping, who was akin to the rest, their focus remaining steadfastly on the arena. The battle within the arena raged fiercely, with the energy of the 2 combatants closely matched. Yet, in terms of overall prowess, Wukong held the upper hand. Nonetheless, Wukong had a peculiar tendency to prolong the fight before contemplating its conclusion. Sun Yi initially believed that the battle between Wuyazi and Sun Wukong would endure for a considerable duration, yet unexpectedly, he heard a voice. Sun Yi turned his gaze towards the arena, where he observed Wukong assuming a stance with which he was quite familiar, with his hands resting on his hips. A blue sphere of energy was beginning to coalesce in his grasp. Wukong was charging towards Wuyazi, who stood approximately 10 meters away on the opposite side of the stage. Behind Wuyazi was the audience area, not far from Sun Yi. Should Wuyazi attempt to evade, the spectators would remain oblivious to the impending danger, lacking both the awareness and the capability to escape. Wuyazi remained stationary, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Wukong with keen interest. In the next instant, before anyone could react, Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave from his hands. Sun Yi suddenly recalled that Wuyazi had never witnessed the formidable power of the Kamehameha in the Dragon Ball universe. Before he could offer a warning, the energy wave had already been unleashed. Wuyazi initially believed he could withstand this energy wave, akin to a powerful palm strike. However, upon witnessing the Kamehameha in action, he realized that attempting to absorb such energy would inevitably result in severe injury. Consequently, Wuyazi swiftly evaded the attack, employing the light foot technique to pivot rapidly, dispersing his figure into 4 distinct directions. Goku, relying on his keen eyesight and instinct, selected one path and deftly adjusted the trajectory of the energy wave, directing it back towards Wuyazi. Unperturbed, Wuyazi propelled himself upward, allowing the energy wave to whiz past him and crash into the audience. Coincidentally, this energy wave was heading straight for Sun Yi and his companions. In this dire situation, aside from Sun Yi and Master Roshi, anyone else who came into contact with the Kamehameha would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. Sun Yi, taking advantage of the moment, extended his hand and swept it upward. With a resounding bang, the ki blast was sent soaring into the sky, vanishing within mere seconds. Had it struck anyone else, it would undoubtedly have been fatal. Seizing the opportunity during Sun Yi's moment of attack, Wukong launched a fierce onslaught against Wuyazi. Ultimately, after another round of the Kamehameha wave, Wuyazi was overwhelmed and crashed into the outer wall, conceding defeat in this bout. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, celebrating the thrilling contest between the two. Following this, the host announced yet another round, this time featuring Sun Yi against Wang Yuyan. Given Wang Yuyan's impressive performance in the previous match against Li Qingluo, the spectators eagerly anticipated this clash. However, Sun Yi left them disheartened. With a mere glance exchanged, the two commenced a display of affection. From their initial engagement to the final concession, they appeared as if immersed in honey, each move and glance laden with sweetness and beauty, creating an unspoken atmosphere that was almost cloying. Coupled with the graceful and elegant techniques of the Xiaoyao sect, they embodied a perfect pair, reminiscent of celestial beings gracing the mortal realm. Onlookers were left feeling awkward, as if they shouldn't be present at such an intimate display. Li Qingluo, observing the scene, muttered under her breath in frustration, wishing she had taken the stage instead. Meanwhile, Wukong remained blissfully unaware, gazing at the crowd with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why no one was cheering. "Come on, brother Sun, you can do it," Wukong shouted, causing nearby spectators to chuckle at his innocence, prompting Bulma to lean in and quietly explain the situation. After 10 minutes of this affectionate display, Wang Yuyan quietly conceded defeat. The host and the audience were at a loss for how to proceed. It seemed that any words would only deepen the awkwardness. Nevertheless, the host stepped forward, as action was necessary. Ahem, let us take a brief half-hour break before we commence the finals. Instantly, the chatter resumed, as if this could alleviate the earlier discomfort. As the competition drew near, Krillin turned to Wukong, observing his calm demeanor. Aren't you anxious about facing Sun Yi? He inquired curiously. Sun Wukong's face was illuminated with joy as he exclaimed, I am truly exhilarated to engage in battle with my esteemed brother, Sun Yi. The host, seemingly attuned to Wukong's words, addressed the audience with fervor. All right, the intermission has concluded. Now, I invite both contestants to take the stage. I hereby declare the finals to commence. A resounding drumbeat reverberated throughout the venue, invigorating the spectators, who understood that the intense finale was about to unfold. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. As the host's voice resonated, Wukong and Sun Yi ascended the platform, met with a cacophony of cheers from the crowd. Go, Sun Wukong. Go, Sun Yi. Sun Wukong bent low, adopting the distinctive starting posture of the turtle sage style. In a similar vein, Sun Yi mirrored this stance, albeit with slight variations. After all, engaging in internal martial arts against Wukong would likely prove futile. This match was undoubtedly the highlight of the competition. In an instant, Sun Wukong propelled himself forward, vanishing from the eyes of ordinary spectators and swiftly closing the distance to Sun Yi. At that moment, Bulma recalled the high-speed camera and projector that Sun Yi had asked her to bring. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and retrieved the two items, handing them to the host. The host, brimming with excitement, had been at a loss for commentary until this moment of salvation arrived. He promptly gathered a team to set up the equipment. Before long, the camera and projector sprang to life, casting a slowed-down projection of Wukong and Sun Yi across the sky. As their speed increased, the projection even generated a trail of afterimages. Though their movements lacked flamboyance, both offense and defense were executed with remarkable skill and speed. The audience in the stands watched in awe, and after a prolonged silence, erupted into a chorus of cheers. Sun Wukong, Sun Yi, with a powerful side punch. Sun Wukong collided with Sun Yi's leg strike, the force of the impact propelling them apart, each retreating several meters before regaining their balance. Subsequently, the two figures flickered on the arena and then vanished in an instant. Their steps did not falter as they immediately escalated their pace. Hey, brother Sun Yi. It's time for my attack, exclaimed Sun Wukong, unleashing his speed to such an extent that he left a trail of afterimages in his wake. Sun Yi did not rely on his sight. Instead, he meticulously attuned himself to the several silhouettes of Sun Wukong surrounding his body through the subtlety of his qi. Oh, heaven above. The audience, in sheer disbelief, covered their agape mouths, gazing at the astonishing scene before them. In the spectator area, Master Roshi observed the unfolding spectacle and, with a satisfied smile, remarked, I wonder when that rascal Wukong mastered the remnants of the Shadow Fist. Sun Yi moved with instinct, delivering a swift kick that sent Wukong sprawling backward. Upon hitting the ground, Wukong sprang back to his feet, rubbing his chest, with a curious expression adorning his face. Oh, brother Sun Yi, how did you notice me? He inquired. It's through sensing the energy, a technique I learned from the temple, Sun Yi replied with a smile. Sensing energy? Wukong tilted his head, a look of confusion etched across his features. Meanwhile, Master Roshi pondered from the sidelines, contemplating whether this was the next level of martial arts. Perhaps after a match, you might grasp it, he mused. With a light laugh, Sun Yi said, I shall go first. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, dashed forward. Bulma, observing the figures of the two on the screen, inquired of Master Roshi, which of them do you think will triumph? Master Roshi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Sun Yi. The martial arts displayed by Sun Yi often left even him perplexed. The only understanding he had was that it surpassed the realm of the turtle school. A gentle breeze swept through, and in the blink of an eye, both Sun Yi and Sun Wukong vanished from sight. As the wind rushed past, two indistinct afterimages collided in the center of the arena. In an instant, Sun Yi and Sun Wukong unleashed a tempestuous onslaught upon one another. Their exchanges were swift, so much so that the audience and the host could only follow the action through a slowed projection. Only Sun Yi's companions could discern the clarity of their duel. Through the eyes of Wu Xingyun, Sun Wukong's fist struck the air with a resonant crack, while his legs danced through the air, creating a whistling sound, accompanied by a continuous barrage of fierce roars. The fissures beneath his feet revealed that Wukong was exerting his utmost strength. The ferocious winds generated by their fierce clash stirred up dust from the ground, as their limbs flew and fists collided with a cacophony of sound. Yet, Sun Yi moved with an eerie silence, devoid of any sound of wind. This alone indicated that he conserved at least 30% of his energy. Before this moment, Sun Yi had not possessed such a martial arts realm. However, his strength had already reached a level comparable to that of the current Sun Wukong. This suggested that should Sun Yi unleash his full power, he would enhance his capabilities by at least another 30%. Moreover, the absence of any trace left by his feet foretold that he had not exerted himself to the fullest. With a resounding crash, a large stone slab beneath them shattered completely, and the two figures, equally matched, instantaneously separated. The audience, captivated by the ongoing battle on the screen, erupted into a thunderous cheer. Sun Wukong stood on one side of the arena, panting heavily to recuperate from the exertion of their recent bout. Both competitors, Sun Wukong and Sun Yi, showcased extraordinary prowess. The recent clash was so swift that my eyes struggled to keep pace with their movements. Even the camera, when set to slow motion, could only capture fleeting afterimages, forcing it to slow down to a mere 14 frames per second. What a rare spectacle to behold. The host, speaking into the microphone with palpable excitement, stirred the atmosphere of the venue with his words, eliciting cheers from the audience. Everyone could still see the images of the ongoing battle projected on the screen. Wukong, you have truly become formidable. Sun Yi smiled, yet his expression remained unchanged. Brother Sun Yi, you have grown stronger too. Wukong replied with an innocent grin. Then prepare yourself, for I shall begin to amplify my strength. As he spoke, Sun Yi gradually crouched down, gathering his energy. Wukong maintained his vigilance, holding his initial stance, and responded with a cheerful, bring it on. Sun Yi moved swiftly, darting forward like lightning, making not a sound as he closed the distance to Wukong in an instant. Wukong barely managed to shield his vulnerable chest with both hands. Sun Yi's fist struck Goku's chest, which he had guarded with both hands, causing Goku to stumble backward, his legs kicking in retreat. However, Goku soon regained his composure, propelled himself with a push from his calves, and leaped to the side, unleashing his phantom fist technique. 1, 2, 3 afterimages materialized. Upon seeing it once more, Sun Yi comprehended the principle behind the phantom fist technique. It involves the rapid movement of the body, where a layer of energy lingers at the original position, creating a fleeting image that persists for a few moments. If the residual energy is substantial enough, it is conceivable that the technique of creating doppelgangers, akin to the four directions fist, could be achieved. Ultimately, the number of iterations one can employ hinges on one's innate strength. Sun Yi pondered, leaving behind an irreplaceable illusion in his wake. Wukong struck the phantom, sensing something amiss, and exclaimed, not good. Just as he uttered those words, Sun Yi materialized behind him, grinning as he delivered a swift kick. Missing with the first attempt, Sun Yi continued to project his illusion, when he reappeared behind Wukong once more. This time it was the genuine article. Wukong was struck by the kick, crashing against the wall of the arena, which crumbled under the impact, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Ah, you rascal Sun Yi, why did you use such force? Bulma exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she glanced nervously at Wukong, sensing an underlying instinct. Krillin, too, felt a twinge of tension, while the others remained largely unfazed, confident that a friendly spar could be controlled without danger. Haha. It seems Bulma is worried about her little husband. Sun Yi laughed heartily on stage, prompting the others to join in his mirth. While only Krillin and Oolong looked on at Bulma with envy, Sun Wukong staggered to his feet, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Brother Sun Yi is truly formidable. I shall not succumb so easily. The martial attire adorning Wukong was marred, bearing 2 tears from his collision with the wall. As he spoke, he tore away the fabric that had covered his upper body. Once more, he assumed a stance, reverting to the initial posture of the turtle school technique. It was nothing short of breathtaking. The contestant Sun Wukong had indeed risen again. This promised to be a match of extraordinary spectacle, and we invite everyone to witness it. The host eloquently conveyed, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch, as resounding cheers and shouts erupted throughout the arena. I am coming, Wukong. With a light laugh, Sun Yi stepped forward, silently approaching Wukong. Wukong, quick to react, crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Yet, even with half of Sun Yi's strength, Wukong was sent flying backward, tumbling off the stage and crashing into a low wall. To the audience's eyes, the brief encounter culminated in Wukong's ejection, leaving them in stunned silence. No one anticipated that the evenly matched competitors would be separated by a single strike. Out of the ring, Sun Yi is the victor. A rare moment of silence fell over the venue before the audience erupted into a thunderous cheer, echoing like a tidal wave. The host, having regained composure, excitedly announced into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is Sun Yi. Sun Yi, Sun Yi, Sun Yi." The arena was enveloped in a sea of joy, with applause and shouts resonating throughout. On the stage, Sun Yi relished this perhaps unique honor of defeating Sun Wukong. Amidst the celebration, the triannual Grand Martial Arts Tournament concluded, etching the names of Sun Yi and the Turtle School, as well as the Xiaoyao sect, into the memories of all present. In a nearby restaurant, the rhythmic sound of pitter-patter filled the air, as the champion's prize money was naturally spent on a feast for Wukong. "One more bowl. I want one too." The voices rose and fell as the attendees, with hearty appetites, found their energy insufficient for their training. They scrambled for food on the table, but none could outpace Wukong. Once the others had their fill, Wukong continued to devour what remained. Bulma glanced at the used utensils set aside by Wukong and the others, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Sun Yi, at this rate, your prize money will vanish in no time." With Wukong alone consuming most of the meal, the prize would scarcely suffice, and Sun Yi would need to add a substantial sum to cover the feast. "Don't worry, it seems you're destined to support this bottomless pit in the future," she teased with a laugh. "How annoying." Before Bulma could respond, the restaurant proprietor approached, looking troubled. "All right, it's time to settle the bill." Sun Yi greeted the shopkeeper, and Wukong lifted his head. I'm still not full." The shopkeeper, with a pained expression, lamented the unfortunate reality of being unable to earn money. "Well, I suppose being 8 parts full is sufficient for me," Wukong replied with an innocent smile. Upon settling the bill, they spent 650,000 yuan. And Sun Yi, accompanied by a few others, slowly made his way out. At that moment, Bulma smiled and asked Wukong, "Now that the martial arts tournament has concluded, do you still plan to train at Kame House?" "No, I intend to venture into the outside world and continuously enhance my strength," Wukong responded decisively, casting a glance at Bulma. "Then Wukong, let us return to my home first. I'll guide you in refining your meridians, and afterward, we can set off on our travels." "Sounds good." Bulma added, "What about Krillin? If he joins us in refining his meridians, he might even catch up to your strength." Wukong. Sun Yi continued to inquire, tempting with the allure of strength. He then recalled another matter and remarked that with adjustments to the meridians, one might experience accelerated growth in height. Initially, Klin hesitated, but upon hearing the possibility of gaining height, he eagerly agreed without delay. In the end, Sun Yi noticed that only Master Rashi and Lan Chi were left behind, returning to the Turtle Hermit's abode alone, which seemed rather disheartening. Thus, he extended an invitation for Master Rashi and Lan Chi to accompany them to the West Capital as guests. The decision was swiftly made, and Sun Yi and his companions boarded a plane heading towards the West Capital, soon disappearing from sight. As for Master Rashi, he still declined Sun Yi's invitation, as he was quite eager to return with Lan Chi. During their flight, Sun Yi and his companions first spent a day at Bulma's residence. Bulma conducted a comprehensive health examination for Goku and the others, meticulously recording all the findings. Sun Yi invited Wukong to experience the significance of the gravity chamber. Wukong immediately recognized its importance and hurried off to find Bulma to request the creation of another. Bulma, diligently recording data, responded without turning her head. The following day, as Sun Yi and the others enjoyed breakfast, they observed the travel capsules prepared by Bulma. "Bulma, are you planning to travel across the way? Shouldn't you return after completing the meridian sculpting?" Sun Yi's expression was a comical mixture of laughter and tears, for the situation had not been clearly articulated. In the adjacent world group, there remained several other realms, and Sun Yi had hoped to send Wukong back before embarking on further adventures in different worlds. Since this was indeed another world, it was only fitting to fully savor the experience before returning. Wouldn't you agree, Wukong? "Huh, what?" Wukong replied, his face adorned with confusion, speckled with grains of rice and remnants of vegetables, exuding an endearingly innocent demeanor. "Never mind, Wukong, please continue your meal." Sun Yi first calmed Wukong before setting down his chopsticks. Having nearly finished his meal, he decided to cease competing for food. "If you wish to travel, you must consider that the opposing force can be likened to beings of extraordinary capability, akin to Krillin, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. Moreover, there are no creatures like Oolong on the opposing side, nor is there anyone with your hair color. Therefore, you must be prepared for a potential attack at any moment. Do you still wish to go? In the interest of his own convenience, Sun Yi naturally chose to exaggerate a bit. I have Yukon, Bulma declared confidently, pointing at Yukon. Yet, that too would be insufficient. The power of the energy waves would be diminished, and others would be unable to fly. What will you do when surrounded? What? Then I'm not going. Bulma sighed, rolling her eyes and carelessly tossing aside the capsule in her hand. Being a clever person, she realized that Sun Yi might be embellishing the truth. However, the fundamental situation remained unchanged. Bulma had heard from Xiao Feng about the perils of being surrounded and, since it was inconvenient, she decided against the journey. Sun Yi turned to retrieve the capsule that Bulma had discarded, meticulously counting the supplies he required for an extended journey. With all preparations complete, Sun Yi led the group into the shuttle and activated the portal to the Dragon World. In the Longhuan Blessed Land, they returned to their previous location with a reduced party. This time, only Sun Yi, along with Bulma, Goku, and Krillin, totaling 7 individuals, ventured forth to conserve energy. The energy expenditure amounted to 4 degrees, during which Bulma and her companions also had their meridians shaped. Goku consumed 8 degrees of energy for his transformation, while Krillin utilized 2 degrees, indicating that Krillin's lineage indeed possessed unique traits. Both Goku and Krillin, filled with curiosity, explored the changes within themselves. They sensed a transformation, though it remained elusive to the eye and touch. Having already felt the presence of Qi, the subsequent practice of internal energy would prove to be a straightforward endeavor. All right, Goku, you and Krillin should return with Bulma. While you wait at Bulma's home, take the opportunity to learn the martial arts of the Xia sect. Sure. They replied in unison, with Goku particularly elated at the prospect of acquiring new skills. Quickly send me back. I must begin my research on the changes in the body before and after shaping the meridians. Bulma appeared equally eager for this research, her eyes fixed on Sun Yi, brimming with anticipation. You might consider dyeing your hair before embarking on your adventures with Goku, Sun Yi suggested with a chuckle, producing a bottle of hair dye. Less chatter, and open the passage. Noticing Bulma's growing dissatisfaction, Sun Yi ceased his banter, opened the door, and sent Goku and the others back. Very well. I shall explore elsewhere for now. Sun Yi turned to Qing Luo and the others, offering a few words of advice. I shall venture into the new world for a brief exploration. Would you prefer to remain in this realm or stay within the shuttle? The exploration may take at least half a day, or perhaps 3 to 5 days. It is quite possible that it could take as long as half a month to thoroughly investigate. Then we shall await your return here. Qing Luo responded after a moment of contemplation. Very well, but do not wander off, Sun Yi replied. He then opened a spatial portal once more, employing the initial procedure of using a camera to probe for any potential dangers on the other side. Noticing that there was no immediate threat, only the gentle patter of rain, Sun Yi unfurled his umbrella and proceeded forth. New world, here I come. Having had prior experience, he felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation regarding the nature of the world he was about to enter. Nevertheless, given that it was a low-energy concentration world, there were limits to individual power, which would likely pose minimal danger to him. However, if he were to enter a technologically advanced realm, the level of risk remained uncertain. Yet, it could be presumed that most technological worlds would possess peaceful regions. Sun Yi felt a sudden shift before finding himself in an unfamiliar place. It was a small forest, sparse with trees, and beneath his feet lay a well-maintained grassy area, perhaps due to the opening of a spatial passage. Dark clouds rapidly spread across the sky, and rain began to pour heavily. After walking a few meters, Sun Yi encountered a narrow plastic road. Around him, people scattered in response to the ominous clouds, seemingly oblivious to Sun Yi, who stood beneath the trees. The crowd consisted predominantly of individuals with black hair and yellow skin, embodying the Eastern features deeply ingrained in Sun Yi's memory. The surroundings resembled a park, prompting him to join the throng and venture forth. It appeared that within this shared world, traversing did not necessitate a transporter to reconnect with the celestial pathways. Sun Yi had merely received a notification regarding the energy properties of this realm. As he walked along the familiar yet foreign street, he felt a sense of warmth from the familiar sights, while the dialects spoken by the passers-by remained incomprehensible to him. Sun Yi surveyed the passing crowd and the street-side displays amidst the rain, as a familiar melody resonated through the air. The gates of my home are often wide open, embracing the vastness of time and space. blossoming with youthful smiles to welcome this day, where the world is filled with friends, and there is no need for formality. Sun listened quietly, raising an eyebrow. This song was certainly familiar. However, the fact that it was playing on the streets at such a widespread level did not align with Sun Ye's experience of time travel, which suggested that this place was merely a parallel world. Nevertheless, it was still worth exploring. After all, this was half of her hometown. Sun Yi pondered quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He casually entered a street-side mobile phone shop, knowing he needed to inquire about certain matters before taking any action. Upon entering, he encountered a man in his 30s, engrossed in a drama on his computer. "Hello, boss." Hello. What can I do for you?" The shopkeeper, responding in heavily accented Mandarin, mirrored Sun Ye's greeting. "I am here to ask for directions. I am visiting and would like to know if there are any antique shops nearby." "Oh, yes, indeed. If you turn here," the proprietor enthusiastically replied, displaying no impatience for a non-purchasing customer. After some indirect questioning, Sun Yi finally learned the time and location he sought. Exiting the shop, he maneuvered through a few corners, successfully evading the gaze of the crowd. He retrieved a backpack and placed within it several antique Han Dynasty jade ornaments he had acquired in the northern Song world. After traversing several streets and making another turn, he ultimately arrived at his destination. The street appeared rather narrow, yet the shops lining both sides exuded a certain vibrancy. Choosing a corner shop at random, he first noted the gilded sign above the entrance, Bai Wei Ju. The characters, elegantly inscribed, seemed to have been crafted by a skilled calligrapher, radiating a sense of grandeur. As he stepped inside, an intangible energy enveloped him. However, despite his mental acuity, Sun Yi could not discern the precise nature of this energy. It appeared to circulate solely within the confines of the shop, resembling both spiritual energy and some other essence, yet his mental skin yielded no discernible change. Observing the shop's layout and the flow of energy, he contemplated their interconnectedness as he ventured further inside. The antique shop was divided into 2 levels. The main hall on the ground floor comprised 3 storefronts, adorned with lavish, vintage decor. Even in the daylight, vibrant lights illuminated the space, exuding an ancient charm. The shop featured intricately carved beams and exquisite decorations, with various red, yellow, and white lanterns suspended in midair, their flickering glow creating a dreamy, ethereal atmosphere. This was indeed a prosperous establishment. Sun reached a conclusion, and with a smile, he stepped inside. At the entrance, he paused momentarily, unable to resist the urge to gaze downwards. The floor of the shop was impeccably clean and tidy, devoid of any dust, crafted from exquisite English stone. However, this was not the reason for Sun's lowered gaze. Rather, he seemed to sense a flow of energy emanating from the stone beneath his feet. Just then, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached, clad in a simple white qipao, her graceful figure swaying elegantly. A charming smile graced her face as she warmly greeted him. "Good day, sir. Welcome." Sun Yi nodded slightly and directly stated his intention. "I have some jade ornaments from the Han Dynasty. Do you accept such items here?" Upon hearing this, the young lady's delight intensified, for this was a business opportunity. She promptly gestured, inviting him. "Sir, please follow me. Let us sit down and discuss this matter at length." Guided by her, they entered the reception room. The room was elegantly adorned, reminiscent of a study or bedroom. It was not only equipped with hot water and fragrant tea, but also offered an assortment of candies and pastries, carefully crafted to create a comfortable atmosphere, evoking a sense of homecoming. Once the door was closed, the likelihood of the transaction's details being disclosed was significantly minimized, ensuring a commendable level of confidentiality. Sun Yi approached and took a seat, and the young woman promptly brought over a cup of tea. Seizing this moment, Sun Yi retrieved 5 jade pendants from his backpack. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing glasses entered, accompanied by a young man adorned with gold-rimmed round spectacles, clad in a pristine white shirt. "Good day. May I inquire your surname?" "There's no need for formality. My surname is Sunday. Very well. Mr. Sunday, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Chang, but you may call me Xiao Wang or Qiangzi. Let us first allow the appraiser to commence the evaluation, after which we can discuss the pricing." The 2 men entered with cheerful demeanor, eagerly extending their hands to shake with Sun Yi, while the younger man engaged in pleasant conversation with him. The middle-aged man immediately began assessing the jade pendant Sun Yi had presented, extracting a small magnifying glass from his coat pocket to scrutinize the jade. He meticulously examined every detail for over 10 minutes before setting the first pendant aside and moving on to the others. "All right, these pendants are authentic. They are genuine Han Dynasty jade pendants. Remarkable pieces, indeed. After more than half an hour, the middle-aged man laid down the final pendant and carefully sealed each box, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. As Sun Yi observed, the middle-aged man gestured discreetly to the young individual before departing on his own. Although the gesture was subtle, it was no match for Sun Yi's current abilities, akin to that of Master Rashi, as he could perceive the intense thoughts emanating from others with his heightened mental acuity. Wang Chang pondered, stating, considering the craftsmanship, history, and appearance, this jade pendant is indeed a rare gem. If you are willing to part with it, I would appraise it at 500,000. 1 million, firm and unyielding. I have had it evaluated elsewhere before coming here. As Sun Yi began to speak, he startled Wang Chang, who was seated opposite him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chang, with a resolute tone, declared, 800,000. This is the highest price I can offer. Very well, I prefer to avoid complications, so let us settle on this price, he continued. Additionally, I require cash, as I have lost both my mobile phone and bank card, rendering me unable to receive any bank transfers. Sun Yi readily agreed, finding the price quite satisfactory. In the world of Panlong, this was considered an average acquisition. Typically, the usual price ranges from 1 million to 1,200,000. Thus, securing it for 800,000 was quite acceptable. At the very least, it ensured no losses. Should there be aspirations for a price increase, it would not transpire overnight. It would require several days of patience. Having reached an agreement, Wang Chang promptly stepped outside to commence making phone calls and preparing the cash. It was indeed preferable to finalize the transaction today. Any delays might lead to unforeseen complications. Shortly thereafter, Boss Wang returned, bearing a tea set, with hot water readily available. Wang Chang wasted no time in rinsing the tea set, and after a few minutes of diligent preparation, a pot of fragrant tea was ready. Mr. Sun, please sample the Biluakan tea I recently acquired. Taking advantage of Wang Chang's return to casual conversation, Sun Yi voiced his curiosity. Boss Wang, I must say, the layout of your shop is quite impressive. Is there a particular significance to it? Indeed, Wang Chang replied, his face beaming with pride. It appears Mr. Sun is quite knowledgeable. I specifically engaged the renowned feng shui master, Master Jiang, from Yingzhou to carefully arrange this space. Would it be possible for you to introduce me to Master Jiang? I have some matters I wish to consult with the feng shui master. Wang Chang pondered for a moment. I'm afraid Master Jiang has been quite occupied with the renovation of the old city in Yingzhou lately, and it would be rather inconvenient to disturb him. However, once he is free, I shall certainly facilitate an introduction. Renovation of the old city? Sun Yi pondered thoughtfully. Since the other party was involved, it indicated that there might also be the influence of feng shui energy present. By observing the scene firsthand, one could ascertain whether the energy previously perceived was indeed related to feng shui. As for the location, there was no need for further inquiry. A casual question upon exiting would suffice to reveal the information. Sun Yi set his mind at ease, raised his hand, and drank nearly half a cup of tea. Then concluded, it is delightful, not overly hot, and exceedingly thirst-quenching. Wang Chang immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, what a profound summary. At that moment, the young lady who had previously attended to them entered, carrying a modest bag, while a man lingered outside, refraining from entering. The young lady leaned in to whisper to Wang Chang. With a smile, Wang Chang turned to Sun Yi and said, all right, Mr. Sun, the cash you requested has arrived. Please take a moment to count it. Sun Yi counted the money for a moment, ensuring everything was in order, before placing all the banknotes into his backpack and bidding farewell to the proprietor. That evening, he chose a hotel at random and spent the night resting. The following morning dawned. Sun Yi rose early, inquiring about the location of the old city of Yingzhou, and then made his way directly to the construction site. Finding a secluded spot, he circumvented the barriers and proceeded inward. The interior of the site was a vast square, exuding an air of solemnity and chill. The square was expansive, with 3 small mounds piled on one side, beneath which lay a lake that had been excavated but remained unfilled with water. Encircling the square and connecting with the 3 mounds, the lake meandered in an S shape, with one end linking to the head of the Xiang River and the other to the tail of the Bei River, creating a harmonious cycle. The square was not circular but rather rectangular, though it featured a circular design within, lending it an aesthetic appeal. The ground was devoid of ostentatious colors, composed solely of the simplest granite, which appeared remarkably unadorned. Granite slabs were laid out across the square, while the surrounding railing was more opulent, crafted from precious white Han marble. Only a handful of individuals were present to oversee the site, and Sun Yi remained concealed behind a man-made rock formation to avoid detection. Upon closer inspection, several figures clad in judicial robes stood within. Aside from the young man at the center, the expressions of the others were marked by intense excitement and enthusiasm. Sun Yi observed several geomancers at the scene, particularly captivated by the young man in the center, whose ceremonial robe was the most resplendent. Adorned with a Taoist crown atop his head and clad in cloth shoes, he exuded an aura reminiscent of celestial beings. Even his positioning was deliberate, with the young man standing at the very center, eyes closed in deep meditation. As if sensing something, he glanced back towards Sun Yi's direction. Although Sun Yi quickly averted his gaze, it appeared the young man had indeed acknowledged the presence of someone nearby. Yet he seemed unconcerned, choosing not to dwell on it further. The individuals nearby engaged in quiet conversation, seemingly awaiting some event. The young man then moved to a corner of the plaza, approaching a meticulously carved platform, seemingly preparing for a ritual. Suddenly, he unveiled an object resembling a cicada, which he hung beside him. In that moment, Sun Yi felt an immense power emanating from the crystalline artifact, a force that rivaled his own, albeit restrained by some unseen influence. From the hushed dialogue of those present, it appeared this object was referred to as Dijin. Just as the Dijin began to radiate a shimmering light, a middle-aged man burdened with stones rushed into the plaza's entrance. "They're here. So soon?" The onlookers gasped in surprise, but their exclamations quickly fell silent, as if they feared disturbing the young man's solemn task. Sun Yi gazed at the weary visage of the middle-aged man in the distance, his face contorted with exhaustion and drenched in perspiration. Despite his fatigue, the man dared not to relent, exerting every ounce of his strength to sprint towards the platform where the young man stood. With labored strides, he reached the side of the platform and promptly handed a stone he held to the young man, before being assisted to a seat nearby. The young man then began to wield several energy-infused devices he had on hand, and the individuals beside him fell into an immediate silence. Sun Yi quietly observed the individuals on the field, particularly the young man at the center, whom he had discerned was called Feng Yuan from their previous conversation. It seemed that Feng Yuan possessed a rather unique method of channeling his mental energy. Before the arrival of the middle-aged man, Feng Yuan's mental energy predominantly concentrated in his head, or more specifically, in his eyes, merging in a distinctive manner with his physical sight. However, upon the middle-aged man's arrival, Feng Yuan's mental energy began to radiate from his body, emanating a peculiar wave, primarily enhancing the whip in his hand. In Sun Yi's view, this method of mental energy manipulation was quite exquisite, likely a skill passed down through generations in Feng's family. Nevertheless, Sun Yi had already externalized his mental energy and grasped the technique, finding that the realm he had learned from the immortal still held some value. Therefore, as long as he could comprehend the method, mastering it would not prove to be particularly challenging. Sun Yi was intently observing, attempting to harness his mental energy in a similar manner. Suddenly, Feng Yuan struck a stone with the whip in his hand, shattering it and releasing a wisp of pale yellow smoke. In Sun Yi's perception, this was a unique form of energy. Immediately thereafter, Feng Yuan pointed towards a crystal cicada on the platform, from which an energy manifested, taking shape before the platform and revealing an ethereal giant dragon. Such remarkable sentience. Sun Yi sighed, realizing that this was certainly not mere energy. In fact, one could argue that all energy in this world possesses this inherent sentience. Sun Yi abruptly turned his gaze towards the sky. It was not just the square, but the entire city of Yingzhou that had suddenly undergone a transformation in the heavens. Sun Yi's spiritual energy unfurled, emanating a transformative power that seemed to rise from the very earth of Yingzhou, as if it possessed no discernible source. Or perhaps the source was indeed the land itself. Indeed, the world is vast, and each realm undoubtedly harbors its own essence, capable of aiding Sun Yi in his evolutionary journey. Soon, however, the sky became shrouded in dense clouds, and under the fierce gust of wind, it rolled in from the outskirts. In an instant, the expansive lakeside square became a tumult of swirling winds and rising dust. Yet, this chaos did not persist for long. Within minutes, it began to settle into an orderly state, returning to normalcy. A smile graced Feng Yuan's face as he seized a handful of glutinous rice and scattered it around. Before long, Sun Yi observed a mist forming around Feng Yuan, detectable only through his spiritual perception. Elevated by a surge of spiritual energy, Feng Yuan rose into the air, gliding gracefully yet swiftly towards the nearby rockery. The onlookers, their expressions filled with astonishment, promptly followed the mist that enveloped Feng Yuan. As Sun Yi beheld the figure ascend into the air, a wave of exhilaration washed over his countenance. At last, he had discovered the most authentic transcendent legacy in this realm. To soar amidst such energy levels in this world was akin to the legendary sweeping monk of the dragon-taming universe. Moreover, the energy here vehemently repelled the human form. And observing the absence of any energy fluctuations within the individual, it became evident that this was a sweeping monk he could indeed vanquish. Naturally, even if this world bore resemblance to the dragon-taming realm, individuals of the sweeping monk's caliber were not Sun Yi's adversaries at present. Nonetheless, a profound impression was essential for their initial encounter. Seizing the moment as the mist began to dissipate, Sun Yi gracefully executed his newly acquired lightness skill. Enveloped in the unique aura he had just learned, skillfully navigating the existing energy field to follow closely behind Feng Yuan. Although he lacked the energy density that surrounded Feng Yuan, rendering him unable to fly without exerting himself completely, maintaining pace with Feng Yuan was still within his capabilities. Feng Yuan in the skies appeared to have taken notice of Sun Yi trailing below, yet mistook him for a geomancer who had stealthily entered the scene. Given that he too was treading upon the energy field, for the time being, Feng Yuan prioritized the task at hand, focusing intently on mastering the power he wielded, disregarding the commotion beneath him. After a brief interval, Feng Yuan finally accomplished all his objectives and descended from above. He could not restrain himself from calling out, "Do not just stand there, quickly turn on the lights." In response to Feng Yuan's exhortation, those below hastily rushed to illuminate the square. In an instant, the 28 towering lampposts that adorned the plaza erupted into brilliant radiance. To Sun Yi's astonishment, a stream of white energy began to surge upwards, seeking escape. Yet the lights persistently obstructed its path. Suddenly, with an unexpected explosion, one of the streetlights shattered, sending glass cascading to the ground and plunging the illuminating glow into darkness. The grayish-white energy surged forth with astonishing speed, darting through the gap like a bolt of lightning. In that fleeting moment, a fierce gale erupted, howling with fury, before eventually subsiding, leaving the surroundings tranquil after the storm had passed. Observing a group of individuals engaging in pleasantries, Sun Yi gradually approached them. "Greetings, Master Feng. I am Sun Yi." Sun Yi, emulating the manner of address used by the group across from him, greeted them. "Hey there, who are you? What brings you to this square?" The individual named Feng Yuan remained silent. Instead, a slightly portly man spoke up first. "Haha, I am merely an inconsequential visitor from out of town. I happened to witness Master Feng's remarkable feng shui techniques nearby, and it truly opened my eyes. Hence, I took the liberty to come over and introduce myself." With a smile, Sun Yi did not pay much heed and first responded to the inquiry posed by the other party. "Baozi, let us not be impolite. This master is indeed a top-tier geomancer, as I have witnessed his skills just moments ago." Feng Yuan interjected with a smile. "Greetings, Master Sun. I was in the midst of arranging the feng shui layout earlier, and thus could not extend my hospitality immediately. I hope you can forgive my oversight." Master Feng was being courteous. Suddenly, Sun Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed toward the northeast. Sun Yi suddenly extended his mental energy. Sensing a surge of energy fluctuations emanating from the northeast, akin to the sensation of space being disturbed, Feng Yuan seemed to share this perception, turning his gaze towards that direction. However, without a clear understanding, he did not place significant importance on it. At that moment, Feng Yuan and his companions heard a calling voice and promptly turned to look, as another middle-aged man approached, surrounded by a throng of people, marching forward with great pomp. Naturally, Feng Yuan and the others welcomed him. Sun Yi did not follow behind. At this moment, he had no inclination to engage in pleasantries. It was imperative to assess the situation on site. Sun Yi and Feng Yuan took their leave directly, refraining from further disturbance to one another. In a moment of urgency, Sun Yi disregarded the potential repercussions and swiftly vanished behind the artificial hill. Once he found a secluded spot, he activated the spatial portal and entered the interior of the shuttle. As he stepped inside, a projection immediately emerged, displaying a message. "Spatial fluctuations have been detected in this world. Based on the intensity of the energy waves, the likelihood of interworld traversal is estimated at 90. Xiao AI, can you monitor the changes occurring at the site of the energy fluctuations?" Xiao AI began to trace back the fluctuations while simultaneously monitoring the situation on site. The projection first presented a notification, followed by two separate screens. One depicted the retrospective analysis, while the other displayed the current scene. The retrospective screen soon came into view, revealing the sight of a young man lifeless. Subsequently, a spectral soul was absorbed by an amulet on his person, tearing through the fabric of space and departing from this realm, after which the video concluded. The screen depicting the current situation quickly materialized as well. It showcased a group of uniformed individuals armed with firearms, busily attending to the scene, where 7 male corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. A woman, adorned in a vibrant dress, was kneeling over one of the bodies, crying out in anguish. Ting Chi Shan, Tung Chi Shan, how could this happen to you? She sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Tung Chi Shan, it's him. Sun Yi was enveloped in profound astonishment. Upon reflection, he recalled that the object which had manipulated the space was indeed a shaped artifact. If this individual traversing through dimensions was truly him, it was imperative to examine the traces left by the spatial disturbance to ascertain the destination of the entity. Shall we expend energy to investigate the traces of the spatial passage and calculate the intended destination of the object that disrupted the space? Furthermore, enlarge the visuals of the scene to scrutinize the several corpses. Acknowledgement received. Please hold on. Subsequently, the screen displaying the energy tracing began to reveal an indistinct series of images. The visuals of the scene enlarged, offering close-ups of the various corpses present. Sun Yi was also observing intently. Among the bodies, 2 were unmistakably of South Asian descent, clearly not of Chinese origin. Sun Yi anxiously awaited the final results within the shuttle. Attention, challengers! The opponent has reached their destination, and the system has pinpointed their location. Shall we proceed with the transit? Adjust the coordinates to offset by 3 to 5 kilometers across the opposing world, and commence the transit now. Acknowledged, the offset is complete, and the spatial gate has been opened. As the screen displayed this information, another spatial gate adjacent to the one in the modern world had also been activated. As per usual, we shall dispatch the camera into the opposing realm for preliminary exploration. The camera captured its surroundings with clarity. All appeared secure. Upon entering the scene, a village encircled by a tall wooden fence loomed nearby, while the distant horizon was adorned with rolling mountains. The site of the transit was nestled within a forest, with a main road not far off and a noticeable absence of human presence. Challengers, please be advised, in the course of its evolutionary journey, this world instinctively suppresses all human strength and lifespan to avert evolutionary failure. The energy of challengers will also be constrained, and should one wish to break free from this worldly suppression, it will require the expenditure of energy to shield against the consciousness of the world. Sun Yi glanced down at his attire, which consisted of the garments he had just donned in the shuttle, a costume reminiscent of his chivalrous exploits in the celestial dragon realm. It was quite satisfactory. He ambled along the main road towards the entrance of the manor, not far ahead. A few individuals stationed at the manor's entrance spotted Sun Yi approaching from a distance. However, as there was only one person among them, they paid him little mind. Sun Yi had no intention of entering. He merely projected his mental energy outward. Within one of the courtyards of the manor, a gathering of over a dozen individuals was present, while inside the house, a woman was in the throes of childbirth. Sun Yi, gliding gracefully with his lightness skill, approached the main entrance of Zhuangzi and sought confirmation from a robust man standing guard. Good sir, might I inquire which place this is? I have just emerged from the mountains, having lost my way, and I seek guidance for my return to the city. I assure you, I shall express my gratitude. The burly man chuckled heartily. Gratitude? No need for such formalities, young man. You stand before the Tung family manor of Dine Mountain. If you wish to reach Yicheng, you must head in that direction. Yicheng? Is this not the territory of the Guiyuan sect? Sun Yi tentatively inquired, although he was already 90% certain. However, until absolute certainty was achieved, further confirmation was necessary. Indeed. Very well, thank you, my brother. As Sun Yi spoke, he tossed a silver ingot weighing approximately 1 pound to the other party. He then turned and sped away in the direction of Yicheng, swiftly navigating a small bend and disappearing from sight. After all, according to the established worldview, there were individuals in this realm whom Sun Yi could not contend with. Until he had a clearer understanding of the situation, he refrained from deploying any technological products and opted to avoid flight for the time being. Behind him, the burly man stood dumbfounded at the entrance of the Tung family estate, still clutching the silver ingot Sun Yi had given him. It was not until someone from within the estate called out to him 3 times that he snapped back to reality. Several minutes later, Sun Yi caught sight of a city in the distance, taking a few more minutes to draw near. At the city gates, a throng of people parted to make way for him. The guards stationed there, upon noticing Sun Ye's approach, refrained from mentioning any entrance fees. Instead, they regarded him with palpable tension, fearful of incurring his wrath. Quietly, he stepped into the city, where the streets were lined with small vendors stretching as far as the eye could see. As he walked along the thoroughfare, the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares mingled with the calls of inns and taverns vying for patrons, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Sun Yi gazed at the bustling scene along the street, relishing the vibrant atmosphere as he leisurely strolled towards the heart of the city along the main thoroughfare. The small town was not large, and before long, he arrived at the center, where an expansive three-story building stood prominently. A grand plaque adorned the main entrance, inscribed with three gilded characters, W Nexing Lu. Sun Yi gazed at the towering edifice before him, stepping inside without a moment's hesitation. At the entrance of the Wanxiang Tower, two strikingly elegant women, each adorned with a sword at their waist, greeted every guest with warm smiles. They also kindly reminded the visitors to refrain from bringing weapons into the establishment. The interior of the Wanxiang Tower was vast, with numerous counters scattered throughout. In fact, the number of attendants stationed behind the counters exceeded 100. This place bore a remarkable resemblance to certain modern shopping malls, the only distinction being that its patrons were martial artists. Sun Yi strolled around the first floor, where an array of merchandise was displayed upon the counter. However, upon observing the surroundings, it became evident that the items were predominantly of a lower caliber, with only a select few of the highest quality suitable for first-rate martial artists and above. Nevertheless, Sun Yi did discover several essential purchases at the book counter: the Qianlong list, the Chufeng list, the Daiban, and the Tianbang. There were numerous other books within the counter, yet none were of particular utility to Sun Yi, save for these lists, which warranted attention. Among the 4 volumes, the Qianlong list and the Chufeng list were quite thick, while the Daiban and Tianbang were notably slender, reflecting the smaller number of individuals recorded within their pages. Clerk, please bring me 1 copy each of the Qianlong list, Chufeng list, Daiban, and Tianbang. Certainly, esteemed guest. The total comes to 220 taels. The clerk accepted Sun Ye's substantial silver ingots and handed him the 4 volumes. Sun Yi completed his payment and picked up 4 books, standing still as he began to peruse them. He first opened the volume on the heavenly rankings, where the initial pages offered an introduction to the Wanxiang Tower and the 4 lists, interspersed with some insights about the world of Jiaozhou. This provided Sun Yi with a comprehensive understanding of the Jiaozhou realm. On the vast land of Jiaozhou, countless heroes and legends abound, such as those from the northern regions of Yuan. The 4 rankings of Jiaozhou are meticulously recompiled every 6 months, chronicling the valiant figures from across the land. As he continued to turn the pages, he encountered a familiar name, Wu Ho, known as the Beast King, who perpetually occupied the top position on the heavenly rankings. He continued to flip through the pages, ultimately failing to find the name of Zhuge Yuan Hong, uncertain if the time had yet to come. Next, he examined the Earth rankings, which documented the 72 most formidable postnatal peak warriors. The Qianlong list and the Chufeng list recorded the most exceptional 108 young heroes and heroines under the age of 30 in the Jiaozhou realm. After a general overview, it became evident that the 8 major sects of Jiaozhou were entirely consistent, and many names from the 4 lists were somewhat familiar, confirming the authenticity of this world. Sun Yi turned and stepped outside. In this world, acquiring secrets is no simple task. After all, with an unknown origin, joining a sect directly may yield no results even after a decade of effort. Thus, it is prudent to seek out a lesser sect for information. Upon exiting, Sun Yi casually found a place to dine, inquiring with the waiter about the right direction. After receiving guidance, he set forth in that direction, soon vanishing from sight. 3 days later, in the city of Chujun, at the headquarters of the Ironclad sect, the time was precisely around 8 in the evening. Sun Yi stood outside the mountain gate, beginning to emanate his spiritual power to sense the surroundings. Earlier, during his journey, he had passed through the Guiyuan sect in Jiangning County. However, while projecting his spiritual energy, he was sensed by an elder from the Guiyuan sect, prompting Sun Yi to withdraw immediately. Sun Yi also wished to seek out a virtual realm to test the extent of his current abilities. This time, he did not discover the presence of any virtual realms at the Iron Armor Gate, which made matters considerably easier. Within the sect, there was an individual whose aura was the most potent, and in terms of combat prowess, he was likely around 180. Moreover, his realm seemed to embody a tranquility reminiscent of the sky. Sun Yi began to send a transmission to what he presumed to be the sect Master Nye Rong. Master Nye, I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you can forgive me. Inside, Nierong was taken aback, his gaze darting around in alarm. Had someone intruded? No. There was no one around. Was that an illusion? Might I inquire who you are, esteemed senior? Please, do not hesitate to inform me of your business with Nia. Steadying himself, Nierong responded slowly, bowing solemnly while bracing himself for what might come. If the other party were to appear immediately, it would likely mean they had concealed themselves through some unknown means, necessitating an alert to the elders for a united front. However, if they were not in close proximity, it would indicate that the individual was indeed a formidable presence in the realm of illusions, and whatever their request, it must be obeyed. I require you to present the most profound sword techniques of our sect, as well as some foundational texts on meridian and internal energy cultivation. I shall come to collect them shortly. Understood, esteemed senior. Preparations will be made at once. Sun Ye's voice was devoid of any fluctuation, leaving Nierong perplexed about his intentions. Nevertheless, he acquiesced without hesitation. The other party stepped out of his chamber and slowly approached a stone chamber. Flanking the room were two towering bookshelves that nearly obscured the walls, adorned with tomes of various secret arts alongside stones, iron plates, and bamboo slips. Upon entering, Nierong lit 2 candles and gazed upon a substantial stack of parchment laid out on the table in 2 piles. He picked up the topmost stack, along with a few rudimentary texts, and quietly exited the stone chamber, making his way back to his room, where he began to ponder vacantly over the ancient manuscripts. Noticing that the other had returned to his quarters, Sun Yi seized the cover of night to ascend into the air. With a subtle manipulation of energy to mask his presence, he silently descended at the threshold of the room, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. Greetings, esteemed senior. This is the secret manual of our sect's iron garment skill. Nierong was initially startled, lifting his gaze towards the doorway before his expression abruptly turned solemn as he paid his respects. Very well, now hand over the manual. With a smile, Sun Yi accepted the secret manual, realizing that it would enable him to cultivate inner strength and extend his lifespan by 100 years or even longer upon reaching the innate stage. After all, the 9-tripod world inherently imposes limitations on human longevity to prevent an excessive number of individuals from transcending into supreme beings and depleting the world's energy. Standing still, he perused the contents, noting that, unlike the manuals he had seized from various bandit hideouts in recent days, this one indeed contained valuable methods for cultivating the realms of innate virtual elixirs, solid elixirs, and golden elixirs, even offering descriptions of the illusory realm, albeit lacking a cohesive system. Such a manual is undoubtedly precious. Well then, he declared, I shall not take your manual in vain. Should your sect encounter any matters in the future, you may send those who practice this manual to seek me out, and I shall assist you with the task. Sun Yi remarked that the only eventuality the other party might face in the future would be annihilation. He mused that even if the adversary were to locate him, it would pose no concern. At that moment, he was certain he could offer protection to certain individuals. Nierong observed as Sun Yi stepped outside, soaring gracefully into the sky. An overwhelming excitement surged within him. The ordinary virtual realms did not permit flight, and this was, indeed, the most significant assurance for their sect in the days to come. Amidst Nierong's reverence, Sun Yi ascended into the distance, swiftly vanishing from Nierong's sight. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the room, where 3 enchanting beauties lay within. Yet, Sun Yi was not among them. Turning through a door, one would find him lounging on a chaise by the window, leisurely adjusting to a more comfortable position, the iron garment divine technique resting quietly upon his legs. The open page before him detailed the initial methods of cultivating internal energy, along with various intricacies of training, including the expansion of meridians and the dantian during the practice. Sun Yi perused the contents of this manual several times and began his practice of cultivating internal energy this morning. He must strive to swiftly attain the innate state, or even ascend further into the ethereal realm. Internal energy and inner strength are essentially one and the same. The distinction in terminology arises solely from the existence of 2 different realms. However, the methods of cultivation in these 2 worlds exhibit notable differences. In the heavenly dragon realm, cultivation primarily focuses on the accumulation and nourishment of inner strength, where the expansion of meridians occurs passively as one reaches a certain level of mastery, allowing the internal flow to enhance the width and strength of the meridians. Conversely, in the 9-tripod realm, the cultivation transforms from passive to active, making the expansion of meridians and other functions an integral part of the practice. Upon breaking through to the innate state, the differences between the two worlds become starkly apparent. In the heavenly dragon realm, the insufficient concentration of spiritual energy renders it impossible to break through. Practitioners can only rely on the cultivation of mental strength to stimulate the growth of inner strength. In contrast, the nine tripod realm permits further breakthroughs, allowing inner strength to merge with mental energy to form true essence. Whether one continues to utilize inner strength to drive the growth of mental energy or vice versa is of no concern. There are three prerequisites for breaking through to the innate state. First, one must reach the limits of their dantian. Individuals in the nine tripod realm who possess immense strength typically have mastered this threshold, and top-tier experts may achieve the innate state. In the heavenly dragon realm, one may need to attain a century's worth of inner strength to fully expand the dantian to its limits, given the differing energy concentrations of the worlds. Second, the warrior's essence. Energy and spirit must be abundant, with the spirit needing to transcend the confines of the Niwen Palace to influence external internal energy, which presents the greatest bottleneck for ordinary individuals. In other words, the energy within must be capable of emanating outward while retaining control to navigate its trajectory. This is certainly not an issue for Sun Yi. Third, one must discover the method of harmonizing spirit and energy, which naturally relies on the manual at Sun Yi's disposal. Currently, Sun Yi's paramount task is to expand the dantian to its utmost limits, forming an energy vortex, followed by releasing mental energy for integration, thereby stepping into the innate state and extending his lifespan by 100 years. Sun Yi reclined in his chair, closing his eyes in introspective meditation, guiding his mental energy to circulate within his dantian, actively expanding its capacity. Before long, subtle movements began to manifest within the dantian, undergoing minute transformations. Fortunately, Sun Yi possessed an internal energy equivalent to that of an ordinary person over 150 years, and through his daily training, he had nearly maximized the expansion of his dantian. Now, only slight internal adjustments were required to form a vortex, marking the completion of his endeavor. After approximately half an hour, the dantian ceased its fluctuations, having undergone a significant transformation from its previously passive circular form to an elongated elliptical shape. As this new shape emerged, it naturally induced the internal energy to rotate, creating a swirling vortex at the center of the dantian, drawing energy inward. The vortex's rotation varied in speed, influenced by unknown factors, revealing that the meridians still harbored many secrets. With his internal energy already at a remarkable level, Sun Yi was close to achieving the final stage of internal energy circulation to form the vortex. At the core of the dantian, the center of the vortex began to reach a near-liquid state after a brief period of rotation. However, it consistently faltered at the final step of complete liquefaction. Each time it coalesced into droplets, it would slow its rotation due to insufficient pressure, causing the droplets to disperse and repeat the process of condensation. The next step required him to seize the opportunity to stabilize the droplets by directing his mental energy into them. Once the energy throughout his body achieved complete liquefaction, he would enter the innate stage. The essence of this practice was to concentrate on the dantian, harmonizing spirit and energy. This was the most crucial knowledge Sun Yi gleaned from the secret text. As for the techniques and meridian operations of the Iron Garment sect, he had no intention of learning them. Other concepts such as the transformations of Virtual Dan, Real Dan, and Golden Dan, along with the insights of the sect's predecessors, held little significance. Sun Yi had already reached a level where he could steadily accumulate energy and break through without encountering bottlenecks. Sun Yi lay peacefully under the sun for an entire morning, his mind completely focused on his dantian, swirling in tandem with the vortex of inner energy. Gradually, his consciousness began to overlap with the energy whirlpool, concentrating all of his internal force within the dantian, its velocity slowly increasing, spinning ever faster. Until, at a certain moment, the speed surpassed a critical point, and a drop of milky white liquid finally emerged at the center of the vortex. Sun Yi immediately directed his mental energy inward. This droplet, which had initially quivered and seemed on the verge of dispersing, gradually stabilized. As Sun Yi continued to transmit his mental energy, the droplet began to absorb the inner force, steadily growing stronger. The newly generated true essence commenced its autonomous circulation within the meridians, slowly nourishing the body. Outside, tranquility reigned. Only when Qing Luo and the others awoke did they find Sun Yi in meditation, prompting them to leave Yu Yen to guard him while they ventured out to shop. It seemed that after several encounters in their new home, Qing Luo and Bai Feng had grown increasingly close. Sun Yi opened his eyes to find Yu Yin quietly seated beside him, engrossed in her reading. With a gentle smile, he embraced her, softly patting her back. At last, the cultivation of this martial art to the innate stage would extend one's lifespan, potentially reaching a maximum of 200 years. You might want to take a look at it as well. One can either directly cultivate this method or draw inspiration from the integration of the dantian, inner strength, and spiritual awareness presented within. As long as one breaks through to the innate level, longevity will surely be enhanced. Yu Yin received the tome with a smile, her focus intensifying as she delved into its contents. This passion of hers had become a constant. She relished the exploration of martial arts manuals. Perhaps it was Sun Ye's influence that had deepened her enthusiasm for studying these texts. Noticing the time, she realized that noon was fast approaching, signaling the hour for a meal. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from outside. "I'm back." Two women entered, chatting merrily, laden with spoils from various shops. Behind them trailed two young servants, each carrying a table laden with prepared dishes. "Come, Yu Yin, let us dine together. Come, my daughter. It is time for our meal." Sun Yi and Qing Luo called out together, prompting Yu Yin to casually set down her book and approach them. The two young servants placed the dishes on the table and then exited, mentioning they would return shortly to clear away the utensils. "Come, my esteemed wives. Let us dine together," Sunny exclaimed as he unveiled the packaged meals. "Ah, these are all my favorites," he teased, addressing his two wives. "Is there anything you don't enjoy? I have yet to witness you disliking any dish." Qing Luo replied with a roll of her eyes, exasperated. "All right, my dear. For the next couple of days, I suggest you both familiarize yourselves with that secret manual. It would be ideal for you to both achieve a breakthrough to the innate stage, thus extending our lifespans to 200 years. Further advancements could even lead us to 500 years. Sun Ye's mouth was stuffed with food, making his words indistinct. "All right, hurry up and eat." Yu Yin chimed in as she approached. The two engaged in playful banter while devouring their meal. After a flurry of food snatching, they finally caught their breath. Qing Luo and Bai Feng exchanged amused glances, quietly observing the playful antics of their friends. Sun Yi reclined casually against the chair, exclaiming with ease, "How delightful." Meanwhile, Yu Yin, having satisfied 8 or 9 parts of her hunger, ceased her indulgence. Unlike Sun Ye's carefree demeanor, she covered her mouth and stifled a giggle at his exaggerated antics. Today marks the beginning of our study of the secret texts, which are notoriously challenging for innate breakthroughs. Qing Luo may require an additional 3 to 5 years of cultivation to attain the requisite internal strength, while Yu Yin, propelled by her anger, might need 2 to 3 years as well. Bai Feng will need even more time. Therefore, you must accompany me to procure certain items that will enable you to reach the pinnacle of acquired strength. Sun Yi paused for a moment before beginning to speak, and the others immediately gathered around, their eyes fixed upon this intriguing tome. This, and this are the sections you most urgently need to study. They must be incorporated into your own cultivation practices. Sun Yi indicated the aspects of expanding the dantian through internal energy, nurturing and breakthrough of mental strength, as well as the methods of combining mental strength with internal energy, elucidating these concepts to the three individuals. They looked on with amused expressions when, without warning, a surge of power erupted from Sun Yi, causing all three to be pulled down into their chairs, which then transformed into a spacious recliner. An unexpected silence enveloped the group. Qing Luo and Bai Feng flanked either side, while Yu Yin rested upon Sun Yi, quietly savoring the present ambience and listening intently to his discourse. Previously, I had inquired for information at the Myriad Phenomena Pavilion, and it has come to my attention that in this world, there exist 6 types of spiritual fruits capable of elevating one directly to the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Each type uniquely converts one's internal energy, accompanied by the inherent characteristics it possesses. These include various spiritual fruits associated with the 5 elemental attributes and the ice attribute. You may choose among them. Sunny opened the chronicle books he had purchased and laid out the descriptions of the 6 items. How much more wondrous this continent of Jiuzhou is compared to the world of Tianlong. Yet, it pales in comparison to the marvels of the Dragon Ball universe. The items, Zhu Gua, Zi Bing Xin, Zhu Jia Lingua, Hai Lingua, Jin Pingua, and Tu Lingshan, each possess distinct attributes. Upon closer examination, Qing Luo currently practices the Biming Divine skill, while Yu Yin has mastered the Lesser Wuxiang skill. Dao Baifeng's internal cultivation method is a modified version of the Lesser Wuxiang skill. In terms of foundational internal energy, the Biming divine skill leans towards water attributes, whereas the lesser Wuxiang skill is attribute-less. Surprisingly, both Qing Luo and Baifeng have chosen the Zibing Xin, for its ice attribute offers unique benefits for maintaining beauty, while only Yuyan opted for the wood attribute, Zhu Jielingua. Additionally, Sun Yi wished to procure some Zhuguo wine, necessitating visits to 3 locations. Fortunately, both the Zhu Jielingua and Zhuguo are found in the wilderness, making the overall journey feasible. Although a trip to the Duanmu continent to the north is inevitable. Well then, since you have made your choices, it is only natural to seek them out. The Zhu Jielingua lies to the south, requiring a trek into the wilderness, followed by a journey northward to the northern sea in search of the Zibing Xin. However, you must consider that the of the Zhu Jielingua holds greater value. Its wood attribute offers commendable maintenance effects and inherently carries a trace of life, making it comparatively more likely to facilitate high-level cultivation than the other options. The 2 exchanged eye rolls. For women, beauty reigns supreme, and when it comes to selection, the best must be chosen. This holds true for men as well, as most men tend to base their attitudes on appearances, with their values often swayed by physical features, a common trait among men. With decisions made, it was time to embark on the journey, though no airplanes were involved. Instead, they opted to purchase several horses and leisurely appreciate the scenery along the way, all while maximizing their time to familiarize themselves with the teachings. After all, to comprehend the principles of this world and reach the realm of emptiness, one must learn from nature rather than hastily travel by car. Furthermore, Sun Yi was unsure of the precise locations, so the search would have to be conducted gradually. Nevertheless, Sun Yi was a man of action, unencumbered by hesitation. Even as the sky began to drizzle, the city was filled with the refreshing coolness of early summer. Sun Yi arrived at the magnificent Wanxiang building in Chijun City, which surpassed the 3-story structure he had seen in Yiqing, now soaring to 5 stories high. Its exterior gleamed with the same opulence. The phrase begins with 1, stands at 3, achieves 5, flourishes at 7, and culminates at 9 might well be applicable here. The first 3 floors primarily housed commonplace items, while the upper levels were adorned with reception rooms for esteemed guests and increasingly precious treasures. Sun Yi acquired a detailed map of the untamed wilderness, marked with the origins of Zhu Guo and Zhu Jielingua. This expansive map, nearly 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, is adorned with numerous meticulously drawn points. However, it merely outlines the regions where Zhu Guo and Zhu Jielingua can be found, along with some common precautions. No additional information is provided. Should one seek further details, an extra fee is required. The location of Zhu Guo appears to be the same as described in the original text. Named Iron Arm Monkey Mountain, the map indicates that the monkeys residing in the mountain possess innate capabilities, though the specifics remain unclear. It seems this is indeed the most widely spoken of the production sites. Approximately 1,000 miles from Monkey Mountain lies a region known for Zhu Jielingua, inhabited by a group of bear-like creatures that consume bamboo, suggesting that the Zhu Jielingua may indeed be derived from bamboo. This area is situated about 1,800 miles from the outskirts of the wilderness. Regardless of the distance, a journey is inevitable, particularly since Yu Yin and Sun Yi have the ability to fly, in times of urgency, as long as they send Qing Luo and the others into the shuttle. Sun Yi can soar away. As the map was prepared that afternoon, Sun Yi also purchased several books detailing various demon beasts and acquired 4 of the finest Qi Shui horses from a dealer, capable of covering 2,000 miles a day without difficulty. Thus, their preparations were complete. The 4 individuals spent the day in the room discussing their itinerary and the characteristics of the demon beasts, occasionally marveling at their appearances and abilities while also deliberating on their edibility. After all, although Sun Yi had just reached the innate realm, a private comparison with Neo Rong revealed that his vital energy had enhanced its destructive capacity beyond that of ordinary vital energy, nearly rivaling the destructive force of an innate Realdan. Furthermore, although his energy was somewhat restricted, it remained above the level of an innate golden core. Combining these 2 aspects, one could say he stood at the pinnacle beneath the virtual realm, almost akin to the state of Tung Qingshan before his breakthrough. 3 days later, at the outskirts of the wilderness, amidst the neighing of the war horses, the 4 came to a halt, dismounted, and entered the city. As the day drew to a close, they decided to rest for the night before setting off again. They had finally arrived at Nanman City, the closest small town to the wilderness in Yangzhou. Along the journey, there were always those attempting to tease the beauties, with Sun Yi invariably stepping in. Fortunately, most of these individuals were discerning enough. Anyone able to individually purchase a Qi Shui horse must be a top-tier expert or hailing from a prominent family or sect, making them not worth the trouble for ordinary folk. In the early morning, outside Nanman City, as the sun began to rise, Sun Yi and his companions ventured towards the wild and untamed lands. This region, known as the Southern Wilderness, is often referred to as a forbidden zone for humanity and is universally acknowledged as a perilous area within the 9 provinces. Even the major factions possess their own internal maps detailing the unique resources of each locale. It is said that, had it not been for Sun Yi's display of innate prowess, acquiring such a map from the Grand Illusion Pavilion would have been nearly impossible. The wilderness resembles the primordial forest of the Dragon Ball world, with towering ancient trees stretching towards the sky, a rarity of human presence, and a ground teeming with venomous snakes and insects, alongside rampant wild beasts. However, the allure of rare spiritual herbs and treasures, long lost to the 9 provinces, draws numerous martial artists to brave its depths. The desiccated leaves blanketing the ground have accumulated, decomposing to create an oppressive atmosphere. Sun Yi and his companions don the specialized jungle attire brought forth from the Dragon Ball world, fully equipped to relish the thrill of their jungle expedition. As for their previous mounts, they had, of course, been placed within the transporter for safekeeping. With a compass in hand, they proceeded steadily towards Lingzhu Mountain, aiming to seek out the bamboo spirit fruit. Towering ancient trees, whose ages were unknown, loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, allowing only slender beams to filter down through the gaps in the foliage. Occasionally, as Sun Yi and his party traversed the wilderness, they stirred up a few snakes and insects, causing Yu Yin to clutch Sun Yi's arm tightly. This young lady, coming from a prominent family, had never encountered such sights before. Observing the increasingly dense forest around them, with the underbrush nearly as tall as a person, one could indeed surmise that formidable beasts might be lurking within the thick vegetation. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yi paused, channeling his mental energy through the properties of Qi, dispersing it outward. While it was feasible to use solely mental energy, it would deplete rapidly. An imperceptible wave emanated from Sun Yi's body, initially causing Yu Yin and Qing Luo to frown in apprehension. Gradually, the wave began to wane until it became undetectable. Within a radius of 300 meters, all manner of creatures, great and small, were reflected within Sun Yi's consciousness. By connecting this with the system's computational abilities, he could foresee the developments of events within a certain range, a skill he had developed during his time in the celestial realm. Within this 300-meter radius, the larger creatures included a few rabbits and squirrels, while insects were innumerable. There were no large animals present. You all, especially by phone, remain vigilant of your jungle camouflage and puncture-resistant gear. Maintain your internal energy at all times and stay protected. Sun Yi expressed his concern. The greatest fear lies with those creatures that can disguise themselves. Thus, one must remain vigilant. Dao Baifeng spoke with caution, as the current environment reminded her of her childhood. The more formidable the demon beasts, the greater their intelligence when confronted with us. They are less likely to conceal themselves or move stealthily. Generally, there is no need for concern regarding those below the innate level. Sun Yi added a remark. The footsteps of the group became increasingly light as they practiced their agility, quietly traversing the wilderness. Engaging in this activity for the first time, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Gradually, they ventured deeper into the monster beast mountain range. The outer edges of the mountains were devoid of formidable beasts. It was only after penetrating several hundred miles that they would encounter creatures on par with first-class experts. However, most beasts had fixed territories, with social species inhabiting a particular ridge, while solitary ones roamed within a few miles or tens of miles. Over the past few days, Qing Luo and her companions had been studying manuals, and Sun Yi was gathering information about the wilderness to share with them. Naturally, this was not definitive. Furthermore, our map only depicted common scenarios. Many local specialties or perilous beasts were likely undocumented. In the dense forests of the wilderness, the thick canopy of ancient trees nearly shielded all raindrops, making the outer regions relatively safe. Only occasional droplets fell, perhaps accompanied by small insects that might crawl onto them. But any such contact was swiftly neutralized by their inner strength. Navigating the ground proved challenging, so the group maintained their careful progress by leaping among the branches of trees standing 7 to 8 meters high. Ahead lay a herd of wild boars, which could serve as their lunch. Wild boar meat was quite delectable, Yu Yin exclaimed joyfully as she spotted the small herd by the brook ahead. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi turned his gaze, spotting a small stream approximately 100 meters away, where several animals were quenching their thirst. Among them were wild boars as well as squirrels. Rabbits and wild chickens, creatures of lesser stature, easily vanquished by even mediocre martial artists. Contemplating the feeble souls of these ordinary beings, Sun Yi directed his mental energy, fragmenting it into several streams that struck directly at their minds, shattering their very essence. Instantly, a few wild boars collapsed with a thud, causing the nearby small creatures to scatter in fright. Seizing the moment, Sun Yi proceeded to obliterate the souls of several wild chickens and 2 rabbits, sending the 4 fowl plummeting from the air. The group approached with jovial expressions, gathering their quarry, as the clearing by the stream provided an ideal spot to prepare their catch. Sun Yi retrieved the cooking tools from the capsule, which significantly alleviated concerns regarding spatial limitations, serving as a remarkable technological innovation in the realm of spatial equipment. Subsequently, with remarkable skill, he wielded a sharp knife to expertly slice through the wild boar's hide, initiating the process of separating the meat from the bones. He casually gathered several branches as firewood, while Qing Luo and the others prepared the grilling apparatus. With a single wave of her hand, Yu Yin conjured a burst of energy that ignited the branches, and they commenced the roasting of the pork. Additionally, they unearthed some wild vegetables to accompany the chicken and began to simmer a hearty soup, mindful not to waste the ample cookware at their disposal. There were also a few wild rabbits, which only Sun Yi took upon himself to prepare. Observing him as he handled the rabbits, Yu Yin pondered, "They are so adorable. Why must we eat them? Please don't eat any just yet." Sun Yi chuckled in response. After half an hour of diligent effort, the meal was finally ready to be savored. The chicken and rabbit meat were the first to be roasted to perfection, and they eagerly began to feast, while the remaining pork continued to cook. "Wow, this is delicious," Yu Yin exclaimed with enthusiasm, though it seemed she had taken a larger share of the rabbit meat. Sun Yi joined Yu Yin in the delightful competition for food, which added a touch of joy to their meal, while Qing Luo and Bai Feng observed from the side. After all, without the cultivation of energy, their appetites were not significantly greater than those of ordinary individuals, certainly not to the extent of exponential increase. "My wives possess exceptional culinary skills," Sun Yi offered a subtle compliment. After savoring several chickens and wild rabbits, the pork he had roasted was nearly ready as well. Sun Yi skillfully cleaved the pork into sizable chunks, prompting laughter as the two began to playfully vie for the pieces. Upon finishing their meal and tidying the utensils, the group resumed their journey. Shadows flitted swiftly through the treetops, with Sun Yi exuding a subtle aura that compelled most large creatures along the path to conceal themselves, sensing an imminent threat. As for the snakes, insects, and rodents, they were largely unable to breach the protective energy surrounding the group. Along the way, remnants of human and beast alike were visible across several mountain ridges, alongside numerous rusted weapons. It wasn't until they ventured deeper that the sight of human corpses diminished somewhat. As night fell, the group prepared a sumptuous dinner from the innate beasts of the mountain, subsequently clearing a space to construct a rudimentary shelter that offered minimal protection, nearly enough for a timely response. In the dead of night, enveloped in darkness, a faint rustling sound pierced the silence, a subtle friction of limbs against underbrush. 2 robust wolves, their sleek, azure fur glistening, stealthily prowled through the forest, their vigilant green eyes scanning the surroundings as their powerful limbs moved soundlessly. The stark whiteness of their fangs glinted ominously in the night. Sun Yi, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His mental energy swept over the area, revealing a dozen pairs of glowing green eyes fixated on their makeshift shelter from 100 meters away. Observing the 2 wolves approaching, a smile played at the corners of Sun Ye's mouth. These 2 could stay. With a thought, he unleashed his mental energy, and the wolves collapsed to the ground without warning. Following this, he fortified the area around the shelter with a protective barrier, emanating a formidable presence outward. Instantly, the surrounding wolf pack reacted as if collectively stepped upon, emitting low whines as they hastily retreated into the distance. With others still in slumber, he opted against making any further commotion. After executing these actions, Sun Yi remained utterly still, merely blinking once before closing his eyes again, drifting back into a deep sleep. Lingzhu Mountain, delving deep into the wilderness for over 1,800 miles, is indeed situated in the heart of untamed lands. Only the most elite practitioners, or those of innate prowess leading their companions, can cautiously navigate to this location. Even with utmost care, the mortality rate remains alarmingly high, as one can expect to encounter innate beasts at nearly every mountain peak. Only the most formidable of innate experts can endure here. The wilderness is characterized by a ceaseless expanse of mountains, alongside flora that has flourished for countless years, rendering travel through this realm quite arduous. The greatest challenge lies in the frequent need to traverse rugged terrain, often requiring convoluted detours. Were it not for the mountains, these plains would have been long since developed by humankind. However, Sun Yi and his companions advanced through the treetops, largely unimpeded by shrubs and underbrush. At this moment, they are most fortunate for the existence of the Lingbo Weibo, which allows them to move in a near-flight state without exhausting their internal energy. This martial art, capable of generating a unique force field, can be considered a distinct discipline, an advancement of internal power that approaches the nature of martial arts found in Hong Kong comics. Aside from innate abilities, the canopies of countless towering trees nearly obscure the sky, yet they are fortunate to possess a specialized compass to discern cardinal directions. As Sun Yi and his companions proceed swiftly, they occasionally glimpse fellow humans, most of whom crawl slowly along the ground. The serpents and insects of the wilderness are not to be underestimated, especially by those of acquired talents. A single bite from a venomous creature could lead to severe injury or death. Whenever Sun Yi and his companions pass by, the onlookers are often startled into hiding, revealing their astonishment only after the group has distanced themselves. It is almost certain that those capable of such feats are innate practitioners themselves. This implies that all four individuals possess innate abilities, with three of them being women, an exceedingly rare sight. Days pass, and ahead lies a mountain peak that rises above its surroundings, its slopes adorned with bamboo groves. The summit even glimmers with a crystalline sheen, indicating they have arrived. The environment is thick with humidity, while the midday sun struggles to penetrate the dense foliage above, casting scattered beams of light upon the surrounding thorns and weeds. However, upon entering the bamboo forest, the atmosphere improves significantly, filled with the unique, refreshing fragrance of bamboo. The group descends from the treetops, walking lightly on the ground, feeling at home in this ancient wilderness. The towering peaks nearby are shrouded in mist, and the elevation is impressive, at least 5,000 meters high. Sun Yi smiled and turned to look at the others, all of whom appeared to be in excellent spirits. Despite the relentless journey over the past 3 days, fatigue seemed to be absent from their demeanor, and perhaps due to the influence of the Lingbo microstep, they even felt a surge of vitality within. At last, they had reached their destination. However, the map merely indicated the presence of the bamboo joint spirit fruit on this mountain, accompanied by a rough sketch. The precise location of the spirit fruit remained unknown and required careful searching. Should we search separately? Yu Yan asked with a smile. It would be better not to separate. Sun Yi replied, for the mountain undoubtedly harbored groups of demonic beasts, and there may be more than one innate demonic beast lurking within. Sun Yi gazed upon a distant black and white bear-like beast faintly visible on the mountain. Could it possibly be that creature? The tome recounts that the bamboo spirit fruit must be sought throughout the bamboo groves, with no guarantee of its exact location, hence everyone should remain vigilant. However, it is highly probable that a bamboo bear might be lurking nearby, serving as a clue in this endeavor. It seems we shall have to compete with the bear for sustenance. Sun Yi chuckled to himself once more, and then swiftly ascended the mountain with the 3 women trailing behind. His mental energy expanded outward, no longer concerned with every trivial detail, but rather focusing on detecting the intensity of energy within a radius of approximately 1 kilometer. Lingzhu Mountain, with its mix of perilous and gentle terrains, was predominantly gentle overall. However, this gentleness implied an extensive area, suggesting that the time required for exploration would undoubtedly be considerable. The mountain winds howled as they swept through, causing the bamboo forest to rustle softly. With a subtle shift of his mental energy, Sun Yi gazed toward a distant spot several dozen yards away. There, he beheld a slender green serpent gliding gracefully, its movements accompanied by a barely audible sound. Its cold, golden eyes surveyed the surroundings with keen precision. The serpent measured approximately 1 meter in length, and the triangular shape of its head suggested its venomous nature. Since entering the range of Sun Yi's mental scan, it had been steadily approaching the group, leaving one to ponder whether it was mere coincidence or if it had detected their presence. Is this the infamous bamboo leaf green? A creature of such lethal toxicity and possessing innate strength, what a fortunate stroke of luck. Sun Yi remarked that the intensity of energy is quite formidable, nearly on par with the innate true essence, merely a leap away from transcendence. Moreover, the body of the bamboo leaf green is as exquisite as jade. possessing a hardness akin to divine weaponry, capable of serving as an instrument of lethality. Once a demonic beast enters the realm of the innate, its wisdom significantly increases, rendering it beyond the reach of Sun Ye's spiritual force for direct annihilation. Physical confrontation is imperative. What a nuisance, Sun Yi murmured to himself. Yet he did not dare to let others handle it. Even though Yu Yin might be capable of defeating the opponent, there was still a significant risk of injury. With a sudden leap, Sun Yi soared several dozen feet into the air. The bamboo leaf-green serpent on the opposite side coiled its body, poised to strike at any moment, targeting Sun Yi with unwavering intent. Sun Yi casually reached out his hand, exerting no martial arts or techniques, merely relying on sheer speed to grasp the serpent's head firmly. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the serpent's body aside, leaping back to his original position. Ladies, who among you desires this emerald viper's gallbladder? It possesses the power to enhance one's spirit. Among the group, Yu Yin had already transcended her physical form due to her cultivation of qi. Thus Sun Yi primarily addressed Qing Luo and by phone. After all, in the realm of Dragon Ball, those with inferior physical talents must first refine their bodies to the utmost before they can sense their mental energy and cultivate qi. As for the remaining two, Qing Luo's practice of the minor formless technique and the northern underworld divine art inherently contributed to nurturing the spirit. And she was nearing the point of externalizing her consciousness, hence she shook her head. That left Bai Feng, whose upbringing did not shun the essence of the viper's gallbladder. She promptly consumed the gallbladder Sun Yi selected and began to meditate and refine it with closed eyes. Sun Yi began to skin and prepare the remaining snake meat, anticipating a delightful meal at noon that would enhance the inner strength of his companions. At that moment, from the distant hillside, a fluffy black and white bear cub cautiously peered down, tentatively testing its descent. Suddenly, it slipped and tumbled down the slope, rolling to a stop just a few meters away from Sun Yi and the others. The little bear, exerting effort, managed to flip over, wearing an expression of innocence, its small eyes blinking repeatedly as it glanced at Sun Yi and his companions. Just as Yu Yin was about to approach and affectionately engage with the adorable cub, Sun Yi raised a hand to stop her. Be careful. This is a bamboo bear of the innate realm. You may not be able to overpower it. Although the bear appeared to be a mere 20 centimeters in size, resembling an ordinary cub, Sun Yi could sense the intensity of its energy at the level of an innate solid Dan. This was indeed a bear of the innate realm. Typically, a bear, as recorded in the annals of Wanxiang Tower, evolves to the innate stage with a noticeable increase in size, growing from about 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters. This small bear was likely a product of some mutated evolution. One could only wonder about its aggressiveness and combat capabilities. However, considering it was herbivorous, its aggression should not be excessively formidable. The bear glanced at Sun Yi and his group before turning away, preoccupied with grasping a bamboo stalk. With a swift motion of its sharp claws, the bamboo fell to the ground. The bear squinted as it held the bamboo in its paws, munching on it with a satisfying crunch. Sun Yi gazed at the innocent expression of the little bear, a smile breaking across his face. Yu Yin was utterly captivated, entirely oblivious to any danger. She seized the snake meat strips from Sun Ye's hand and offered them to the bear. Before Yu Yin could approach any closer, the little bear suddenly sprang to its feet, its eyes gleaming with alertness, completely abandoning the earlier playful demeanor. Here, something for you to eat, Yu Yin said gently, tossing the snake meat a short distance in front of the bear. Though the bear may not comprehend human speech, the innate wisdom it possessed after entering its primordial state was sufficient to recognize kindness. After all, magical beasts are not mere wild animals. Their intelligence is only somewhat inferior to that of humans, and some formidable ethereal beasts surpass even human capabilities. Do not be anxious. Sun Yi gently persuaded Yu Yin, and then, with a heavy heart, led her away. As soon as they were out of sight, the little bear squinted its eyes again, munching on bamboo. Gradually, it approached the snake meat, cautiously sniffed it, and then swiftly began to tear into the flesh. After all, it was meat from a snake of innate realm. Even if it usually shunned meat, this was a worthy indulgence. Before long, the snake meat was completely devoured, leaving only the venomous head, which the little bear buried in a pit. After finishing its meal, the bear humanely patted its belly, clearly exhilarated, as if it had contributed to its strength. It then called out a few times in the direction where Sun Yi and the others had departed, seemingly in gratitude. Sun Yi and his companions continued their search for the bamboo spirit fruit. Upon encountering a small bear, it indicated that a larger group of bears was likely nearby. suggesting that this mountain would not be devoid of them. Sun Yi and his companions embarked on their journey with a buoyant spirit, meticulously scanning for any fluctuations in energy, leaving no detail overlooked. Although they could not locate any spiritual fruits, they did manage to unearth a few bamboo shoots. After traversing 7 or 8 li, Sun Yi's consciousness stirred. It seemed he had detected an unfamiliar energy fluctuation, entirely concealed, to his left front. Soon, a multitude of energy signatures emerged ahead. Approximately 100 meters from the initial disturbance, comprising 3 distinct energy sources, one innate being and 8 or 9 acquired entities. The group stealthily proceeded towards their original destination. The sound of flowing water, though faint, was distinctly audible to Sun Yi. Unfazed, they continued through the tangled underbrush, observing a few bears in the distance, indulging in their meals and quenching their thirst, oblivious to the approach of Sun Yi and his companions. Nearby the stream, various other creatures also seemed indifferent to their presence. Perhaps due to their unfamiliarity with humans, after all, the local specialties were not particularly enticing. Sun Yi's eyes sparkled as he fixated on a bamboo stalk beside the babbling brook before him. Its impressive stature was accentuated by the central segment. Smooth and lustrous like jade, exuding an air of uniqueness. Although no trace of energy waves leaked from it, his spiritual sense, upon making contact, experienced an involuntary quiver before gliding away. Sun Yi quietly floated upwards, silently observing the bamboo segment spirit fruit before him. Suddenly, as he touched it, with a swift motion, he removed the entire bamboo segment, causing the bamboo above the spirit fruit to come crashing down. It seems it has reached maturity. With a light chuckle, Sun Yi descended gracefully. The bamboo segment spirit fruit is documented in the records of the Myriad Phenomena Pavilion. Only those that have ripened can be harvested. Attempting to forcibly extract them while unripe would cause the energy to dissipate throughout the entire bamboo, rendering it nearly useless, fit only for feeding bamboo bears, or rather, actual bears. After hastily consuming a simple lunch, he resumed his search. Fortunately, bamboo segment spirit fruits are not scarce. One can find them approximately every few kilometers. However, the fear of missing out looms large, and for an ordinary person, the task remains quite arduous. Over the subsequent 5 days, Sun Yi expanded the range of his spiritual perception, specifically seeking out particular fluctuations, and successfully located over 20 bamboo segment spirit fruits, of which only 8 had achieved maturity. They exhibited a variety of shapes, resembling bamboo segments, bamboo shoots, and even bamboo leaves and flowers. Among the unripe ones, there was a bamboo leaf fruit. Though its potential for ripening remains uncertain, the bamboo segment shape was the most prevalent, and fortunately, it is well preserved. Conversely, the bamboo shoot variety has a protective shell but a shorter shelf life, while the bamboo rice shape is utterly incapable of enduring prolonged preservation. Calculating the personnel involved, Xiaofeng, Zhu, Zi, Wanxingzhu, Master Wu Fan, Wu Kong, Krillin, Bulma, Wu Yazi, and Wu Xingyun, the team seemed adequately sized. Upon their arrival, Bulma could construct a detector to facilitate the search. As for the present, the bamboo shoots may need to be sold, while the bamboo segments are better reserved for his companions. Clearing a patch of ground, he prepared defenses. Carefully peeling the shell from the bamboo shoot's spirit fruit revealed the inner flesh, as smooth and white as jade, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma that wafted across several miles. Is there a stir already? Sun Yi's mental energy swiftly swept across the distance. Not far away, in a thicket, a shadow emerged, its pair of gray eyes appearing enigmatic amidst the darkness. It was a pangolin. As the mental energy traversed, nothing remained concealed. The energy fluctuations of this pangolin were comparable to those of a second-rate martial artist. It had just surfaced from the earth, which explained why it had eluded Sun Yi's notice until now. Whoosh! Another shadow approached from a kilometer away, concealed within the nearby underbrush. Its green eyes fixated on Sun Yi and his companions, utterly oblivious to the fact that it had already been detected. Sun Yi administered the flesh to Yu Yan, emanating a formidable aura that sent tremors through the surrounding beasts, causing the nearby thicket to bow in submission. Fortunately, without undergoing innate metamorphosis, their souls remained unrefined, rendering them susceptible to being shattered and extinguished by Sun Yi's hand. Indeed, the wilderness teemed with numerous beasts. In a short span, 4 or 5 formidable creatures had emerged. Given that these beasts posed no threat to one another within the bear's domain, they coexisted harmoniously in the same territory. As the beasts hesitated, Yu Yan's aura steadily intensified. Observing the fragrant essence dissipating and the absence of further beasts approaching, Sun Yi seized the moment to act decisively. He unleashed a direct assault on their souls, vanquishing a leopard, a wolf, and a large antelope, which immediately instilled panic among the remaining creatures, prompting them to scatter in fear. Qing Luo and Bai Feng, seeing that the situation had calmed, began to gather the fallen beasts, while Sun Yi maintained his protective stance. As the meal neared completion, Yu Yan's aura, after a brief yet steady ascent, suddenly surged upward, manifesting innate vitality as pure as jade. The divine and the essence harmonized, marking her entrance into the innate realm. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Sun Yi's eyes. This was indeed a direct breakthrough into the innate realm. It is no wonder, given the amalgamation of cultivation advantages from various worlds. Would you two care to give it a try? This ethereal white innate vital energy exudes a breath of life, likely a result of the fusion between spiritual fruits and the subtlety of the wuxiang technique. No, we prefer the purple ice heart for its beautifying properties. The two women replied with cheerful laughter. Haha, very well then. I shall eagerly await the sensation of experiencing both ice and fire. Sun Yi wore a sinister expression, prompting the two women to simultaneously spit in his direction. Very well, this shall grant us 200 years of life. Let us strive to elevate ourselves further together. Achieving immortality, Sun Yi turned around, smiling as he helped Yu Yin to her feet, his face brimming with encouragement. You must strive to excel as well. Do not allow yourselves to become mere relics of the past 2 centuries. Sun Yao gazed towards the direction of Monkey Mountain, contemplating the next step to investigate the situation regarding the monkey wine. Shortly thereafter, the group joyfully began their meal. After entering the innate realm, Yu Yin dedicated nearly every day during her journey to Iron Arm Monkey Mountain to refining innate true essence. Thus, the group did not hesitate and directly switched to the hovercraft. Within 2 days, before Yu Yin could completely refine her internal energy into true essence, they arrived at their destination, Iron Arm Monkey Mountain. The journey was free from disturbances by snakes or insects. Apart from a few avian beasts, the surroundings were remarkably tranquil. This convenience spared them the need for extensive searching. They merely needed to locate the monkey troop. Iron Arm Monkey Mountain towered majestically into the clouds, its peak shrouded in mist, slightly shorter than Lingzhu Mountain. Standing atop the vehicle, they looked up at the towering mountain, which appeared to rise at least 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. You need not descend. I shall return shortly. The vehicle halted at the treetops to prevent any avian ambush. The others agreed, and Yu Yin refrained from further refining her true essence, summoning her spirit to temporarily protect the women. Sun Ye's body flickered as he soared into the distance, swiftly ascending the mountain while detecting the energy fluctuations of primordial beasts along the way. In a mere moment, a smile graced Sun Ye's face, for he had made a discovery. The Iron Arm Monkey Mountain was a perilous and expansive peak. However, as Sun Yi was flying, it posed no hindrance to him. He glided at subsonic speed over the battling green weeds and several Iron Arm monkeys, continuing his ascent. Ya. 5 Iron Arm monkeys surrounded a green python, emitting peculiar cries. Yet, startled by Sun Ye's swift passage, several of the Iron Arm monkeys halted, casting wary glances toward the sky, allowing the green python to make its escape. In an instant, 2 of the Iron Arm monkeys pivoted and leapt in pursuit of the python, while the remaining 3 closely followed Sun Ye's trajectory back to their lair. Within just a few minutes, Sun Yi discerned a large congregation of Iron Arm monkeys, and within his mental range, he detected the energy fluctuations of a dozen primordial-level creatures. Sun Yi paused above the troop of monkeys, quietly observing their movements. Below him lay a hot spring, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, from which water flowed towards his direction from a low-lying area. Numerous Iron Arm monkeys frolicked in the water, while a few others lingered on the shore. Judging by the steam rising from the scene, the temperature appeared to be around 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. At the center of a small pool, slender, elongated root stems emerged from the water, adorned with clusters of green leaves. Among these stems, one bore a bright red fruit, the crimson berry, accompanied by several green fruits, indicating their unripe state. It remains uncertain whether this group belongs to the same lineage that Tung Qingshan would encounter in the future, though the differing directions suggest it is highly improbable. Sun Yi came here not for the Zhu fruit itself, but rather for the Zhu fruit wine. Due to the fruit's poor preservation qualities, it is best to retrieve it only when needed. The neighboring iron-armed monkey seemed to have sensed Sun Ye's approach, erupting into a cacophony of chattering sounds. Shortly thereafter, a larger iron-armed monkey emerged from a nearby cave. while ordinary iron-armed monkeys are slightly shorter than humans. This one towered nearly 9 feet tall, its body adorned with vibrant red fur and a small tuft of silver fur on its chest. This imposing iron-armed monkey surveyed the group of its kind before pouncing into their midst, directing a fierce roar towards Sun Yi. Sun Yi effortlessly conjured a sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it towards the towering iron-armed monkey, sending the creature crashing several dozen feet away, momentarily incapacitated. The monkey troop erupted into a chorus of frantic howls, summoning their leader, while a few of the iron-armed monkeys hastily retreated, seemingly intent on fetching reinforcements. Sun Yi followed behind the other person with a smile, casually picking a ripe jujube as he walked. The towering macaque also made its way over after regaining its composure. After traversing several miles, the macaque halted in front of a larger gathering of its kind, chattering animatedly, perhaps recounting the specifics of the situation. Sun Yi floated quietly in the sky, gazing down below. The most prominent feature of this place was a cavern entrance. Not far from the entrance, a cacophony of joyful cries echoed, as a troop of iron-armed monkeys reveled in their exuberance. These monkeys, adorned with fiery red fur and possessing arms longer than their legs, frolicked about, their blue eyes scanning the surroundings. Some of the monkeys indulged in wild fruits, amidst the chatter of the numerous iron-armed monkeys below. A few with silver fur on their chests were startled out of the cave, followed by a singular monkey with fur entirely silver and golden eyes. It appeared that this creature was of a higher realm, possessing innate golden core prowess. Upon emerging, the silver iron-armed monkey did not wait for the others to call out. Instead, it fixed its gaze upon Sun Yi in the sky, glaring intently and emitting low growls, seemingly threatening him. As Sun Yi descended rapidly amidst the opponent's roars, he charged directly at them. Among the assembled monkeys, only the silver iron-armed monkey reacted in time, swinging its arm forcefully to strike at the descending Sun Yi. The other monkeys could not keep pace with Sun Yi's movements, and without the Monkey King's command, they hesitated to engage. In a fleeting moment, Sun Yi had traversed several dozen meters, arriving before the iron-armed monkey. Their palms collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The silver iron-armed Monkey King staggered back several steps, nearly losing its balance. In a heartbeat, Sun Yi launched another attack, this time with even greater speed, enhanced strength, and more elusive techniques. Sun Yi's assaults lack finesse. They are merely a manifestation of raw power and velocity. During this period of rapid onslaught, Sun Yi did not engage in contemplation, instead opting to overwhelm his opponent with increasingly swift strikes and escalating might. The Monkey King's combat experience may well surpass that of Sun Yi. Each time he is struck, he relies solely on the instinct honed through life and death battles, enabling him to respond with remarkable agility in an instant. Clap, clap. Sun Yi and the Monkey King clashed with fervor once more. The Monkey King occasionally utilized evasive maneuvers to mitigate the impact of the blows. However, in the face of Sun Yi's formidable strength, his arms gradually succumbed, becoming swollen and bruised. Ultimately, Sun Yi unleashed an additional 30% of his power, sending the Monkey King soaring through the air, somersaulting as he went. His golden eyes, bewildered, gazed at Sun Yi, unable to comprehend the sudden disparity in their strengths. Enough. I no longer wish to engage in this futile contest. I shall take but a portion of your possessions, leaving you with some remnants. It is evident that you cannot impede my advance. As Sun Yi spoke, he concentrated his energy and unleashed it toward a nearby hillock. With a resounding boom, the hill was obliterated, and the once proud Monkey King, who had been knocked to the ground, approached Sun Yi with a dejected demeanor, bowing his head in submission. He emitted a series of plaintive cries. Sun Yi stepped into the cave, initially perplexed as to why the Monkey King had so easily spared him. Upon witnessing Sun Yi's entrance into the cave, the Monkey King was suddenly alarmed, for this was the lifeblood of their monkey troop. Swiftly, the Monkey King darted into the cave, leading Sun Yi further inside. As they traversed the winding passages of the cavern, they eventually arrived at a spacious chamber within the mountain. At the center of this chamber lay a large square pit filled with a shallow, reddish liquid that exuded a rich aroma of alcohol. Nearby, there was a stone basin containing water and an assortment of wild fruits in hues of green and white. The Monkey King seized a stone jug, vigorously scooped a generous portion of the liquid from the pit, and eagerly offered it to Sun Yi, indicating that he could partake. It was evident that the Monkey King felt completely at ease, despite Sun Yi's lack of a container. Sun Yi tossed a capsule into the air, which with a resounding bang transformed into several barrels of wine, each with a volume of approximately 1 cubic meter. This time, he decided against overfilling. as he wanted to leave some for the monkeys. Upon seeing the barrels, the Monkey King immediately felt a pang of urgency. However, noticing that the size was not excessively large, he called out, "Aya," while casting a pitiful glance at Ting Chi Shan, presenting a stone wine jar before Sun Yi. "Haha, you are quite amusing. But fret not, I shall fill a bit today, though I won't overdo it." Seeing the Monkey King in such a pitiable state, Sun Yi couldn't help but chuckle. As the sound of the barrel being filled echoed, the level of the wine gradually diminished. The crimson fruit wine in the square stone pit dwindled further. Although it was not a significant quantity, Sun Yi managed to fill about 1.5 barrels, causing the Monkey King to anxiously dart around as Sun Yi filled the last barrel. Finally, as Sun Yi stowed away the wine barrels, the Monkey King watched with a woeful expression, fearful that Sun Yi might produce a few more barrels. Once the barrels were filled, Sun Yi produced a water jug, filling it with a measure of the wine that was just enough to drink. He raised the jug to his lips and took a sip. As the crimson fruit wine coursed through him, a fiery energy spread throughout his being, merging with every fiber of his body, nourishing and enhancing it. Remarkably, his internal energy remained untainted by the fiery attributes. This was a considerable advantage, as one could choose which attributes to embrace and which to forego. It was imperative to make such decisions proactively rather than passively accepting them, should his internal power become infused with even a trace of fiery energy. This wine would no longer be suitable for regular consumption. The sip he had taken earlier seemed to have augmented his strength by several thousand pounds, as if a reservoir of power coalesced within him. If he were to practice his qi now, he might experience unprecedented progress compared to his usual training. Moreover, the qi cultivated earlier, when juxtaposed with the fundamental strength of his muscles, still fell short. The muscles were far more aligned with the essence of his corporeal form. In comparison, qi could be considered a form of energy that arises from the amalgamation of the physical body and spirit, embodying qualities of both. This unique synergy allowed him to exhibit strength equivalent to twice that of a congenital golden elixir, even under the constraints of the present world. In summary, Sun Yi grew increasingly intrigued by the internal martial arts capable of cultivating physical strength. Of course, he was also aware of the limitations inherent in such practices. They lacked methods for evolving the essence of the body and only served to enhance its intensity. Thus, the innovative techniques developed by Tung Qinshan seemed all the more invaluable. Relatively speaking, the cultivation methods of this world held greater significance, particularly regarding longevity and evolutionary wisdom, positioning them as the main quest, while internal martial arts merely represented a side endeavor. As Sun Yi stowed away the capsules, he sauntered leisurely outside. The Monkey King gazed mournfully at the crimson fruit wine resting in the square stone pit, his heart heavy with despair. Fortunately, a generous portion of 80% had been left for him, a small mercy amidst the chaos. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of iron-armed monkeys, Sun Yi soared into the sky, sensing his bearings before hastening towards a specific destination, which brought a sigh of relief to the Monkey King below. Ya ya ya. The mountains of iron-armed monkeys erupted with a chorus of cries, perhaps signaling a potential relocation. Upon Sun Yi's return to his companions and their subsequent journey beyond the wilderness, they emerged from the untamed lands just as evening descended, perfectly poised to rest for the night and sample the crimson fruit wine, awakening the following morning to a scene of delightful disarray and the vibrant hues of spring. Sun Yi smiled and resolved to set forth once more the next day. In the city of Chujun, within a tranquil courtyard, Sun Yi and his companions returned home 3 days later at noon. After returning the horse to the courtyard, the women rested at home, intending to stay in Chujun City for a few more days. Coincidentally, they also planned to sell a perishable spiritual fruit to the Wanshang Tower, which would serve to exchange for some wealth. Sun Yi strolled alone along the main thoroughfare of Qinggan Street in the county town. Before long, he caught sight of the imposing Wanshang Tower. Atop the tower, a portly bald man was engrossed in examining something when a servant approached the entrance, discreetly knocking beside the door as a gentle reminder. The rotund man lifted his gaze, inquiring, "What is it, my lad?" The innkeeper instructed us to keep an eye out for a distinguished guest who is now approaching and is not far off, the servant replied cautiously. Instantly, the innkeeper rose to his feet, towering at nearly 2 meters, with a formidable girth that likely surpassed 300 to 400 pounds. Yet, despite his size, his inner strength was evident. Physical stature did not necessarily reflect true prowess, as the energy emanating from him was undeniably of a top-tier caliber. As Sun Yi approached the entrance of the Wanxiang building, he noticed manager Su standing at the door, wearing a broad smile as he gazed at him. "Ah, It is truly unnecessary for Manager Su to come out personally. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, Sun Yi exclaimed. It is only fitting to welcome esteemed guests. Manager Su replied with a beaming smile. Upon noticing an object in Sun Ye's hand, he promptly ushered him into the reception room, followed by two men, one a middle-aged man with piercing, indifferent eyes, and the other a young individual who appeared to be an apprentice of sorts. Sun Yi placed the items he held upon the table and waved a greeting to the other party. Come, Master Su, take a look at this. This is the bamboo segment spirit fruit I sought after, along with the crimson fruit. Please appraise them. Yes, indeed. Come, Lao Yu, have a look. Master Su responded with a smile, exaggeratedly exclaiming, then made an earnest bow, though the inspection must proceed regardless. However, given Master Su's ample girth, bending over was undeniably a laborious task. The indifferent, hawk-eyed middle-aged man across the table acknowledged him and promptly began his examination, emanating a faint energy from his hands, reminiscent of a peculiar martial art, which intrigued Sun Yi immensely. By the way, Master Su, I have just arrived. Are there any entertaining spots in our county city? As for amusement, the Clearwater Lake is the highlight, a truly splendid place. Master Su's plump face contorted with knowing expressions that any man would comprehend. I must experience it for myself. Sun Yi chuckled heartily, his expression revealing a profound understanding. Following this, their conversation took a risky turn, as the two engaged in delightful banter, ultimately concluding their exchange only after trading 2 spiritual fruits for 3 pieces of women's undergarments. Tap, tap, tap. Sun Yi wandered along the lively Qing Shui Street in the city of Chujun, where grand mansions lined both sides, owned by affluent merchants and influential figures. During the day, this street was typically quite tranquil, but now, as evening descended, it buzzed with activity. On the adjacent lake, elegant vessels floated gracefully, their lights beginning to twinkle. These were the flower boats. Many eager passengers were arriving in groups, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The crowd primarily consisted of wealthy merchants and martial artists from the shore. However, for reasons unknown, the largest flower boat seemed to be waiting for someone. Yet no one boarded. A few individuals attempted to approach, only to be halted by the guards stationed at the boat, as if the vessel had been reserved exclusively. As Sun Yi approached, he heard a resounding voice proclaim, Meng Yuhang, I challenge you today, Iron Stone. Meng Yuhang? Is he the mad stick wielder ranked 50 on the Earth list? Who is this challenger? A confrontation with the formidable Meng Yuhang? This promises to be quite the spectacle. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and as Sun Yi drew nearer, he realized that they were not merely gathered beneath the boat, but had formed a circle around 2 figures, one a robust middle-aged man and the other a handsome young man in his mid-20s. The contrast between their appearances and names was striking. The young man looked on with eager anticipation, his hands itching to engage as he brandished a longsword. On the grassy bank, a throng of spectators had amassed, surely numbering in the hundreds, all drawn to the unfolding drama. Among them, a few affluent merchants cast glances toward the scene. After all, in this world, strength holds greater value than wealth. The air was thick with noise as the crowd reveled in the spectacle, eager for chaos to ensue. Narrowing his eyes, the middle-aged man scanned the youthful challenger with a piercing gaze. Before we commence, reveal your true name, he demanded. I am called Iron Stone, growled the dark-skinned giant. Haha. Old Meng, this young one seeks to challenge you. Do not falter in the face of adversity, teased a companion of Meng Yuhang, who merely chuckled nonchalantly in response. With a swift motion, Meng Yuhang unsheathed a pair of stout, dark iron rods. Iron Stone, I invite you, he declared, the moment he grasped his weapons. His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, the atmosphere growing tense with anticipation. Humph. The middle-aged man sprang into action, wielding his rods with ferocity, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains. He lunged at Iron Stone, his weapon crashing down before the young man, stirring a tempestuous gust that forced the onlookers to retreat. The young man met the assault with his sword, their weapons colliding in a fierce encounter that sent him reeling toward the lake's edge. Experiencing a setback, he shifted his strategy from direct confrontation to grappling. In a flurry of exchanges, the duel progressed to the space where the flower boat was moored, prompting the crowd to scatter. The owner of the flower boat, sensing impending doom, prepared to set sail, when suddenly, another figure emerged from the fray, effortlessly sending both combatants sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath. As the dust settled, it became apparent that the new arrival was a dark-skinned giant, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire who approached with measured steps. The giant declared, If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. Do not obstruct my master's path. And for heaven's sake, do not damage the flower boat. lest you offend my master." The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs, yet the presence of the formidable giant behind the middle-aged man silenced any dissent. After all, sheer strength was the ultimate truth. Whether spectators or challengers, all silently retreated, casting glances back that conveyed a sense of defeat. Sun Yi, intrigued by the arrival of several individuals, pondered whether one of them might be a congenital powerhouse. He extended his mental energy to scan the group. Suddenly, the middle-aged man opposite him whipped around, directing a keen gaze towards Sun Yi, his eyes gleaming with intensity. A surge of mental force advanced towards Sun Yi's being. Upon witnessing the situation, Sun Yi also became invigorated, and the two parties engaged in a fierce clash of mental prowess. Although there were no outward manifestations, after a brief stalemate, Sun Yi's mental energy was ruthlessly pushed back until it was wholly contained within his body. Moreover, the opponent was able to discern Sun Yi's true strength, leading to a moment of astonishment. This level of strength does not align with the mental energy displayed. Sun Yi had encountered predecessors before. Sun Yi gazed respectfully at the other party, pondering if this was indeed the realm of illusion. It seemed that specialized cultivation methods made a significant difference. He found himself unable to match the opponent's prowess. "You are called Sun Yi? How old are you?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Sun Yi's youthful visage, his eyes reflecting skepticism towards the information he had previously gathered. "I am 25 this year." 25? Did you recently enter the innate stage?" The man continued to inquire. "Indeed." "Senior, you are a solitary cultivator, then?" The man's expression was one of disbelief, although the mental probe he had just performed yielded a similar conclusion. "I am a disciple of the turtle sage lineage, but here I am only accompanied by a few wives." "Isn't that essentially a solitary practitioner?" The middle-aged man chuckled incredulously. "Would you be interested in joining a faction?" "No, with my current strength, joining a major force may not yield any substantial benefits. It would be wiser to break through the realm of illusion first. What if someone could guide you through the breakthrough?" The man's face was alight with enticing allure. "May I ask your esteemed name, senior? And which faction do you represent?" Sun Yi regarded him carefully, a suspicion forming in his mind. Could it be that individual? "I am Pei San," the middle-aged man began, poised to utter more. Sun Yi was filled with a profound sense of enlightenment. It turned out to be him, and it was only natural that he could not prevail against him. A hint of astonishment flickered in Sun Yi's eyes, which was perceptibly detected by Pei San, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. Has this individual heard of him? However, as Sun Yi remained silent, Pei San refrained from inquiring further. Given the invitation from a senior, Sun Yi felt compelled to acquiesce. "Might I inquire, esteemed senior, if there exists a position akin to a guest scholar? I would prefer to maintain a degree of freedom, for the true joys of life lie in wandering through mountains and rivers with a few wives by my side." Sun Yi bowed in acquiescence, signifying his agreement to join. "Haha, since that is the case, allow me to test your prowess," Pei San declared, suddenly launching an attack. In an instant, he silently appeared before Sun Yi, who could only passively gather his energy to respond. Pei San's form flickered. One indistinct silhouette remained in place, while another ephemeral figure materialized beside Sun Yi, effortlessly seizing his arm and hurling him away with great force. Sun Yi soared into the air for several dozen feet, performing a somersault before landing gracefully, exhibiting no signs of astonishment. After all, being unable to prevail was quite normal. Upon landing, Sun Yi forcefully pushed off the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and transformed into a streak of light as he darted towards Pei San. This time, Pei San effortlessly caught Sun Yi's fist, a smile adorning his lips as he remarked, "What a lad, you possess remarkable skill." It was only then that Pei San was astonished to realize that this time, Sun Yi had not been sent flying. Pei San chuckled heartily, concluding that the energy within you indeed represents a form of cultivation. "Now, I shall increase my strength and see just how formidable you can truly be." Pei San stood his ground, launching a swift and fierce claw strike with astonishing speed. Sun Yi could no longer withstand the pressure. That last clash had merely resulted in a stalemate, and there was no way he could endure any further force. With a sudden crash, he fell against the nearby flower boat, creating a human-shaped indentation and startling all those aboard, who rushed onto the deck in alarm. "No more fighting, you have won. However, is it acceptable for me to receive a guest token?" Sun Yi emerged from the cave, immediately waving his hands, realizing he was merely a victim of bullying, for his hard power was vastly inferior. However, Sun Yi was undeterred. Despite the significant disparity in strength, his flight, particularly when fueled by explosive energy, posed no issue in terms of speed. After all, The mechanisms of the two types of energy differed considerably. Internal force manifested solely through physical means, equating power directly to strength. In contrast, the explosive force of qi could be transformed into a chemical reaction, allowing for extreme acceleration in desperate moments, even at the cost of injury, facilitating a swift escape. Moreover, under the current circumstances, having already allied with the opposing faction, how could he possibly be attacked? At that moment, Pei San, accompanied by his guards, approached and entered the flower boat, where the matron warmly welcomed them, eager not to be remiss in her duties. Here, Sun Yi, take this guest elder token. Henceforth, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. However, you must also contribute to the sect's affairs. Pei San handed over the token. Not a problem, although I plan to travel extensively in the coming years. As long as you can locate me, I will certainly lend my aid when needed. The group exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered the room, where a plush carpet lay beneath, and a table adorned with exquisite delicacies awaited them. However, some of the dishes appeared damaged, prompting others to arrange for their removal and cleanup in preparation for a fresh spread. Come, let us draw back the curtains. The master wishes to admire the moonlight. After relocating to a different chamber, the group settled once more. The gentle lake breeze wafted through as they savored the sumptuous feast, their eyes captivated by the stunningly beautiful women performing on the deck of the flower boat, filling Pei San's gaze with admiration. Although Sun Yi felt quite pleased, none could compare to Qing Luo and her companions. Thus, he paid little attention, merely appreciating the ambience as background music while the others engaged in aimless chatter. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings, and all gazes fixed upon a seemingly delicate maiden clad in white upon the deck of the flower boat. This young lady cradled an ancient guqin. With a graceful lean, she seated herself, placing the guqin before her, and after closing her eyes in concentration for a brief moment, she began to pluck the strings. Bang! The crisp sound resonated, captivating the souls of those present. The atmosphere grew entirely still. What exquisite skill! Sun Yi exclaimed, turning his head in astonishment. Such a talent capable of stirring the spirit was indeed rare. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as the echoes of the final notes reverberated across the lake. The piece came to a close. Bravo! Pei San rose to applaud, whispering something to the burly guard beside him before turning to depart. Noticing the encroaching dusk, Sun Yi also rose to take his leave, and Pei San made no effort to detain him. However, he could faintly hear the dark-skinned giant behind him discussing terms of redemption, while the matron opposite was haggling, leaving one to wonder if a deal would be struck in the end. Given Pei San's evident wealth, it seemed likely. In Suyang County, as dawn broke, all were gathered and prepared. With a resounding shout of "Let us depart," the vast caravan of merchants, numbering in the thousands, began its journey. We're setting off. The guards echoed, and now Sun Yi and Yu Yin found themselves mounted upon their snow-stepping steeds. Sun Yi carried a seemingly substantial package on his back, accompanied by a long-handled two-handed sword, presenting the appearance of a wandering warrior. Yu Yin had also donned makeup, rendering herself less conspicuous and adopting a more understated demeanor as she followed Sun Yi. Together they indulged in the pleasures of life. As for Qing Luo and her companion, they preferred to avoid the hustle and bustle, hence they chose to return to the Dragon Ball world to continue their cultivation of qi. This would enable them to swiftly advance to the innate realm once Sun Yi attained the purple ice heart, allowing them to eventually keep pace with him. They agreed to devote another 6 months to their training before reassessing their progress. Sun Yi allocated 80% of the Zhuguo wine to the two of them, as this substance holds a certain degree of benefit for the cultivation of one's aura. After demonstrating their exceptional prowess as martial artists, Sun Yi and Yu Yin effortlessly infiltrated the merchant caravan, trailing behind with a dozen guards, journeying from Chu County until now. Since their arrival in this world, Sun Yi has perpetually felt a sense of disconnection, as if the reclusive tendencies from his past life have hindered his ability to fully integrate into this new realm. Sun Yi believes that to progress from this world into the realm of the virtual, one must fully immerse oneself within it. At the very least, one's thoughts must not harbor any barriers, for only then can one truly grasp the underlying principles. The unconscious pride that arose from his knowledge of the storyline has dissipated after being defeated by Pei San. Within the bustling merchant caravan, where communication flourishes among its many members, Sun Yi finds an environment conducive to shedding his feelings of estrangement from this world. The caravan's ultimate destination is Yangzhou City. Upon arrival, Sun Yi intends to join another caravan, allowing him to savor the overall atmosphere of this world and lay a solid foundation for his future comprehension of the principles. Should he find himself unable to begin this understanding within a few years, he plans to exit this world and return once the narrative unfolds anew. Brother Sun, may I inquire if you have turned 30 this year? A square-faced man riding a steed with a mane of azure inquired. 26, Sun Yi replied with a smile. And you, Lao Zhang? I am 10 years your senior, now a proud 41. The man responded with a jovial tone. No wonder you appear so youthful, being merely in your 20s. Unlike myself, who, after years of braving the elements, has aged considerably. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man rode over. Lao Zhang. This young brother Sun is already a master of internal strength at such a tender age, and even his sister-in-law is a first-rate expert. Brother Chenwu, are you not also a second-rate master? A young man approached, observing Sun Yi's amiable demeanor over the past few days, which had endeared him to the second-rate warriors. Ah, that cannot compare to you, young Master Tang, let alone brother Sun. The brawny man laughed heartily, his robust laughter exuding strength and a straightforward nature. I've heard rumors of a newly emerged band of horse bandits in the vicinity of Shuyang County. I wonder if we shall encounter them, young Master Tang mused, recalling information from a previous town, which others had also heard. Whatever they may do, even if we do cross paths, it is likely we can simply pay the toll and pass through, for our caravan boasts 4 first-rate warriors. Chen Wu remarked, unfazed, gesturing towards Sun Yi and the others. Indeed, with us here, there is no need for concern. Sun Yi smiled, assuringly, while Yu Yin merely smiled in response. Subsequently, a few individuals began to engage in aimless chatter around them. The gazes of the surrounding warriors towards Sun Yi and his companions were tinged with a hint of reverence. Those gathered around Sun Yi were all second-tier martial artists, while the distant figures were third-tier, thus they did not dare to approach. The merchant caravan indeed had a first-tier warrior, but he was merely clearing the path ahead, with Sun Yi serving as the rearguard. Along this journey, the threat of bandits loomed unpredictably, making Sun Yi and Yu Yin their bastion of safety. Naturally, the second-tier warriors sought to remain close to Sun Yi, as their lives held paramount importance. One should not underestimate first-tier experts, despite their portrayal as mere cannon fodder in narratives. They remain a rarity across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Even the black armored army of the Guiyuan sect comprises primarily second-tier warriors. This reality mirrors modern society, where tales of entrepreneurs abound, yet ordinary individuals constitute over 80% of the population. The caravan's overall pace was leisurely, as it comprised numerous carts laden with goods. Sun Yi himself was in no rush. This was a gradual process of integrating into the world and adjusting one's mindset. Should the two act independently, they could move swiftly. However, truly immersing oneself in this world and comprehending its principles would be far more challenging. Just as Sun Yi's caravan entered Shuyang County, news of their presence reached the band of newly emerged horse thieves mentioned in their conversations. Boss, boss. A short yet robust middle-aged man sprinted towards a stone house not far away. What is it, Hazy? A lean man emerged from the stone house, greeting the approaching figure with a smile. Following him was a bald man, bare-chested, revealing a deep scar across his chest. Speak up, Hazy, the bald boss prompted. Boss. Second boss. Hazy exclaimed loudly. We have a fat sheep, a big fat sheep. The bald man immediately turned his gaze towards Hazy, understanding the necessity of establishing their authority early on to collect tolls. How many people? Have you learned of any experts? Boss. This time, there are hundreds or even thousands in the caravan, comprising small merchants gathered outside Shuyang County, with around 100 guards. My brothers have inquired. And there should be 4 first-tier warriors, though they are not well known. This is a substantial opportunity. Hazy's eyes sparkled with excitement. And even the lean man beside him looked eagerly at the bald figure. Oh, the bald man's eyes lit up. Have you confirmed this information? Yes. I personally gathered the intelligence. He nodded rapidly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. The leader, stroking his bald head, gradually wore a smile. It appears that what one desires indeed materializes. This merchant convoy serves as the most advantageous object to establish our authority since the inception of our cavalry. Initially, we shan't demand tolls. We shall seize half and spare the other half, ensuring that future toll collections are executed with vigor. Blackie and the lean man exchanged sly grins, remarking, the leader is truly sagacious. Even if this convoy is merely a gathering of small traders, it undoubtedly carries a substantial load, including a fair number of women. It is said there is a first-rate female warrior among them, perfectly suited to serve as the leader's consort. Aha. After a moment of contemplation, The leader promptly commanded the gathering of their brethren, instructing them to concentrate their efforts on one side, fully engaging any who resist, while allowing those who flee to escape. To mitigate excessive casualties among his men, with our numbers still few, we must cherish our comrades. Furthermore, instruct the brothers to carry ample bows and arrows. The adversary cannot focus if they are swiftly overwhelmed. A typical first-rate warrior would fall to my blade in mere moments. Understood, Blackie and the lean man replied, quickly descending to rally the troops. The group dispersed, preparing their meals, with a collective departure planned for half an hour later. There would be no delays. The shouts echoed through the air. By noon, the merchant convoy began to halt, each member preparing their lunch. After a morning of travel, both men and beasts alike were weary and in need of rest. Even the livestock required nourishment. At last, we have arrived, old Zhang remarked, his back aching from the bumpy ride. We must take a proper respite. A simple meal and a sip of drink would suffice, but their supply of alcohol was dwindling. If one sought indulgence, it would be better to wait until they reached the city to drink. Old Zhang's tolerance was lacking, and he needed to watch himself. Chen Wu chimed in from behind. Who was it that succumbed to my drinking prowess last time? Unable to mount a horse and left to languish on the cart while causing a drunken ruckus? Old Zhang chuckled, while Tang Xing beside him laughed heartily. Chen Wu took it lightly, laughing off the past as he redirected the conversation, turning to prepare the meal. As Sun Yi and his companion hunted a few wild creatures along their journey, they busied themselves with their belongings, opting for a lighter meal at midday in anticipation of a more substantial feast in the evening. The merchant caravan took a brief respite to enjoy lunch before resuming their expedition. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, leaving them uncertain of the cause. A middle-aged man, clad as a guard and bearing a serious expression, approached Sun Yi. Sun Yi recognized him as a personal bodyguard to the temporary leader elected by the caravan. Master Sun, the guard began, according to the map, there lies a forest ahead, a notorious ambush site frequented by bandits. Our leader has sent me to remind everyone to remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, the members of the caravan shook off their languor. Everyone knows this place. Surely, even if bandits had designs on us, they would not choose such an obvious location, Chen Wu remarked with a smile. Sun Yi replied, all right, it is better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. Now that everyone is aware, I will remain vigilant. The guards responded with solemn expressions and returned to report to their employer. In the midst of the forest, over 150 bandits had gathered, fully prepared for the impending encounter. Once they arrive, execute my orders precisely, understood? The bald leader stated, surveying those around him with earnest intent. Rest assured, as long as we adhere to your commands, success is guaranteed. The lean second-in-command promptly replied, with several others nodding in agreement. Very well, instruct all brothers to maintain silence. No one should utter a word, the leader commanded. At that moment, Sun Yi rode at the rear, and had he chosen to extend his spiritual awareness, he would have easily detected the bandits. However, during his travels, he could not constantly employ his spiritual powers, and being in the back, he remained oblivious. As the guards in front progressed, misfortune awaited them. When half of the merchant convoy had entered the forest, the guards ahead suddenly sensed something amiss and halted abruptly. The bandit group had long stationed individuals to monitor Sun Yi and his companions. Upon realizing the merchant convoy had detected them, a signal arrow soared into the sky, followed by a barrage of arrows raining down upon them. A dozen archers from both sides unleashed a flurry of arrows, seizing the initiative and injuring several third-rate warriors along with a few members of the merchant team. Aha! Everyone, you might as well stay. Charge forth, leave no one alive. A boisterous laugh echoed, resonating through the air and reaching Sun Yi's ears. Undoubtedly, the speaker was a formidable master with profound internal strength, followed by a horde of ruffians shouting for blood. Run, cried some, while others urged, do not flee. They are not many. Quickly shake them off. Chaos ensued among the personnel at the front of the merchant convoy as they scattered in a desperate attempt to escape. Shiyang County was one of the most chaotic among the 13 counties of Yangzhou, with bandit forces running rampant. It was clear that these robbers were not merely seeking tolls, but were intent on murder. Thus, amidst the turmoil, some attempted to turn back, while others engaged directly with the bandits. In this moment of peril, hesitation was not an option. Most turned to flee, while those trapped ahead, realizing escape was impossible, resorted to combat. The drivers of the carts lashed their horses fiercely, urging them to speed up, while the carts jolted violently, some losing their cargo and obstructing those behind in a myriad of chaotic scenarios. Sun Yi rode forward, with Yu Yin closely following in his wake. Ahead, some of the bandits were engaged in a brutal struggle against the resisting individuals, while others loosed arrows from the rear. At the center of this chaos stood the bandit leader, a bald giant, who along with a lean man, clashed with the two elite warriors of the merchant caravan, Yinxing and Yinyu. It was evident that the brothers from the caravan were at a disadvantage and on the verge of defeat. Yinxing, the younger brother, managed to hold his ground against the lean man, but Yinyu, facing the bald leader, was clearly faltering. This was dire. The bandit was no ordinary elite master. Chun Wu and Lao Zhang, who had accompanied Sun Yi, furrowed their brows, their hearts heavy with concern. However, the arrival of the two warriors from their side gave them a glimmer of hope, though uncertainty lingered, for the disparity among elite fighters was elusive to their understanding. Humph. Once I deal with you, I shall lead my brothers to pursue the caravan. They won't escape far. The bald leader sneered from atop his warhorse, taunting the beleaguered Yinyu. We're here, Tang Xing shouted from behind Sun Yi, his expression betraying no hint of worry. Meanwhile, the members of the caravan around them were in a frenzied flight. In the brief time since Sun Yi's arrival, the front line had vanished, leaving behind many who valued their goods over their lives, hesitating on whether to abandon their cargo and flee. In recent days, Sun Yi has found himself in the company of merchants and guards, and the experience has been quite pleasant. These merchants and guards, driven by their aspirations for success, brave the elements daily, facing the relentless challenges of wind and rain, all the while undeterred by the looming threat of bandits. Sun Yi was able to see in them the areas in which he needed to learn, as well as the shadows of his own efforts. If he could lend a hand, he certainly would. Thus, Sun Yi exchanged a few words with Yu Yin before charging forward. Behind him, Chun Wu and Old Zhang hesitated, noticing Yu Yan's inaction, and ultimately decided to remain still, while Tang Xing directly followed suit. The imposing leader paid no mind to Sun Yi, for he was capable of escaping from a formidable opponent ranked 36th on the Earth ranking. A handful of ordinary first-rate warriors posed no threat to him. As long as he triumphed in the contest among the first-rate, the others stood little chance unless they vastly outnumbered him, or were well-equipped and highly coordinated. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Not to mention, the disparities among the first-rate warriors were substantial. Brothers, let us put in more effort and eliminate these foes. In the future, we shall revel in glory together. The bald leader bellowed, preparing to deliver a final blow to the already severely injured Yinyu. Meanwhile, his younger brother Yinxing, fervently attacking the lean second-in-command, was desperate to rescue his brother, even at the cost of his own injury. However, the second-in-command was no pushover. He countered with relentless entanglement, determined not to allow his opponent to escape and join the leader's onslaught. The bald leader's long blade whistled through the air, poised to strike the immobilized Yinyu. Sun Yi let out a light chuckle, swiftly advancing on horseback, his long blade aimed directly at the gleaming bald head before him, executing a formidable strike reminiscent of the legendary splitting Huashan, a diversion akin to saving Zhao by besieging Wei. The bald man, sensing the imminent danger, hastily raised his long knife in an attempt to parry Sun Yi's fierce slash. The blades collided, yet offered no resistance. The bald man's weapon was cleaved as effortlessly as tofu by Sun Yi's mighty sword. No, the bald man had no time to flee. In a fleeting moment of shock and horror, he let out a terrified scream as Sun Yi, with a single, decisive stroke, severed both man and horse in twain. Sun Yi transformed his true essence into an intangible form, with blood staining the ground beneath him, yet his entire being remained untainted. The scene was drenched in blood, and the onlookers fell into a profound silence. Avenge the chief. Nearby, several well-equipped bandits, witnessing this spectacle, were immediately stirred and rushed forward. Sun Yi, mounted upon his warhorse, brandished his long blade, sweeping it effortlessly through the air. However, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, sending the approaching minion sprawling, swiftly dispatched by Tang Xing, who followed closely behind. The earlier spectacle had left the majority of the bandits trembling with fear, prompting even those at the rear to scatter in haste. On either flank of the horse thieves, 10 archers, who had been firing their arrows, now fled in a disarray, vanishing into the woods in the blink of an eye. The second-in-command was still grappling with Yinxing's ferocious onslaught, desperately seeking an opportunity to counterattack, oblivious to the chaos on the other side. Upon hearing the frantic shouts of his subordinates, he quickly turned to witness Sun Yi's sweeping strike, causing his heart to race with terror. Such a skilled warrior, whether innate or merely a master of the earthly ranks, was an alarming presence. Seizing the moment amidst Yinxing's relentless assault, he deftly retreated into the distance, not daring to glance back as he dashed into the forest. Observing this, Qin Wu and his companion were filled with exhilaration. Spurring their steeds forward alongside Tang Xing and Sun Yi, galloping through the central thoroughfare, aiding the bloodied guards and eliminating the remaining bandits who had failed to escape. Haha, a mere 100 or so horse thieves dared to rob us. They stumbled upon a formidable force. Qin Wu exclaimed with hearty laughter. It is indeed Sun Ye's prowess that has spared us. Otherwise, our caravan would have met a grim fate. Old Zhang, beaming at Sun Yi, felt reassured, knowing that with such a skilled ally by their side, their journey was rendered significantly safer. Yet, he acknowledged the collective effort, admitting that alone, he would have been powerless. Sun Yi smiled faintly, choosing not to utter another word as he observed the group of men clearing the path atop their horses. The matters within the forest were disregarded. As the guards were wary of potential ambushes, dozens of men formed small teams, tidying up the goods abandoned by others after clearing the road. Brother Sun, the other bandits have fled. How shall we handle the remaining goods? Manage the goods as you see fit, Sun Yi replied dismissively, allowing them to take charge. At that moment, some merchants who had initially been hesitant returned to assist in the organization, including items left behind by those who had perished. After a brief consultation, and upon confirming with Sun Yi that he had no interest in the goods, they collectively decided to convert them into currency, allocating a small portion to the brothers Yin Xing and Yin Yu, as well as to some injured guards, while the remainder was entrusted to Sun Yi as a form of compensation. Naturally, no one dared to voice dissent openly, for in the future, encounters with bandits would still rely on their prowess. Let us take half an hour to sort our belongings and bury the deceased. We shall depart on time, commanded the temporary leader of the caravan, who approached Sun Yi for a brief discussion. He then ordered the group to begin the solemn task of interring the bodies and cleansing the area of its sanguine odor. The guards who had pursued the robbers also gathered to clean their garments and armor. Those bandits dared to provoke us, and now they lie defeated. I personally dispatched 4 of them, Qin Wu boasted from the side. What are you so proud of? I took down 6. Tang Xing countered, deflating Qin Wu's enthusiasm. A chorus of chatter enveloped them, a blend of pride and relief, thankful for the presence of skilled fighters, for without them, the guards would not have survived the ordeal. The crowd admired Sun Ye's prowess, secretly speculating whether he could rank among the elite, while refraining from interrupting the interaction between him and Yu Yan. Having spent considerable time in the perilous pursuit of their livelihoods, the group had grown accustomed to the specter of death, thus their conversations became increasingly buoyant and assured. After all, as long as Sun Yi remained by their side, safety was nearly guaranteed. It was rare to hear of a master from the elite ranks resorting to banditry. Even during dinner, the caravan willingly offered some game as a gesture of goodwill towards their protector. The convoy progressed steadily along the official road, with 70 to 80 cavalrymen safeguarding the cargo, and the incidents of banditry dwindled, as if no rogue wished to challenge them. Indeed, good news seldom travels far, while misfortune spreads like wildfire. The newly emerged bandit had also risen to power after a fierce struggle, spreading tales of his narrow escape from the hands of formidable foes. Local factions had witnessed the true prowess of the bald-headed warrior, and given that no one had managed to defeat him within 100 moves, they naturally recoiled in fear when Sun Yi effortlessly dispatched him. Furthermore, the merchant convoy was merely a gathering of small traders with little treasure to offer. Thus, the bandits chose to disperse, allowing the caravan to pass unimpeded. Brothers, the sky is darkening. We should hasten our journey. Ahead lies Fanwu City in Xi'an County. Tonight, we shall find ourselves lodging in a respectable inn, old Zhang proclaimed, igniting a wave of excitement among the group. Haha, after days spent in the wild, a proper bath is a rare luxury. In this sweltering summer, I am drenched in sweat. Tonight, I shall indulge in a nice wash, Tang Xing chimed in with laughter. Days later, as dusk fell, Sun Yi followed the merchant convoy to the southernmost city in Qizhou. We shall gather at the west city gate at dawn. Punctuality is key. Do not be late, echoed the familiar organizer's call. Merchants and guards began to disperse. Those unwilling to proceed set up shop, while others indulged in the city's offerings of food and entertainment. Brother Sun, we shall spend the night in this city. With no pressing matters tonight, let us feast heartily. Tang Xing exclaimed with mirth. I may have matters to attend to tonight, old Zhang replied with a grin. Indeed, old Zhang, let us join forces, a companion guard added, his expression conveying a mix of intrigue and amusement. Brother Sun, will you accompany us? Old Zhang inquired playfully. I shall pass. Nothing in that establishment can compare to my wife, Sun Yi responded with a smile, then made his way toward a nearby grand tavern, with Tang Xing trailing behind. Others either joined old Zhang or ventured toward a gambling den, though the latter were few, as they understood that entering a casino often meant parting with their money. Regardless of their destination, most planned to procure goods, including Sun Yi, for one cannot simply live off past fortunes. A few remained behind to guard the merchandise as the crowd dispersed. Sun Yi and Yu Yin found a seat in the restaurant, and Tang Xing promptly followed suit. The trio ordered a selection of dishes and settled down, listening to the murmurs of conversation that filled the air, as news from various corners of the world was discussed. Yet, much of it was trivial information, merely a novelty to hear. Esteemed guests, your marinated beef, large plate of ribs, and whole roasted lamb have arrived. A young waiter hurried over, balancing a platter laden with food, accompanied by two others who were carrying a whole lamb and a jug of wine. Please enjoy your meal. The remaining dishes are being prepared in the kitchen, the waiter said, cautiously observing the expressions of the three, wary of any potential disputes. All right, you may leave now. Ensure the others are expedited, came the directive. With a smile gracing his face, Sun Yi instructed the waiter while beckoning Tang Xing to join him. Come. Let us dine together. There are plenty of dishes left to savor. As he spoke, Sun Yi unabashedly indulged in the meat and drank heartily from his cup. Yesterday afternoon, a contingent of over 100 elite warriors from the Xianyao Palace set forth towards the northern region of Yuzhou, led by the formidable Shui Yong. Ranked 10th on the Earth ranking list with his glacial blade, and Guo Bing, the 60th ranked with his Tianyuan sword. Rumor had it that a rare Tianshan snow lotus was about to bloom. Not far behind Sun Yi, a group of martial artists began to engage in discussion. What business does the Xianyao Palace have in Yuzhou? After all, that territory belongs to Hongtian City. Has there been any news? It seemed that word had spread from Yuzhou yesterday about the emergence of a 1,000-year-old snow lotus from Tianshan, which would be ripe for harvesting in just over 10 days. Several individuals had discovered it, but were unable to contain their excitement, thus allowing the news to circulate. The Tianshan snow lotus? That is indeed remarkable. I have heard that the seeds of the lotus can aid martial artists in nurturing their spirits and breaking through to the innate realm. One exclaimed. Indeed. They say that if a peak postnatal expert consumes it, they can ascend to become an innate master. How I wish to obtain one. The surrounding individuals chimed in with their fantasies. Do not indulge in such daydreams. Reaching the innate realm is no simple feat, even if one consumes the snow lotus seeds. I've heard there is only a 30% chance, asserted a proud warrior among them. That is still a 30% chance. Who can honestly claim to have a 30% certainty of a breakthrough? Another voice interjected. Even if one cannot break through, consuming it would enhance one's inner strength, bringing them closer to the Earth rankings elite. The central figure continued to boastfully disseminate the information. Sun Yi recalled having read about the Tianshan snow lotus in the tomes at Wanxiang Tower. It was said to yield a single seed every 1,000 years, and only after producing 4 seeds would it become effective. Moreover, once the 1,000-year period concluded, the seeds could only be harvested within a few hours of ripening. Otherwise, they would lose their